Chapter 1. The Genius of Yesteryears. I share no connection with you. I implore you to refrain from tarnishing my reputation. With a swift motion, Lin Xinhua cast Ren Fan aside, her piercing gaze radiating not only anger but also a hint of disdain and contempt. She could hardly fathom why her parents had betrothed her to such a worthless individual. At 17, a mere third-tier martial artist, surely this must be the slowest cultivation speed in history. Even the children of the household servants would have surpassed the third tier by this age. Yet, what did it matter if they were engaged? She would never submit, nor would she ever marry this inept fool. She would rather die than do so. Ren Fan steadied himself on one hand, rising to meet Lin Xinhua's gaze, a flicker of sorrow crossing his lips as he opened his mouth to speak, only for it to devolve into a barely audible sigh. Since she had already made up her mind, further words would be futile. He lowered his head, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and walked past Lin Xinhua. How dare a waste like him think he could marry Lin Xinhua? What utter delusion! Sigh, this good-for-nothing truly brings shame to the Ren family. If not for the fact that his father is the head of the Ren family, he would have been expelled long ago. How could he possibly enjoy such a comfortable life now? Alas, how could the once renowned young genius of Yunyue City have fallen to such depths? Who knows? Perhaps he has offended the divine and is being punished by the heavens. A crowd of onlookers regarded Ren Fan's departure with scorn and derision, mocking the audacity of this fool to aspire to Lin Xinhua, likening it to a toad dreaming of devouring swan meat. Were it not for his father being the head of one of the 4 prominent families in Yunyue City, he would scarcely be considered even a toad. Lin Xinhua was a paragon of the Lin family, having showcased her astonishing talent for martial arts before the age of 17, a third-tier warrior with breathtaking beauty. As for Ren Fan, what did it matter that he was engaged to Lin Xinhua? He was merely a worthless individual, shamelessly boasting that she would inevitably become his woman. Such hubris was nothing short of self-humiliation. Are these people truly so cruel and power-hungry? 5 years ago, they followed me around with beaming smiles. Their sycophantic demeanor was truly ironic. With a bitter smile, Ren Fan walked away in solitude. Did Xinhua give you permission to leave, you worthless fool? Not long after he had taken a few steps, a figure blocked his path, looking down upon him with an expression filled with disdain, contempt, and a tinge of malice. Without even raising his head or casting a glance, Ren Fan could already discern who it was. His cousin, Ren Zhe, a 20-year-old 4th-tier warrior, barely qualified as a talent. Ren Fan's expression remained unchanged, and he ignored Ren Zhe's words, stepping aside to continue on his way. A waste is a waste. If not for your father abusing his position to provide you with double resources, you wouldn't even have reached 3rd-tier martial artist by now. It seemed Ren Zhe was provoked by Ren Fan's indifference, a flicker of malice and resentment flashing in his eyes as he spoke coldly. Ren Fan suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Ren Zhe, a glimmer of eerie light surfacing in his deep gaze, mingled with a hint of crimson, akin to a wolf fixating on its prey. The taunts of others mattered little to him, as long as they did not touch upon his bottom line. He could feign indifference. However, family was his Achilles heel, a sacred bond he vowed to protect with his life. Seemingly startled by Ren Fan's gaze, Ren Zhe felt a chill pierce through him, involuntarily stepping back. Yet, in an instant, Ren Zhe regained his composure, reminding himself that Ren Fan was nothing more than a thoroughly useless 3rd-tier warrior, couldn't even lay a finger on him while standing there. Perhaps to mask his earlier slip, or perhaps having prepared for this, Ren Zhe took a step forward, violently kicking Ren Fan in the abdomen, snarling, "What's wrong, worthless? Are you defiant?" Sent sprawling several meters by the blow, Ren Fan crashed to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Slowly, he rose to his feet, the eerie light in his eyes dissipating. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult within him, realizing that whatever he said or did now would only serve to further humiliate himself. Bypassing Ren Zhe, Renew have been trained on data up until October 2023. Chapter 2. The astonishing martial soul. Upon hearing Ren Fan's inquiry, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Ren Fan. His expression was unremarkable, yet it instilled a profound discomfort within Ren Fan. As if he were laid bare before this man, devoid of any secrets, completely exposed from the inside out. I am Lin Xinhua, and this is my domain. The middle-aged man spoke languidly, a hint of pride flickering across his face, intertwined with an inscrutable weariness that Ren Fan could not comprehend. Without affording Ren Fan a moment to interject, he continued, "Very well, my time is limited, so allow me to finish my discourse. Should there be any time remaining, I shall gladly address your queries. You possess an extraordinary postnatal martial body, rare beyond a millennium, harboring an astonishing martial soul. Once awakened, this martial soul will face no barriers prior to achieving martial sovereign status. If cultivated properly, it can indeed shake the heavens. However, should this martial body fall into the hands of an ordinary person, it would spell disaster rather than fortune, much like your current predicament." That he paused momentarily, scrutinizing Ren Fan, before raising his head, a glimmer of ancient sorrow reflected in his eyes. That he then resumed, "Of course, should this martial body be bestowed upon certain families or sects, the formidable elders therein would find awakening it to be a trivial task. Yet, your origins preclude you from ever encountering such an opportunity. However, should you agree to assist me with a certain task, I can aid you in awakening your martial soul. You are undoubtedly aware that without external assistance, you would remain a mere waste, forever confined to the realm of a third-tier martial artist." Ren Fan fell silent. He sensed that this middle-aged man was not deceiving him and realized that the man's strength likely surpassed his wildest imaginings. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Fan slowly lifted his gaze to meet that of the middle-aged man, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. "I shall not shy away from any trials, no matter how perilous, if it means seizing this opportunity." Looking into the middle-aged man's eyes, Ren Fan's dark pupils radiated resolve. "If that is the case, listen closely. Should you attain the requisite strength in the future, you must assist me in rebuilding the divine temple." The middle-aged man regarded Ren Fan intently, sensing his steadfastness and recognizing his character at a glance. Otherwise, he would not have chosen Ren Fan. It was not the middle-aged man who made this choice, but rather the divine artifact, the Xiantian cauldron, which had been enshrined within the temple. Yet, even if the artifact selected Ren Fan, without his acknowledgement and strength, he would remain forever unable to unlock the mysteries of the postnatal martial body. A flicker of confusion crossed Ren Fan's eyes. He had never heard of the divine temple. Yet, he instinctively understood that it was anything but ordinary. You need not concern yourself with the nature of the divine temple at this moment. Should fortune favor you and you reach that point, clarity will come in due time. Now, time is of the essence. Let us awaken this legendary martial body." The middle-aged man stifled Ren Fan's urge to inquire further and spoke with a measure of gravity. Raising his hand, a prismatic light emanated from his palm, ultimately transforming into a shimmering crystal orb that floated before him. He slowly raised his hand, and a resplendent, multicolored crystal sphere drifted gently towards Ren Fan, ultimately coming to rest upon him. Ren Fan gazed at the vibrant orb, his eyes filled with astonishment. Despite his meager strength, he could still sense the faint, terrifying aura it emanated. In an instant, the colorful crystal sphere began to merge with his body, and Ren Fan was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as though something were attempting to rend him apart. Every inch of his being aflame with agony, an inexhaustible surge of spiritual energy rushed into him, threatening to shatter his very form. The sound of cracking like popping beans echoed within him as all of his meridians ruptured simultaneously, the terrifying energy flooding his body in an instant. After an indeterminate period, when Ren Fan felt he could endure no longer, a lightness enveloped him, a warm current coursing through, beginning to reshape his internal pathways. That it was as if some shackles had been released, leaving him utterly unburdened, even more pleasant than consuming elixirs or divine medicines. Though the memory of his previous torment still haunted him, "I have done all I can to assist you. From here on, your progress will depend solely on your own fortune," spoke the middle-aged man, his figure becoming increasingly ethereal. After a brief silence, he continued, "Remember your promise to me. I no longer have the time to elaborate. When you awaken next, I shall explain everything." That as soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his form began to dissipate like smoke. Startled, Ren Fan opened his mouth to inquire further, but as he did, a thread of rainbow light emanated from his brow, enveloping his entire being like gossamer, before surging inward. This spectacle did not last long. Once the final strand of rainbow light had entered him, the surroundings returned to their normal state. Ren Fan? Boss, I have found Ren Fan. Gradually awakening from his stupor, Ren Fan opened his eyes to see a man dressed in servant attire standing before him. Who are you? Ren Fan inquired, rising quickly, only to see the servant smirk and point behind him. Ren Fan, it's been 4 days. I thought I would die missing you. Ren Zhe appeared, accompanied by 4 other servants. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan frowned and retorted, Ren Zhe, just tell me directly. What brings you here? What do you think? Before Ren Fan could react, Ren Zhe rolled up his sleeves, declaring, for a waste like you, I can't even be bothered to use my spiritual energy. With a mutter, he charged directly at Ren Fan. Startled, Ren Fan dodged swiftly, leaving Ren Zhe to lunge at empty air. Turning back, he glanced curiously at Ren Fan. Wondering when he had become so agile, Ren Fan was also filled with curiosity. Could it be the pill from earlier? In an apparent attempt to mask his earlier embarrassment of having struck out, Ren Zhe softly cleared his throat and declared, for a waste like you, this young master should not be the one to take action. You, and you. Come at me. The servants, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, felt a surge of joy at their master's command. This was indeed an opportunity for them to rise against their superior. With that thought, they eagerly approached Ren Fan, their fists primed for action. Ren Fan, sensing the imminent threat, took a cautious step back and assessed the situation. He noted that these 3 servants were all 5th-tier martial artists, perfect for him to practice against. With a cold smirk, he released his own colorless spiritual energy, while the 3 servants unleashed a gray aura of the same hue. Upon witnessing this, the servants scoffed, indeed a waste, not even possessing colored spiritual energy. Ren Zhe, overhearing their taunts, could not suppress the smirk that crept onto his lips, while Ren Fan clenched his fists, feeling the power coursing through his body. Prepare yourselves. Suddenly, 2 of the servants lunged forward in unison. Ren Fan furrowed his brow, and just as they were about to close the distance, he raised his hand to intercept their strikes. In an instant, the sound of cracking bones echoed in Ren Fan's ears. The 2 servants' hands began to seep blood, their joints revealing glimpses of white bone beneath the skin. With a shriek, they collapsed to the ground. The remaining servant, witnessing this, trembled uncontrollably, stammering to himself, isn't he supposed to be a waste? How is this possible? Ren Fan exhaled a cloud of white vapor, feeling a tremendous shift within his internal energy. Ren Zhe raised an eyebrow, glancing at the now paralyzed servant, and exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't he supposed to be below even a 4th-tier martial artist? How? Ren Fan surveyed the motionless figure on the ground, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. Suddenly, Ren Zhe dashed towards him with a speed imperceptible to the untrained eye, delivering a punch to Ren Fan's abdomen that sent shockwaves through his insides. Pooh! Ren Fan retched, his body being propelled like a kite severed from its string, finally coming to a halt at the edge of a precipice. With a cold laugh, Ren Zhe taunted, though I do not know how this waste has managed to become a 4th-tier martial artist. Do you think defeating a couple of servants makes you impressive? Do not forget, it is I who will humiliate you today. With that, he burst into laughter and sauntered towards the prostrate Ren Fan, declaring, today marks your demise. Ren Fan felt a stab of pain in his heart upon hearing those words. No, that I still have promises yet to fulfill. No struggling to rise. He found his efforts futile. Ren Zhe erupted into a fit of laughter once more, lifting his foot with a sinister grin, declaring, truly, you are oblivious to your own worth. Just as he was about to kick Ren Fan off the cliff, a voice suddenly rang out. Ren Fan? Fanner, it was that it was father. In an instant, hope flooded Ren Fan's entire mind, and his already moist eyes welled up with tears. Furthermore, that hope, tch, it seems that today, this useless fool cannot be dealt with. Let's go. Ren Zhe slowly retracted his legs, instructing another servant to hoist the 2 subservient individuals simultaneously and depart swiftly. Ren Fan raised his gaze, and through a haze, he discerned 2 figures that as they approached, he finally felt at ease enough to close his eyes. Xiao Fan, you are awake. Would you like to have something to eat? As Ren Fan opened his eyes, a concerned voice reached his ears. It was his mother. Mother, I am fine. Fine? Thankfully, your father and Xiao Yu went to look for you yesterday, and found you gravely injured and unconscious. Tell your mother. What happened at that time? Sun Yuxia gently reached out to touch Ren Fan's forehead. Ren Fan paused momentarily, painfully shutting his eyes as he recalled the scene. Xiao Fan, are you all right? Seeing her son's pained expression filled her with worry. Mother, I truly am fine. By the way, I must tell you, I have become a fourth-tier martial artist. As Ren Fan spoke, not a trace of joy adorned his face, for he still lacked a crucial element. Sun Yuxia was momentarily taken aback. She was well aware that her younger son's cultivation had stagnated for 3 years. How could he suddenly become a fourth-tier martial artist? Indeed, it is the cultivation of a fourth-tier martial artist. Could your internal injuries have resulted from training? Sun Yuxia inquired, perplexed. Mother, please, do not ask too much. I am hungry. Ren Fan averted his gaze, speaking evasively. I will go prepare a meal for you. Once your father returns, we shall celebrate properly. Noticing Ren Fan's reluctance to speak, Sun Yuxia did not press further and turned to the kitchen. Alone in the room, Ren Fan felt the changes within his body. Yet when he recalled the scene of being beaten to a pulp by Ren Zhe today, resentment surged within him. After a moment, he sensed a terrifying power hidden within him, causing a slight sense of trepidation. However, upon searching for it, he found no trace, and that feeling gradually faded away. Moreover, during his cultivation, he felt not a hint of pain. No one knew the excruciating torment Ren Fan had endured over the past 5 years. Each time he cultivated, the bits of spiritual energy he absorbed ravaged his body like blades. Chapter 3. The Library. Chapter 4. Bone Dragon Mountain. In the library, Ren Fan slowly turned the pages of the ancient texts in his hands. He flipped through more than 10 pages without encountering any descriptions regarding the acquired martial body. Instead, the description on the first page regarding the innate martial body was overwhelmingly powerful and astonishing. Hope blossomed even more fervently in Ren Fan's heart, since the innate martial body was so formidable. The acquired martial body must surely possess its own merits. He continued to flip through the pages until he reached the last one, where he finally found a brief introduction to the acquired martial body. Consisting of only a few sentences, the acquired martial body requires immense strength to awaken, and there are no bottlenecks prior to the martial sovereign level, allowing the absorption of any force to break through to martial sovereign is 100-fold more arduous than for an ordinary martial sect practitioner, necessitating several times the strength of a typical martial artist. As one's power grows stronger, the required spiritual energy also doubles, allowing one to stand above others of the same tier. These few brief sentences left Ren Fan momentarily stunned. Although they deviated significantly from his expectations, he was fortunate that they at least offered a solution to his current predicament. The mention of no bottleneck prior to attaining martial venerable ignited a glimmer of hope within him. As long as he had sufficient spiritual energy to support him, becoming a 7th-tier martial artist within 3 months was not an impossible endeavor. As for the book's assertion that breaking through to martial venerable was exponentially more challenging than ascending to martial sovereign, it was hardly a concern for Ren Fan at this moment. This world comprised 3 landmasses, with the continent where Ren Fan resided known as Xuanqiong Continent. The martial artists on Xuanqiong Continent were rigorously classified into 11 realms, each further divided into 9 tiers. The 11 realms were martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial venerable, martial saint, and martial god. Currently, Ren Fan was merely a lowly martial artist, not even worthy of being called a true martial artist, let alone the elusive martial venerable he had never even heard of. Setting aside the book, he exited the library and strolled towards the courtyard. Dressed in flowing white garments, with skin as fair as jade and lips like crimson petals, she exuded an ethereal beauty, albeit with a youthful innocence that hinted at her future allure. Xinhua, what brings you here? Ren Fan initially hesitated, but upon realizing who it was, he inquired. Brother Xiao Fan. The girl's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt upon seeing Ren Fan. Xinhua, I understand why you are here. Rest assured, I do not hold your sister accountable, Ren Fan remarked, instantly grasping the situation. It seemed that this little girl had come to apologize on behalf of her sister. Ren Fan silently shook his head, recognizing the naivety of the young girl. Not only was it uncertain whether she could adequately represent her sister, but even if she could, Lin Xinhua would likely not consent. Lin Xinhua felt a wave of relief, reassured that his words were sincere. However, recalling her sister's stubborn demeanor, she felt perplexed. Was strength truly of such paramount importance? Had it not been for Brother Xiao Fan's intervention, both she and her sister might have already perished at the jaws of a beast. Brother Xiao Fan, if my sister is unwilling to marry you, then I shall marry you instead. As Ren Fan's confident smile graced his lips, a blush crept onto Lin Xinhua's delicate cheeks. Summoning her courage, she lowered her gaze and spoke softly. Ren Fan was taken aback, never anticipating such boldness from the young girl. Watching her fidget in embarrassment, he found himself both amused and bewildered. Although Lin Xinhua was indeed a budding beauty, she was merely 15 years old. As Lin Xinhua's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe cherry. She scolded herself for being foolish and fled, covering her face in mortification. That it was not until she had run far away that Ren Fan regained his composure, chuckling softly as he shook his head. This little girl certainly did not take her words to heart. What mattered most now was his urgent need to become a 7th-tier martial artist within 3 months. With determination, he clenched his fists, realizing that this time, he could neither afford to lose nor fail to swiftly elevate one's cultivation. The most effective method is undoubtedly the use of elixirs. However, the resources within the family are inherently limited. Even though his father had managed to secure 2 portions for him, the prospect of becoming a 7th-tier warrior within 3 months remained an unattainable ambition. Of course, if Ren Fan were to confide in his father, the formidable prowess of Ren Zhe would surely enable such a feat. Yet, Ren Fan was acutely aware of the countless sacrifices his father had made for him over the years, and he harbored no desire to burden him further. With a slight furrow of his brow, Ren Fan suddenly recalled the distant Bone Dragon Mountain, teeming with countless magical beasts and a wealth of rare treasures. Should fortune smile upon him, and he managed to procure a 3rd-tier herb, he could exchange it for an elixir that would undeniably facilitate his ascension to a 7th-tier warrior within 3 months. While the notion was appealing, he regrettably overlooked the inherent dangers of Bone Dragon Mountain. Even his father, a 9th-tier martial artist, faced a meager 30% chance of returning alive from its depths. Having formulated a plan, Ren Fan was not one to procrastinate. He began gathering essential supplies, acutely aware that time was of the essence. Should his parents discover his intentions, they would undoubtedly attempt to dissuade him. In truth, his requirements were minimal, merely 2 sets of clothing, some healing potions, provisions, and an ordinary iron sword. With a burden slung over his back and a letter left behind, Ren Fan slipped out of the back door of the Ren residence. In his note, he assured his parents that he would be departing for a time, but would return before the family assessment. Whether this tale held any truth was unclear to Ren Fan. What was certain, however, was the recognized peril of Bone Dragon Mountain. In the span of half a day, Ren Fan arrived at the foot of the mountain. He gazed upward at the undulating peaks, their heights and depths rendering it impossible to discern the interior. The occasional roars emanating from within sent shivers down his spine. The entire range was shrouded in darkness, with chilling winds wafting out, carrying a faintly metallic scent. Occasionally, individuals emerged from the depths. Their powers were modest, primarily 7th and 8th-tier warriors, their tattered garments stained with drying blood. Some bore grotesque wounds on their arms, flesh mangled and ghastly, instilling a sense of dread. Tightly gripping his iron sword, a flicker of hesitation crossed Ren Fan's features. Although he had arrived with unwavering resolve, the sheer terror of Bone Dragon Mountain was palpable. Yet, in an instant, his demeanor hardened once more. If he could not muster the courage to venture into this modest mountain, what hope was there for his future, for his ambitions of becoming a true warrior? Taking a deep breath, Ren Fan stepped into the shadowy embrace of the mountain, his silhouette gradually vanishing amidst the thicket. Unbeknownst to him, a dark figure emerged from the underbrush, watching Ren Fan's retreating form with a glimmer of greed and excitement before swiftly following in his wake. As Ren Fan ventured deeper into Bone Dragon Mountain, he felt a momentary pause as a terrifying pressure descended upon him from above, causing his legs to weaken, nearly bringing him to his knees. Fortunately, his resolve held firm, and after a fleeting moment of disorientation, he quickly regained his footing, his demeanor growing increasingly cautious. Ren Fan had initially possessed scant knowledge of Bone Dragon Mountain, relying solely on his indomitable courage to arrive at this juncture. Under the oppressive atmosphere, he now comprehended the extent of his naivety. A tinge of bitterness reflected in his expression. Steeling himself, Ren Fan surveyed his surroundings, the remnants of his earlier disquiet still lingering at the corners of his mouth. As Ren Fan meticulously examined his environment, he sensed the extraordinary vitality within this realm, a wave of euphoria washing over him. The spiritual energy here was several times more potent than that of Yunyue City. However, despite the richness of this energy, it was also wildly chaotic, posing a significant challenge even for a martial master seeking to absorb it. Nevertheless, Ren Fan remained undaunted. His acquired martial physique enabled him to absorb any force. Rendering such obstacles trivial for him, as tendrils of spiritual energy flowed into his body. A sudden surge of pain coursed through him, causing Ren Fan's expression to shift slightly. Halting the absorption, he pondered the source of the discomfort. Once the energy had been fully absorbed, the pain dissipated, and he sensed himself inching closer to becoming a fifth-tier martial artist. A myriad of questions swirled in his mind, perplexed by the recent events. Perhaps he needed to experiment further. As Ren Fan prepared to absorb more spiritual energy in search of answers, he suddenly detected a whisper of wind behind him. His expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively veered left, lunging forward. Despite his swift reaction, a jarring pain shot through his right shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan as he was sent crashing into the distance, his steel sword clattering to the ground, his demeanor now one of despondency. His face pale as a ghost, slowly rising to his feet, Ren Fan felt a tearing pain radiating from his right shoulder, and he finally caught sight of his assailant, a young man in his 20s. Possessing the cultivation of a ninth-tier martial artist, now loomed over him, his eyes glinting with unabashed greed. The young man, named Ren Yi, was a sycophant under Ren Zhe and a distant relative of the Ren family. Known for his laziness and gluttony, he survived by extorting the weak, managing to stave off hunger. However, he harbored aspirations of wealth and status. Thus, he had come with the intention of eliminating Ren Fan. Believing that such an act would earn him favor and open the floodgates to greater opportunities. This scheme had been long in the making. Today, he fortuitously spotted Ren Fan exiting the back door of the Ren estate. Carrying a bag, intrigued, he followed him until he witnessed Ren Fan enter Bone Dragon Mountain, at which point he resolved to strike. This was an ideal locale for murder and concealment, certain that no one would ever discover the crime. Originally aiming for a swift kill, he was taken aback when this supposed waste of space detected him, resulting in the loss of an arm instead. However, Ren Yi was not perturbed, choosing not to pursue further. This notorious waste of space in Yunyue City was now severely injured. Surely he could not escape his grasp. Chapter 5. Counterattack. Ren Fan narrowed his eyes, acutely aware that he was now in genuine peril. Perhaps the man's intent was merely to rob him. Yet from the earlier ambush, it was evident he had no intention of sparing Ren Fan's life. Gazing at the person before him, Ren Fan felt an oppressive gloom envelop his heart. What was he to do? The disparity in strength between the two was already vast, and now, with his right arm injured from a blow, even the slightest movement was a challenge. Ren Yi, it is you. How dare you slay a brother of the same clan? Are you not afraid of retribution from the family? Ren Fan forced himself to regain his composure, looking coldly at the individual before him. Astonished that the one who had ambushed him was a fellow clansman. Indeed, it is I. But you must understand, it is I who shall end your life. Besides, you are merely a worthless waste. Perhaps the family should even express gratitude for my actions. Ren Yi replied with a sinister grin, his eyes betraying a flicker of excitement. I can offer you everything I possess if you spare me. I can also bring you far greater wealth. You should know that my father always fulfills my requests. Additionally, I will not breathe a word of your actions today to anyone. Ren Fan's expression remained unchanged as he regarded Ren Yi with calmness. And is it Ren Zhe who sent you? Heh, do you take me for a fool? As for who sent me, that is of no concern to you, for in the next moment, you shall be dead. Although Ren Yi was merely a sycophant under Ren Zhe's command, he was not foolish enough to gamble with his own life. Observing the flicker in Ren Yi's eyes, Ren Fan's own gaze brightened momentarily. With his left hand, he abruptly tore the bundle from his shoulder and hurled it forcefully into the distance. Then, seizing the finely forged iron sword in his grasp, he rolled his body and sprinted deeper into the Bone Dragon Mountain with remarkable speed. Was it not also driven by a desire for wealth? Seeking death? You worthless fool, Ren Yi exclaimed, realizing in an instant what Ren Fan was doing. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted towards the thrown bundle. The reason for his choice to retrieve the cloth package first, rather than pursue Ren Fan, was akin to Ren Fan's own reasoning. Unfortunately, Ren Yi underestimated Ren Fan. At that moment, Ren Fan had already attained the 4th level of martial prowess, rivaling even an average 5th-level warrior. Moreover, Ren Fan's inherent strength had not been significantly diminished by the oppressive aura of Bone Dragon Mountain, allowing him to move swiftly in the blink of an eye. He had become nothing but a silhouette. After picking up the bundle, Ren glanced at Ren Fan's retreating figure, his expression shifting slightly as he exerted every ounce of strength to chase after him. Though affected by the oppressive energy of Bone Dragon Mountain, he could only exhibit the prowess of a 7th-level warrior. He still believed that Ren Fan would not escape his grasp, as anticipated. The distance between them began to close, and a vicious smile crept across Ren Yi's face. This worthless fool still dared to flee. Ren Fan, too, felt the gap narrowing, his expression shifting as an excruciating pain shot through his right arm, sharpening his senses and heightening his calmness. The agony endured during 5 years of cultivation had fortified his spirit. Maintaining his speed, Ren Fan scanned his surroundings, a decision forming in his mind. If escape was futile, I wonder how far you think you can run, ha. Rennie shouted from behind, his expression twisted with malice. He had completely forgotten that he had once sought wealth. At this moment, all he desired was to slay Ren Fan. Believing that such a deed would earn him merit, perhaps, in due course, not only would his status be elevated, but he could also seize a greater share of spoils for himself. What a delightful prospect. Ren Fan appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed upon a massive boulder not far ahead, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished behind the stone. Ren Yi's expression shifted slightly as he beheld the obstruction that hindered his line of sight, silently cursing his luck. Instantly, he accelerated to his utmost speed. He did not believe that Ren Fan could escape far. However, given the treacherous terrain of Bone Dragon Mountain, should Ren Fan conceal himself, locating him would demand considerable time and effort. It was then that he recalled the perilous nature of Bone Dragon Mountain. Every second spent lingering increased the risk, and he could not help but break into a cold sweat. Hiding behind the boulder, Ren Fan's rapid breaths gradually steadied, and he melded into the stone like a wooden sculpture, his left hand tightly gripping the iron sword. His expression grave as the footsteps drew nearer. Ren Fan slowly closed his eyes, and the entire Bone Dragon Mountain seemed to fall silent in that fleeting moment, leaving only the sound of Ren Yi's footsteps and his own breathing. Suddenly, Ren Fan opened his eyes, cold light flashing as he thrust the iron sword forward, a silvery gleam slicing through the air. A muffled groan escaped as a shadowy figure lunged from the side of the boulder, followed by a spray of blood, before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Lifeless, I cannot believe I have perished at the hands of this worthless wretch. The final thought flickered through Ren Yi's mind. He could never have anticipated that this seemingly insignificant individual would possess such audacity, lying in wait to ambush him with a lethal strike. And no matter how much resentment brewed within him, he was now merely a corpse. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would undoubtedly ensure that this worthless fool was the first to meet his end. Gazing at Ren Yi's fallen form, the bloodstained tip of the sword protruding from his back, a sense of relief washed over. Here lies Bone Dragon Mountain, a perilous realm indeed. Having just entered, Ren Fan has already encountered such a formidable individual, and he must remain here for an extended period. Who can predict what may transpire? His gaze swept across the surroundings. This was merely the periphery of Bone Dragon Mountain. He contemplated first seeking a concealed refuge to tend to his arm's injury before embarking on a quest for rare treasures. Ren Fan possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that venturing deep into the mountain with his current abilities would likely spell his doom. With purposeful strides, he darted to one side and, in a brief moment, discovered a cave. This cavern was not particularly concealed, as its entrance barely allowed passage for a single person. Rather than investigate immediately, he chose to hide in a nearby sheltered spot, engaging in dual pursuits, practicing his cultivation while keeping a vigilant watch on the cave entrance. It is crucial to remember that this place is a haven for magical beasts. One must be cautious not to recklessly intrude upon the lair of some colossal creature, lest he become its next meal. 2 hours slipped by, and darkness enveloped the land. Awakened from his meditative state, Ren Fan noted the silence within the cave. Gradually rising to his feet, he gripped his iron sword tightly and cautiously approached the cave's mouth. Upon reaching the entrance, he listened intently. After a brief moment, he sensed no stirring within. With careful steps, he ventured inside, one foot after the other. Within, he found nothing but dryness and decay. save for a few rotting bones. The cave was devoid of anything noteworthy. Sighing in relief, he retrieved some provisions from his backpack and nibbled on them before resuming his cultivation, unwilling to squander a moment. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. And as Ren Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, a sudden flush crept across his cheeks that in an instant, an elusive wave of energy emanated from him, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared. The color in his cheeks faded, returning to normal as he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flickering at the corners. He had ascended to a 5th-tier warrior. Indeed, he had just achieved this milestone. Furthermore, the injury on his right arm had nearly healed. Ren Fan had not anticipated such rapid progress at this moment. He felt that if he continued to cultivate here without any external assistance, he could attain the rank of 7th-tier warrior before the family assessment. Rising to his feet, he stretched his body, which crackled with the sound of joints. He raised his fist and struck the stone wall of the cave. With a resounding thud, Ren Fan slightly grimaced as he withdrew his arm, leaving a half-inch deep imprint in the stone. At that moment, he was confident that he could easily triumph over a 6th-tier warrior. There was no discomfort within him. Pondering this, he wondered if the spiritual energy here had lost its efficacy for him. Ren Fan's expression darkened. If that were the case, achieving the rank of 7th-tier warrior before the family assessment would prove quite challenging. With a soft sigh, Ren Fan resolved to seek out some rare materials in the outside world. Having made up his mind, he closed his eyes again, restoring his body to its optimal state. Gradually rising, he slung his backpack over his shoulder, grasped his longsword, and stepped out of the cave. Chapter 6. The 7th-level warrior Ren Fan journeyed onwards, and after the passage of half a day, he encountered nothing of note. Not a single rare treasure or even a common herb graced his path. However, he did come across numerous warriors, their abilities modest at best, ranging from the 7th to the 9th level. Ren Fan, though visible to others, was met with disdainful gazes. A mere 5th-level warrior daring to tread here was akin to courting death that a few well-meaning individuals urged him to turn back. While Ren Fan listened with an open heart, he did not retreat. Instead, he gleaned from their words that they seemed hesitant to absorb the spiritual energy of this place, and as one ventured deeper, the energy grew increasingly volatile and nearly impossible to assimilate. After half a day's exploration, Ren Fan understood that only the occasional low-level magical beast appeared in this vicinity, along with some ordinary spiritual herbs. To discover true treasures, he would need to delve deeper. The interior, albeit promising, was also teeming with magical beasts ranging from 1st to 3rd levels, and occasionally, one might even encounter a 4th-level beast. The strength of these creatures corresponded to human cultivation levels, making a 4th-level magical beast comparable to a grand martial master. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Fan's expression turned resolute. Having entered this domain, retreat was not an option. He pressed forward into the depths. While those outside observed his retreating figure with a mix of expressions, their gazes akin to those witnessing a doomed soul, no one attempted to dissuade him. A mere 5th-level warrior daring to venture further was nothing short of suicidal. "Hey, Zhigu, isn't that the waste, Ren Fan?" one person exclaimed, catching sight of Ren Fan's silhouette from afar, his expression one of astonishment. "Impossible," replied another, equally shocked. Following his companion's gaze, he could only discern a vague outline that bore a resemblance to that useless individual. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. With Ren Fan's meager strength, he was merely courting death here. Even he, as a warrior, had to tread carefully alongside his companions, not daring to venture too deeply. "Perhaps you are mistaken. That waste strength isn't sufficient for this place. He'd likely end up as a beast's meal," scoffed Ren Zhe. His eyes filled with disdain. That it had been days since he last encountered that useless individual. Could it truly be him? Shaking his head, he cast aside the thought, deeming it impossible. Enough dwelling on that waste. Let us not forget our purpose here. Follow me closely, and do not wander off, Ren Zhe instructed the group. His countenance grave. Their mission was to procure a fire fruit, guarded by a 2nd-level magical beast, information they had received from another warrior. Ren Zhe cultivated fire-based techniques. Acquiring this fruit would significantly bolster his strength through alchemical refinement. Meanwhile, Ren Fan cautiously made his way deeper into Bone Dragon Mountain. Sensing the increasingly volatile spiritual energy in the sky, that a glimmer of excitement filled his eyes. If he could find a suitable place to cultivate within, he believed that reaching the 7th level before the family assessment would pose no challenge. Having ventured deep for a substantial half-hour, Ren Fan found himself perplexed by the absence of any magical beasts. Was it not said that this place teemed with them? Instead, he had only gathered a few ordinary spiritual herbs. After an hour, Ren Fan abruptly halted, absorbing the violent spiritual energy that pervaded the atmosphere. A sharp pain surged within him, yet a flicker of joy appeared on his face. The concentration of spiritual energy here was sufficient to meet his needs. He feared that venturing further might overwhelm his ability to refine it. As he scanned his surroundings, he noted the lack of any suitable refuge. Maintaining his composure, he moved sideways and soon encountered another cave. Gazing at the chaos surrounding the cave's entrance, Ren Fan's expression shifted slightly. This area must be inhabited by magical beasts. Otherwise, the disarray of the flora outside would not be so pronounced, indicating frequent exits of these creatures. Cautiously, Ren Fan withdrew, acutely aware of his own limitations. Encountering any magical beast would likely spell disaster. Killing one was out of the question, let alone escaping. After a lengthy deliberation, Ren Fan returned, realizing that aside from this cave, there were no other entrances to be found in the vicinity. After observing the area for much of the day without sighting any beasts, nor hearing the slightest sound from within, a sense of inner turmoil emerged. Should he risk entering to ascertain the presence of magical beasts? Ultimately, after considerable contemplation, Ren Fan resolved to take the plunge, clutching a fist-sized stone in hand and hurling it into the cave. With a resounding thud, he swiftly concealed himself, exposing only half of his head to scrutinize the cave's mouth. Yet no sound emanated from inside. After a brief wait, Ren Fan relaxed. There were no beasts within. However, a new dilemma arose in his mind. If he were to enter for cultivation and the beasts returned, would he not become easy prey? Conversely, if he refrained from entering the cave, the constant comings and goings of beasts would prevent him from cultivating in peace. After much contemplation, Ren Fan ultimately decided to proceed into the cave. Blocking the entrance while leaving a narrow gap of half an inch to observe the outside world from the concealment of the grass. Settling into his cultivation, Ren Fan's face turned ashen after only a brief period. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as the veins in his arms bulged, a clear indication of the immense agony he was enduring. He had not anticipated the spiritual energy here to be several times denser than that of his previous cultivation site, resulting in an increasingly volatile nature. His current strength was inadequate to withstand such turbulent energy. Within him, it felt as though countless blades were mercilessly slicing away, each cut more brutal than the last, wreaking havoc inside him. Ceasing the absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy, he bore the excruciating pain, gradually beginning to refine the violent energy within. Ren Fan understood that he could not afford to relent. Should he allow the unruly energy to rampage unchecked within him, he would truly be doomed, with his meridians shattered and his very life at stake. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Ren Fan felt as though he could no longer endure. The tumultuous spiritual energy within him had only been refined to a mere 10 or 12%, while his meridians lay in utter disarray. A faint, bitter smile appeared on Ren Fan's pale cheeks. Having reached this juncture, he truly felt powerless at this moment. Not only was he incapable of further refining the unruly spiritual energy, but even the slightest movement of his fingers proved to be a monumental challenge. Fate, it seemed, had played a cruel trick on him. After enduring for so many years, he had finally glimpsed a sliver of opportunity, only to see it squandered by his own hands. Although his body earnestly conveyed the message that he could go no further, he remained undeterred, yet his efforts yielded no fruit that very instant. A wave of refreshing energy surged forth from within him, intertwining with the volatile spiritual energy, gradually restoring tranquility as it mended his meridians and physique. Ren Fan was taken aback, puzzled by the phenomenon that a hint of color returned to his pallid complexion as time passed. The once tumultuous spiritual energy within him was completely refined, as if the process had unfolded effortlessly, culminating in his breakthrough to the 6th tier of martial prowess. Slowly opening his eyes, a flicker of trepidation shone within them. Had it not been for that fleeting breath of coolness, he might have met his demise. Yet, he could no longer locate the source of that refreshing energy, leaving him bewildered, attributing it instead to the secrets of the postnatal martial body. Unbeknownst to Ren Fan, when that waft of cool energy emanated from within him, every beast on Bone Dragon Mountain shuddered in unison, paralyzed by an instinctive fear, as if standing before an emperor. Moreover, The oppressive aura of the entire Bone Dragon Mountain instantaneously intensified, doubling in strength. Though it soon reverted to its original state, feeling the immense power coursing through him, Ren Fan's eyes sparkled with elation. Despite having narrowly escaped death, he had ultimately triumphed, transforming misfortune into fortune by becoming a 6th-tier martial artist. He sensed that his physical form had grown exponentially stronger, and he felt a burgeoning confidence that he could contend against even an 8th-tier martial artist. Regaining his composure, Ren Fan resumed his cultivation. Days passed, and his strength gradually advanced. Eventually, he found himself emanating an uncontrollable force. Moments later, he opened his eyes, brimming with uncontainable joy. He had finally ascended to the 7th tier of martial prowess. Overwhelmed by the sheer might of his physique, Ren Fan could not restrain himself from letting out a thunderous roar to express his exhilaration. As the echoes faded, he suddenly realized that he was in Bone Dragon Mountain, a realm teeming with beasts. Would his roar attract their attention? Contemplating this, Ren Fan began preparing to depart. He had fully adapted to the spiritual energy here, which no longer served as a significant aid to his cultivation. He needed to venture deeper into Bone Dragon Mountain for further progress. With approximately 2 months remaining until the family assessment, Ren Fan pondered whether to return or delve deeper into the mountain. One of the individuals beside the man reacted, hesitantly speaking up. That useless person, how could it be? Judging by that voice, they must possess at least the strength of an 8th or 9th tier warrior. Another person scoffed dismissively that good-for-nothing Ren Fan could barely reach the 4th tier warrior level at best, and how could he possibly be within the depths of Bone Dragon Mountain, if it is indeed that worthless individual? We shall soon ascertain the truth. The first speaker furrowed his brow slightly. Although the voice did resemble that of the inept one, he found it hard to believe that this so-called useless person could be present here, let alone possess the strength of an 8th or 9th tier warrior. How could that be possible? Yet, an instinct whispered to him that it was quite likely that it was indeed that worthless individual. Suddenly, he recalled the figure he had glimpsed upon entering, one that bore a striking resemblance to that of the good-for-nothing. What a curious series of coincidences. Chapter 7. Fire Flame Fruit. Happy New Year. Let it not be you. Otherwise, you shall remain here. Ren Zhe pondered grimly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, accompanied by a glimmer of cold light. To speak of Ren Zhe's mood, it was far from pleasant. They had all ventured forth in pursuit of a single fire flame fruit, only to find, upon arrival, that it had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a withered trunk. Unable to locate the fire flame fruit, they decided to linger, hoping to gather some other treasures. However, days passed without any yield, and not a single beast had they encountered that a group of individuals dashed toward the source of the sound with remarkable speed, among whom Ren Zhe stood as the most formidable, a 4th-tier warrior, while the other 4 possessed the strength of 1st and 2nd-tier warriors. Ren Fan stepped out of the cave, a resolution forming in his heart. Since he had come this far, why not venture deeper? Even if time for cultivation was limited, seeking out some rare materials would be worthwhile. He proceeded further into the depths of Bone Dragon Mountain at a measured pace. Cautious despite the absence of any beasts during his stay, fire flame fruit. Not long after, a flash of fiery color caught his eye, and a glimmer of joy illuminated Ren Fan's face. Though the fire flame fruit was not an exceptionally valuable herb, it held immense significance for fire attribute warriors. Before him, nestled among the grass, stood a diminutive tree about a foot tall. The surrounding underbrush was withered and yellowed, its branches and leaves appearing similarly desolate. Save for a vibrant red tip that resembled flames, translucent and exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. Logically, one would expect a beast to guard the fire flame fruit. Yet Ren Fan surveyed his surroundings and found nothing. Even if he had no use for it himself, selling it would yield a considerable sum, allowing him to exchange it for some cultivation elixirs. Stop! As Ren Fan reached out for the fire flame fruit, a furious roar erupted behind him, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Glancing back, Ren Fan's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the fire flame fruit and dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. Little did he expect to encounter Ren Zhe and his group in this place. He was acutely aware that if Ren Zhe discovered he had ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier warrior, he would surely not let him off the hook as for confronting them directly. Ren Fan dared not entertain such thoughts, for the disparity in strength was far too great. Fighting back would merely be courting death, and he might not even manage to inflict a single wound upon them. Ren Fan moved with remarkable swiftness, Yet Ren Zhe and his companions were even swifter. The moment Ren Zhe caught sight of Ren Fan, he confirmed his identity. It was indeed that useless one that the revelation that Ren Fan had somehow become a seventh-tier warrior nearly caused his eyes to bulge in disbelief. How could this be possible? After a brief moment of shock, an uncontrollable killing intent surged within him. Should this waste return to the family, he would undoubtedly siphon off some of his training resources, especially at this critical juncture when his father was vying for the position of clan leader. The transformation of this waste would surely sway some elders to alter their allegiances. Initially, Ren Zhe had planned to eliminate Ren Fan quietly, but the presence of the fire fruit had disrupted his scheme. He had come here precisely for the fire fruit, and after the previous one was taken, he could not afford to lose this one as well. In a moment of agitation, the word "stop" right there slipped from his lips. However, Ren Zhe felt no concern. Even if that waste had become a seventh-tier warrior, he would still merely be a waste. How could he possibly escape from a few warriors under his command? His only fear was that the fire fruit would be destroyed by this useless one. Ren Fan's mood was equally dismal. He could hardly believe he had encountered Ren Zhe and his companions here. Truly, his luck had run out, that he could not fathom what misfortune had befallen him on this trip to Bone Dragon Mountain. From the moment he entered, he had nearly been killed, and after narrowly escaping, he had almost met his demise during his cultivation. Fortunately, his acquired martial body was replete with mysteries. Just as he emerged from his seclusion, he stumbled upon Ren Zhe and his group once more. Ren Fan was at a loss for words. Was the heavens truly intent on his demise? As the footsteps behind him drew ever closer, Ren Fan forced himself to remain calm, in the face of danger. One must cultivate composure. Only then could there be a glimmer of hope for survival. With each trickle of spiritual energy coursing through his body, waves of excruciating pain surged forth, gradually cooling his demeanor. This sensation rendered him acutely aware of everything within 100 meters around him. In such a state, Ren Fan's speed increased slightly, though not by much. It nonetheless afforded him a better chance of survival. Suddenly, he recalled that Ren Zhe was seemingly a fire element warrior. Sensing the intense heat emanating from the fire fruit in his hand, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. If that were the case, he had a potential leverage. Even so, the notion of using the fire fruit to barter for his life remained somewhat unrealistic. At best, it would only delay his inevitable end. Ren Zhe, if you pursue me further, even if he could momentarily halt Ren Zhe and his companions, it would still be a victory. Ren Zhe's expression shifted subtly, his figure momentarily pausing, mirrored by those around him, who turned in unison to await his directive. They were acutely aware that Ren Zhe had come in pursuit of the fire flame fruit, and they could only speculate whether he would place blame upon them if that incompetent were to destroy it. Incompetent fool, should you dare to ruin the fire flame fruit, I shall ensure you find no solace in life nor death, Ren Zhe remarked coldly, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Pursue him. I refuse to believe that fool would dare to destroy the fire flame fruit. Turning sharply, the chilling glint in Ren Zhe's eyes solidified into a palpable intent, his voice icy. He could not ascertain whether Ren Fan possessed the audacity to ruin the fruit, but he was resolute that Ren Fan must not return alive to Yunyue City. With that declaration, he surged forward once more, his aura intensifying, his speed surpassing that of before. Ren Fan, naturally, had overheard Ren Zhe's words. Although the brief pause had only delayed Ren Zhe and his companions momentarily, it was sufficient for him to grasp the significance of the fire flame fruit in Ren Zhe's eyes. As he sensed Ren Zhe's accelerating pursuit, his expression grew increasingly grave, contemplating how he might elude them. His sole advantage lay in his ability to absorb the spiritual energy of this realm. As he pondered these matters, Ren Fan remained oblivious to the fact that they were drawing near to the depths of Bone Dragon Mountain. Along the way, they had encountered no magical beasts, and were it not for the lingering ominous aura in the air, Ren Fan might have deemed this merely an ordinary peak. Suddenly, he halted, a flicker of joy illuminating his features as he beheld a dense fog not far ahead, obscuring the scene within. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the white mist. Hot on his heels, Ren Zhe and his group followed suit, and soon Ren Zhe's raucous laughter echoed from within the fog. There, amidst the haze, Ren Fan's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that this fog concealed the precipice. Standing at the edge, he turned to gaze into the unfathomable abyss below, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Incompetent fool, run as you might, I wonder how far you can escape. Ren Zhe laughed boisterously, initially concerned that the fool might slip away, only to find that the fool had unwittingly chosen a path to his own demise. Even fate seemed to favor him now. It appeared that this fool was destined to perish today, though you not desire the fire flame fruit. Upon hearing Ren Zhe's taunt, Ren Fan gradually regained his composure. Turning to face Ren Zhe, he tossed the fire flame fruit lightly in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if entirely oblivious to the perilous situation he found himself in. If you surrender the fire flame fruit to me, I shall allow you to remain intact, but should you dare to destroy it, you will learn the meaning of being unable to escape death. Ren Zhe replied with a sinister smile, his demeanor calm as he cast a fleeting glance at the fire flame fruit in Ren Fan's possession. Indeed, while the fire flame fruit was exceptionally rare, procuring one for himself was hardly a challenge for his father. This time, my journey outside was indeed motivated by the desire for the fire flame fruit. However, the paramount objective was to hone my skills and validate my capabilities in preparation for the clan competition that will take place in a little over 2 months. Ren Fan maintained an impassive demeanor, yet a subtle tension gripped his heart as he realized he had underestimated Ren Zhe. It appeared that Ren Zhe was not as easily manageable as he outwardly seemed. Contemplating this, he tightened his grip on the fire flame fruit, remaining silent while offering a faint smile as he extended his hand, gently exerting pressure. A wave of scorching heat instantaneously emanated from his palm. Seeking death, Ren Zhe's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by Ren Fan's unwavering resolve as he lunged towards him. If you take another step forward, I will immediately drop the fire flame fruit. The smile at the corners of Ren Fan's mouth deepened, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery. Did you not claim to be indifferent? If that is the case, I shall destroy this fire flame fruit right before your eyes. Ren Zhe's advance halted abruptly, his gaze fixated on Ren Fan's left hand, his expression dark and indecisive. He was compelled to acknowledge that he had underestimated this so-called waste. Though lacking in strength, his intellect was anything but simple. The more Ren Zhe perceived this waste as extraordinary, the more resolute he became in his determination to eliminate Ren Fan. However, he found solace in the fact that this waste was now firmly within his grasp. No matter how clever, he could not escape his clutches. Do not struggle. Even if you are now a 7th-tier warrior, you have no hope of escaping from our grasp. Surrender quietly, and perhaps I will leave you with a whole corpse. Ren Zhe sneered coldly, his face adorned with scorn. What you truly care about is the fire flame fruit in my possession. Do not deny it. I know you have yet to strike against me out of fear that I will destroy it. Here's the deal. If you and I engage in a fair fight, should I win, you will let me go. If I lose, not only will I hand over the fire flame fruit to you, but my life as well. What do you say? Give it some thought. I trust you do not truly care about someone as insignificant as me, especially since you are a warrior. Ren Fan smiled nonchalantly. This waste dared to propose a duel. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Ren Fan smiled faintly, a trace of ridicule playing on his lips. Haha. Let us see then. Show me what progress this waste has made to be so arrogant. Ren Zhe laughed heartily, his face a mask of derision. This waste was merely a 7th-tier warrior, audaciously attempting to challenge a 4th-tier warrior such as himself. Truly, he was oblivious to the meaning of peril. A wave of intense heat radiating from him, causing those nearby to instinctively step back, their eyes looking down upon Ren Fan, filled with disdain and mockery. Initially, he had been contemplating how to procure the fire flame fruit from this waste. Wait. The moment Ren Zhe's figure took a step forward, Ren Fan suddenly exclaimed, "Have you changed your mind?" Ren Zhe coldly retorted, his tone laced with a sinister edge. Of course not. I simply do not trust you. If I win, what if you refuse to let me go? A flicker of brilliance crossed Ren Fan's eyes as he smiled faintly, as if he possessed an unshakable confidence of victory. What do you propose we do? Ren Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, feeling irked by Ren Fan's tone, unable to fathom where this fool derived his confidence. After all, the disparity between a martial artist and a warrior was not trivial. How about this? You swear an oath, declaring that if you go back on your word, you will meet a grave fate, Ren Fan suggested. Very well. If I, Ren Zhe, go back on my word, I shall meet a grave fate, he replied, his anger turning to mockery, for this fool appeared to be courting death, truly believing he could be trifled with. That suffices. Come forth, you worthless wretch, Ren Fan sneered, his words dripping with derision. Seeking death. Ren Zhe's expression darkened, fury surging within him as he transformed into a shadow, lunging towards Ren Fan. Wait. Just as Ren Zhe had taken 2 steps forward, Ren Fan called out once more. What more do you desire? Stopping abruptly, Ren Zhe's face paled slightly as he glared at Ren Fan, his rage palpable, each word spat out through clenched teeth. His feet sank into the earth, having just exerted his full strength in that last strike. Retracting it suddenly inflicted considerable backlash upon himself. Though not grievous, it was certainly not insignificant. Nevertheless, he had his reasons for retracting that in his mind. It was simple, regardless of what this fool had to say. He could simply slap him down and be done with it. However, this fool had dared to block with the fire fruit, forcing him to withdraw that strike. That it's nothing. I just suddenly realized that the fire fruit is still in my grasp. If we were to inadvertently destroy it during our tussle, that would be quite the loss for me, considering you are utterly inept and hardly my match, Ren Fan said, shaking his head with feigned seriousness. The few individuals behind Ren Zhe exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. How had they not noticed before just how sharp this fool's tongue was? He dared to belittle others for their incompetence. Yet he was merely a martial artist, while Ren Fan was a fourth-tier warrior, and not long ago, Ren Zhe had only been a third-tier martial artist. Suddenly, one of them had a flash of insight. Could it be that this fool had encountered some fortuitous event? Otherwise, how could he have ascended to a seventh-tier warrior in just a few days, a leap of 4 tiers? If he could achieve such a feat, perhaps he too could become a master within a year. All right, we can begin now, Ren Fan announced, placing the fire fruit before his chest and clapping his hands together. Humph. The moment Ren Fan's words fell, Ren just snorted coldly, stepping forward towards Ren Fan, raising his hand to strike with a gust of wind. His speed so swift that it appeared merely as a fleeting apparition. He had only sustained a minor injury from the backlash. Even so, dealing with this fool would be a trivial matter. Ren Fan's expression shifted slightly. Ren Zhe was indeed formidable, and in a direct confrontation, he knew he would not stand a chance. His eyes narrowed as he stepped to the left, his movement measured and deliberate. Seemingly just right, his palms slightly raised, he awaited the moment when Ren Zhe's strike would descend, marking the time for his counterattack. Brother Zhe, hold on. At that instant, a hurried voice rang out, belonging to someone behind Ren Zhe. With his palm hitting nothing but air, Ren Zhe swept past Ren Fan, ready to continue his pursuit. But upon hearing the shout from behind, he paused and turned to face the speaker, a fierce glint erupting from his eyes like a drawn sword. It was evident that Ren Zhe had succumbed to a furious state, and the one who called out trembled involuntarily under the intensity of his gaze, realizing that without a reasonable explanation, Ren Zhe would not easily let him off the hook at a prime opportunity. Ren Fan's heart stirred. At the very moment Ren Zhe turned around, he unleashed a long-prepared punch aimed squarely at Ren Zhe's chest. This was never meant to be a fair contest. Ren Fan had every reason to believe that even if he triumphed over Ren Zhe, the latter would certainly not allow him to leave alive. All he could do was tear away a piece of flesh from them, making them understand that to claim his life, a steep price must be paid. Seeking death? Ren Zhe's reflexes were remarkably swift. The moment Ren Fan's fist was launched, he sensed the impending attack. With a cold snort, he disdainfully remarked, though Ren Fan's punch held a power slightly beyond his expectations, it remained insignificant in his eyes. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, he raised his hand to grasp Ren Fan's fist, the scorn in his eyes growing ever clearer. How dare this fool challenge him with such feeble power? Unaware of the consequences, Ren Fan's fist struck the palm of Ren Zhe. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. While the punch itself lacked formidable strength, it concealed the spiritual energy of Bone Dragon Mountain. This energy could be absorbed and refined by him. But that did not imply the same for Ren Zhe. It was an idea he had stumbled upon by chance, the efficacy of which remained uncertain. Of course, executing this was not as straightforward as imagined. Enduring the pain from the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians could distract others, yet for Ren Fan, pain only heightened his senses and cooled his thoughts. When their fists collided, a dull thud resonated, and an immense force emanated from Ren Zhe's palm. Ren Fan's complexion paled slightly, as his internal energy surged chaotically, causing him to uncontrollably stumble backward, leaving 5 half-inch deep footprints before managing to steady himself. Gazing at Ren Zhe, his expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, the disparity in power between warriors and martial artists was beyond comparison. His punch had only utilized 50% of his strength, and Ren Zhe's hasty reception of it likely drew out no more than 30% of his capability. Trash is still trash. With such meager strength, how dare you attempt to shake me? Ren Zhe sneered coldly, his demeanor growing ever more relaxed. Though he sensed something unusual about Ren Fan's spiritual energy, he still did not take it to heart, dismissing the faint energy as incapable of affecting him. Brother Zhe, this kid has advanced to the 4th tier in such a short time, becoming a 7th tier warrior. He must possess some secret if we could obtain it. The individual who had previously shouted approached Ren Zhe, leaning in to whisper, his eyes scanning Ren Fan with fervent intensity. Ren Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was remarkable that this waste could ascend to a 7th tier warrior in such a brief span of time. Perhaps he himself could become a martial master within a year at that moment. The two sisters, Lin Xinhua and Lin Xinhua, would surely fall into his grasp. As this thought crossed his mind, Ren Zhe couldn't help but lick his lips, his fervent gaze sweeping over Ren Fan, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Whether Ren Fan noticed Ren Zhe's intent gaze or not, producing a thunderous sound that sent dirt flying. Letting out a low growl, Ren Fan's figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, his veins bulging on the back of his hand, a faint luminescence shimmering upon it. Yet upon closer inspection, it revealed nothing. He swung his fist towards Ren Zhe with a moderate speed. The air erupted with a series of booming sounds. Even before the punch made contact, a fierce gust of wind surged toward Ren Zhe, but it did not cause even a flicker of change in his expression. That he slowly raised his hand, unperturbed, as if merely playing a game. Dismissing Ren Fan's assault entirely, Ren Zhe harbored his own intentions. Initially, he sought to take Ren Fan's life, but now he had altered his plan. That he intended to capture Ren Fan alive and extract the secrets hidden within him. He firmly believed that a secret capable of restoring a waste to a genius would undoubtedly propel his own strength to new heights. What he needed to do was instill hope in Ren Fan, and then exhaust his energy to the point where he could not even contemplate self-destruction. When Ren Fan's fist struck Ren Zhe's palm, it felt as if it had collided with an iron plate. Although powerful, it lacked true force, merely causing Ren Fan to stagger back slightly, while Ren Zhe wobbled under the impact. A flicker of confusion crossed Ren Fan's eyes as he recalled the whispered words exchanged between that man and Ren Zhe. Suddenly, as Ren Zhe's fervent gaze pierced through him, Ren Fan seemed to grasp something significant. A cold smirk gracing his lips. If you wish to feign weakness, then allow me to demonstrate just how multifaceted your folly is. Steadying himself, Ren Fan surged forward once more, his speed increasing, the aura within his fists growing more formidable. Ren Zhe merely defended himself, occasionally countering, and their exchange resonated loudly, appearing evenly matched. However, what Ren Fan failed to notice was that the 4 individuals who had initially stood behind Ren Zhe had now dispersed, encircling him instead. Chapter 9. Dragon Pearl, Seeking Collection. 2 figures moved with astonishing speed, their faces only vaguely discernible, as the sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed around them. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Ren Zhe found himself increasingly vexed by the fact that this waste seemed to grow more courageous with each strike, showing no signs of exhaustion. In contrast, he himself had already depleted a significant portion of his strength, accompanied by a prickling pain coursing through his veins. Logically, this waste, being merely a 7th tier warrior, should have been utterly fatigued by now, especially without any source of spiritual energy to replenish him here in Bone Dragon Mountain. Ren Zhe's countenance was shrouded in gloom, perplexed by an inexplicable sensation of sharp pain coursing through his meridians, rendering him unable to concentrate fully on contending with Ren Fan. Nearly half of his mental faculties were consumed in suppressing the turbulent spiritual energy within him. He could scarcely fathom the possibility that, should this continue, Ren Fan might indeed triumph over him, a notion Ren Zhe found utterly unacceptable. How could he possibly be bested by that good-for-nothing? With this thought in mind, Ren Zhe ceased to suppress the raging spiritual energy within his body, intent on first vanquishing Ren Fan before addressing the chaotic forces within it. He made no connection between this energy and Ren Fan, attributing it solely to an inadvertent intake of the spiritual essence from Bone Dragon Mountain, causing his aura to surge several-fold in an instant. Sensing the shift in Ren Zhe's energy, Ren Fan's expression grew gravely serious, every muscle in his body tensing in preparation for the impending onslaught, which he anticipated to be as fierce as a tempest. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Ren Zhe's strikes became ferociously sharp, the sound of wind rushing from his fists resounding ominously, powerful forces emanating from his body. Even before his fist could reach its target, the gust of wind had already begun to cause a dull ache in Ren Fan's arm. Ren Fan had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. He understood that if he could merely endure this onslaught, Ren Zhe's strength would undoubtedly wane, presenting him with a glimmer of hope. He retreated several paces, his figure resembling a fleeting shadow, as Ren Zhe's fist narrowly brushed past his arm. Avoiding Ren Zhe's blow, Ren Fan refrained from retaliating, aware that any attempt to counter would be tantamount to courting death. Ren Fan was acutely aware of his own capabilities and the stark disparity between a martial artist and a warrior. Having evaded this strike, he once again distanced himself from Ren Zhe. His eyes sparkled with determination as he focused intently on Ren Zhe, channeling all his strength into his legs. If his intuition served him right, Ren Zhe would become increasingly frenzied after missing this blow. Indeed, the reality was not far from his expectation. The punch, which had drawn upon 7/10 of Ren Zhe's strength, fell short, further igniting his fury and causing his aura to swell yet again. With a single stride, Ren Zhe closed the gap to Ren Fan in an instant, prompting a drastic change in Ren Fan's demeanor. Martial footwork. The words nearly escaped Ren Fan's lips that he could hardly believe that Ren Zhe, despite being merely at the warrior level, had mastered one of the most challenging techniques in martial arts, the footwork technique. Although it was far from complete mastery, it was not something he could easily evade. Nevertheless, Ren Fan comprehended that if he could evade this strike, it would present him with an opportunity to counterattack, likely exhausting the remnants of Ren Zhe's strength. The bitter smile crossed his face as he witnessed Ren Zhe's fist descending toward his chest. He wished to evade, yet his body was not quick enough to respond. Realizing that evasion was futile, Ren Fan resolved to confront it head-on, banishing his apprehensions in an instant, his expression resolute. He concentrated all his power into his right hand. No longer holding back, Ren Fan believed that while Ren Zhe's punch would surely inflict serious injury, it would not claim his life that as for his own counterstrike. Even without restraint, it would likely only wound Ren Zhe, not incapacitate him. In the fleeting moment, as Ren Zhe's fist was about to crash into Ren Fan's left chest, it suddenly seemed as if a thought struck him, causing his arm to hesitate ever so slightly. In merely the span of a moment, Ren Fan's figure had deviated slightly to the left. He was acutely aware that his gamble had paid off. Ren Zhe had paused for two reasons. First, he recalled that the dragon fruit was still nestled against his left chest, and second, he was momentarily unable to eliminate Ren Fan. The instant Ren Fan shifted his position, Ren Zhe unleashed a powerful punch. Although his face paled, it was too late for him to evade the attack. With a cold grunt, he gathered the remnants of his strength toward his left chest. Both combatants were propelled backward almost simultaneously. And while still airborne, they each expelled a stream of blood from their mouths. The four individuals who had encircled Ren Fan stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by this unexpected outcome. They were momentarily paralyzed, forgetting their mission. However, in the blink of an eye, they regained their composure. Two of them rushed towards Ren Zhe, while the other two advanced toward Ren Fan. Yet, they were a moment too late. While they were momentarily frozen in disbelief, Ren Fan had already landed on the ground, using the recoil to roll towards the edge of the cliff, perilously close to plummeting into the unfathomable abyss below. The two pursuers dared not make a move, halting their advance as they gazed at the proximity of Ren Fan, their expressions riddled with uncertainty. Unsure of how to proceed, that I must admit, I underestimated you. However, you have not triumphed. Hand over the dragon fruit, and I shall allow you to leave, Ren Zhe remarked, his attention drawn to the unfolding situation. That a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Despite the discomfort stirring within him, he had to acknowledge that Ren Fan was no longer the helpless fool he had once bullied at will. Yet, what did that matter? As long as he could extract what he desired from him, it would ultimately seal Ren Fan's fate. Ren Zhe dismissed the two individuals who attempted to assist him, pushing himself off the ground to stand slowly, his complexion ghostly pale, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Oh, you truly believe I would trust you? Ren Fan's face was ashen. Remaining seated on the ground, struggling to look at Ren Zhe in the distance, a derisive smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with disdain. He knew Ren Zhe's character all too well and would not be deceived by such trivial tricks. However, you may as well abandon your dreams. I would rather die than let you succeed. That a smirk formed at the corners of Ren Fan's mouth, clear and chilling, as he retrieved the fiery fruit from beneath his clothing and carelessly tossed it into his mouth. Then, he leaned back, plunging into the abyss below. Let us depart. Ren Zhe's expression darkened to an extreme as he ceased to reject the assistance of those around him, though he had not acquired what he desired. No matter the circumstances, this waste of space had been eliminated. He could not believe that the gravely injured Ren Fan could survive a fall into such a chasm, even if by some stroke of luck he escaped death. How could he possibly navigate out of the perilous Bone Dragon Mountain? Awareness of impending doom weighed heavily upon Ren Fan, yet he remained surprisingly composed. He felt his body plummeting, yearning to grasp the branches and tufts of grass clinging to the cliff. But he found himself devoid of strength, his arms barely able to stir. Suddenly, Ren Fan's descent faltered, a surge of pain pulling at his wounds as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A faint flush colored his pallid cheeks, and his eyes flickered open, shimmering with a glimmer of life. To his astonishment, a dramatic turn of events had unfolded. His garments had snagged on a tree. Sparing his life, the flicker of survival instinct surged within him, and he summoned an unknown strength to reach for the trees on the precipice. However, before he could grasp hold, a tearing sound echoed ominously. In an instant, his clothing was rent asunder, and he continued his rapid descent into the abyss below. Indeed, the extremes of elation and despair gripped Ren Fan once more, his arms falling helplessly at his sides. A bitter smile curling his lips as he beheld the impenetrable mist below. After a protracted silence, a thunderous impact resonated from the canyon's depths as Ren Fan struck a shallow puddle with great force, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. The puddle, merely a few meters wide and about half a meter deep, contained an unknown liquid that faintly emanated a golden glow. In that fleeting moment of descent, Ren Fan's flesh was torn, blood spraying forth, and then he was engulfed in darkness. Unbeknownst to him, his blood appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, coalescing into an ethereal blood shadow in midair, which bore no resemblance to Ren Fan, but instead took the form of an aged man with white hair. The old man's brow furrowed slightly, his spectral visage etched with conflict, as if he were grappling with a momentous decision. At that juncture, a surge of golden light erupted from the puddle, casting an even more ethereal glow upon the old man's figure. Captivated by this radiant illumination, the old man's gaze was drawn to the scene below. He beheld Ren Fan's wounds mending at an astonishing rate. Yet, it was not the healing wounds that captivated the old man's attention, but rather a resplendent orb emanating a rich golden light from Ren Fan's abdomen. Beneath this intense golden radiance, Ren Fan's flesh appeared almost translucent, revealing an intricate network of veins that formed an enigmatic pattern throughout his body. The old man scrutinized the intricate web of veins, his gaze momentarily suspended in awe before he regained his composure. "So, it is true," he murmured, shaking his head slightly, as if coming to a profound realization, redirecting his focus to the orb radiating golden light from Ren Fan's abdomen. But rather the resting place of a Dragon Ball. Yet, he pondered the mystery of how this Dragon Ball had come to be fused with Ren Fan. The beasts of this realm had been drawn here by the dragon's aura over millennia. And with Ren Fan in possession of the Dragon Ball, he would remain undetected by human eyes. However, the beasts, having been influenced by the dragon's energy over countless years, could sense the formidable presence emanating from Ren Fan and dared not encroach upon him. This was undoubtedly the location where the Dragon Ball had descended, and the old man reflected, "This lad is indeed fortunate." A faint smile played upon his ethereal features as he gazed down at Ren Fan, lying in the puddle. Alas, the temple was originally established by its master. Since you, my young friend, have been entrusted by the current temple lord to revive the temple, may the legacy of the master lend you its strength. The elder pondered for a moment, then let out a soft sigh, murmuring to himself, as his figure suddenly transformed into streams of crimson light, drifting towards Ren Fan. Chapter 10. A life of extraordinary fortunes, seeking collectibles. An immensely vast surge of spiritual energy enveloped Ren Fan, rapidly mending his injuries at a visibly astonishing pace. The swirling energy, seemingly enchanted, burrowed into him. The tingling sensation coursing through his body began to restore his consciousness, while the blinding light rendered him unable to open his eyes. "Young man, do not move recklessly. Endure this. You shall reap immeasurable benefits." The white-haired elder sensed his fluctuations and hastily cautioned. Ren Fan scanned his body and discovered that nearly all of his previous wounds had healed significantly. Moreover, a peculiar golden light was continuously enhancing the strength and flexibility of his bones through a process of refinement. He dared not stir, for such an opportunity of inheritance was not something one could encounter at will. Suddenly, he felt a throbbing pain in his dantian. Upon inspection, he found a grand cauldron had appeared, With ancient patterns and faintly pulsating waves of spiritual energy, this cauldron exuded an air of mystery. This was the ancient artifact, Xuantianding. Its primary function was alchemy, but when utilized for defense, it was also impervious to destruction. The white-haired elder explained beside him at some point. He sensed that the artifact felt like an extension of himself. He had already recognized it as his own. An artifact, does that not signify great power? Ren Fan was somewhat bewildered by the concept of an artifact, merely grasping that it sounded formidable. The elder in white seemed reluctant to respond to him. A surge of dragon aura suddenly erupted from the valley, far surpassing the previous gentle currents. The elder nearby was propelled back a distance, gazing on with grave concern. The dragon, king of all beasts. Just a single breath was enough to render the magical creatures within dozens of miles of the valley motionless. Instantly, silence fell. They lay prostrate on the ground, their eyes betraying a human-like fear, gazing towards the elusive presence within the valley. As for Ren Fan, he remained oblivious to all this, feeling an overwhelming pressure mounting on him, with his meridians and flesh beginning to throb painfully. Waves of searing dragon aura surged within him, and even Ren Fan could no longer suppress a cry of anguish. The fiery fruit he had previously consumed seemed to amplify the chaos, dissolving into a blood-red energy intertwined with the dragon aura. The temperature in every inch of his bones, blood, and skin was enough to ignite him. I can endure this. I am not worthless. Ren Fan gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging as he strained to speak. The repeated waves of heat rendered his perception of the world increasingly hazy. Fortunately, his unique constitution allowed him to recover from such levels of damage. After a long while, the medicinal effects dissipated, and the dragon aura had nearly completely infused into his being. Ren Fan gasped for breath, at least confirming that he was still alive. The pain was unimaginable. Yet simultaneously, the rewards were equally unfathomable. He had now ascended to the rank of an 8th-tier martial artist. Primarily, the current physical strength he possesses renders him unconcerned even when facing a 9th-tier warrior. Rising swiftly, the elderly man in white had already vanished, yet the Xiantian remained peacefully positioned at his dantian. With this artifact in hand, no realm is beyond reach. Ren Fan observed it closely. Excitement bubbling within him, he began to ascend the cliff, reaching the summit in no time. Ren Zhe, thank you. However, you still must perish, he muttered to himself. Casting a glance back at the mountains he traversed the dense forest. He commenced his search for the beast cores essential for his alchemical endeavors, yet he found it perplexing. Why did all the demonic beasts, aware of their impending doom, not dare to move? Ren Fan dismissed these thoughts. Although many looked upon him with disdain, this was the Ren family, and his father was the clan leader. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted one of Ren Zhe's underlings, who, if memory served him correctly, had been present at that time. You brat, inform that deluded individual that our paths shall cross again. With the Xiantian in his possession, Ren Fan felt emboldened. He was convinced that it would not be long before. Not just Ren Zhe, but no young man from the 4 prominent families could threaten his standing. He was determined to announce to all that the once brilliant prodigy of Yunyue City, 5 years prior, had returned. Useless. None of Ren Zhe's lackeys were of sound mind. They were all bullies who preyed on the weak. He shook off his hand and made his way toward the main hall of the Ren family. Fanner, what happened to you? Ren Zhe inquired hastily upon noticing the bloodstains adorning his son. That it's nothing. I just went to the back mountain and slayed a few magical beasts, Ren Fan replied, sheepishly scratching his head. Realizing his oversight, Ren Zhe frowned, visibly displeased. Yet he understood that his father was merely concerned for him as a 5th-tier warrior. Ren Zhe's expression suddenly brightened with a smile, exclaiming loudly, more jubilant than if he himself had broken through. Ren Fan nodded, admiring his father's emotional depth. He had to suppress part of his strength to avoid frightening anyone. Ha ha. Truly, my son, in such a brief time, you've advanced from the 3rd to the 5th tier. Excellent. Excellent. Ren Zhe laughed heartily, his spirits soaring, yet a shadow of worry lingered. He comprehended that if Ren Fan could not break through to the 7th tier within the remaining 2 months, even with his status as clan leader, he could not alter the family rules. Father, rest assured, even if only a day remains, I shall not give up. I will meet your expectations. Ren Fan had always been accompanied by his father through both glorious and dire times. Ren Zhe affectionately ruffled his son's hair, his weathered visage solemnly nodding in affirmation. You may rest easy and strive. Whatever you desire, just speak. As long as it proves beneficial, nothing else will pose a problem. He was resolutely committed to providing unwavering support. Ren Fan then retired to his room, set up precautions, and retrieved the Xiantian Ding, radiant and resplendent. As per the indications, possessing this artifact rendered his alchemical pursuits virtually worry-free, for it contained the alchemical essence of the previous temple master. Even if depleted, who could fathom when that might occur? According to the alchemical prompts, he tossed the core of a magical beast into the Xiantian cauldron along with a few collected medicinal herbs. And soon the cauldron began to operate autonomously. Before long, the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of elixirs, creating an atmosphere that was both refreshing and invigorating. Suddenly, dozens of plump pills shot forth from the Xiantian cauldron, each radiating the luminescence of freshly forged elixirs, all exquisite beyond compare. Although they were merely first-grade vitality pills, their worth in the marketplace would undoubtedly be beyond measure, perhaps even worth a fortune. Yet, in the hands of a mere 8th-tier warrior, he possessed a considerable quantity. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a jade vial to collect them and promptly swallowed one. It dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. Yet relying solely on pills would not lead to complete absorption. The accumulation of such energy, if excessive, could pose significant risks. Ren Fan harbored no illusions. He understood the gravity of the situation. Even if the elixirs propelled him to the level of a martial sovereign, a frail body would render him a powerless sovereign. It appeared that remaining sheltered at home had merely allowed him to blossom like a flower. Resolutely, he began to gather his belongings and stealthily departed from the Ren family estate, marking it as a temporary refuge. Carving a sign within the cave, he realized he had only 2 months. He needed to become stronger, unyieldingly powerful. With his 8th-tier warrior prowess, he would face 1st-tier or even 2nd-tier magical beasts. And while victory was uncertain, he would certainly survive, for as he fought, he consumed pills, and it was likely that no one in the small town could rival his endeavors. Returning to the cave each night, he was often drenched in blood, his body nearly on the verge of collapse. He wasted not a single medicinal pill. All were absorbed into his body. Elixirs could also be refined by him. After briefly recuperating his turbulent vital energy, he resolved not to squander the nighttime hours in mindless rest. Following the guidance of the Xiantian cauldron, Ren Fan began to gradually cultivate spiritual fire, attempting to concoct elixirs. Undoubtedly, even refining a magical beast core was an exceedingly challenging task. It turned out that possessing the Xiantian cauldron was such a fortunate circumstance. He helplessly surveyed the litter of waste around him. However, despite his words, his hands did not cease their movements, repetitively engaging in the fundamental actions. He had no particular habits, but whatever he set his mind to, he would pursue relentlessly, even to the brink of exhaustion. As long as he still drew breath, he would not relent. As the moon ascended high in the sky, the vast expanse of stars illuminated the scene, casting a soft glow upon the not-so-resolute youth. With the dawn approaching, the young man rose from his seat before the Xiantian cauldron, gazing at a first-grade chi-replenishing pill in his hand, its dark hue eliciting a resigned shake of his head. He felt fortunate to have a shortcut available to him. The slaughter was about to commence. He gripped the long sword in his hand and surged into the depths of the forest. A lethal hunter unleashed. As day transitions into night, he concocts yet another elixir. Yet his realm remains unchanged, for he harbors his own modest aspirations. The speed of this pinnacle 1st-tier electric wolf truly proves to be a formidable challenge. Ren Fan lamented, lifting a wolf carcass in his hand. A wave of energy, so potent it made his heart race, swept past him. Who is this divine being hunting beasts? Ren Fan mused, his feet instinctively moving toward that direction. Her diminutive figure confronted a being akin to a mountain, and the standoff between the two creatures emanated an inexplicable intensity. Ren Fan perched atop a distant tree, affording him a clear view of the unfolding spectacle. He suppressed all his presence, fearful of revealing even the slightest hint of his existence. In such a confrontation of masters, he could merely observe, albeit from a distance. Even so, he felt as though the woman had cast a glance in his direction, albeit subtly. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. I must have the amethyst upon you," the girl declared with a light scoff. The colossal diamond, sensing the girl's intent to kill, ceased its civility and unleashed a powerful slap. Simultaneously, the 9-tailed celestial fox, having long prepared, erupted with a surge of spiritual energy that rivaled that of the diamond. Martial king. All are martial kings. Moonlight Tempest. It was as if 9 ethereal tails extended from her back. Her spiritual power frozen in time. The diamond had not anticipated her unconventional approach. Her first strike was utterly terrifying. Already at a disadvantage in speed, it could not retreat in time, and the ensuing clash sent blood flying through the air. You wretched woman! Even if I perish today, I shall not grant you victory. The diamond, injured, teetered on the brink of madness. With no regard for delicacy, it let out a deafening roar, unleashing an incomprehensible wave of energy. Determined to fight to the death, the nine-tailed celestial fox, now stripped of her earlier ease, was filled with solemnity, perhaps even trepidation that it has been ages since I last unveiled my true form. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed, she exclaimed, instantly transforming into a nine-tailed demon fox, her aura elevated to new heights. From afar, Ren Fan gazed in awe at the battle. This was the essence of true strength. He felt envy, yet also a firm belief that he would eventually surpass them. The nine-tailed celestial fox emitted a series of shrill cries, resonating like waves, causing Ren Fan to lose control of his own aura, which erupted forth to shield him. He could scarcely fathom the peril he would face should he be caught in their midst. That very sound wave could easily claim his life. Fortunately, the diamond was now frenzied, wholly consumed by the battle, momentarily oblivious to the ant hiding nearby, like the primordial chaos at the dawn of the universe. The two colossal beasts collided. The diamond perceived a distinct vulnerability, but remained unhurried. You are strong, but I can still self-destruct, it bellowed, seizing the nine-tailed celestial fox. The fox was taken aback by its reckless audacity. Self-destruction meant the obliteration of its very soul. Gathering all the spiritual energy she could, she enveloped herself in a protective barrier, yet the gap between them remained vast. Heavenly Guardian, the ethereal energies of the world stirred once more, visibly enveloping her like a tortoise shell. Futile, do not waste your strength, the Diamond King mocked as he observed her relentless attempts at fortification. Ren Fan too sensed an extraordinary shift. His instincts warned him that if he did not flee now, he would miss the sunset of this day. He was a decisive man, and despite his yearning to witness the outcome, his life took precedence. After running barely 100 meters, the cataclysmic blast nearly sent him hurtling away. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the Xiantian Ding to envelop himself entirely, recalling that this artifact possessed protective properties. Indeed, as soon as the Xiantian Ding touched the ground, everything around him stilled, rendering the explosion utterly ineffective. These two monstrosities truly instilled fear in one's heart when they clashed. Ren Fan sighed in resignation. Let us linger a while to see if these two celestial beings have left behind any treasures. He chuckled ominously. Suddenly coming to his senses, he emitted an eerie laugh. Moments later, he stowed away the Xiantian Ding. Just 100 meters ahead, the spot he had occupied was now a barren expanse. Impressive that he clicked his tongue in wonder before dashing forward. Little did he know, the sight that awaited him would be shocking. Chapter 12. The Fox Demoness, seeking collections. The nine-tailed fox had reverted to her true form. He averted his gaze and swiftly draped his robe over her. Phew. He raked his fingers through his hair, exhaling deeply. Unbeknownst to him, the nine-tailed fox retained some consciousness. Upon sensing him, she inwardly cursed, wondering why she hadn't eliminated him. However, upon glimpsing his endearing visage, she could no longer withstand it and fainted that a thorough search revealed little besides the woman he had just encountered and a purple crystal cradled in his arms. Alas, what a fruitless journey. Perhaps it was best to depart. Ren Fan sighed, preparing to leave, for he truly wished to avoid gazing upon that woman again. Her allure was too potent. Just as he took 2 steps, a sudden wolf howl sent a jolt through his heart, reminding him of the girl's face. Good grief, how spineless can you be? Lost in thought, Ren Fan chided himself. Yet his steps remained honest as he slowly approached the girl. To ignore her plight would not align with Ren Fan's character. Consider it your good fortune, he scooped her up in his arms. The journey from here to the cave would only take a mere 10 minutes. Yet it felt interminably long. What was he carrying in his arms? His demeanor was perhaps the calmest of all. Upon finally reaching the cave, Ren Fan hastily laid her down on the ground. Concerned for her injuries and the chill in the air, he set a fire before departing. Indeed, he was quite the oddity. With such a beauty in his humble abode, he still contemplated enhancing his cultivation. Undeniably, the nine-tailed fox possessed remarkable recuperative abilities, and as nightfall approached, She gradually regained consciousness, her hazy eyes fluttering open. So, this little creature resides in such a place, and even knows how to kindle a fire. Quite the experienced one. It seems. Her feeble voice surveyed her surroundings. At that precise moment, Ren Fan slowly made his entrance, gingerly supporting himself against one side of the cave. You are awake, he thought, feeling a tightening in his chest. He was gravely injured, and yet the figure before him was none other than the martial king. With a heavy sigh of regret, he acknowledged his own oversight. The nine-tailed fox had now wrapped her clothing tightly around herself, ensuring that no part of her was exposed. Otherwise, an awkward situation would surely ensue in this setting. What is the matter? She inquired, casting a wary glance behind him. The blood that stained his body was no mere facade. In an instant, Ren Fan comprehended her apprehension. Do not worry. I will not bring anyone else to this place, he reassured her. Only then did the nine-tailed fox relax, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Attempting to discern the truth, her eyes, resolute and clear, inadvertently etched themselves into her memory. Not bringing anyone else. Then am I not someone else? She quipped, a playful tone lacing her words. You are different, Ren Fan stammered. A natural order, I am afraid. Yet if I were to leave you here, a person as defenseless as a chick, I might not perish, but my heart would surely die. He spoke candidly, aware of the ever-present specter of death looming over him. The nine-tailed fox's gaze sharpened further, and Ren Fan realized there was little point in fleeing. That my name is Yunyue. You should tidy yourself up. You look utterly filthy, she said suddenly, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. In that fleeting moment of her smile, Ren Fan found himself momentarily entranced. All right, he replied, somewhat incoherently, as he turned to retreat. What a foolishly charming boy, Yunyue mused inwardly. She was well aware of her own allure. Even clad in clothing, countless males had gone mad for her. And yet, under such circumstances where she was utterly defenseless, this young boy had somehow restrained himself. She regarded him with newfound respect, as he had indelibly carved himself into her thoughts. Diving into the water, Ren Fan submerged himself, refusing to surface. After a considerable time, he emerged, donned in fresh attire, only to find Yunyue had also changed her clothing. However, the tantalizing allure of her partially concealed form had reached its zenith. Could you not dress a bit more modestly? Ren Fan implored, a hint of exasperation evident in his tone. Yunyue curled her body slightly, conceding with a soft acknowledgement. This was no trivial promise. Ren Fan had not anticipated that his mere words would wield such dramatic influence. From that point onward, she would become a peculiar exception among the Fox clan, often clad in the most revealing of outfits. Can you tell me where you went just now? She pressed, her curiosity insatiable. Ren Fan truly wished to keep his silence, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself unable to refuse. Just hunting magical beasts in training, he replied as succinctly as possible. Yunyue's heart raced with surprise. Had he endured such a beating merely for the sake of training? Detecting the confusion in her gaze, he realized that individuals like him were indeed rare. An exceptional first-grade elixir, she exclaimed, realizing that its efficacy would undoubtedly rival that of a second-grade potion. Haha, just consume it, and rest well. I have matters to attend to, Ren Fan remarked lightheartedly. He then produced the Xiantian cauldron, igniting spiritual flames beside him, and began to toss various herbs into it. After last night's experience, combined with his capacity for comprehension, he managed to avoid appearing overly clumsy. Yunyue observed the ancient cauldron, a flicker of confusion and astonishment crossing her eyes, yet she refrained from inquiring further. After all, everyone harbors secrets. Asking too many questions might evoke an impression of ulterior motives. And she was not one to be ungrateful. Moreover, she could sense that this young man possessed a uniquely captivating aura that inexplicably drew her. Oh, you never take a break? She suddenly inquired. Shifting to stand behind Ren Fan, he nodded, and Yunyue envisioned a figure tirelessly battling by day and fervently refining elixirs by night, realizing that the efforts of her kin seemed utterly laughable in comparison, hardly matching the dedication of a mere human. Suddenly, Ren Fan felt two soft entities brush against him, causing his face to flush. Chapter 13. Come to Qingqiu to find me. Please collect. Ren Fan slightly turned his head. Why can't I detect it? Shuiyu tilted her head, innocently asking, a smile gracing her porcelain-like face. This smile resembled a blooming night, blooming Sirius under the moonlight, noble and ethereal, yet irresistibly enchanting. rendering Ren Fan utterly mesmerized. He could swear that this smile was the most captivating he had ever witnessed, unparalleled in beauty. Am I not beautiful? Noticing Ren Fan's dazed expression, she lightly brushed her delicate fingers across her slightly pointed chin, exuding an air of allure that made him swallow hard and nod numbly. Giggling, "Silly boy," Shuiyu chuckled, a hint of delight surging within her heart, as if a drop of honey had sweetened her previously sorrowful world. Watching her ample bosom quiver with laughter, Ren Fan felt a parching thirst arise within him, a reaction stirring in a certain part of his body. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go catch a beast and roast it for dinner," Ren Fan declared, not waiting for Shuiyu's reply before sprinting out of the cave. He needed to step outside for some fresh air. Otherwise, the small flame igniting within him would be impossible to suppress. Hee, what a silly boy, Shuiyu mused, her gaze following Ren Fan's retreating figure, ripples of amusement dancing in her eyes. Exiting the cave, Ren Fan inhaled deeply. It was now evening. The temperature had dropped, and the acrid stench had lessened somewhat. After taking several deep breaths of the crisp air, he finally quelled the small flame smoldering within. "What a stunning creature," he murmured, casting a sidelong glance at Shuiyu, who was practicing by the fire. He then shook his head and set off in search of dinner, for he was merely an 8th-tier warrior and had yet to attain the ability to fast. Before long, Ren Fan arrived at a modest mound of small stones, approximately 3 paces in size, dotted with numerous openings akin to wash basins. The moonlight cascaded down, casting its glow upon the mound, which from a distance resembled an enormous hornet's nest. "Ah, a stone chicken den." Observing the multitude of small apertures on the mound, a smile graced Ren Fan's face. This mound belonged not to him, but was the dwelling of a creature known as the stone chicken. A 1st-tier demonic beast, or more accurately, a half-tier beast, for their strength fell short of even a 1st-tier martial artist. However, they were considered a delicacy, having foraged for spiritual herbs since childhood, resulting in their exceptionally tender and flavorful meat. Cherished by many demonic beasts and humans alike, Ren Fan ascended the mound, his hand probing into one of the openings. After a moment of exploration, he felt a soft, fluffy texture, and his eyes instantly brightened. Leaning slightly forward, he grasped with vigor, and immediately, a series of coos accompanied by the flapping of wings emanated from the small aperture. With a swift motion, he pulled out a large, jet-black chicken, roughly the size of a basin. This was indeed the stone chicken. Following the same method, Ren Fan managed to catch 3 more before he ceased his efforts. He made his way to the riverbank to remove the feathers and entrails, processing the catch before returning to the cave. "Hey, what have you got there?" Xinhua, awakening from her meditation, caught sight of the black stone chickens in Ren Fan's hands and couldn't help but inquire. "Hiki, you'll find out soon enough," Ren Fan replied with a grin, gathering 4 lotus leaves to envelop the chickens within aromatic spices, wrapping them tightly before coating them in mud and tossing them into the fire to roast. Xinhua, resting her chin on her hand, gazed on with curiosity sparkling in her beautiful eyes. For the pampered young lady, everything outside was a source of fascination. "What are you making?" she asked, her large eyes blinking in anticipation. "Hee, you'll see soon," Ren Fan said with an enigmatic smile, choosing not to elaborate further. "Humph, how stingy," Shuiyu pouted adorably, her delicate nose crinkling in mock annoyance. "Could you tell me where you live?" Ren Fan shifted the topic, curious about her origins. Given that she had already attained the realm of a martial king at such a young age, her birthplace must surely be bountiful. My home is in Qingqiu. It's so beautiful. There are vast grasslands, towering trees, and crystal-clear rivers." Spoke of her homeland. Her words flowed like fireworks, bursting forth with enthusiasm. The warm glow of the fire illuminated her fair cheeks, and as she gestured animatedly, she resembled an innocent 6-year-old child. Ren Fan watched her, captivated by her radiant and naive beauty, a tender feeling blossoming within him. Just then, a series of crackling sounds emerged from the fire, interrupting Shuyue's vivid description and drawing her attention, releasing a rich aroma that filled the entire cave. "Wow, it smells incredible," Shuyue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as her stomach rumbled in response to the unfamiliar scent. "Come, let's eat." Ren Fan smiled faintly as he opened the lotus leaf and plucked a charred golden chicken leg, handing it to Shuiyu while taking one for himself. Without uttering a word, Shuiyu seized it and took a hearty bite. Instantly, the rich aroma of meat mingled with the subtle fragrance of lotus leaf burst forth in her mouth, causing her eyes to light up. "Wow, this is delicious," she exclaimed, devouring the chicken leg in just a few bites. prompting Ren Fan to join her and tear off a chicken wing, indulging in it unabashedly. In the blink of an eye, the 4 basin-sized stone chickens had been entirely consumed by the two, with the majority having been devoured by Shuiyu. I'm so full. She stretched languidly and patted her belly. A satisfied smile gracing her features. If you enjoy it, I can make it for you every day, Ren Fan replied with a smile. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he felt an odd sensation. As if something was amiss. Well, I would love that, but once I've healed, I must return. Otherwise, my grandmother will scold me, Shuiyu said, a shadow of melancholy crossing her eyes. Hearing this, Ren Fan felt a wave of inexplicable sadness wash over him. So that will we meet again? He couldn't help but ask, as his words hung in the air. Shuiyu looked at him, causing him to feel a bit bashful. I think so, as long as you reach the rank of Martial King. You should be able to enter Qingqiu, she replied, her smile reminiscent of a crescent moon amidst an endless night, pure, pristine, and enchanting. The rank of Martial King. Ren Fan pondered, his eyes filled with determination. Achieving the rank of Martial King was not a daunting task for him. Shuiyu said, her heart secretly elated. By the way, what was the object you were competing for with that gorilla? Is it significant? Ren Fan inquired, eager to learn what peculiar item could incite the rivalry of 2 martial kings. Oh, that, Shuiyu replied, retrieving a fist-sized purple crystal from her bosom. A soft, purplish hue enveloped the crystal, making it quite beautiful. This is an egg. Noticing Ren Fan's nod, she continued. An egg. Ren Fan was momentarily taken aback. Astonished that the object of contention between 2 martial kings was merely an egg. Not underestimate this egg. It belongs to that old coot, the purple crystal dragon king. It is a martial sovereign's egg, Shuiyu said, shaking the egg in her hand as she elaborated. Her words left Ren Fan utterly astounded. He had not anticipated the egg's remarkable lineage. A martial sovereign's egg, such a being stood at the pinnacle of this world. Buzzing. At that moment, the egg in Shuiyu's hand began to tremble, emitting a series of resonant thuds. What is happening? Ren Fan pointed at the egg, curiosity evident in his voice. I have no idea. Shuiyu frowned, gazing at the egg, equally perplexed. Suddenly, the egg shot up from Shuiyu's hand, transforming into a streak of light that darted into Ren Fan's embrace, as if it sought something he possessed. At that instant, Ren Fan felt the Xiantian cauldron in his dantian quiver slightly. His gaze sharpened. Could it be that the egg had some connection to that divine palace? How strange. Why did it come to you? She gazed at the egg of the amethyst dragon king with a look of utter bewilderment, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. You must return it to me, she continued, although this foolish individual may be rather dim-witted. Yet, the moment she grasped it, the egg slipped from her fingers and soared back into Ren Fan's embrace. How infuriating. I refuse to accept defeat, Shuiyu huffed, her brows knitting in frustration. Without waiting for Ren Fan to act, she reached out to seize it. Yet, no matter how much effort she exerted, she was unable to wrest it away, as if an invisible, sticky force bound it to Ren Fan. Humph, I shall no longer pursue it. He would surely wield unparalleled power in this world. I cannot fathom how you have garnered its favor. I am tempted to dissect you to uncover the secrets hidden within, Shuiyu remarked, her dissatisfaction evident. Her words sent a chill down Ren Fan's spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Despite her severe injuries, she was still a martial king. Should she choose to act against him, he would likely have no chance to escape. I was merely jesting, Shuiyu laughed at Ren Fan's fearful expression, leaving him speechless. However, you must exercise caution. This is an egg of the martial sovereign realm, and you must not let others discover it, lest you invite calamity. Shuiyu's warning was not unfounded. The existence of an egg from a martial sovereign would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful factions. Ren Fan understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. Here, take these trinkets. I must commence my cultivation, Shuiyu declared, gracefully gesturing with her jade hand, causing an array of second-tier spiritual herbs to materialize before her. Ren Fan was taken aback. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, and he had only ever seen his father possess them, passed down through generations of the Ren family. The value of this storage ring was unmistakable. However, considering Shuiyu's formidable prowess, he found it unsurprising that she would possess such an item at her age. Having already attained the martial king realm, this is for you, Shuiyu said, observing Ren Fan's astonishment with a smile as she tossed him a dark green ring. What is this? Ren Fan exclaimed, receiving the ring and staring at Shuiyu in disbelief. It's merely a storage ring, it holds no significance for me. So consider it a gift, Yunyue replied with a grin. For her, such items were plentiful, yet for Ren Fan, they represented immense value. Perhaps this exemplified the disparity between individuals. Thank you, Ren Fan expressed sincerely. It's nothing really, as long as you prepare me some chicken dishes to savor before my injuries heal, Yunyue added, unable to suppress her salivation. Having tasted delicacies from mountains and seas, as well as spiritual fruits and liquids, it was Ren Fan's culinary creations that left her yearning for more. All right, Ren Fan nodded, and then pressed a drop of his essence blood onto the storage ring. A connection was established, and with a mere thought, a space of white radiance spanning 10 miles appeared before her. This was the realm within her storage ring. Very well. It is time for me to cultivate. Yunyue smiled, seated herself in a lotus position, and gently closed her eyes. Commencing her practice, she cultivated. A soft, white glow enveloped her, rendering her akin to a celestial being beneath the moonlight. Observing her, Ren Fan found himself entranced. After a while, he shook his head, picked up the spiritual herbs Yunyue had given him, and began his own cultivation. The family competition was imminent, and he needed to elevate his prowess to the level of a warrior. To astound everyone in the Ren family and proclaim that he, Ren Fan, was not a waste, but rather the once promising genius who had returned. With this thought, determination ignited in Ren Fan's eyes as he seized a pearl-like herb and placed it in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he had fully absorbed the immense power, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of an 8th-tier warrior, just a step away from breaking into the 9th tier. Glancing at the remaining herbs, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ren Fan's eyes as he grasped them and sent them into his mouth. The potency surged forth, yet it could not contain the excitement within him as he activated his warrior body. Fervently absorbing the concentrated essence, the quarter of an hour passed in an instant, and suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Ren Fan, stirring up clouds of dust around him. Startled, Yunyue awakened, gazing at Ren Fan with disbelief. Murmuring, he actually broke through. However, when her gaze shifted to the remaining pile of herbs, she was momentarily stunned. Had this fool truly refined all those herbs? How could that be possible? The combined energy of those herbs was sufficient to overwhelm a warrior of his level. It seemed this fool was not as simple as he appeared. Watching Ren Fan stabilize his realm, Yunyue pondered quietly. After a moment, she shook her head and continued her cultivation. Everyone harbored their own secrets, herself included. Although she felt a pang of curiosity, she refrained from probing further. Time slipped away as the two of them immersed themselves in their training, and soon, it was the dawn of the next day. The familiar sensation of being a 9th-tier warrior. Ren Fan awoke from his cultivation, clenching his fists that he had once broken through to this level, and returning to it after 5 years was a bittersweet reflection. Still, there was cultivation to be done. Perhaps it was time to find something to eat. Casting a glance at Yunyue, who was still in her practice, Ren Fan stepped outside. The morning sun poured down, and in an instant, he reached the riverbank. There should be something of interest within. Observing the crystal-clear waters, Ren Fan quickly shed his garments and plunged in as he explored the river. His gaze eventually settled upon a small, dark opening. The entrance was modest, roughly the size of an adult's fist. Ren Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he swam over and reached inside to investigate. In a fleeting moment, his arm began to tremble. This shrimp appeared peculiar, entirely transparent and elongated, resembling a tiny snake. Had it not been for its snake-like head adorned with 2 long antennae, one might have mistaken it for a serpent. Observing the wriggling shrimp in his hand, which should suffice for their meal, emerging from the river, Ren Fan donned his clothes with a cheerful demeanor. "Where have you been?" Yunyue, now awake, inquired, her gaze fixed on Ren Fan's damp hair. You'll find out soon," he replied with a grin as he settled by the fire. His words sparked a glimmer of anticipation in Yunyue's eyes, for she knew this simpleton was about to prepare something delectable. Just then, her stomach betrayed her, letting out a grumble that left her feeling quite embarrassed. Ren Fan chuckled softly, retrieving the snake-like shrimps from his storage ring, placing them one by one into segments of bamboo, filled with fresh water. He then added some wild vegetables and spices he had foraged, placing the bamboo tubes by the fire to cook. These culinary techniques were learned from his mother, whose creations he had found delightful, prompting him to master them himself. "Hey, is this going to be tasty?" Yunyue asked, eyeing the darkened bamboo tubes with a glint of hope. You'll see soon enough," Ren Fan replied mysteriously, igniting her appetite further. Before long, The bamboo tubes began to emit bubbling sounds, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Wow, it's ready, Xinhua exclaimed, eagerly swallowing as she felt her mouth water. Ren Fan, amused by her reaction, soon procured a lotus leaf and extracted the well-cooked snake-like shrimps from the bamboo tubes. Here, he offered to her, gratefully accepting. She dove in, and a delightful blend of savory meat and the refreshing scent of bamboo exploded in her mouth, causing her eyes to widen in delight. In no time, the two had consumed the entirety of the shrimps, with Xinhua devouring the majority. This is truly delicious. You should come to Qingqiu and be my royal chef, she remarked, wiping her mouth. Ren Fan simply smiled, knowing she was jesting. Here, try this, he said, handing her a bamboo tube filled with murky broth and floating wild vegetables. Her eyes sparkled as she took a sip. Wow, this is delicious, she exclaimed, savoring the broth that combined the fresh scent of bamboo, the savory flavor of shrimp, and the essence of the wild greens, leaving her craving more as she gulped down several tubes. Not bad at all. Now, let us go find some spiritual herbs, Xinhua declared, patting her slightly swollen belly with satisfaction. Spiritual herbs? Ren Fan asked, puzzled by her words. Yes, you need spiritual herbs for your cultivation, don't you? I didn't bring any when I rushed out, but now that my strength has recovered significantly, I can help you find some, Xinhua replied with a playful grin. Her words illuminated Ren Fan's eyes. Indeed, my strength is lacking, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate through these mountains. Yet Xinhua is entirely different. She is a martial king, and even though she possesses only half of her strength, she remains an immensely powerful being. Accompanying her to seek spiritual herbs for cultivation would surely be a wise strategy. With this thought, Ren Fan nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, Xinhua led Ren Fan as if they were two bandits, plundering the spiritual herbs scattered throughout the mountains, regardless of whether they belonged to humans or ferocious beasts. All were seized by Xinhua. Those who dared to resist were swiftly subdued, left searching for their teeth. In the blink of an eye, 9 days passed, and under the accumulation of Xinhua's spiritual herbs, Ren Fan's cultivation level ascended directly to the 3rd rank of warrior. Meanwhile, Xinhua's injuries had also fully healed. Fool, I must take my leave. Otherwise, grandmother will grow anxious. I will await your visit, she said. That night, gazing at the slumbering Ren Fan, a tear glimmered in Xinhua's eyes. If it were possible, she would prefer to remain by Ren Fan's side forever. Yet reality forbade such a notion. She bore far too many burdens, each akin to a whip, driving her onward and denying her respite. Blushing, she placed a gentle kiss upon Ren Fan's cheek, then cast him one last lingering glance before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. As dawn broke, Ren Fan awoke from his slumber, surveying his surroundings but finding no sign of Xinhua, a sense of disappointment creeping into his heart. Had she returned? Exiting the cave, he gazed toward the horizon, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Qingqiu, wherever you may be, I shall find you. With that thought, he set off towards his family. As the family test approached swiftly, that he needed to inform everyone that he. Ren Zhe interjected from the side, warming Ren Fan's heart and causing his nose to tingle. Father, mother, I am well. I was merely enhancing my cultivation, Ren Fan replied with a smile. Enhancing your cultivation? To what extent have you progressed? The family test is fast approaching, and if you do not reach the 7th rank as a warrior, even as the head of the family, I will be powerless, Ren Zhe said with resignation. Such are the rules of this world. Ha. Father, watch closely, Ren Fan grinned, unleashing the energy of a 3rd-rank warrior in an instant. At once, Ren Zhe and Sun Yuxia were left speechless. This is the 3rd rank of warrior? Has Rena's talent returned? Ren Zhe exclaimed joyfully. Even Sun Yuxia's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, for her son's talent had finally resurfaced. Chapter 16. Alchemy. Seeking collections, Ren Fan was ushered to a seat by his parents, who eagerly engaged him in conversation about his journey. You mean to say you encountered a martial king? Ren Zhe leaned forward, intrigued. Ren Fan nodded, about to elaborate, but was interrupted by his father. Is it truly a martial king? And a woman at that? Ren Fan rubbed his forehead, nodding vigorously. Of course, her contributions to my progress cannot be overstated. Oh, how did she assist you? Ren Zhe could not help but inquire, for it was indeed no small feat to awaken Ren Fan's potential in just a matter of days. Ren Fan, shaking his head in resignation, approached his father and said, Father, now that I have succeeded, There is no need to concern yourself with other matters. They ask for your intentions. I understand them well. The act of repaying such kindness can wait until later. For now, we might as well devote our time to further cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe chuckled. From this moment forth, I shall heed your every word. My son, since you have already broken through to the third rank of warrior, it is only fitting that we celebrate your achievement. Sun Yuxia, upon hearing this, smiled and turned to Ren Fan, asking, My son, what would you like to eat? Mother will prepare it for you. Ren Fan eagerly nodded and replied. Under the table, he lifted his foot and kicked Ren Fan in a sensitive area. With his enhanced abilities, Ren Fan's reaction time had improved significantly, just as Ren Zhe's foot was about to make contact. Ren Fan swiftly countered, forcefully halting his father's advance. Suddenly, Ren Zhe let out a mischievous chuckle, his foot hooked back, and he continued his playful assault. In no time, the table began to shake uncontrollably, the dishes clattering loudly. Sun Yuxia, holding a platter of food, gleefully approached, only for her smile to freeze upon witnessing the scene. That very moment, the table splintered. Breathing heavily, Ren Fan glanced at Ren Zhe, whose demeanor remained unaffected. At the mention of the family test, Ren Fan's mind flooded with memories of past hardships, leading him to ponder if his father's earlier comment about dining was merely a jest. With this thought, his expression darkened. What is the matter with the two of you? Sun Yuxia exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, Ren Fan shouted, Training. What is going on here? Sun Yuxia, bewildered, stood in silence for a moment before witnessing Ren Zhe suddenly rise and laugh heartily. Unfortunately, lost in their training aspirations, neither Ren Zhe nor Ren Fan heard her words, leaving Sun Yuxia to stomp her feet in frustration. In the backyard, Ren Fan looked at Ren Zhe with eager anticipation. Father, how shall we proceed with the training? Ren Zhe shook his head and replied, You are already quite formidable, capable of training independently. As for me, I shall merely serve as your support. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan envisioned the form of the Xiantian Ding in his mind and understood. There was no need for his father to accompany him. He could practice on his own. Ren Fan was still unable to disclose this matter to his father. After all, his rapid ascension through several levels had already left him somewhat overwhelmed. If his father were to learn of it, wouldn't that be? Lost in thought, Ren Fan gazed up at the starry sky and declared, Father, I must step out for a while. Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe raised an eyebrow, inquiring about his destination. There is no need for you to be informed. Ren Fan replied confidently. However, I am absolutely certain about the family test. With that, he dashed into his room to gather a few essentials before making his way towards the previously encountered mountain peak, leaving Ren Zhe to face his wife's reprimands. Here it is. Ren Fan arrived at the edge of the cliff, admiring the breathtaking scenery. He clasped his hands together and then spread them apart, witnessing the Xiantian Ding transform into a dazzling and brilliant light, gently settling before him. Phew, all set. Let us begin. Gradually, Ren Fan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the spiritual energy emanating from the Xiantian Ding. Indeed, within moments, the Ding began to radiate waves of green light. Ren Fan nodded. Yet, that alone would not suffice at this stage. The Xiantian Ding could only assist you in breaking through to the 6th level, but not to the 7th. At this, Ren Fan chuckled and replied, Ling Lao, you must be jesting. How could one know the outcome without attempting? After he uttered these words, Lin Xinhua fell silent. Ren Fan smiled and began to channel his energy, following the instructions provided by the Xiantian Ding, tossing various materials into it. Before long, the Ding erupted with a burst of milky white light. Ren Fan grinned, but just as he was reveling in his excitement, the light emitted by the Ding began to fade. What is happening? He shouted in alarm, unaware of the figure concealed within the bushes. That figure was none other than his father. Having observed Ren Fan's rapid cultivation progress over the past few days, he had stealthily followed, eager to uncover the truth. That a medicinal Ding? Could it be? Ren Zhe gazed at the Xiantian Ding, his eyes filled with astonishment. If Ren Fan truly became an alchemist, it would be a cause for celebration for both himself and the entire Ren family. Just then, a massive cloud of milky white smoke erupted from the Ding, and a rich fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, revealing 6 pills that slowly emerged from the Xiantian Ding. These pills were unlike any he had previously crafted. Both their quality and the intensity of their aroma surpassed those of earlier concoctions. 2nd-grade pills. Gazing at the 6 pills, Ren Fan could not help but exclaim in surprise, amazed that the Xiantian Ding had managed to produce 2nd-grade pills. Such elixirs were priceless, and he had effortlessly refined them. In comparison to his astonishment, Ren Zhe's reaction was even more profound. Having spent years inspecting the family's medicinal stocks, he could instantly recognize that the pills Ren Fan had produced were indeed of the second grade. Trembling with excitement at the sight of those 6 second-grade pills, he was astounded to discover that not only had Ren Fan regained his talent, but he had also become a second-grade alchemist. This is an existence that commands the admiration of the entire town, and indeed the entire empire. Contemplating this, a wave of emotion surged within. After a brief glance, Ren Zhe decided to return. His stealthy following was motivated by a desire to ascertain whether Ren Fan had employed any cruel methods to enhance his cultivation. However, it was now evident, and there was no longer any need to continue observing. Very well, let us refine some more. Ren Fan, satisfied, carefully stored away the 6 elixirs and added more spiritual herbs into the cauldron. At this moment, he was in urgent need of formidable power, and the Xiantian cauldron's ability to concoct second-tier elixirs was indeed a timely boon. One by one, the second-tier elixirs floated forth from the Xiantian cauldron. And before long, Ren Fan found himself in possession of 30 elixirs. 30 elixirs, it's time to break through. Gazing at the 30 second-tier elixirs nestled in his bosom, Ren Fan tucked away the Xiantian cauldron. He picked one elixir, swallowed it in one gulp, and instantly, the medicinal potency erupted within him, surging like a flood breaking through a dam, causing his complexion to shift. Gritting his teeth, Ren Fan activated his martial physique to begin absorbing this overwhelming medicinal force. In the blink of an eye, one elixir was completely assimilated. Such was the potency of the second-tier elixir that it propelled Ren Fan to the pinnacle of the third-tier warrior realm. Only a hair's breadth separated him from breaking into the fourth-tier warrior realm. Yet, that last step was not easily traversed. For a martial artist, the journey consisted of 9 realms, each with its own formidable barrier. These 2 forces were exceedingly potent. Even with his extraordinary innate physique, Ren Fan found himself bloodied and torn by their intensity. Pain radiated through his limbs and bones. Beads of sweat cascaded down, transforming into a resolve that overshadowed the searing pain. Refined for me. Gritting his teeth, Ren Fan growled, and his innate physique surged. Ren Fan looked at Lin Xinhua with suspicion. Naturally, although the Xiantian cauldron could autonomously refine pills, it required spiritual power to sustain it. The spiritual energy left by the former hall master had already been nearly depleted. Henceforth, he would have to rely on himself for the concoction. Lin Xinhua snorted coldly and explained, "You must refine it yourself." Self-refining? Ren Fan was taken aback. It was utterly impossible for him to concoct pills on his own. Why is your reaction so rigid? The Xiantian cauldron has no spiritual power left. Simply infuse your own energy into it, and it will work, Lin Xinhua replied, exasperated though. Oh, Ren Fan awkwardly scratched his head and continued to inquire, when will I be able to refine a third-grade pill? Humph, we'll discuss that later. For now, focus on the task at hand. Lin Xinhua clearly did not wish to elaborate, and with a dismissive snort, he vanished from sight. Tisich, that old man. What's he so proud about? One day, I will surely bring him to his knees. Ren Fan pouted. As he spoke, spiritual energy surged within him and flowed into the Xiantian cauldron. According to what he understood, as long as he infused his spiritual energy into the cauldron, he could simply wait for the pills to emerge. Indeed, as soon as he poured in the energy, a milky white glow emanated from the Xiantian cauldron, while his own spiritual energy was rapidly being drained. Nevertheless, Ren Fan remained unfazed. He could not believe that his 5th-tier warrior's energy would be insufficient to support the creation of a batch of pills. The milky white radiance intensified, and Ren Fan's spiritual energy was being drawn away frantically, causing his complexion to pale considerably. Why is it still not done? He exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration as he stared at the cauldron. He never anticipated that the Xiantian cauldron would demand such a vast amount of energy to refine a single batch of pills. Buzz! At that moment, the Xiantian cauldron trembled, and Ren Fan's eyes brightened. This was the prelude to pill formation. Just then, the cauldron erupted with a powerful suction, voraciously drawing in Ren Fan's spiritual energy in the blink of an eye. The cauldron had devoured every last drop of energy within him, yet the pills had yet to be completed. What should I do? Staring at the nearly solidified milky white glow, Ren Fan's complexion turned ashen, and he bitterly shook his head. As long as the glow solidified, the pills would be ready, but he no longer possessed the spiritual energy to sustain it. What can be done? Chapter 17. Breaking off the engagement, seeking collections. At that moment, The Xiantian cauldron unleashed another wave of intense suction, drawing forth a peculiar energy from within Ren Fan. His body stiffened at that instant. He suddenly realized that the cauldron was consuming his essence blood. Yet, a sticky layer enveloped the cauldron, firmly binding his hand in place, rendering him powerless to escape despite his desperate efforts. What to do? No. Spiritual energy. If it is depleted, I will lose everything. No. Feeling the essence blood within him flowing away uncontrollably. Despair climbed in Ren Fan's eyes. The Xiantian cauldron had helped him soar from the realm of warriors to that of martial artists. Yet, he never expected that he would now meet his demise beneath this very cauldron. Indeed, external matters ultimately remain external, possessing both advantages and disadvantages. A.S. Ren Fan, engulfed in despair, closed his eyes and awaited the arrival of death. He was oblivious to the fact that on this desolate peak, glimmering as it fell, buzzing, just as Ren Fan felt his lifeblood being drained, a tremor resonated within his embrace, followed by a sharp whoosh as an egg burst forth from his grasp. Sensing the commotion, Ren Fan opened his eyes to behold the egg of the amethyst dragon king, roughly the size of a head, emanating a gentle purple glow, appearing extraordinarily beautiful under the sunlight. Confounded, he regarded the egg, uncertain of its purpose for emerging. While Ren Fan was still in a daze, a beam of purple light suddenly shot forth from within the egg, entering the Xiantian Ding, causing Ren Fan's hand to instinctively detach from it. Merging into the Xiantian Ding, while its milky white glow gradually solidified. To his astonishment, its progeny has indeed fallen into your possession. Could this be the will of fate? Lin Xinhua's voice echoed once more, as he gazed at the egg of the amethyst dragon king with a sigh of admiration. Upon hearing his words, Ren Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that Lin Xinhua appeared to be acquainted with the amethyst dragon king. Young one, in due time, you shall come to understand these matters that I, in the future, procure more spiritual herbs for it. Do not be stingy, as you shall reap rewards in return. Lin Xinhua discerned Ren Fan's confusion and refrained from elaborating further. His voice dissipating from Ren Fan's mind. Suddenly, the Xiantian Ding trembled, producing a batch of elixirs, 6 in total. Yet these 6 elixirs invigorated Ren Fan's spirit, for they were sufficient to allow him to break through to the 6th tier of a warrior. After stowing the elixirs, Ren Fan shifted his gaze to the egg resting on the ground, which still radiated a faint purple light, albeit diminished. Remembering Lin Xinhua's words, Ren Fan promptly retrieved several spiritual herbs and arranged them around the egg, all of which had been acquired through the plundering efforts of Shui Yue. As he placed the herbs, the egg erupted with a forceful, devouring the herbs one by one, and as they were consumed, the purple light surrounding it gradually returned. Ren Fan smiled and added more spiritual herbs around it, then settled cross-legged, swallowing an elixir to commence his cultivation. He could not hastily absorb these treasures. As he ingested the elixir, waves of medicinal energy erupted within him. This particular elixir was evidently more potent than the previous ones, making its refinement somewhat arduous for Ren Fan. As time flowed by in tandem with Ren Fan's refinement of the elixir, the dawn of the second day arrived. With a sharp crack, a crisp sound emanated from Ren Fan's body, prompting a smile to grace his lips. He had broken through to the 6th rank of warrior. Rising languidly, Ren Fan gazed into the distance, feeling utterly exhilarated. He offered a faint smile before setting off in the direction of home. As Ren Fan approached his doorstep, he beheld a formidable figure clad in a dark robe, a silver crown adorning his head, standing imposingly before his mother. The expression on the man's face was one that Ren Fan found utterly displeasing. "But I'm right here," Ren Fan called out, slowly making his way forward. Now nearly 17, he had grown significantly in stature, exuding an aura of authority. The man turned his gaze toward Ren Fan, momentarily taken aback. Although Ren Fan was dressed in simple clothing, his presence commanded a certain respect. "Ren Fan, you worthless fool, you finally emerged." Just as the man was about to speak further, Lin Xinhua, who had been lingering behind him, suddenly rushed forward. Her once pure and beautiful visage had now transformed into one of stubborn defiance. "I never hid. What brings you here, Lin Xinhua?" Ren Fan raised an eyebrow. Since their misunderstanding, he had become indifferent toward her. Coupled with her audacity to disturb his household today, he felt no inclination to be courteous. Before Lin Xinhua could finish her tirade, Ren Fan, growing impatient, stepped into the courtyard and gently urged the furious Sun Yuxia inside, maintaining a calm demeanor as he returned outside. "So, your purpose here is to annul the engagement?" That's straightforward enough. But why bring this man along? Are you afraid I might act improperly? As he spoke, Ren Fan stepped closer to Lin Xinhua, causing her to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Towered over Ren Fan due to his height, yet Ren Fan remained unfazed, merely taking a cautious step back. With a hearty laugh, the man remarked, "Young fellow, you need not be so wary of me. Do not call me young fellow. You are not much older than I." Ren Fan retorted before the man could finish his thought. The man sighed in resignation and said, "Very well, Ren Fan. You are already aware of the purpose of our visit, so I shall spare you the lengthy explanations. Simply state your decision. Will you annul the engagement, or will you not?" At this, Ren Fan raised an eyebrow. "May I inquire who you are to command such an audience?" "I am Yulan, the young master of the Xianling sect." Ren Fan's curiosity was piqued at why Yulan. Who is that? What? Are you afraid? If you are, then annul the engagement. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Yulan appeared increasingly impatient. Stepping forward once more, and in an instant his spiritual power surged, revealing him to be a 9th-rank warrior. In his youth, he holds such a formidable role, one that should not be underestimated. Ren Fan sensed the threat emanating from Yulan. Gritting his teeth and forcing a smile. "What if I refuse? What will you do to me?" "Annihilate the Ren family." Just as Ren Fan finished speaking, Yulan turned his hand over and coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan's eyes reddened, his fists clenched, and just as he prepared to respond, Ren Zhe returned. Chapter 18. Today's humiliation shall be repaid 100-fold. Suddenly, Ren Zhe approached, and Ren Fan looked up at him, his eyes brimming with delight. "Father!" Ren Fan exclaimed, rushing forward. As he approached, Ren Zhe, puzzled, glanced up at the indifferent Yulan, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes before it quickly vanished. "Why that young master you?" Ren Zhe, his brow furrowed, approached Yulan, uncertain of the purpose behind young Master Yu's visit. Upon hearing this, Yulan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "You are Ren Fan's father, the head of the Ren family." Ren Zhe was aware that Xianling sect was one of the 4 sects in the imperial capital, thus he dared not act too rashly, even in the presence of a mere child 4 years older than Ren Fan. "Indeed," Ren Zhe replied, lifting his gaze to Lin Xinhua, who stood behind Yulan. After a moment of stunned silence, he couldn't help but smile. Could it be that young Master Yu has come regarding the marriage between Ren Fan and Miss Lin? Surely, this is a bit of an overreaction. "Father, this Yulan was brought here by Lin Xinhua, and just moments ago, before you returned, he threatened to annihilate the Ren family if I did not break off my engagement with Lin Xinhua." Ren Fan, seeing they had finally reached the crux of the matter, hurriedly reported the recent events to Ren Zhe. Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe let out a scoff, entirely baffled as to what power young Master Yu possessed to make such threats. With that, Ren Zhe slowly unleashed his spiritual power as a 9th-level martial master. It was evident that Yulan was not overly affected, yet Lin Xinhua, standing nearby, could not help but break into a cold sweat. Has the situation escalated? Could it possibly lead to a confrontation? Lin Xinhua thought, determined to maintain a facade of strength as she glanced at the aloof Ren Fan, who, in turn, noticed the expression in her eyes and found it quite amusing. If only Lin Xinhua knew that Ren Fan's talents had returned, one could only wonder how she would react. As Ren Fan pondered this, a sudden pang of pain shot through his heart, and he looked up to see an elderly man with white hair stepping out from behind Yulan. What is happening? Before Ren Fan could process the situation, Ren Zhe stumbled, collapsing to one knee on the ground. And Ren Zhe, taken aback, managed to lift his head to gaze at the white-haired elder. "May I inquire, esteemed sir, are you the leader of the Xianling sect?" For Ren Zhe, the formidable Grand Martial Master represents an insurmountable obstacle. "Me? I am merely a subordinate tasked with protecting young Master Yu. The Master is an entity I can only look up to, and now, as a servant to young Master Yu, should you dare to resist, I shall show no mercy." As soon as the elder finished speaking, Ren Fan could no longer bear the pressure and collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with hatred. Ren Zhe was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Ren Fan's face turning pale, then glancing at the unconscious Sun Yuxia. Ultimately, he capitulated. "Very well, I concede to you. In the Xuanxiong continent, power reigns supreme. The weak can only survive beneath the feet of the strong." As Ren Zhe gritted his teeth and uttered these words, the white-haired elder retracted his spiritual energy to that moment. Ren Fan gasped for breath, shakily managing to rise to his feet, finally comprehending the terror of a high-ranking expert. Lin Xinhua, who had been shielded by Yulan, joyfully bounded forward upon hearing Ren Zhe's agreement. Having been protected within the barrier, she was blissfully unaware of the immense pressure that had just transpired. As Lin Xinhua spoke, she occasionally glanced at Ren Fan, who was still trembling and barely able to stand with Ren Zhe's assistance. Seeing this, Lin Xinhua couldn't help but chuckle, turning her gaze to Yulan. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she whispered, "Thank you, brother Yu." Indeed, every young girl adores a hero. Caring little for the hero's actions, Yulan looked at Lin Xinhua and couldn't help but smile, but as he lifted his gaze, Ren Fan, watching their retreating figures, clenched his fists tightly, vowing, "The humiliation of today, I, Ren Fan, shall repay 100-fold in the future." Meanwhile, a sense of confusion washed over him. What exactly is this sacred martial academy that Yulan speaks of? Turning around, he suddenly noticed Ren Zhe anxiously rushing towards the recently awakened Sun Yuxia. Ren Fan felt a sudden emptiness beneath him, staggering forward and lifting his gaze just in time to see Ren Zhe supporting Sun Yuxia. Pain surged within him that I must become stronger. I am not enough yet. With this thought, Ren Fan gently raised his hand, observing the dirt caked on it, as waves of hatred began to surface in his eyes. After Ren Zhe helped Sun Yuxia to the tea room, he beckoned for Ren Fan to come over. Ren Fan nodded and quickly approached, but today's events were due to my negligence. I did not anticipate that Yulan would summon such a formidable figure. Before Ren Zhe could finish his sentence, Ren Fan slammed his hand onto the wooden table. Did father not hear? That elder is merely a subordinate of Yulan. Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe shook his head and furrowed his brows, stating, "The Xianling sect is one of the 4 great sects of the imperial capital, its strength unfathomable, with a multitude of powerful figures. Even the century-old foundation of the Ren family pales in comparison to a mere finger of the Xianling sect. Thus, it is not surprising for a grand martial master to be by the side of the young sect master." Ren Fan, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and declared, "In the future, I shall certainly storm the Xianling sect, forcing Yulan to kneel before me and confess her wrongs, and I shall make Lin Xinhua, the so-called beauty of Yunyue City, regret her actions today." Having said this, Ren Fan seemed to suddenly recall something, turning to ask, "Father, mother, do you know where the Yunyue Academy is? I have only heard of its formidable reputation, yet I remain ignorant of its location." Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe paused momentarily, lowering his head in contemplation. It was then that he heard the sigh of Sun Yuxia. The child has grown, and it is time for him to venture out and undergo some training, as well as hone his martial skills. It cannot be that he remains confined indefinitely. Chapter 19. Yunyue Academy. Sun Yuxia slowly rose to her feet, gazing at Ren Fan. "My child, the Yunyue Academy indeed came to recruit students when you were 13, but at that time, for reasons unknown, your cultivation plummeted. Hence, we did not inform you." Upon hearing this, Ren Fan realized that the Yunyue Academy had indeed come to recruit students, but due to his transformation from a genius to a waste, it was never mentioned. Contemplating this, Ren Fan looked at Sun Yuxia with great anticipation and asked, "So where exactly is the Yunyue Academy?" Seeing this, Sun Yuxia turned to the solemn-faced Ren Zhe, who ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Sun Yuxia then exhaled a breath of relief, turning her gaze back to the excited Ren Fan, gently caressing his newly hardened visage. The Yunyue Academy is located within the Zhiyun Forest at the southernmost tip of the Xuanqiang continent. It is a renowned institution for cultivation, its strength far surpassing common imagination. It is said that within the Yunyue Academy, to become an instructor, one must possess at least the strength of a grand martial master. In terms of foundational strength, even the 4 great sects of the imperial capital would be considerably weaker than on the Xuanqiang continent. Academies differ from sects. Joining a sect imposes certain restrictions, and one's future actions reflect the sect behind them. However, the academy is distinct. After graduation, there is no binding relationship between the two. Entering the academy is the most expedient path to acquiring martial techniques and skills within an institution of the Yunyue Academy's caliber. Techniques, martial skills, and elixirs, these are the 3 most alluring treasures on the Xuanqiang continent, with the Yunyue Academy possessing 2 of them. Thus, in the hearts of countless individuals on the continent, stepping into the Yunyue Academy essentially guarantees a bright future. Every graduate from the Yunyue Academy is sought after by various factions, marking a promising path ahead. Consequently, each year, countless young people from the Aoyan Empire vie desperately employing every means possible to gain entrance into the Xinhua Academy. However, the Sacred Martial Academy is indeed a magnificent place adorned in gold, yet its admission requirements are exceptionally stringent. One must attain the rank of martial master before the age of 18. This rigorous threshold effectively bars those lacking sufficient talent from entry, rendering all who gain admission to the Sacred Martial Academy as remarkably gifted youths. The Academy has also been the birthplace of many illustrious figures, each now a dominant force in their respective realms. Have your father and mother ever been there? Ren Fan inquired, looking up at Ren Zhe and Sun Yuxiao with a puzzled expression. As for me, I have been there. As for your father, I was merely 18 at the time, dispatched by the Academy for training, ultimately settling in Yunyue City where I encountered your father, and thereafter, I never returned. Sun Yuxiao responded, a sweet smile lingering on her face. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan, perplexed, asked, since mother was once a part of the Academy, why does she now possess no spiritual power at all, like an ordinary person? At this question, Sun Yuxiao's expression momentarily tightened, her words faltering as she struggled to articulate a response. It was ultimately Ren Zhe who intervened, sending Ren Fan away. Sighing, Ren Fan murmured to himself, surely, my mother harbors a unique past. With hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward. My son, there are some secrets it is perhaps best that you remain unaware of for now, Sun Yuxiao mused, watching Ren Fan's retreating figure, a smile creeping onto her lips as she glanced at the contemplative Ren Zhe. You need not worry any longer. Fanner has grown up, Sun Yuxiao remarked, moving to stand behind Ren Zhe, resting a hand upon his shoulder. May he find peace in all things. On the following day, Ren Fan awoke early, beginning to pack his belongings, when suddenly Ren Zhe pushed open the door. Ren Fan was taken aback, but quickly smiled and greeted, good morning, father, before resuming his task. Yet, at that moment, Ren Zhe unexpectedly halted Ren Fan's hands. Ren Fan turned in surprise to face Ren Zhe, who seemed to have a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. In an instant, Ren Fan was struck by the sight. It was as if Ren Zhe had aged a decade overnight. With several strands of white peppering his hair, father? Ren Fan asked tentatively. Ren Zhe paused abruptly, sniffed, chuckled softly, and turned his head away. Fanner, why are you in such a hurry to pack? You should at least wait until after the family assessment before setting off for the Sacred Martial Academy. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan found his hands being pulled away from his packing as Ren Zhe began to assist him. Father. Ren Fan understood the sudden change in Ren Zhe's demeanor, his fists clenching involuntarily. Suddenly, he embraced Ren Zhe. Father, take care. With that, Ren Fan dashed out, leaving Ren Zhe momentarily stunned. He turned to watch Ren Fan's receding figure, unable to contain his tears any longer. This might very well have been his first time crying. Reflecting on this, he resumed packing, his movements gentle as if he were not a man. Brother Ren. Just as Ren Fan dashed outside, he spotted Lin Xinhua rushing toward him, clad in a light pink dress. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue that accentuated her innocent charm. Lin Xinhua, what brings you here? Ren Fan queried, a sense of confusion stirring within him. She took a slight breath, then, with a hesitant demeanor, inquired, Yesterday did my sister come to call off the engagement? Upon hearing this, Ren Fan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, responding, So, you came here today to deliberately mock me? Lin Xinhua hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, No, not at all. Then what brings you here? Lin Xinhua's face, already tinged with a faint blush, grew even redder, rivaling that of a ripe fruit, leaving Ren Fan utterly perplexed. Brother Ren. Suddenly, Lin Xinhua shouted loudly, startling Ren Fan even more. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so loud? Ren Fan stammered in response. Observing his reaction, Lin Xinhua quickly lifted her head and implored, Please, Brother Ren, marry me. I want to be your woman. Her words. Ren Fan staggered back several steps, exclaiming, Lin Mei, you cannot be joking with me. I was just rejected by your sister, and you come here to tell me you want to be my woman. Lin Xinhua awkwardly brushed a stray strand of hair aside and nodded. Ren Fan, at a loss for words, sighed. Are you here to make up for your sister? If that's the case, you needn't be worried. My interest in your sister was merely fleeting. I actually feel quite relieved by her decision to call off the engagement. So, please, don't make a scene and just go back. No, Lin Xinhua retorted loudly. Brother Ren, you're such a fool. I've liked you for a long time, but you always ignore me, and calling me sister is the most annoying familial label. But you still call me brother. don't you? Chapter 20. Ren Zhe's provocation. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan frowned, and Lin Xinhua suddenly realized the inconsistency in her long-standing address, her face turning crimson. Ren Fan helplessly shrugged and turned to leave. But at that moment, he suddenly remarked, "If you don't go back soon, your precious sister might come back and cause quite the uproar. You should hurry home." After saying this, he turned and began to walk away, only for Lin Xinhua to unexpectedly embrace him tightly from behind. "Run, Ren Fan, I'm serious this time. I truly want to marry you, not for my sister, but for myself." Upon hearing this, Ren Fan felt the warmth of her tears on his back, causing him to freeze momentarily. He glanced sideways and saw Lin Xinhua burying her entire head against him, softly sobbing. It was then that Ren Fan began to believe her words. That he slowly turned around. No need for that. Meanwhile, two figures stood in the shadows, observing Sun Yuxia and Ren Zhe. Fortune follows misfortune. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Sun Yuxia observed the scene, and Ren Zhe could not help but smile, gently wrapping his arm around Sun Yuxia and whispering, "We have all grown up." Yet, such a harmonious moment could not endure beyond 2 days. Soon, the news of Lin Xinhua confessing to Ren Fan spread, sending shockwaves through both the Lin and Ren families. After all, Lin Xinhua had just severed her engagement with Ren Fan, and the Lin family had only just begun to feel a sense of relief. When suddenly this news broke, causing a stir among the citizens of Yunyue City, the Lin family exclaimed, "Is it true that you confessed to that worthless one?" Lin Xinhua glared at her sister Lin Xinhua, who knelt on the ground, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Yes." Lin Xinhua stood tall, unyielding, and met Lin Xinhua's gaze. "Since you do not like Ren Fan, why should I not be with him?" You. Lin Xinhua was momentarily at a loss for words, her frustration boiling over as she lashed out with a whip, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how despicable Ren Fan is?" At that time, before Lin Xinhua could finish her sentence, Lin Xinhua pouted defiantly and retorted, "You believe the slander from outside, yet dismiss everything Ren Fan says. You are clearly silence. You dare to argue with your sister now? Guards, take her away and lock her up. No one is to let her out until this uproar has settled." Lin Xinhua gazed at her sister Lin Xinhua, who seemed to have grown up so much, and let out a heavy sigh. Two servants promptly seized Lin Xinhua, dragging her towards the room. At that moment, Lin Xinhua shouted loudly, "Sister, you simply look down upon others. You elitist. I will no longer heed your words. Even if this uproar calms down, I will still be with Ren Fan." Hearing this, Lin Xinhua turned to watch Lin Xinhua's retreating figure. "Who was enjoying a feast? Of course I have." "Ha, what a slap in the face." Ren Zhe replied, a cunning smile spreading across his face. "With this turn of events, perhaps Lin Xinhua will belong to me. Such a beauty." The servant, noticing Ren Zhe's demeanor, offered a sycophantic smile and remarked, "You must have also heard of the second Miss Lin Xinhua, confessing to Ren Fan, right? Alas, one wonders what fortune Ren Fan must have accumulated in his past life to warrant such." Smash! Before the servant could finish, Ren Zhe hurled a fruit plate to the ground. "What? You say Lin Xinhua confessed to Ren Fan?" The servant, startled, glanced at the shards of porcelain scattered on the floor. Ren Zhe murmured to himself, staring blankly at the shards of porcelain on the ground for a moment, before suddenly raising his head and declaring, "Let us go. We must see what Ren Fan has been up to these past few days." Upon hearing this, the servant promptly bowed his head and replied affirmatively, following Ren Zhe as they made their way towards the Ren family estate. At that moment, Ren Fan was wielding a long iron sword. A wave of astonishment washed over him. When did Ren Fan become so formidable? Could it be that his innate talent has returned? "Young master, should we approach?" The servant, noticing Ren Zhe's dazed expression, urged him gently. At the servant's words, Ren Zhe gradually regained his composure, clearing his throat. "I was merely captivated by the beauty of this scene. Do not overthink it. However, before we enter, should we?" Ren Zhe seemed to have suddenly recalled something, raising his hand to conjure a short blade. The servant immediately understood his intent, grinning mischievously as he stepped forward and quietly pushed open the door a crack, allowing Ren Zhe to stealthily advance. Aiming the short blade at Ren Fan and launching it forward, Ren Fan's gaze flickered, and he caught sight of the ethereal blade. With a swift motion, he deflected it, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted Ren Zhe peering through the crack in the door, watching the unfolding drama. A sly grin crept across Ren Fan's face as he tilted the sword's tip, sending it hurtling back towards Ren Zhe. In that moment, Ren Fan exerted no spiritual energy, nor did he reveal any aura. He relied solely on his own physical strength to generate waves of force. Ren Zhe, sensing the impending danger, hastily pushed the door open wide, lifting his gaze just in time to see Ren Fan charging towards him. Startled, he quickly began to channel the energy within him. Suddenly, a sound erupted like an explosion as Ren Fan's sword was met with Ren Zhe's spiritual force. Approached. Upon seeing Ren Zhe, he did not bother to mask his displeasure as, "Oh, it's you. Ren Zhe, what brings you here? What caused such a ruckus?" With a stern expression, Ren Zhe walked closer and soon noticed the iron sword deeply lodged in the earth. His curiosity piqued. "I merely came to check on Ren Fan, but I was taken aback when he aimed the sword directly at me. In my helplessness, I had no choice but to use my energy, resulting in such a loud noise," Ren Zhe explained, swiftly retracting his spiritual energy. Ren Zhe, upon hearing this, turned to Ren Fan, who exhibited no signs of energy leakage, and questioned, "Is this true?" Chapter 21. Is it true? Ren Zhe suddenly turned to Ren Fan, who was momentarily taken aback, a slight twitch of his lips betraying his amusement. "Father, do you truly believe I would target someone without cause?" Ren Fan replied expressionlessly, his gaze fixed on Ren Zhe. "You clever rascal. Knowing that an ethereal weapon can vanish into thin air, you dare to make such accusations," Ren Fan mused inwardly, glancing at Ren Zhe, who nodded, seemingly convinced by the reasoning. "Now, Ren Zhe, what do you have to say for yourself?" Realizing the implications of Ren Zhe being Ren Fan's father, Ren Zhe frowned as a wave of realization washed over him. "Ren Bo, I am aware that you are Ren Fan's father, which is why you choose to shield him. However, let us discuss the matter at hand. Ren Fan has indeed acted in such a manner, as you have just witnessed. It was Ren Fan who drew his sword first, and I was left with no choice but to employ my spiritual energy. How can you dismiss my words based solely on his account, while showing no faith in my testimony? Indeed, given the current circumstances, it appears there is a conspicuous tendency for Ren Zhe to deliberately cover for him. Had it not been for Ren Fan's recent near assassination by Ren Zhe, one might have been inclined to believe his claims to some extent. Oh, by your assertion, it seems that all the blame rests upon me." Ren Zhe raised an eyebrow, casting a somewhat menacing glance towards Ren Zhe. Ren Zhe clenched his fist discreetly, and a servant nearby, noticing this, gently tugged at Ren Zhe's sleeve, whispering, "Young master, there is still ample time ahead. Do not let your temper flare. After all, the head of the Ren family stands before you." Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe's expression darkened considerably, resembling a sky laden with storm clouds. The servant, observing the change, instinctively took a step back, fearing that Ren Zhe might lose his composure and inadvertently involve him in a confrontation, which would be quite unfortunate. However, contrary to his apprehensions, Ren Zhe suddenly lifted his face, the previous gloom dissipating, replaced by a disingenuous smile that was utterly unconvincing. "Ren, the head of the Ren family, speaks truly. How could it possibly be your fault? Perhaps it was merely due to Ren Zhe's training, which was somewhat inappropriate, that led to such a spectacle. Yet, it is indeed perplexing, Ren Fan, that you have shown no progress whatsoever. Given your current aura, I assume you have yet to reach even the 4th tier of martial prowess. How will you manage to break through to the 7th tier by the time of the family competition? I genuinely worry for you." Ren Fan discerned the veiled insinuation in his words and, dismissing the provocation, merely smirked coldly and replied, "Dear Ren Xiong, you need not concern yourself. I shall strive diligently." At this, Ren Zhe feigned a look of reassurance, clasping his hands in salute to Ren Zhe, saying, "Then, esteemed head of the Ren family, I shall take my leave. I have witnessed all that I needed to, and it is time for me to return to my training." With that, he emphatically patted Ren Fan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Ren Zhe, you must truly gather your strength, though I acknowledge your shortcomings. You must exert yourself more." As he spoke, a smile involuntarily crept across Ren Zhe's face, while Ren Fan remained unfazed, instead transforming his expression into one of mild amusement. "Cousin, I have taken note of your words. In due time, I shall present my achievements to you. Farewell." Ren Zhe had intended to deliver a few more barbs, but upon hearing Ren Fan's farewell, he was forced to swallow his words. "Esteemed head of the Ren family, I bid you adieu. Do not trouble yourself with seeing me off," Ren Zhe added, his tone devoid of pleasantries. Ren Zhe's lips twitched slightly, and he strode away, the servant trailing behind him, appearing somewhat dejected. "What nonsense," Ren Zhe muttered under his breath as he exited. The servant, hearing this, could not help but echo, "Indeed. What is he? Just the head of the Ren family. Our young master's father can also take a seat. Pondering that autumn is nearly upon us. It is time to prepare some garments. The servant beside him, perplexed by the remark, glanced up at Ren Zhe with a puzzled expression. Growing somewhat impatient, Ren Zhe declared, "If you amuse me today, I shall reward you with winter clothing and some silver tomorrow. As long as you remain loyal to me, benefits shall surely come your way." Upon hearing this, the servant hastily knelt down and exclaimed, "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." Witnessing this, Ren Zhe couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips upward. One day, I shall ensure that both Ren Zhe and Ren Fan kneel before me. Just like this servant, groveling and apologizing. With this thought in mind, he commanded, "Rise." The servant, upon hearing this, stood up cheerfully. "Ren Fan, are you truly unscathed? After all, when I arrived, I could only sense Ren Zhe's aura. And you two were engaged in combat." In the courtyard of the Ren family, Ren Zhe looked at Ren Fan with a hint of worry. Ren Fan merely shook his head and gazed towards the entrance, a smile creeping across his face. "I wonder how Ren Zhe will react once he learns of my cultivation level. It should be quite the spectacle. He is now akin to that brilliant young prodigy from Yunyue City of yore." With this in mind, Ren Fan turned to Ren Zhe and said, "Father, the weather is turning cooler. You should head back to your room soon. I need to go out and procure some items. I am nearly 17 now. I am quite capable of buying things on my own." Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe paused momentarily before letting out a resigned sigh. He placed a hand on Ren Fan's shoulder and said with a steady breath, "Then be careful on your way. I shall return now." Ren Fan nodded and picked up the iron sword from the ground, bidding farewell as he dashed out. The child has grown up, his wings have strengthened, and thus he has become harder to manage, Ren Zhe muttered to himself, folding his hands behind his back as he hummed a tune back to the house. The marketplace was indeed bustling. Ren Fan strolled leisurely through the crowded market, where the vibrant sounds of vendors calling out could be heard all around. As he wandered aimlessly, a sudden commotion broke out, catching him off guard. "Don't run! Stop!" A man clad in a brown robe and wearing a brown hat suddenly dashed towards Ren Fan. Startled, Ren Fan heard the man shout, "Make way! Clear a path!" Ren Fan, taken aback, sidestepped, allowing the man to swiftly weave through the crowd before disappearing from his sight. Chapter 22. The mysterious old man. The pursuers behind him, upon witnessing this, dispersed in different directions, beginning their search. Not wishing to get involved in this turmoil, Ren Fan shrugged and prepared to leave. At that moment, a dirt-smudged young girl sprinted to Ren Fan's side, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, "Young master, have you seen the man who just passed by? He was clad in brown garments." Ren Fan nodded slightly, curiosity stirring within him as he scrutinized the girl's attire. She bore no semblance of affluence, rather resembling a beggar, and her features were obscured by a layer of grime. "Little sister, what transpired with that man to warrant such a pursuit by so many attendants?" Ren Fan could no longer contain his inquiry. The girl hesitated, glancing around before replying, "Young master, you are unaware. But that man was my brother. He is perpetually idle and has a penchant for theft, particularly from wealthy families. I have attempted to deter him, yet he merely claims to be robbing the rich to aid the poor. Just days ago, our mother passed away, prompting him to temper his ways. But now he has reverted." Yes, she spoke. The girl succumbed to tears, her face becoming even more soiled. Witnessing her distress, Ren Fan felt a pang of compassion and retrieved a couple of coins to offer her. "Take this to repay your brother's debts, and ensure you discipline him more in the future," he imparted with earnestness. The girl gazed at the copper coins in her hand, her heart swelling with gratitude as she bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master, for your immense kindness. If ever I come into wealth, I shall repay you double. May I inquire your name?" Ren Fan, upon hearing this, replied with a smile, "I am Ren Fan." The girl paused momentarily. He continued on his path until he eventually entered an apothecary. "Young master, are you here to seek medical attention or to collect herbs?" A young attendant halted him upon entry. Taken aback, Ren Fan glanced towards the nearby herbal cabinet. "I am here to collect herbs." Upon hearing this, the attendant grinned and bowed slightly, calling out, "Young master is here to collect herbs." Ren Fan blinked in surprise as the attendant gestured for him to proceed. With a smile, Ren Fan approached the cabinet, where an elderly man with white hair stood behind the counter, holding a balance scale. "I am the proprietor of this apothecary. What can I assist you with?" "Young master," the man's deep, resonant voice carried an air of disdain. Indeed, the garments he wore were tailored when he was merely 16. After years of cultivation and growth, they had become rather ill-fitting. Ren Fan chuckled wryly to himself and stated, I require 2 tails of deer antler, 5 tails of jujube, 1 tail of white cardamom dot, and a tier 2 howling beast crystal. While the initial items were commonplace enough for the proprietor to procure, the last request elicited a raised eyebrow from him. Young master, you must be mistaken. This apothecary does not stock beast crystals. Ren Fan, upon hearing this, arched an eyebrow and pointed toward a wooden sign by the entrance, which clearly indicated the sale of beast crystals. How can you assert that you do not sell them? Upon witnessing this, the shopkeeper couldn't help but emit a disdainful snort. Young brother, it is not that I am unwilling to sell to you. Rather, the price I mentioned would surely send you retreating in fright. Perhaps you should consider other options, he suggested. At how much silver? As soon as the shopkeeper finished his counsel, Ren Fan, somewhat impatient, inquired, seeing Ren Fan's unwavering determination. Ren Fan furrowed his brows in confusion. Then what is the amount? 3 gold pieces. Ren Fan looked at the shopkeeper in disbelief, for gold was a rare commodity in Yunyue City. Although he was the young master of the Ren family, he couldn't readily produce such a sum. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to recall something and hurriedly pulled out a gray cloth from his pocket. The shopkeeper, noticing this, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What is that? As Ren Fan revealed the cloth, a refreshing aroma emanated from within. Slowly, he unfolded it to reveal the 5 second-tier elixirs he had refined that day. The shopkeeper's jaw dropped in astonishment. I must be dreaming. Where did you acquire these? Hearing this, Ren Fan scoffed lightly and replied, Shopkeeper, I am here to purchase medicine, not to undergo a family investigation. That I merely wish to know if this is sufficient to offset the 3 gold pieces. Ren Fan's visit was solely to enhance his alchemical skills, as the medicinal materials given to him by Shui Yu had been largely depleted due to the consumption of these second-tier elixirs, causing him to feel a twinge of regret. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the old man's eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. After a brief moment, the shopkeeper vigorously nodded. Yes, yes. Ren Fan also nodded, preparing to hand over the 5 elixirs. However, just as the shopkeeper was about to take them, a hand, swift as the wind, snatched them from Ren Fan's grasp. Stunned, Ren Fan failed to discern who had taken them, only feeling the emptiness in his palm as he looked up. Before him stood an elderly man clad in a brown and white robe, examining the second-tier elixirs in his hand. The old man wore a cloak, obscuring his features from view. Who are you to act so brazenly and steal from others? Ren Fan demanded angrily, for the elixirs in the old man's possession were crafted from his own spiritual energy, and of the second tier no less. With that thought, Ren Fan attempted to reclaim them. In a flash, the old man deftly evaded him, leaving Ren Fan only a hair's breadth away from retrieval. Taken aback, Ren Fan looked up at the old man, whose gray-brown eyes bore into him, giving Ren Fan a chilling sensation as if his very being were being scrutinized. Did you concoct these? The old man queried, and just as Ren Fan was about to make another attempt to seize them, he noticed the old man's lips curve slightly, murmuring, a mischievous little rascal. In a fleeting moment, Ren Fan's countenance was clouded with fury. With a swift motion, he seized the corner of the old man's robe. The old man merely raised an eyebrow and forcefully tugged at his garment, causing Ren Fan to lose his grip and stumble to the ground due to the excessive force he exerted. The elder smiled faintly and softly inquired, Care to try again? Chapter 23. The benefactor grinding his teeth. Ren Fan realized that the old man had not released any spiritual energy, leaving him oblivious to the elder's true strength. Nevertheless, the man's demeanor suggested he was no ordinary individual. Yet, what did that matter? The old man held the precious elixirs that Ren Fan had painstakingly concocted. How could he allow them to be so easily snatched away? With this thought, Ren Fan disregarded all else and gradually began to release his spiritual energy. The elder raised an eyebrow, noting, a 6th tier at such a young age. Is it not rather unjust for someone of your caliber to be cooped up here? Muttering to himself, the old man observed as Ren Fan, disregarding all caution, charged forward. With an outstretched hand, a wave of energy surged directly towards the elder's throat. The old man smirked and effortlessly dodged, countering with a swift strike that sent Ren Fan reeling. Ren Fan, undeterred, executed a sweeping attack, but the elder remained unfazed. Just as Ren Fan was about to reach the elder's feet, the old man leapt nimbly, ensnaring Ren Fan's legs and twisting them, eliciting a cry of agony from him. Simultaneously, the elder released his own spiritual energy, revealing himself to be a 4th-tier grandmaster. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on the brows of those present, with some of the patients fainting outright. Upon witnessing this, Ren Fan managed to break free from the old man's grasp, compelled to retract his energy. Young man, this fellow is formidable. It's best you refrain from taking what isn't yours. You lack the means. Next time, the elderly man, who had been weighing medicine for Ren Fan, peeked from behind the counter, prepared to dissuade him. However, he was taken aback when Ren Fan showed no signs of retreat, instead boldly proclaiming, "What? Is it true strength to forcibly seize another's possessions? I see no more than a common thug." The elder, rather than becoming incensed, gradually withdrew his spiritual energy, allowing Ren Fan to exhale slightly. "You do make a valid point, young man, but before I return your belongings, you must tell me, did you truly concoct this?" The elder's tone softened a bit, and Ren Fan, noticing this, tempered his ferocity. "Indeed," Ren Fan asserted with newfound confidence, catching the elder's attention. "Do you have a master who taught you?" "None." Ren Fan clenched his fists, fixing his gaze on the elder. "Oh, can you return it to me now?" The old man suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, chuckling softly as he lowered his head and handed the pouch of medicine to Ren Fan. "Young lad, in just 2 months, the St. Martial Academy will commence its recruitment. Perhaps you might consider participating." Ren Fan's eyes lit up at the mention of the St. Martial Academy. "Really? Of course. With your exceptional talent, the Academy will surely take special notice of you." The old man tapped his cane, looking intently at Ren Fan. "These 5 second-tier elixirs are worth at least 10 gold coins. Young one, be cautious out there. Do not let yourself be deceived." Having spoken, the elderly man leisurely departed, while the shopkeeper, who had just been hiding behind the counter, emerged with a beaming smile directed at Ren Fan. "Young brother, may I have that medicine now? I shall arrange for someone to collect your herbs shortly." However, before the shopkeeper could finish his sentence, Ren Fan swiftly tucked the medicine pouch back into his pocket. "No need." With those 3 words, Ren Fan lifted his leg and strode out, leaving the shopkeeper in a state of despair. Once outside the apothecary, Ren Fan glanced down at his legs. Although he had failed to procure the medicinal materials, encountering such a formidable martial artist was not without merit. Nevertheless, that elderly man seemed to have withheld his full power, as if concealing something. Pondering this, he began his journey home, only to be unexpectedly intercepted by a group of men clad in black as he passed through an alley. Upon noticing them, Ren Fan narrowed his eyes. Ren Fan chose not to scrutinize him further. "Kid, you just took out a second-tier pill in the apothecary, didn't you? If you know what's good for you, hand it over, or don't blame us for being unfriendly." As he spoke, the leader released his aura, revealing himself to be a 3rd-tier martial artist. Unbeknownst to him, Ren Fan possessed far greater prowess. However, judging by their attire, these men were clearly not of significant stature. With their release of energy, the 3 subordinates behind him also unveiled their auras, all at the 9th tier of martial arts. Observing this, Ren Fan couldn't help but smirk. "Is this all you're capable of? You think you can snatch herbs from me?" Just as Ren Fan prepared to unleash his own energy, a man suddenly dashed in front of him. Was it the individual he had encountered earlier? "Hey, have you lot learned to act independently?" Ren Fan was taken aback, then heard the man shout at the group of black-clad figures. Ren Fan raised an eyebrow at the scene. "Boss. How come?" Before he could finish, the man stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap that echoed through the alley. The leader of the black-clad men clutched his face in disbelief, staring incredulously at the man before him. "Boss, why would you hit me to protect a stranger?" The man snorted coldly. "You should think twice before trying to rob someone. He is my sworn brother, Ren Fan." "What? You dare to lay hands on my brother? Are you looking for death?" The black-clad men exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. When did the boss acquire such a brother? Before they could contemplate further, the man bellowed a single word: "Scram." The 4 of them scurried away in a flurry. "You are Ren Fan?" Intrigued by their sudden retreat, inquired. The man turned around, eyes brimming with gratitude. "Benefactor, you are truly my benefactor." Ren Fan, taken aback, could only stand there in bewilderment. "What on earth?" "My name is Ma Shang, the leader among these ruffians, and the sole stream of purity untouched by corruption. Just now, I was pursued and beaten solely because I was famished. Having failed to find anything to eat, I stealthily ventured into a certain household, preparing to indulge in a feast, only to be discovered by the lady of the house. You are aware of what transpired thereafter, but why do you refer to me as your benefactor?" Ren Fan queried, perplexed, for after all, he had merely bestowed upon him a couple of coins, which could hardly be deemed sufficient to evade those ruffians. In truth, I did not manage to consume anything there. It was my sister who later approached me, offering me 2 coins, which finally allowed me to savor a warm bowl of noodles. Hence, I express my gratitude to you, my benefactor. Chapter 24. sworn brothers upon hearing this. He began, but suddenly realized he had misspoken, hastily covering his mouth and gesturing in explanation. I did not mean it in that manner. Ren Fan, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle lightly. You need not feel compelled to explain. I have long been regarded as a wastrel by all. With that, a hint of melancholy crept onto his visage. After a brief pause, Ma Sheng suddenly remarked, Ren Fan, may I call you that? Upon hearing this, Ren Fan nodded in assent. Ma Sheng, his eyes widening in surprise, declared, though I am a notorious ruffian, I possess but a scant few genuine friends, now that you have aided one whom you have never met before. I, Ma Sheng, am truly grateful to you. Therefore, I hope to forge a brotherly bond with you. Henceforth, we shall share both hardships and joys. What say you? Ren Fan was taken aback, but eventually allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Very well. After all, since I have been deemed a wastrel, or perhaps even before that, I have had no true friends, save for my father and mother who cared for me. You have extended your assistance to me once. Thus that I consent, and am willing to be sworn brothers with you. Ma Sheng nodded vigorously, seizing the moment. Let us not delay. Let us do it today, shall we? But I am ill-prepared. Ren Fan glanced around. Ren Fan, wincing in pain, looked at his palm, bleeding profusely, then raised his gaze to Ma Sheng, who had similarly cut his own hand, knitting his brows in concern. What are you doing? Ma Sheng smiled and grasped Ren Fan's hand firmly. Their blood mingling, and a radiant light emanated from their intertwined flesh. My mother once told me that humans are made of flesh and blood. If two individuals' blood and flesh merge, they shall remain inseparable for all eternity. Thus, I have adopted this method to bear witness to our oath. Ren Fan gazed down at his hand, aglow with a blue luminescence, then looked up to see Ma Sheng's confident, albeit somewhat roguish smile. And his heart stirred, culminating in a smile of his own. Very well. Ren Fan spoke with great determination and, in perfect harmony with Ma Sheng, declared, Today, I, Ren Fan, Ma Sheng, vow to become sworn brothers in this fragrant alley of flowers and willows. We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month and the same year. We only wish to die on the same day of the same month and the same year. From this day forth, we shall share both fortune and misfortune, bound by blood and flesh. Let heaven and earth bear witness. As he finished speaking, an overwhelming force suddenly surged between their palms. Both Ren Fan and Ma Sheng were taken aback, attempting to withdraw their hands, but found themselves powerless to do so. It was only when the blinding light faded that the force abruptly dissipated, causing them to stumble backward. Ren Fan furrowed his brow and raised his hand to examine his palm. Astonishingly, the recent wound had healed. Ma Sheng also looked at his palm in astonishment before turning to Ren Fan. Was this the power of a vow? Upon hearing this, Ren Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Ma Sheng's sister rushed over, and Ma Sheng's brow furrowed in an instant. What brings you here? He asked. Oh, right, brother Ren, I have yet to introduce you. This is my sister, Ma Rue. Ren Fan, upon hearing this, he could only smile wryly as Ma Sheng crossed his arms behind his head and muttered, You're not my mother. Why do you care so much? You. Ma Rue was left speechless by Ma Sheng's retort. And it was at this moment that Ren Fan interjected. Could you two please refrain from arguing? Let us discuss this calmly. At Ren Fan's remark, Ma Rue finally acknowledged his presence, turning to him with a somewhat apologetic smile. Oh, benefactor, it turns out you're here too. Yes, that your brother likely didn't inform you, because he was coming to rescue me. Ren Fan said uncertainly. Ma Rue accepted this explanation and turned her gaze towards the still carefree Ma Sheng. Humph, I'll let you off this time. Benefactor, it's getting late. We should head back. I need to inquire about what exactly is going on. Hearing this, Ren Fan looked up and indeed noticed that dusk was approaching. Ma Sheng suddenly called out to him, Brother Ren, you must have heard about the enrollment news for the Yunyue Academy coming up in 2 months. I wonder if you're interested. Ren Fan, hearing this, smiled wryly and lowered his head. It wasn't about whether he was interested, but rather whether Yunyue Academy had an interest in him. What about you? Do you wish to attend as well? Ma Sheng scratched his ear, feeling a bit shy. Well, I didn't qualify during the first enrollment at Yunyue Academy, but now that I have reached the 3rd rank as a warrior, I believe I am qualified. And how old are you? What about your sister? Ma Rue chimed in. I am currently a 1st rank warrior and am 15 years old, while my brother is 17. Ma Rue spoke, her eyes sparkling with an undeniable confidence. Ren Fan, upon hearing her words, could not help but nod in agreement, recognizing the potential she possessed. And what about you, Ren brother? Ma Sheng finally could no longer contain his curiosity. Ren Fan, taken aback, paused momentarily before managing a somewhat awkward smile. As for me, I have just broken through to the 7th rank of martial artists. Ren Fan felt compelled to withhold the truth of his true capabilities, for even among sworn brothers, caution was prudent. At this, Ren Fan was reminded of his status in Yunyue City as that of a mere waste, unable to cultivate. With a sigh, he explained, I ventured out alone for training and unexpectedly encountered a master. Through his guidance, I was able to cultivate. Are you also 17? Ma Sheng inquired, intrigued. Ren Fan nodded. Yes, I will soon turn 17. Why do you ask? As he spoke, Ma Sheng swiftly strode over to Ren Fan's side. Chapter 25. Phoenix Fire. My sister and I have only recently arrived in Yunyue City. I heard that you were once a genius here. However, for reasons unknown, you became unable to cultivate. Now that you can cultivate again, rest assured, you will certainly be selected for the Sacred Martial Academy this time, and both of us will be chosen together. Me too, Ma Rue exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over. Ma Sheng, hearing this, merely made a disdainful expression, while Ren Fan smiled gently. All right, I shall take my leave for now. To gain admission to the Sacred Martial Academy, we must all strive together. Both Ma Sheng and Ma Rue nodded in agreement. And the three bid each other farewell. Mother, father, I have returned. Upon entering his home, Ren Fan hurried to his room, as he had distinctly sensed a change in Lin Xinhua during his journey back. It had been nearly half a month since their last conversation. He wondered how things would unfold this time. Once in his room, Ren Fan locked the door tightly and settled onto his bed. Lin Xinhua, looking exceedingly drained, grasped Ren Fan's shoulders, prompting Ren Fan to furrow his brow even deeper. Ling Lao, why do you appear so weak upon awakening this time? What has transpired? Hearing this, Lin Xinhua released Ren Fan and, with a flick of his sleeve, conjured 2 soft couches and a low table onto the ground. Ren Fan took a seat alongside Ling Tianzhong. It is all my fault for my frequent awakenings before, which has led to this state. Ren Fan tilted his head, puzzled. Frequent awakenings, is that not within your capacity? Ren Fan had just finished. When Lin Xinhua shook his head, I had mentioned to you during our first encounter that my spiritual energy has dissipated, and I require a host, namely, you. To begin my solitary cultivation, I must enter a state of self-imposed seclusion, slumbering until you are sufficiently powerful and my spiritual power is restored. Then you, Lin Xinhua, upon hearing this. During that alchemy session, I helplessly watched as you were drained of your spiritual energy by the Xiantian Ding, unable to assist you, and thus I was gripped by a profound terror, dreading that you. Sigh. Ren Fan felt a wave of emotion swell within him upon hearing this. In the next moment, he knelt on the ground, unwavering and resolute. I cannot repay Elder Scaling for your care and concern. Yet I shall not renege on my promise to you. As for my fate, it is mine to determine. Moreover, I have already resolved to grow stronger. With that, he clasped his hands in salute. Lin Xinhua, witnessing this, nodded with satisfaction and smiled, as if suddenly recalling something. However, it is here that I realize my current limitations, that I cannot shield you from everything. Thus, I shall impart to you a martial skill, a means of self-preservation. Ren Fan, upon hearing this, abruptly raised his head, meeting Lin Xinhua's gaze with uncontainable excitement in his eyes. Thank you, Elder Xie. Lin Xinhua nodded and raised his hand, conjuring a flicker of golden flame. Observing this, Ren Fan felt a wave of scorching heat rush towards him, causing him to stumble backward. What is this? Ren Fan inquired, his surprise evident as he regarded the flame. Lin Xinhua glanced at the fire in his hand and explained. This is called Phoenix Fire, crafted from a drop of sacred blood distilled from the ancient Suzaku. Though it is currently of the yellow grade, it possesses a unique trait. It can evolve, potentially reaching the divine grade of martial skills. Ren Fan furrowed his brow at this revelation. I only understood that martial skills are classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with distinctions of upper, middle, and lower tiers. Yet, above the heaven grade, there exists a divine grade. And how can martial skills evolve through continuous practice? Lin Xinhua shook his head in response. If the world were as rigid as you suggest, then the strong would merely be scholars at best. This is crafted from the blood of the Suzaku, one of the 4 divine beasts, and its most extraordinary feature is its capacity to evolve. If you can master this martial skill, it is highly likely that it will fuse with your body, rendering you impervious to even divine flames. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of avarice sparkled in Ren Fan's eyes. Elder Ling, can I fuse with it now? Certainly not. It is exceedingly discerning that if you do not exercise control over it, ultimately, it will control you. Lin Xinhua's warning filled Ren Fan with a deep-seated trepidation. Thus, I shall now integrate it into your being. It merely recognizes you as a temporary host and will not truly submit to your will. Therefore, if you wish to exert greater control over it, you must continuously grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan was instantly filled with fervor. I can do it. Lin Xinhua nodded, still that stubborn child. Contemplating this, he turned to Ren Fan, ready to begin. Yes. Ren Fan vigorously nodded and closed his eyes. Shortly thereafter, the heat surged through Ren Fan's internal organs, and suddenly, a sharp pain struck his heart. Simultaneously, his mind was assailed by the phoenix fire, enveloped by sensations of sharp stinging and swelling. Suddenly, Ren Fan could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, prompting Lin Xinhua to furrow his brow. Can we continue? Yes, continue. Ren Fan suddenly let out a roar, causing Lin Xinhua to momentarily halt, before gritting his teeth and intensifying the energy flow in an instant. The space trembled, the light flickering erratically at that moment. Ren Fan felt his meridians fracturing and twisting, as if his dantian might burst. The searing heat intensified, compelling Ren Fan to brace himself against the ground, spilling from the corners as he murmured. Lin Xinhua, upon witnessing this, nervously shut his eyes, urging himself, faster, hold on. Lin Xinhua murmured, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, Ren Fan let out a furious roar, and Lin Xinhua opened his eyes simultaneously, glancing at his now empty hands, then back at the collapsed Ren Fan, finally exhaling slowly. However, the moment he released his breath, Ren Fan was abruptly enveloped by a crimson mist, gradually ascending into the air. Lin Xinhua stared in astonishment at Ren Fan. Suddenly, Ren Fan's eyes flew open, his fists clenched, as if striving to break free from something. Ren Fan let out a tremendous shout, and in an instant, a tempest of lightning intertwined with flames began to wrestle for control of his body. Why a struggle? Before Lin Xinhua could ponder further, he witnessed Ren Fan's wrist being pierced by lightning, while flame seized the opportunity to surge into Ren Fan's mind and dantian. What power is this? Lin Xinhua clearly sensed the strength emanating from Ren Fan's body. It was not the power of a sixth-tier warrior, but something far greater. Ren Fan suddenly bellowed, and Lin Xinhua looked up. Boom! A surge of red light erupted as if planets collided, unleashing a force of several tens of thousands of pounds, directly propelling Lin Xinhua against the wall, causing him to spit blood. At that moment, Ren Fan was finally released from the tempest of energy and lightning, slowly collapsing to the ground, left gasping for breath. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xinhua hastily struggled to rise, stumbling and colliding as he rushed to Ren Fan's side. He reached out to take his pulse, and in an instant, he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely a disturbance, nothing serious. With that thought, Lin Xinhua lowered his gaze to Ren Fan, whose body was drenched in blood, ultimately releasing a resigned sigh. What on earth was that bolt of lightning that could send me flying? Before he could ponder further, he heard Ren Fan's faint voice, Ling Lao. Phoenix fire. It's all right now. It's all right. Observing him awaken, Lin Xinhua offered words of comfort. Hearing this, Ren Fan weakly curled his lips into a smile. Thank you, Ling Lao. Lin Xinhua shook his head and replied, all of this is your own merit. There is no need for thanks. Given your weakened meridians, it is imperative that you return and recuperate swiftly. Ren Fan nodded feebly, and just then, Lin Xinhua seemed to recall something and handed Ren Fan an ancient-looking tome. Take this book and study it carefully upon your return. It contains guidance on its application and purpose. I shall elaborate further once you have recovered. Ren Fan smiled gently before being escorted out of the space by Lin Xinhua. In the next moment, Father A.S. Ren Fan emerged from the space. He fortuitously collided with Ren Zhe entering. Due to his overwhelming weakness, he felt unable to sustain himself any longer and collapsed onto the bed, closing his eyes in a daze. In that fleeting moment, amidst a dazzling light, he caught a glimpse of Ren Zhe's worried gaze. When he awoke again, it was half a month later. Groggily, Ren Fan opened his eyes to find Sun Yuxia sitting beside the bed with a bowl of congee. Mother, how long have I been unconscious? As he attempted to move, he discovered his body felt utterly disjointed and immobile. Half a month. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan could only nod. Suddenly, he noticed Sun Yuxia's nose twitching, and as he looked up, he saw her tear-filled eyes as she spoke. Fanner, when will you stop causing us such worry? Ren Fan lowered his head in helplessness. At that moment, he could say nothing. He resolved to become stronger, to gain the ability to tell his parents just how formidable he had become, capable of protecting them. Observing this, Sun Yuxia refrained from saying more and quietly fed Ren Fan congee with a porcelain spoon. Having just awakened and not having eaten for so long, Ren Fan found the congee to be exceptionally delicious and couldn't help but consume several bowls. Thus, a week passed in tranquility, and soon Ren Fan was able to rise and practice martial arts. Clad in a dark robe with a brown vest over it, Ren Fan had grown considerably taller, and his appearance had taken on a more robust demeanor, making him appear almost ethereal amidst the falling yellow leaves. The Meishan Fist was one of the few high-grade yellow-tier martial techniques of the Ren family, renowned for its astonishing power, capable of smashing a large hole into a mountain when mastered to perfection. This martial art had been discreetly taught to Ren Fan by Ren Zhe, with the prerequisite of achieving the 7th rank as a warrior to learn the family's techniques, until he shed the title of waste. Ren Fan was unable to study the Ren family's martial arts. After practicing the Meishan Fist several times, he suddenly opened his eyes, hands clasped behind his back, with a swift motion of his palm. A surge of crimson flames erupted, colliding with a maple tree and instantly felling a trunk as thick as 3 men. In an instant, Ren Fan flicked his wrist, and a surge of crimson flames erupted into the air, transforming into specks of starlight that swiftly vanished from sight. Observing this, Ren Fan lowered his gaze to the minuscule flame dancing upon his hand. A wave of joy inexplicably surged within him. Ren Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth? Are you toying with me?" In a state of panic, he stamped his feet in place, yet the flames showed no signs of abating. Rather, they intensified, the heat becoming so overwhelming that it made Ren Fan perspire. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Since this phoenix fire belonged to him, he should be able to control it, right? If he could unleash it, surely he could also retract it. With this thought, Ren Fan exhaled a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and the moment he opened his eyes, all the flames seemed to generate a pulling force, racing towards his palms. In no time, the fire was absorbed, leaving the once flaming maple trees stripped bare. Ren Fan, feeling helpless, extinguished the phoenix fire and gazed up at the scorched maple grove, a pang of regret swelling in his heart. He rubbed his forehead, realizing that this place was no longer suitable for practice. Any disturbances would surely attract his parents. Resolving this, Ren Fan prepared to leave his backyard. However, just as he stepped out, he spotted Ren Zhe entering, causing him to gasp and tighten his grip. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet you insist on barging into hell. This time, do not blame me. With that thought, memories of Ren Zhe's previous actions flooded his mind, igniting a surge of anger within him. He raised his head, casting a fierce glare at Ren Zhe. "Oh, what brings my cousin here?" Ren Zhe, upon hearing this, abruptly turned his head, surveying Ren Fan from head to toe before smirking derisively. "I heard you were injured and unconscious, so I came to check on you. What's wrong? Did your failure in cultivation lead to this? Ha ha ha. Ren D, why are you so stubborn?" Chapter 27. Slapping Ren Zhe's face. "I heard you were injured and unconscious, so I came to check on you. What's wrong? Did your failure in cultivation lead to this? Ha ha ha. Ren D, why are you so stubborn?" After saying this, Ren Zhe took a step towards Ren Fan. But in that instant, he unleashed his spiritual energy, confident as a 4th-tier warrior that he could intimidate the so-called waste before him. Alas, he was mistaken. The moment Ren Zhe released his energy, Ren Fan did the same. A 4th-tier warrior, indeed. Ren Fan had concealed his spiritual power, for it was not yet the time for Ren Zhe to discover his true capabilities. However, this revelation should be sufficient to astonish the arrogant Ren Zhe. With this thought, Ren Fan raised his head to meet Ren Zhe's gaze, which was now filled with disbelief, rendering his posture comically awkward. How is this possible? Weren't you unable to cultivate? It can't be." Ren Zhe's face was one of incredulity, murmuring as though he had suffered a tremendous blow. "Why has my cousin suddenly released his energy? This truly took me by surprise." As Ren Fan spoke, he swiftly directed a punch toward Ren Zhe's abdomen. Caught off guard, Ren Zhe barely managed to raise his hand in defense at the moment Ren Fan approached. Instantly, he was sent staggering backwards several steps before gradually regaining his composure. Clenching his teeth, Ren Zhe straightened himself and regarded Ren Fan with a mocking expression. "Though I am perplexed as to why this worthless fool has suddenly improved, do you truly believe that being at the same level as me will enable you to defeat me? If so, you are gravely mistaken, for you are nothing but a waste." With that, Ren Zhe conjured a surge of crimson spiritual energy in his hand, gradually forming into a sphere. A smirk crept onto Ren Fan's lips. He had just the right opportunity for a live experiment with his phoenix fire. Since a living subject had presented itself uninvited, he felt no obligation to be courteous. With that thought, Ren Zhe lunged toward Ren Fan. At that moment, Ren Fan suddenly raised his hand, a smile playing on his lips. In an instant, flames enveloped his entire being. Mere moments later, Ren Zhe's spiritual energy was absorbed by the phoenix fire as it drew near. Witnessing this, Ren Zhe hastily retreated a few steps, staring incredulously at his own hands. "How is this possible?" he shouted in disbelief. Ren Fan smiled faintly, then let out a low growl. His eyes fixated on Ren Zhe as he delivered a powerful punch. Ren Zhe quickly raised his hand to block, and in that instant, red light collided, illuminating the surrounding maple leaves as if a second sun had emerged. Struggling, Ren Zhe managed to absorb the blow. Yet it was evident that Ren Fan had no intention of relenting. Instead, he exerted even greater force, a surge of fiery energy piercing into Ren Zhe's body. Suddenly, Ren Zhe experienced a sharp pain in his heart. Sent flying several meters away, he knelt on one knee, clutching his chest, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That sensation just now was the feeling of death. Before he could ponder further, Ren Fan began to advance toward him. However, at that moment, a wave of intense heat surged from Ren Fan's dantian. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to ignore the pain, yet the heat became increasingly overwhelming, as if warning him not to use it any further. What? Ren Fan gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening. Suddenly, the heat surged toward his heart, striking him with violent intensity. It seemed he could no longer withstand it, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for air. His body yearning for a refreshing chill. Ren Zhe looked up and raised an eyebrow, perplexed by this worthless fool's predicament. Before he could contemplate further, Ren Fan began to tear at his clothing, shouting, "Hot, hot, ice, I need ice." Ah! Hearing this, Ren Zhe felt the pain in his heart gradually dissipate. He cautiously lowered his hands and stood upright. Yet in the next moment, a surge of pride filled him entirely. "My dear cousin, since you speak of heat, allow me to stoke the flames further." With that, Ren Zhe summoned his own spiritual energy, igniting a blaze. In an instant, the fiery orb was hurled towards Ren Fan by Ren Zhe. Ren Fan abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, but it was merely a fleeting moment. As the flame drew closer, and indeed, when it appeared to strike him from Ren Zhe's perspective, an astonishing scene unfolded. With eyes brimming with exhilaration, Ren Zhe watched as the flame approached and began to engulf Ren Fan. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Ren Fan grasped it in his hand. Although the searing sensation emanating from his dantian remained unabated, he realized that he could still contend with Ren Zhe, for his true cultivation level was that of a 6th-tier warrior. Although it was true that Ren Fan was indeed a 6th-tier warrior, he was currently tormented by the phoenix fire within his body to the point of agony, his capabilities significantly diminished. Ultimately, with all his spiritual energy expended, Ren Fan hurled the flame towards Ren Zhe. The latter's eyes filled with disbelief and dread. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Ren Zhe collapsed to the ground, the flames dissipating in tandem. At that moment, both men fell to the ground, unable to rise. Ultimately, it was Ren Fan who, with great effort, managed to stand, his voice steady as he declared, "Today, we shall consider this a draw. In the next family competition, we shall settle this once and for all. I will not let you escape again." Hearing this, Ren Zhe lowered his head, gritting his teeth in anger. Although he still found it hard to believe Ren Fan's current prowess, he had no choice but to acknowledge the reality of the situation. Or even surpass him. It was unbearable. Ren Fan stood rooted to the spot, gazing down at his charred hands. Was there a limitation to the usage of the phoenix fire? He resolved to inquire with Elder Ling about this matter next time. With that thought, he stepped out of the Ren residence. How could this be possible? Upon returning home, Ren Zhe slammed his fist onto the table in frustration, and a servant, head bowed, approached him. "Young master, the master has returned." At this, Ren Zhe sprang to his feet and took a few steps forward, only to see a man with a streak of gray in his hair entering, exuding an air of solemnity. This was Ren Zhe's father, Ren Zhenhui. "Father!" Ren Zhe exclaimed in delight as he rushed over. Ren Zhenhui raised his hand and affectionately ruffled Ren Zhe's hair, smiling. "My son has grown much. How goes your training?" Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe found himself momentarily frozen. Lowering his head in contemplation, clenching his fist, he replied, I am still at the 4th tier of warriors." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the hand on his head pause. And with a mix of fear and disbelief, he looked up to receive a resounding slap. Father. Ren Zhenhui gazed at his son, disappointment etched across his face, and spoke in a calm yet firm tone. "Why have you not advanced even 1 tier while I was away in seclusion?" Ren Zhe clenched his fist, knowing he could not confess to Ren Zhenhui that he had spent the past 6 months indulging in revelry and debauchery. With his head bowed in contemplation for an extended period, Ren Zhe ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Observing this, Ren Zhenhui inferred a significant portion of the situation, sighed deeply, and turned his gaze towards the door, contemplating the fate of that useless wretch, Ren Fan. Chapter 28. The father and son of Ren Zhe. What has become of that good-for-nothing Ren Fan? Upon hearing this, a deeper shadow crossed Ren Zhe's face. which did not go unnoticed by Ren Zhe. He then stepped into the main hall. Do not tell me that the useless one has encountered any unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, just as Ren Zhe raised his teacup in preparation for a sip, his hand trembled, causing the cup to crash to the ground. What? That imbecile has managed to cultivate anew. What is his current level? Ren Zhe glared at Ren Zhe with eyes ablaze with fury. Seeing this, Ren Zhe hesitated for a moment, but steeling himself, he declared loudly, Fourth tier warrior. As soon as Ren Zhe's words fell, Ren Zhe was taken aback, muttering to himself, could it be that the once gifted youth is making a comeback? This complicates matters. Observing his father's reaction, Ren Zhe hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, only to be forcefully shoved aside the instant he made contact. Scoundrel, you are now even inferior to a mere waste. You truly bring shame upon my name. Ren Zhe's demeanor shifted rapidly as he slammed his palm on the table, suddenly struck by a thought. He turned to the brooding Ren Zhe, his eyes narrowing as he straightened his posture. Gesturing for others to leave, you all may go. I wish to converse with Ren Zhe. Upon hearing this, the servants simultaneously acknowledged with a chorus of yes, before retreating. Ren Zhe, have you ever sparred with Ren Fan? Ren Zhe posed this question unexpectedly, leaving Ren Zhe, who was already in a foul mood, momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, he simply shook his head. Excellent. My recent seclusion was prompted by news that the Sacred Martial Academy is coming to Yunyue City to recruit. Moreover, I have another goal, securing the position of the head of the Ren family. At the selection event of the Sacred Martial Academy, those who possess exceptional abilities and talent are guaranteed selection. Rendering him utterly useless, Ren Zhe could not help but swallow hard, for he had just engaged in a confrontation with Ren Fan earlier that day. He dared not disclose this to Ren Zhe, fearing it would jeopardize their plans. Father, we not have the family competition? When the day of the family competition arrives, we can settle matters then. It would be a natural course of events. Unacceptable. Before Ren Zhe could finish, Ren Zhe countered, you ought to consider how many participants there are in the family competition. If anything were to go amiss, all our efforts would be in vain. Now, while Ren Fan is still unsuspecting, we must act swiftly to incapacitate him. A fleeting glimmer of greed ignited in Ren Zhe's eyes, and he ultimately nodded in agreement. Ren Zhe approached Ren Zhe and said, you must also hasten your own level of cultivation. Attaining the rank of warrior is essential to enter the Sacred Martial Academy. During this period, I shall guide your training. At this, Ren Zhe instinctively took a step back. For his father's methods of instruction in his youth had been akin to a living nightmare, and he was loath to endure such torment again. Upon contemplation, he hastily exclaimed, Father, there's no need. I can train by myself. I wouldn't want to trouble you any further. Before he could finish his statement, Ren Zhe bellowed, no. If you train alone, you will only become immersed in the brothels and pleasure quarters. I must impose strict discipline upon you. And you are not permitted to resist. Ren Zhe intended to offer further explanation, but ultimately he was silenced by Ren Zhe's thunderous voice, which transformed his words into a mere wisp of fear that dissipated within his own breath. After dusk, Ren Zhe was forcibly dragged into a house by the servants, yet he clung to the wall, unwilling to enter. Father, I was wrong. I shall never go to those pleasure quarters again. Please, allow me to cultivate alone. However, Ren Zhe was relentless, swiftly gesturing for the servants to pull him inside. Upon hearing this command, the servants exerted their strength, dragging Ren Zhe in, leaving behind a trail of sporadic bloodstains on the ground. In the next moment, Ren Zhe's cries echoed through the sky. Ren Zhe remained unconcerned, merely gazing towards the horizon. I must seize this position of head of the family. With this thought, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Ren brother, what brings you here? Due to the encroaching night, the streets were adorned with vibrant red lanterns, bustling with lively voices and the tantalizing aroma of food, creating a scene of joyous revelry. Ren Fan strolled along the street when he encountered Ma Shang and Ma Rue, who were also out for a leisurely walk. Upon noticing them, Ren Fan smiled and remarked, I encountered some matters today. So I decided to take a stroll. Why are there so many people today? It feels quite festive. Ma Shang laughed heartily in response, Ren brother, you truly are uninformed. In just 2 days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. And everyone has come out to gather supplies in preparation for the celebration. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan nodded in realization, saying, since I have nothing to do, I might as well join you in your shopping. I also need to find a few things. At that moment, the lanterns cast a soft, red glow, accentuating Ren Fan's already handsome features. Ma Rue, initially indifferent, found herself blushing when Ren Fan glanced down at her. Indeed, the crowds make for a lively atmosphere, don't you think? Ma Rue, Ma Shang remarked, looking down at her. Due to the red lanterns, he failed to notice her discomfort, presuming it was merely a whimsical moment. and continued on with Ren Fan, leaving Ma Rui to chase after them, exclaiming, "Wait for me." The group shared laughter and cheerful banter until Ren Fan's casual glance shifted the mood entirely. "What's wrong?" "Ren brother?" Ma Sheng inquired, having sensed the change in Ren Fan's demeanor. Ren Fan bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, when suddenly the image of a pair of gray eyes flashed in his mind. It was that old man. With this thought, Ren Fan felt compelled to pursue. Ma Sheng, Marie, I've just recalled something important. You two continue shopping, and I shall return shortly. Without waiting for a response, he hastily departed, only to find that the figure had vanished the moment he entered a narrow alley. Could it be a mere figment of my imagination? He pondered, shrugging his shoulders in resignation, ready to leave. This time, we may strike it rich. This is indeed the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Not only is she exceptionally beautiful, but her figure is also he. Precisely. However, if we treat the eldest daughter of the Lin family this way, what is she doing here? Without further contemplation, he noticed that the two individuals had already begun their actions. Chapter 29. Rescuing Lin Xinhua in a flurry. Ren Fan glanced around, but found nothing to conceal his face. Finally, with determination, he tore a piece from his clothing to cover his visage. Although Lin Xinhua had indeed caused him great embarrassment and humiliation, she was still a person, a woman, and even as a mere passerby, he could not stand idly by. "Stop." Ren Fan rushed forward, fixing his gaze on the two lecherous men who were attempting to undress Lin Xinhua. At that moment, she appeared somewhat disoriented, possibly under the influence of a drug. "Release that girl." Ren Fan shouted again, "or else, do not blame me for being impolite." Momentarily taken aback, the two men burst into laughter. "I thought you were someone of importance. But it turns out you are merely a would-be hero trying to save a damsel in distress." "Ha ha ha." One of them sneered, leisurely unleashing his aura as a fourth-tier warrior. The other quickly followed suit, revealing himself as a second-tier warrior. "What now? Afraid? If you are, then scram. Do not interfere with our business." Observing this, Ren Fan raised an eyebrow. Since they were not part of Ma Sheng's ruffian entourage, it was highly unlikely that they were ordinary individuals capable of cultivating into warriors. They might very well belong to other noble families. One of them, now on the verge of losing his temper, glared at Ren Fan and exclaimed, "Who the hell are you? So much nonsense. Are you trying to get a share of the spoils? Dream on. This is the eldest daughter of the Lin family. There is no way such a lowly person as you contain her." Hearing this, Ren Fan could not help but smile, further confirming in his heart that they were indeed scions of the other three prominent families in Yunyue City. At that moment, Lin Xinhua regained her senses. "Where am I?" Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, she felt a chill across her chest and looked up to see one of the men attempting to tear off her clothing. In an instant, she was thrown into disarray, and as she tried to summon her spiritual power, she discovered herself utterly drained of strength. The man standing beside Lin Xinhua nudged his elbow into the other, whispering, "The eldest daughter of the Lin family has awakened." "What?" The other man, upon hearing this, looked down at the frowning Lin Xinhua, who was struggling to break free. "Hey, never lose focus when confronting others, or else you will meet a grim fate." As the words fell, before the two individuals could react, Ren Fan had already dashed to their front. Just as they were about to turn and respond, Ren Fan unleashed a powerful punch directed at their chests. A dull thud resonating through the air as they collapsed to the ground, the sound gradually fading. "I have yet to utilize my own spiritual energy, and you are already so weak. I wonder what would happen if I actually employed my powers." Before Ren Fan could finish his thought, the fourth-tier warrior sprang to his feet, roaring as he raised his fist and charged at Ren Fan. Noticing this, Ren Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Such confidence, he mused. Just as the man was about to close the distance, Ren Fan swiftly extended his leg, the sole of his foot colliding with the warrior's fist, resulting in a clash of red and green energy waves. Ren Fan quickly gathered a small spark of phoenix fire in his palm. With his limited spiritual energy, he could only conjure this minuscule flame, and then, with a powerful punch, he sent a searing wave of energy surging towards the warrior's dantian. In an instant, the man coughed up blood and was propelled approximately 20 steps away, ultimately collapsing unconscious on the ground. The other individual, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with terror. If even a fourth-tier warrior could not withstand a single blow, what fate awaited him? In a panic, he scrambled to Ren Fan's feet, shouting, "Master, you are truly a master. Please, spare me. I promise I will never dare again. I won't dare." Ren Fan regarded him coldly, merely raising an eyebrow. "Oh, so you realize your error. Then tell me, to which family do you belong?" As the words left his lips, the man began to hesitate. Observing his indecision, Ren Fan sighed deeply, and with a surge of spiritual energy. He flattened the man to the ground, for how could a mere second-tier warrior bear such immense power? Yet Ren Fan did not relent, stepping closer and playfully manipulating a small flicker of phoenix fire between his fingers. You see, you admit your mistake, yet why do you still refuse to disclose your identity? Otherwise, are your words to me mere fabrications? The man, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. He struggled to raise his hand, grasping the hem of Ren Fan's garment, stammering, "And no, esteemed hero. What I just said is all true. If you spare us, I will tell you everything honestly." Ren Fan nodded in response, retracting his spiritual energy. At that moment, Lin Xinhua, who lay on the wooden plank behind Ren Fan, exhaled in relief, casting a curious glance at Ren Fan's silhouette. "Who is he?" I am the fourth young master of the Gong family. Gong Zihan. He is the second young master, Gong Zihan. Gong Zihan struggled to articulate. Having received his answer, Ren Fan released him, saying, "You may leave, while I have spared you. The Lin family will henceforth harbor an irreconcilable enmity with you." With that, Gong Zihan hurriedly stood, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." He quickly assisted the unconscious Gong Zihan, scrambling away in a flurry. Ren Fan gazed at their retreating figures, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his lips. How absurd it was that a scion of the esteemed Gong family from the illustrious Yunyue City would stoop so low, daring to tarnish the reputation of the esteemed Miss Lin. What of the daughters of common folk? Before Ren Fan could ponder further, he heard a faint, labored gasp emanating from behind him. It was then that he suddenly became aware of Lin Xinhua's presence. "I am here to save you," Ren Fan replied tersely, cradling Lin Xinhua in his embrace. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, and in that fleeting moment, the fragrance of her youth enveloped him. When he glanced down, he caught sight of her pale yellow silk bodice, a blush creeping across his cheeks. Thank goodness for that layer of fabric. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. "Who are you? Why are you saving me?" Lin Xinhua appeared oblivious to her disheveled attire, and Ren Fan, too indolent to remind her, merely averted his gaze, stating, "A stranger. Your rescue was purely coincidental." Chapter 30. The Dragon's Essence Sutra. Lin Xinhua harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards the man before her. Yet her depleted strength left her with no choice but to turn away. The two traveled in silence until they finally reached the grand entrance of the Lin family estate. Two servants. Ultimately saying nothing as he quickly departed Lin Xinhua's boudoir, a servant asked, "Mississippi, what has happened? Your attire is in such disarray." Lin Xinhua was assisted into her chamber. She seemed oblivious to the servant's inquiry. What is happening to me?" The servant, hearing her question, lifted her gaze to Lin Xinhua, frowning as she replied, "Has the miss forgotten that a gentleman escorted you back just moments ago? What has transpired today that has left you so muddled after your outing?" As the servant's words sank in, the scene replayed in Lin Xinhua's mind. "Your rescue was purely coincidental." Ren Fan's words surged into her thoughts, and a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks as she sighed and lowered her head. "Miss, what troubles you? If there is something amiss, please share it with me." The servant's face bore a look of concern. Lin Xinhua, however, shook her head. "It is nothing. I am simply fatigued. Anyway, you may leave for now. Tomorrow, accompany me to gather herbs." With that, the servant named Li Wei helped her out of her long skirt, and after a cleansing bath, Lin Xinhua finally lay down to rest. On that particular night, her mind was awash with the silhouette and voice of the enigmatic figure she believed she had encountered. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Xinhua's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Who could he possibly be? There was an unmistakable sense of familiarity in both his voice and presence. Lost in contemplation, she eventually drifted into slumber, where a hazy image of a youthful figure materialized, yet remained elusive and intangible. "Father, I have returned." Ren Fan swiftly made his way home, the cloth that had obscured his face no longer in sight. Upon entering, he found the room enveloped in darkness, leading him to surmise that his parents had retired for the night, which indeed seemed to be the case. As he gazed upon his family's courtyard, a smile crept across his face, and he finally made his way toward his chamber. Ren Fan. How effective is the phoenix fire? The moment Ren Fan stepped into his room, a voice, tinged with age, suddenly resonated. It was Lin Xinhua. Startled by the unexpected address, Ren Fan replied, "Ling Lao, why have you awakened so suddenly?" "I actually have some inquiries. Regarding the phoenix fire." With a lowered gaze, he continued, "Please, ask away. What troubles you? I have come to realize a particular issue. Is the intensity and frequency of the phoenix fire's usage linked to one's personal spiritual energy?" Lin Xinhua pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, The phoenix fire is a manifestation of an ancient divine beast, necessitating a far greater amount of spiritual energy than conventional martial techniques. Upon reaching the rank of martial king, one may absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to convert it into spiritual power. Therefore, you must elevate your cultivation level to wield the phoenix fire more effectively. Ren Fan, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth and ultimately nodded in agreement. Could it be that something significant has occurred? Lin Xinhua's remark prompted Ren Fan to shake his head, when suddenly a thought struck him. Then Ling Lao, if there are no pressing matters to discuss, please resume your slumber. Since their last encounter, Ren Fan had developed a lingering apprehension regarding Ling Tianzhong's awakenings. At that moment, Ling Tianzhong burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Do not fret over my well-being. Have you forgotten the book I bestowed upon you? My purpose in emerging this time is to instruct you on the cultivation of that technique." Ren Fan, reminded of the tome, hurried to his bedside, searching fervently until he finally unearthed it from within the folds of his bedding. "Here it is," he exclaimed, dashing to the table, where he eagerly opened the book to reveal a plethora of anatomical analyses and ancient illustrations. "Very well, I shall now reveal to you the name of this technique, its applications, and its benefits." Ren Fan nodded, attentively perusing the text as he listened to Ling Tianzhong's explanation. This tome is titled Dragon Marrow Canon. Its focus is on internal cultivation, with a fire attribute. Your phoenix fire coincides perfectly with this, and since you possess a fire affinity, if you can achieve a harmonious fusion, it will be of immense advantage to you. Ling Xinhua continued, and in a moment, he drew Ren Fan into his own realm. Ren Fan paused, gazing down at the pages of the book, which appeared to flutter as if caressed by the wind. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see that the illustrations had interconnected and the text had become distinctly legible. Ren Fan was pleasantly surprised as he looked up at Ling Tianzhong, who suddenly handed him a blue pendant chain. This object, known as Haiyan, possesses the remarkable ability of automatic healing. Should your body sustain a simple cut, it can mend the wound for you. In contrast, the Long Sui Jing primarily focuses on internal cultivation and offense. Yet its self-repairing capabilities surpass those of ordinary elixirs. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan took the pendant chain and held it tightly in his hand. The technique you are currently practicing is merely at the yellow rank, but it shares a similarity with the phoenix fire in that both can undergo breakthroughs. The difference lies in the fact that the phoenix fire can be cultivated independently to enhance its potency. Ren Fan couldn't help but inquire. Ling Tianzhong replied, "As I mentioned earlier, fire, being of the same elemental attribute, can serve as a contribution point to facilitate its breakthrough." Ren Fan furrowed his brow, pondering the true meaning behind Elder Ling's words. Ling Tianzhong, sensing his confusion, shook his head helplessly. "This will require your diligence. The contribution point does not necessitate that you completely transfer your phoenix fire to the Long Sui Jing. Rather, it involves simultaneous cultivation. For instance, while you enhance the phoenix fire, you must also practice the Long Sui Jing." Suddenly enlightened, Ren Fan nodded and asked, "What if I elevate the phoenix fire to the Xian rank, while the Long Sui Jing remains at the yellow rank? What would occur? The phoenix fire would suffer a backlash, reverting to the yellow rank, while the Long Sui Jing would still remain at the yellow rank, albeit with slightly increased power." Ren Fan paused, momentarily taken aback. "Isn't it supposed to be simultaneous? Why would the backlash result in the Long Sui Jing remaining at yellow instead of ascending to Xian? The Long Sui Jing, being an ancient tome, will regress if you focus solely on one while neglecting the other. Thus, with their mutual attraction, the Long Sui Jing, in comparison to the phoenix fire, is inherently more formidable and requires greater support from the phoenix fire. My suggestion for simultaneous cultivation is intended to harmonize your abilities, amplifying the effectiveness of your martial techniques manifold. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Upon hearing this, Ren Fan felt a tremor in his heart. "Does that mean I must cultivate both simultaneously?" Ling Tianzhong nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, this endeavor will demand exceptional endurance from you. Otherwise, you may soon find yourself drained of essence by both the Long Sui Jing and the phoenix fire, ultimately becoming their sustenance." Ren Fan lifted his head sharply, instinctively tightening his grip. After a moment of steeling himself, he declared with determination, "I can do it." Seeing this resolve, Ling Tianzhong nodded approvingly. "Remember, if you wish to cultivate, you must balance both your internal and external practices. Otherwise, in the end, everything could very well turn to naught." Ren Fan nodded in understanding, and as Ling Tianzhong waved his wide sleeves, Ren Fan was ushered out of the spatial realm. Ren Fan stood under the candelabrum, staring blankly at the book before him that he must become a formidable force. St. Martial Academy, Yulan, the enigmatic Qing Qiu. Indeed, I am destined to be a powerhouse. How could I possibly become mere sustenance for martial techniques, or even a cultivation method? With this thought, Ren Fan began to study the technique fervently throughout the night. His parents noticed his unusual behavior but chose not to pry, merely delivering his meals 3 times a day. Thus, a week passed that I not have comprehended it. Ren Fan's bloodshot eyes widened as he exclaimed, placing the book down. Ren Jianxin and Sun Yuxia rushed over, only to find Ren Fan seated cross-legged with closed eyes, nurturing his energy. Meanwhile, Ren Zhe also emerged from his seclusion, his body marred with bloodstains, yet a fierce glint had inexplicably appeared on his face. Observing this, Ren Zhe nodded in satisfaction, suddenly raising his hand to strike Ren Zhe's forehead, gradually exhaling a breath of turbid air. Although he had yet to break through to the 4th tier, he was nonetheless close to the 5th, easily able to contend with that Ren Fan. Ha ha ha. After his declaration, Ren Zhe erupted into laughter, patting Ren Zhe on the shoulder. My dear son, prepare yourself. Today, we shall utterly defeat him. With that, a glimmer of greed filled Ren Zhe's eyes as he nodded and departed. Ren Fan, I shall bring you to your knees before me. How could a waste like you ever sit alongside someone of my genius? Ren Zhe mused, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Oblivious to the fact that the former Ren Fan was a prodigious talent, a 12-year-old warrior. Before long, they had donned their attire, clearly preparing for a grand confrontation. Ren Fan, I come to challenge you. Step forth and fulfill our promise. Soon, Ren Zhe and his father arrived at the residence of Ren Fan. Hearing Ren Zhe's shouts from outside, Ren Fan couldn't help but chuckle lightly, rising with an air of calm. Father, I shall handle a few matters first. I will return shortly. Suddenly, Ren Jianxin grasped Ren Fan's arm, frowning as he inquired, why has that Ren Zhe come here so abruptly? Ren Fan gently shrugged off his father's grip, replying, this is a challenge we mutually agreed upon, though I did not expect him to arrive so soon. It seems he is eager. Well, it is time to resolve this inconvenience. Ren Jianxin remained somewhat perplexed. Yet Ren Fan released his father's hand, simply stating, rest assured. He then stepped forward, leaving. Although Ren Jianxin was unaware of the events that had transpired over the past few days, he felt a profound sense that his son had changed. The confident and exceptionally gifted Ren Fan seemed to have returned. As Ren Fan pushed open the door, he beheld Ren Zhe, who stood brandishing a long sword, his gaze akin to that of a famished wolf. Upon seeing Ren Fan emerge, a flicker of ruthless light flashed in his eyes. What? Have you not yet digested the outcome of our last encounter? Did we not agree to settle this in the family competition and not here? Spare me the chatter. Just say whether you dare. Ren Zhe had changed immensely, yet his haughty and impatient demeanor remained unchanged. Ren Fan could only shake his head in resignation, finally lifting his chin to meet Ren Zhe's gaze. How does that sound? Ha. If you were to kneel before me, I might consider forgiving all your past transgressions. In response to Ren Zhe's proclamation, Ren Fan showed no sign of reaction, merely offering a faint smile and a brief retort. With that, Ren Zhe concluded, and Ren Fan descended the steps, approaching Ren Zhe with an icy demeanor, declaring, I shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions, allowing you to truly experience what humiliation and despair entail. Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden chill behind him. However, he quickly regained his composure, taking a step back and asserting, a worthless being is eternally worthless. I do not need you to teach me the meaning of suffering. Unchanged, in that bamboo grove, we shall settle our fates. Memories surged within Ren Fan's mind like a tidal wave, the humiliation forever indelible. Resolute, the two advanced together into the grove. Following closely behind was Ren Jianxin. Curious to discern Ren Zhe's intentions, yet he failed to notice the figure of Ren Zhe concealed amidst the tangled grass beside him. Ren Zhe lifted his gaze towards Ren Jianxin, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he silently vowed. Ren Jianxin, just wait. I shall personally strip you of your position as head of the family and trample you beneath my feet. Perhaps envisioning that scene, Ren Jianhui began to chuckle to himself. Ren Zhe and Ren Fan found themselves standing opposite one another, each lost in thought. Ren Zhe was singularly focused on one objective, to see Ren Fan dead. Meanwhile, Ren Fan stood calmly, confident that even based solely on his realm, he could compel Ren Zhe to concede and submit, let alone unleash his martial prowess. Chapter 32. The worthlessness of Ren Zhe. Before he could ponder further, Ren Zhe unleashed his spiritual energy. Ren Fan, observing this, narrowed his eyes. Although Ren Zhe had not yet broken through, it was evident he was on the cusp of ascending to the 5th-tier warrior, standing at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Let me show you what true genius looks like, he thought to himself, raising his gaze to the arrogant Ren Zhe. What is the matter? Lacking the courage to unleash your spiritual energy? Pathetic. With that, Ren Zhe raised his hand, channeling his power. As the time of concentration heightened, the crimson flames in his grasp grew increasingly vibrant. Ren Fan raised an eyebrow at this display. Is that all you can muster? As his words fell, Ren Fan began to coalesce his own spiritual power, instantly erupting into a sixth-tier warrior. Ren Zhe, sensing this, was met with disbelief akin to that of their previous encounter. How could someone who was merely a fourth-tier warrior now become a sixth-tier warrior? Stumbling back, he nearly allowed the flames in his hand to backfire upon himself. Raising his gaze, Ren Fan beheld Ren Zhe poised in a stance of combat, surrounded by an ethereal, colorless gas that flickered like flames yet chilled the air like ice. Concealed within the thicket, Ren Zhianwei's expression contorted in disbelief. How could this be possible? Before he could ponder further, Ren Zhe let out a resounding roar and charged at Ren Fan with a clenched fist. What of a sixth-tier warrior? A waste is merely a waste. This thought echoed in Ren Zhe's mind, devoid of rationality. His singular desire was to bring Ren Fan to the ground and humiliate him thoroughly. Alas, this remained a mere fantasy, yet the ferocity in his eyes intensified. Observing this, Ren Fan raised an eyebrow. Since you have chosen to court death, I shall not hinder you. With that thought, Ren Fan infused his fists with spiritual energy. As Ren Zhe closed the distance, merely 2 steps away, Ren Fan unleashed a powerful left punch. In an instant, a formidable wave of energy surged towards Ren Zhe, who, if he harbored any desire to evade, found it too late. The moment their fists collided, a violent shockwave erupted, sending bamboo leaves scattering in all directions, while Ren Zhe was forced to retreat repeatedly. That punch, upon any scrutiny, bore the weight of 5,000 pounds. Yet Ren Zhe showed no signs of surrender. He shook his hands, which trembled violently, revealing signs of injury. Still, with an air of arrogance, he curled his lips into a cold smirk, declaring, "No matter your prowess, your strength is limited. Now witness my martial arts." With a sudden low growl, he invoked the Dragon Roar Fist, and his fist ignited in crimson flames. Ren Fan's brow furrowed in concern, prompting him to step back. Channeling a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, his hands enveloped in phoenix fire. The 2 flames clashed, their heat opposing each other, but within mere seconds, the intense heat emanating from Ren Zhe dissipated against Ren Fan's might. Unfazed, Ren Zhe approached with a sinister grin, rapidly advancing towards Ren Fan. Ren Fan, quick to react to the impending assault, countered with a forceful punch. In that fleeting moment, influenced by the shockwave and spiritual energy, he repelled Ren Zhe, the sound of shattering bones echoing as Ren Zhe's hand twisted grotesquely at a 90-degree angle, blood seeping from the fractured wrist. With a single blow, Ren Zhe had succumbed to Ren Fan's strength. His bones shattered. Crying out in agony, he knelt upon one knee, prompted yet it remains but a mere fifth-order prototype. You have incessantly called me worthless, and now you find yourself trampled beneath the feet of one deemed a fool. At this moment, how do you feel? Ren Zhe, upon hearing these words, instinctively considered resisting. However, the disparity in strength between him and Ren Fan rendered such an attempt futile. After delivering his statement, Ren Fan slightly bent forward, drawing closer to Ren Zhe, and whispered, "If I am indeed a waste, then what, pray tell, are you?" As his words hung in the air, Ren Fan channeled all his spiritual energy into his legs. In an instant, an inexplicably formidable force coalesced around his feet, pressing down on Ren Zhe with such intensity that he dared not even breathe. "Did you not declare your intent to sever all my meridians, preventing my descent into the mortal realm, ensuring I could never cultivate again? I shall return these very words to you, unchanged." Finally, Ren Zhianwei could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, raising his hand to shout for them to cease. Immediately following this, the anguished cries of Ren Zhe pierced the air. It was then that, at the moment Ren Zhianwei emerged, Ren Fan had already gathered his strength, and just as Ren Zhianwei spoke, Ren Fan's foot came crashing down, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. Both Ren Zhianwei and Ren Zhianchen were taken aback. The dantian shattered. With a pained scream, Ren Zhe cried out, blood surging from his throat. There is no need for excessive concern. Ren Fan's expression of feigned sincerity was utterly infuriating, and in an instant, Ren Zhianhui's rage ignited, unleashing his spiritual energy to the level of an 8th-tier martial master. In that moment, the already suffering Ren Zhe found himself in a veritable hell, suddenly bursting into tears, trembling as he attempted to speak. Yet, Ren Zhianhui advanced closer to Ren Fan, his visage twisted with rage. "How dare you directly shatter my son's dantian? Today, I shall ensure you pay the ultimate price." With that, Ren Zhianhui propelled himself forward, transforming into a blur, reaching Ren Fan before he could even register the movement. Taken aback, Ren Fan barely had time to react before Ren Zhianhui struck him with a powerful palm, sending him flying several meters away. Ren Zhe retracted his hand, showing no intention of sparing Ren Fan. And just as Ren Fan began to rise, Ren Zhe unleashed nearly 6,000 pounds of force, driving his fist downward toward Ren Fan. The wave of energy surged forth, leaving Ren Fan gasping for breath. Chapter 33. Ren Zhe and Ren Jianchen. Ren Fan raised his gaze to behold the fist drawing ever nearer, yet his body remained utterly immobilized. In that moment, a flicker of fear manifested within him. Could it be that his promises would dissolve into nothingness? Would all his efforts vanish without a trace? No, impossible. Who will come to my aid? I refuse to become that. Ren Fan found himself lost in thought, his eyes involuntarily darting from side to side, yet ultimately, he discovered nothing. In the end, he realized he remained the same weakling as before, and this thought elicited a sardonic smile from the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, just when Ren Fan believed all was lost, Ren Jianchen burst forth, swiftly raising his foot to knock aside the charging Ren Zhe, who was midair. Witnessing this, Ren Fan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his father was a 9th-rank martial master. However, he wondered why Ren Jianchen had followed Ren Zhe here. Before Ren Fan could gather his thoughts, he saw Ren Jianchen suddenly unleash his spiritual energy, which promptly enveloped Ren Zhe's aura. Ren Zhe, I allowed you to strike my son due to your own son's injuries, but now you dare to threaten his life. Is that not a tad inconsiderate? Ren Jianchen declared, yanking Ren Fan up from the ground and fixing a fierce gaze upon the bloodthirsty Ren Zhe. The latter erupted into laughter. Inconsiderate? It is clear that your son struck first, and I merely sought vengeance for my own child. How is that inconsiderate? You, on the other hand, coddle your son excessively, which is rather irksome. At this, Ren Jianchen retorted with a cold smirk. Ren Zhe, do not forget that had your son not challenged mine, Ren Fan would not have treated him in such a manner. Besides, he was merely fulfilling the words spoken by your son. What do you have to say to that? Ren Fan was taken aback. It turned out his father had been shadowing him all along. No wonder he had felt a lingering sense of being watched. As he pondered this revelation, Ren Zhe scoffed. Very well. Since you say so, I shall not take advantage of our age difference. Let us engage in a duel. Should I defeat you, you will personally sever your son's meridians. And the position of the Ren family head shall be mine. But what if you lose? Before Ren Zhe could finish his sentence, Ren Jianchen interjected. Ren Zhe raised an eyebrow, ultimately lowering his head and growling. I shall not lose. With that, he raised his fist. While Ren Jianchen instructed Ren Fan to return home, Ren Fan was reluctant to abandon the battle between martial masters so easily, yet under the pressure of Ren Jianchen's gaze, he conceded and stealthily hid in a nearby thicket, observing the unfolding events. Ren Zhe, realizing his son's condition, turned around and with a flick of his wrist, enveloped the unconscious Ren Zhe in a surge of green spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, Ren Zhe transformed this energy into a sinister smile as he looked towards Ren Jianchen. Come, though Ren Fan has bested my son today, our confrontation may yield a different outcome. Ren Jianchen, with a mocking grin, replied, the disparity in our strengths is evident. The result is clear at a glance. With that, both men unleashed their spiritual energy to its fullest extent, for maintaining an imposing presence was paramount. Observing this, Ren Zhe immediately began to adjust his internal energy, simultaneously enveloping his tightly clenched fist with a layer of tangible gauntlets. Only upon reaching the 5th-rank martial master could one manifest true tangible spiritual energy, significantly enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities beyond that of ordinary weaponry. The 9th level of martial arts mastery serves as the final threshold before the preceding realm, with each of the 3 realms representing a significant milestone. The martial artist embodies the very first barrier. Observing this, Ren Jianchen wore a disdainful expression. In the blink of an eye, he shifted his stance, and his entire figure surged forward like a tempest. Lowering his head, he barely evaded Ren Jianchen's punch. Ren Zhe, were you not quite arrogant just moments ago? Why the sudden retreat now? As Ren Jianchen finished speaking, Ren Zhe abruptly raised both fists not to evade, but to gather strength. In the next moment, Ren Jianchen swiftly moved, his robust figure closing the distance to Ren Zhe, a fist charged with spiritual energy materializing before him. Witnessing this, Ren Fan felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed as though Ren Zhe's fist was about to send Ren Jianchen flying. From Ren Fan's perspective, if that punch connected, even though Ren Jianchen's cultivation surpassed Ren Zhe's, he would at the very least be grievously injured, if not killed. However, at that very moment, Ren Zhe suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from Ren Jianchen, momentarily halting his own energy flow. Overcome with astonishment, Ren Zhe's eyes widened. What bizarre force was this? It was impossible. Impossible. What does speed matter? What does strength matter? In the face of absolute mastery, you remain but a triviality. A voice laced with mockery emerged from Ren Zhe, who then took a step forward. Enveloped by a formidable wave of spiritual power that cascaded over Ren Zhihua's sturdy form, it appeared that during Ren Zhe's absence, he had devoted much time to seclusion, nearing a breakthrough to the 9th level of martial arts mastery. The threshold to the Grand Master level seemed akin to a thin membrane, yet this very membrane left him gasping for breath, thwarting his efforts to surpass it. Nevertheless, during this period, he had gleaned insights into enhancing his spiritual energy, leading to his current capabilities. In an instant, Ren Zhe amassed a colossal force of 7,000 pounds, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks without granting Ren Zhihui a moment's respite, attacking from the most cunning angles. Channeling his strength into both fists in an instant, a ferocious wave of energy surged towards Ren Zhihui, striking true in the face of his disbelief. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted, raising clouds of dust, as Ren Fan squinted towards the swirling haze. Suddenly, a figure was violently hurled out from the cloud of dust. Ren Fan gasped in shock. Chapter 34. The Xiantian Cauldron discovered. Ren Zhihui was abruptly expelled from the dust cloud, blood pouring from his mouth as he writhed on the ground like a dying maggot. Contorted in agony, Ren Zhe, much like a hero returning triumphantly from battle, emerged gracefully from the dust, his aura still radiating with formidable strength. Observing this, Ren Fan dared not approach, fully aware that his own spiritual power paled in comparison to that of Ren Zhe. To advance would be tantamount to courting death. Ren Zhihui, I regard you as my brother, and thus I shall not hold your misdeeds against you, nor will I apologize to your son, for, as your son himself has stated, he is a waste, unworthy of consideration. Ren Zhihui trembled as he raised his gaze to meet Ren Zhe's lofty demeanor, a surge of resentment swelling within him. He loathed his own inadequacy, lamented his failure to be the clan leader, and despised the perceived ineptitude of his own son. Ren Zhe cast a glance at him before turning to leave, uttering as he departed, "This time, I do not blame you for your actions. But you would do well to remember this lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy." With that, Ren Zhe exited, his aura gradually dissipating. Ren Fan, witnessing this, hastily rushed forward. Ren Zhihui clenched his teeth, a sudden notion igniting within him, the 3 great families. With that thought, he rose unsteadily, watching the retreating figure of Ren Zhe, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. "Ren Zhe, wait for me. Once I gather the strength of the 3 great families, we shall see how arrogant you remain." With that resolve, he limped away. "Father, what was that move you just used? I wish to learn it." Upon returning home, Ren Fan could no longer contain his curiosity. Ren Zhe, feeling somewhat fatigued, settled onto a wooden chair in the hall, lifting his gaze to meet Ren Fan's eager eyes, which prompted a soft smile to grace his lips. "So, you never truly left, this." Ren Fan paused momentarily, scratching his head in embarrassment. "That I've never witnessed a battle between martial artists, so I couldn't help but." Ren Zhe shook his head in resignation, replying, "That move did not have a specific name. It was merely the manifestation of my understanding of the unique characteristics of my spiritual power. You see, I embody the ice element, which naturally allows me to transcend coldness and sharpness in my attacks. Coincidentally, Ren Zhihui's spiritual attribute is water, which is counter to mine, and it just so happens that I overcome him. Coupled with my enlightened state, it enables me to maximize my capabilities. Moreover," noticing his father's hesitation, Ren Fan grew even more excited and inquisitive. "Moreover what? What else, father? Please tell me." Ren Fan implored, and Ren Zhe, unable to resist, sighed heavily, and said, "Moreover, I am on the brink of advancing from martial artist to grand martial artist. Yet this hurdle proves insurmountable." Ren Fan, momentarily taken aback, suddenly envisioned the Xiantian Ding in his mind, a surge of green spiritual energy rushing towards his heart. The Xiantian Ding. With that thought, he looked at Ren Zhe with delight. "Father, rest assured, allow me to help you overcome this obstacle." Ren Zhe regarded Ren Fan with disbelief, raising an eyebrow. "You, Fanner, do not jest. I am not joking. At present, I cannot articulate my thoughts clearly to you. But in due time, you shall comprehend. In any case, father, rest assured that I shall undoubtedly navigate this ordeal for you." As these words fell from my lips, before Ren Zhe could respond, Ren Fan swiftly departed. Ren Zhe lifted his gaze to the retreating figure of Ren Fan, a sense of puzzlement stirring within him. It seems that Ren Fan now harbors numerous secrets. With this thought, he resumed his leisurely journey, indulging in the tranquility of his tea. Meanwhile, Ren Fan hastened to the precipice he had previously encountered, exhaling a long breath of stale air before seeking out an open space. upon confirming the absence of onlookers. Brother Ren? At that instant, a voice pierced the air, prompting Ren Fan to turn alertly. He beheld Lin Xinhua, clad in male attire, rushing towards him. Taken aback, Ren Fan glanced at the now unmistakable Xiantian Ding. A wave of panic washing over him. Brother Ren, what are you doing? What is this object? Lin Xinhua approached rapidly, bombarding him with questions before he could utter a word. Ren Fan, at a loss, managed a wry smile. Lin Xinhua, what brings you here? Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Xinhua appeared to suddenly recollect something. Turning her head, and Ren Fan was taken aback. Her eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at him. And without warning, she enveloped him in a bear hug. Brother Ren, you have no idea. Ever since that time I confessed my feelings to you. My sister has kept me confined. Today, I finally managed to escape. Ren Fan looked down at Lin Xinhua, who was trembling with sobs, and his heart ached. After a moment of hesitation, he placed his hands gently on her shoulders. Lin Mei, please do not cry. Men and women should maintain appropriate distance, especially since we have yet to consummate our union. Although we have kissed before, but Ren Fan gazed at the self-dialoguing Lin Xinhua, unable to suppress a smile. Xinhua, there is no need to panic. Since I have promised to care for you for a lifetime, you need not worry any further. Therefore, Lin Xinhua steadied herself, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of his sentence. Therefore, you should return quickly. If your sister discovers that you sought me out, she will surely be angry again, and you may find yourself confined once more, which would mean that we may never meet again. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinhua feigned indifference, replying, Brother Ren, do not fret. My sister seems to be under some sort of spell. Ever since she returned from gathering during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she has been sitting before her vanity. Lost in thought, I seized the opportunity during her days to escape. Ren Fan raised an eyebrow at her words. However, Brother Ren, what is this massive ding behind you? It looks ancient, and it seems to emanate some peculiar energy. With that, Lin Xinhua stepped past Ren Fan, approaching the Xiantian Ding. Chapter 35, Shisandra, Seeking Collection. However, Brother Ren Fan, what is that large, ancient cauldron behind you? It seems to emanate a peculiar aura from above. Upon finishing her words, Lin Xinhua walked past Ren Fan and approached the Xiantian cauldron. Noticing this, Ren Fan hurriedly stepped forward and said, This is what my father gave me to concoct elixirs. It's nothing significant, just something to play with, so please don't investigate it. As soon as Ren Fan finished speaking, Lin Xinhua suddenly lifted her head, a look of vigilance in her eyes as she gazed at him. Seeing the seriousness in her expression, Ren Fan felt a pang of unease in his heart, unsure of how to meet her gaze. Ren Fan, please do not conceal anything from me. All right. The slight pleading tone in her voice instantly deflated Ren Fan, leaving him feeling defeated. I am not lying. It truly was given to me by my father, he said helplessly. Lin Xinhua immediately reverted to her usual demeanor, stepping closer to Ren Fan. I knew that Brother Ren wouldn't hide anything from me. After all, I am your future. Ren Fan raised a hand to his forehead and interrupted. Stop, don't say any more. Before Lin Xinhua could finish her sentence, he could no longer restrain himself and gestured for her to cease. Suddenly, it seemed she remembered something, and she looked at Lin Xinhua. Xiaoyu, do you know where I can purchase monster crystals? I searched all over Yunyue City the other day and only found one. Black market. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinhua raised her hand to support her head as she pondered. Let me think. Yes. There is. Really? Where? Ren Fan inquired eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Xinhua considered for a moment before responding. In a rather secluded alley, the shopkeeper there is beautiful and kind, and moreover, they have a full range of medicinal materials. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan quickly grasped Lin Xinhua's shoulders, exclaiming, All right, take me there at once. Seeing Ren Fan so delighted, a smile naturally spread across Lin Xinhua's delicate face. Okay. In just a brief while, they arrived at a red door. Ren Fan looked up at the plaque above. Yunyue City? Is this Flower Alley? He gazed incredulously at Lin Xinhua, only to see her nod proudly. This was relocated from the imperial capital. It's considered a branch street. At the end of this alley lies the apothecary I mentioned. Rue Xianggu. Clearly, Ren Fan disregarded all her words, frowning as he asked, How do you know about this place? Do you come here often? Lin Xinhua helplessly rubbed her forehead and replied, The owner of that apothecary once visited my home to treat my uncle. It was originally an incurable ailment, but through this young lady's hands, he miraculously recovered. I attempted to follow in her footsteps, but at that time I was too young. She brought me to this alley and said that if I ever wished to learn medicine, I should come here to seek her out. Hearing this, Ren Fan gradually felt reassured that a woman could indeed study medicine. Quite remarkable, in the realm of Xiankong continent. where martial prowess is revered and alchemy is a rarity. Particularly a woman studying medicine is exceedingly rare. Upon realizing this, Lin Xinhua proudly straightened her chest and proclaimed, "I am from the Imperial City. How could I be so ordinary? Enough chatter. Let us hurry inside." Nightfall is approaching. Upon witnessing the scene, Ren Fan, still in a state of bewilderment, was forcibly propelled forward by Lin Xinhua. Initially, the path was deserted, but at that moment, a deafening sound of a gong suddenly resonated through the air. Turning his gaze, he beheld a series of louvered windows being flung open, revealing voluptuous women emerging in provocative attire. The exquisite features paired with their beguiling expressions instantaneously captivated Ren Fan. "You've arrived so soon. My lord, please, do come in." A woman clad in red suddenly rushed over, wrapping her arms around Ren Fan, attempting to lead him inside. Lin Xinhua knew all too well that as dusk approached, these women would swarm forth. And this spectacle was all too familiar as they neared Rue Xianggu. A plump woman resembling Ren Fan's mother abruptly dashed out, blocking their path. With a greasy tone, she remarked, "Young sir, what other purpose could you have for visiting Yixiang Alley, if not to seek out beautiful women? Come, allow me to escort you to a night of revelry." With that, she reached out to grasp Ren Fan's wrist. At that moment, Ren Fan, in a daze and with a flushed complexion, remained oblivious. Lin Xinhua, noticing this, furrowed her brow, poised to say something when suddenly a red cloth swept over them, pulling both Ren Fan and Lin Xinhua into Rue Xianggu, leaving the bewildered woman standing in place. At a loss. Oh dear. Once inside the pavilion, Lin Xinhua stumbled slightly and looked up to find a woman clad in a flowing white gown, draped in a white fur coat, standing before her. This was Wu Weizi, the very woman Lin Xinhua had sought to acknowledge as her mentor. "You're, what brings you here?" Wu Weizi extended her delicate hand, gently assisting Lin Xinhua to her feet. "Sister Wu, I have come seeking your assistance," Lin Xinhua declared, only to hear Ren Fan, still sprawled on the ground, murmuring, "Ability. Alchemy. Beauty." Upon hearing this, Lin Xinhua's brows knitted in concern. She bent down to help him. But the moment she touched Ren Fan, he suddenly lifted his head, gazing at her with a lovesick smile, attempting to embrace her. Lin Xinhua was taken aback, feeling an unexpected force pulling her backward. She looked up to see a complex expression on Wu Weizi's face. He has been affected by an aphrodisiac, which contains the most potent essence of stag urine. Lin Xinhua froze, then turned her gaze towards Ren Fan, who was persistently reaching out for her, a sense of foreboding rising within her. What can be done to suppress or remedy his condition? She could not help but inquire. Of course, the remedy lies in the embrace of a woman. Upon the conclusion of Wu Weizi's words, her gaze shifted towards the blushing Lin Xinhua, a smile gracing her lips. Lin Xinhua's face was as crimson as a piece of bloodstone, her eyes fixed on the bewildered Ren Fan. Biting her lip with pearly teeth, she did not refuse. Ren Fan had already etched an indelible sentiment within her heart. Chapter 36, The Antidote to Aphrodisiacs Seeking Collection. Lin Xinhua's cheeks glowed like a bloodstone, her gaze lingering upon the dazed Ren Fan. Her lips captured between her teeth, yet she offered no denial. The feelings she harbored were steadfast and unyielding, evident from her willingness to defy the entirety of the Lin family to be with Ren Fan, showcasing her unwavering love for him. "Child, have you made up your mind?" Wu Weizi inquired with a chuckle. "This lad may not hold out much longer," giggled at her words. Lin Xinhua glanced at Ren Fan, and indeed, he appeared to be spiraling into madness, already unfastening his garments. Although she loved him dearly, the thought of surrendering her body to Ren Fan filled her with reluctance and shyness. Enough jesting. It is merely an aphrodisiac. I can still manage it," Wu Weizi declared as Lin Xinhua pondered her decision. With a flick of her steps, she showcased her alluring figure, gracefully moving in front of Ren Fan. Suddenly, she extended her hand, and a tangible azure light burst forth from her delicate, lotus-like fingers, piercing into Ren Fan's brow. In an instant, under the influence of the aphrodisiac, the once frenzied Ren Fan fell into a tranquil slumber. Motionless. A martial artist. And of a high tier, Lin Xinhua stood frozen, astonished at Wu Weizi's display of power. The ability to manifest spiritual energy into reality was a skill reserved for high-tier martial artists, and she had not anticipated Wu Weizi to possess such prowess. "Little girl, why the surprise? You too may achieve this in the future," Wu Weizi said with a smile, then effortlessly lifted Ren Fan as one might a small puppy, heading towards her training chamber. What are you going to do?" Lin Xinhua hurriedly followed, anxious that Wu Weizi might harbor ill intentions towards Ren Fan. "Fear not, sister shall not take your beloved. I merely suppressed his toxicity earlier, and now I must detoxify him," Wu Weizi reassured her in a gentle tone. Lin Xinhua's ears flushed at her words, stealing a glance at the unconscious Ren Fan, her heart secretly elated by the acknowledgement of their bond. As they conversed, the two entered Wuweizi's training chamber. The space was adorned splendidly, constructed of deep-sea aquamarine stones that radiated a beautiful azure glow. Before the walls stood numerous shelves filled with vials and jars containing an array of elixirs. Most of them first- and second-tier potions, but in a corner rested several third-tier elixirs, a testament to the formidable strength of the Xiangrui Pavilion. Most striking, however, was the large crimson bath barrel at the center. Surrounded by 4 bronze incense burners. At that moment, tendrils of fragrant smoke rose from the 4 burners, enveloping the chamber in a peculiar aroma that, upon inhalation, brought a sense of serenity and comfort to the soul. Even Lin Xinhua, born into the illustrious Lin family, was momentarily taken aback. Hee, come now, little girl, strip him bare, Wuweizi said, leading Ren Fan to the side of the bathtub, addressing the dazed Lin Xinhua. Oh, what? Lin Xinhua snapped back to reality. Unable to suppress her gasp, strip Ren Fan. What on earth is this for? The poison within him cannot be forcibly extracted without risking his meridians. Only through medicine can it be addressed. Noticing Lin Xinhua's confusion, Wuweizi explained, hurry, if the poison erupts, we may not be able to contain it. Oh, Lin Xinhua nodded, walking over. As she beheld the bare-chested Ren Fan, her cheeks flushed even deeper. He is your little sweetheart. Do not be shy. Hurry up, Wuweizi urged from the side. Gritting her teeth, Lin Xinhua's gaze hardened as she silently vowed, Brother Ren Fan, I will take responsibility for you. She then crouched down and removed Ren Fan's trousers. Quite bold, aren't we? Wuweizi remarked, her gaze lingering on Ren Fan's exposed form, chuckling. Do not look. Lin Xinhua's face burned crimson as she averted her eyes. All right, little girl, toss him into the tub. I shall fetch some herbs to detoxify him. Wuweizi said with a smile, turning to leave. It was not until Wuweizi's figure vanished that Lin Xinhua shifted her focus back to Ren Fan. Gazing at his naked form, her face blushed intensely, as if blood could drip from it. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and lifted Ren Fan into the bathtub. Soon, Wuweizi returned with an assortment of spiritual herbs, including some of the first, second, and even 2 third-tier varieties. With these in hand, she activated her spiritual energy, crushing them instantly before tossing them all into the tub. After completing her task, she retrieved a small jade vial from her waist, opened it, and a pungent odor immediately wafted out, causing Lin Xinhua to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Subsequently, she poured the contents of the vial into the bathtub, and instantly, the water began to churn violently, only to be met with a searing sensation that compelled her to withdraw her hand hastily. It is merely the clash of medicinal properties. It will be fine shortly, Wuweizi reassured from the side. Returning to her own tasks, Lin Xinhua cast a doubtful glance at the preoccupied Wuweizi, feeling uneasy. She found a thin wooden board and began to fan the air. Such a lovesick girl. Wuweizi observed Lin Xinhua with a glimmer of peculiar light in her eyes. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. The liquid in the tub ceased its tumult, and Ren Fan awoke. Upon seeing Lin Xinhua's sweat-drenched face, a wave of emotion surged within him. Although he had been unconscious, his awareness remained intact. He was privy to everything. Brother Ren Fan, how wonderful! You have finally awakened, Lin Xinhua exclaimed joyfully, discarding the wooden board as she beamed at him as he gazed upon that radiant smile. Ren Fan, disregarding his own state of undress, rose abruptly and enveloped Lin Xinhua in his embrace, holding her tightly. When he transformed from a genius into a mere shadow of himself, it was she who remained steadfast by his side. Delicate as a fragile blade of grass unable to withstand the tempest, brought the warmest rays of sunshine into his bleak existence. Holding her close, Ren Fan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and sweetness. His eyes glistening with unshed tears. With her presence, what tribulations could one endure in this lifetime? With her, what more could one desire in this world? Chapter 37, The Mysterious Iron Block. Brother Ren Fan. The sudden embrace caught Lin Xinhua off guard. 16. She was oblivious to the true meanings of love and affection. She merely knew that Ren Fan's laughter brought her joy, his sorrow stirred her compassion, and witnessing him being bullied ignited her fury. She understood that Ren Fan, her former brother-in-law, was an indelible memory in her life, a scene along her journey that could neither be erased nor replaced. Perhaps, in time, many memories would fade and the landscapes in her heart would be obliterated. Yet, the name Ren Fan would forever remain, unyielding and unassailable, for it had deeply permeated her very bones, rooting itself in the depths of her soul. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The world fell silent, as if even the heavens were reluctant to disturb the embrace shared by Ren Fan and Lin Xinhua. In the training room, The third party, Wu Weizi, halted her actions mid-air, her gaze fixed upon the two, tears shimmering in her eyes. How familiar this scene was, but sigh. Ahem, could you two perhaps be a tad more mindful? I am still here, Wu Weizi coughed lightly, her voice breaking the spell. Startled by Wu Weizi's sudden words, Lin Xinhua quickly extricated herself from Ren Fan's arms, her cheeks aflame. Thank you, senior. Ren Fan, feeling the awkwardness, scratched his head and bowed slightly to Wu Weizi. Hee, perhaps you should get dressed first, Wu Weizi chuckled, her gaze unabashedly roaming over Ren Fan's bare form. It was then that Ren Fan realized his state of undress. And he froze, his expression turning sheepish. With a playful laugh, Wu Weizi exited the room, while Lin Xinhua, blushing fiercely, cast a glance at Ren Fan before hastily following suit. Only after their figures vanished did Ren Fan shake his head with a wry smile. Climb out of the tub, don his clothes, and step outside. Brother Ren Fan, Lin Xinhua beamed at him, bouncing in front of him. Silly girl, Ren Fan affectionately ruffled her hair, then turned his attention to Wu Weizi, saying, Senior, I came here to enough. No need to elaborate. The little girl has already filled me in, Wu Weizi interrupted, continuing. However, we lack the Rongling grass and Hualing Tung. Then please give me the other items first. Ren Fan replied, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet, gathering so many spiritual herbs was still quite commendable. Here, Wu Weizi nodded, handing him the prepared spiritual herbs. Ren Fan expressed his gratitude, paid the fee, yet could not suppress his curiosity. Might the esteemed elder know where I could find Rongling grass and Wallington? These items are crucial to my father's potential breakthrough to the Grand Martial Master level. It seems the Rongling grass is located in the southern region of the Wilderness Mountain Range. Very well, you may leave now. I require some rest, Wu Weizi said with a yawn, stretching her alluring figure, which rendered Ren Fan momentarily spellbound, until he was jolted back to reality by Lin Xinhua's gentle tug. Ahem, esteemed elder, we shall take our leave, Ren Fan said, awkwardly rubbing his nose as he pulled Lin Xinhua towards the exit. Hee, Wu Weizi chuckled at Ren Fan's demeanor. Wait a moment, young man. Purchase that iron piece propping up the corner of the medicine rack in the south. Roughly the size of 2 palms, propping up the corner of a medicine rack. Brother Ren Fan, what is it? Lin Xinhua inquired, noticing Ren Fan's sudden stop, and even Wu Weizi, who was preparing to rest, cast a puzzled look in his direction. Just a moment, Ren Fan replied as he approached the medicine rack and removed the iron piece. Instantly, the rack tilted precariously to one side. Esteemed elder, may I purchase this from you? Ren Fan asked, holding the iron piece in his hands. It was cool to the touch, seemingly just an ordinary piece of metal. However, Ren Fan had always heeded Lin Xinhua's words without question. The breadth of his experience was beyond Ren Fan's comprehension. If Lin Xinhua suggested acquiring this iron piece, it was undoubtedly of significance. Just a piece of iron. I shall gift it to you, Wu Weizi remarked nonchalantly, having assumed Ren Fan was interested in something more valuable within her collection. Thank you, esteemed elder, Ren Fan replied joyfully, tucking the iron piece into his embrace and swiftly pulling Lin Xinhua out. Fearing Wu Weizi might change her mind. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves on the bustling street. Now quiet under the night sky, which rendered the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Brother Ren, what do you intend to do with that iron piece? Lin Xinhua inquired, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Well, you will find out in due time. Ren Fan scratched his head and continued, you sneaked out. Your family must be worried sick. You should return home. But I don't want to leave you, Lin Xinhua stammered, her voice catching as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Gazing at Lin Xinhua, Ren Fan felt a pang in his heart, particularly at her words, which pierced him like a sharp thorn. Foolish girl, do not worry. Once I grow strong, I shall send my father to your home to propose. Ren Fan gently cupped her face, speaking softly. Really? Lin Xinhua's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful. Ren Fan smiled and nodded. Good. Then I shall wait at home for brother Ren Fan to come and propose. Lin Xinhua spoke, her face flushed with embarrassment as she mustered the courage to plant a kiss on Ren Fan's cheek before turning and dashing away. That girl. Ren Fan touched his cheek. A smile gracing his lips, an undeniable truth lingered. He harbored feelings for Lin Xinhua. He decided to venture into the wilderness mountains in search of the Rongling grass, glancing at the horizon. Ren Fan murmured softly, his feet moved, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, heading towards the wilderness mountains. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the foot of the mountains, which rose and fell majestically, adorned with towering trees that loomed ominously under the night sky. The occasional roar of beasts added an element of peril to the already foreboding landscape. Observing the wilderness mountains, Ren Fan smiled, and charged right in. With his current prowess as a 6th-tier warrior, as long as he avoided the depths, he would encounter no danger. Before long, Ren Fan reached the place described by the 5-flavored fruit. He spotted an opening at the edge of the broken head cliff, and his eyes immediately brightened. This opening stood 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, resembling a dark, gaping mouth in the cliff face. Surrounding the entrance was a patch of grass emitting a faint green glow, which was precisely the Rong Ling grass he sought. With a grin, Ren Fan approached the entrance, and without hesitation, he gathered all the Rong Ling grass into his possession. Suddenly, just as he was about to leave, a hissing sound emerged, accompanied by a foul, acrid wind that rushed towards him. Chapter 38. 7th-tier warrior. A shiver ran down Ren Fan's spine. He swiftly dodged to the side, and in the moment he evaded, a shadow lunged forth and blocked his path. As he focused his gaze, he beheld a snake measuring nearly 3 meters in length. Its appearance was quite peculiar, with a triangular head adorned with 2 red whiskers, and its body covered in scales resembling jagged stone, seemingly impervious to blades. At that moment, the black serpent was flicking its tongue, its venomous fangs glimmering menacingly, fixated on Ren Fan as if poised to deliver a lethal strike at the slightest movement. Ren Fan's heart raced at the sight of the creature, his expression turning grave as he slowly uttered, "Red-whiskered armored snake." This creature, though not particularly formidable at the 2nd tier, 4th level akin to a 4th-tier warrior, was notorious within the wilderness mountains. Its armored scales rendered it nearly unassailable, and its venomous fangs were said to be so potent that even a martial artist would find themselves in dire straits if bitten. Thus, it was classified as one of the most dangerous beings in the wilderness mountains. Startled, Ren Fan recognized the venom as something he could not withstand. He swiftly moved to evade it. The toxic substance struck where he had just stood, sizzling ominously and producing a plume of white smoke as it carved a bowl-sized pit into the indomitable rock. How formidable! Ren Fan gazed at the sizable crater, his heart still racing with trepidation, unable to fathom the consequences had that venom hit him directly. Just then, the red-whiskered armored snake lunged again. With a swift motion, he sliced through the central mass of venom, cleaving it in 2, yet his sword suffered corrosion in the process. Frowning at the troublesome toxin, he recognized the urgency of preserving his life. He then moved again, severing the mass of venom to his left. However, he had no time to cut through the one on his right, forcing him to roll away to evade it. Stabilizing himself, he glanced at his sword, which had been rendered nearly unrecognizable from the corrosive substance. "Curse that beast," Ren Fan muttered under his breath, springing forward with a determined leap toward the red-bearded armored serpent. The clash of metal rang out twice as his sword struck the serpent's body, producing sparks but inflicting no damage whatsoever. Realizing his attack had failed, Ren Fan retreated hastily, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Although the red-bearded armored serpent was a snake, it did not possess a weak point, for its vulnerable spot was covered in hard scales, rendering it fully armored. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged, and a shadow darted towards Ren Fan's chest with alarming speed. Startled, he raised his battered sword in defense. The impact echoed with a clang as he felt an overwhelming force send him flying backward, crashing against the stone wall. The entire cliff seemed to tremble from the force of the blow. What a formidable creature, Ren Fan thought, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. Yet his heart was filled with frustration. This red-bearded armored serpent was not only highly venomous, but also possessed tremendous strength and terrifying defense. Even as a 6th-tier warrior, he found himself utterly powerless against it. Unless he could breach its defenses, inflicting harm was simply out of the question. Not to mention, he was currently a 6th-tier warrior. Even if he were to advance to the 7th tier, he might still struggle to penetrate its defenses. Boy, infuse that iron block with spiritual energy. Killing it will be a breeze. Lin Xinhua's voice echoed in his mind. Ren Fan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he pulled out the iron block and began to pour his spiritual energy into it fervently. As his energy flowed in, the iron block gradually transformed, ultimately taking the shape of a sword, entirely enveloped in black. However, this sword was incomplete, resembling a large blade without a tip. "Ling Lao, will this work?" Ren Fan inquired, holding the broken blade in confusion. Yet, Lin Xinhua seemed disinclined to respond, offering him no reply. Shaking his head, Ren Fan accepted Lin Xinhua's character and refrained from pressing further. With a steely gaze fixed on the red-bearded armored serpent, he shouted, "Demonic beast, meet your end." With that, he charged forward, striking fiercely at the serpent. The red-bearded armored serpent did not flinch, brimming with confidence in its defenses. convinced that Ren Fan could not breach its armor with a mere broken sword. However, this time its overconfidence would cost it dearly, its life. With a piercing sound, blood gushed forth as the obsidian blade cleaved the red-bearded armored serpent in two. Blood splattered across Ren Fan's face, staining his cheeks crimson, and he stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at the serpent now severed in half, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Evidently, he too was taken aback by the sharpness of the black broken sword. Regaining his composure, Ren Fan hastily complied with Lin Xinhua's instructions and stepped into the cavern. To his astonishment, the cave held an unexpected marvel, revealing a tranquil lake. Above this lake was a celestial aperture, through which moonlight cascaded, illuminating every detail within the cave. A spiritual spring, Ren Fan exclaimed in delight as he beheld the shimmering water. This lake was not merely a body of water, but a magnificent spiritual spring. Its effects were profound, brimming with gentle spiritual energy that could be absorbed directly, without the need for refinement, something many martial artists yearned for. Overjoyed, Ren Fan swiftly disrobed and plunged into the spring. Then produced the serpent's gallbladder and heart's blood he had just gathered, consuming them with fervor. He began to circulate his innate martial physique, voraciously absorbing the spiritual essence of the spring. The gallbladder and heart's blood he ingested instantaneously transformed into a colossal surge of spiritual power, crashing within his dantian, aiding him in breaking through to a new realm. Simultaneously, the external spiritual spring was being devoured with fervor, and in the blink of an eye, his dantian expanded nearly twice its size, bringing him to the brink of ascending to the rank of a 7th-tier warrior. A wave of elation surged within Ren Fan as his martial physique operated wildly, drawing in the spiritual essence that flowed abundantly around him. With a sudden crack, a soft sound emanated from within his being, accompanied by a powerful aura that erupted outward, causing the surrounding dust to swirl. He had successfully broken through to the rank of a 7th-tier warrior. Chapter 39. Gongshe. Ren Fan swiftly donned his garments, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, a sensation beyond mere delight. With his advancement to the 7th tier, his strength had multiplied exponentially. Now, coupled with his formidable martial physique, he could easily overpower an 8th-tier warrior, and even felt confident in facing a 9th-tier warrior. With the Rongling herb secured, I only require the Hualing vine. If I can procure this. The Swaling pill, a rare 3rd-tier elixir, could unconditionally elevate a 9th-tier warrior to the rank of a grandmaster. Thus, Ren Fan had set out to gather the necessary spiritual herbs for the Swaling pill. Among these, the Rongling herb and the Hualing vine were the two principal ingredients, irreplaceable by any other herbs. Now that the Rongling herb had been obtained, only the Hualing vine remained. Once acquired, Ren Jianxin's ascension to the Grandmaster realm would be as certain as fate itself. However, the Hualing vine was notoriously elusive. As Ren Fan understood, it was a 3rd-tier spiritual herb with stringent requirements for its growth environment. It necessitated the presence of sunlight, moonlight, and spiritual light. All three were indispensable. While locations bathed in sunlight and moonlight were plentiful, spots imbued with spiritual light remained a mystery to him. Put it simply, spiritual light must be abundant enough to condense into dew. Such places were not only rare, Ren Fan had never even heard of one. Perhaps I should return and consult my father. He may possess knowledge of its whereabouts. Shaking his head, Ren Fan set off with purpose. Making his way homeward, Ren Jianxin, as the head of the Ren family, undoubtedly possesses considerable knowledge. He might very well be aware of such places. Ren Fan moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to a nimble monkey, weaving through the forest, leaving behind mere traces of his passage. Alas, Gong Ming, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Is there truly a transformation spirit vine in this desolate mountain range? Indeed, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. It cannot possibly be mistaken. It is undoubtedly the transformation spirit vine. Just then, two voices drifted from a nearby direction. Ren Fan halted, a flicker of keen insight flashing in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he pivoted his steps towards the source of the sound, concealing himself behind a tree to observe. Before him stood a resplendently dressed young man alongside a sycophant who appeared to be no ordinary individual. The third young master of the Gong family, Gong Ming. Ren Fan instantly recognized the youth, the very same Gong Ming who had often ridiculed him in the past. Gong Ming, I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Gong Shi, brandishing a folding fan, exuded an air of arrogance. How could I dare? Even if my elder brother lent me 100 times the courage, I would not dream of deceiving him. Gong Ming replied respectfully that it turned out that he had inadvertently ventured into this desolate mountain range, and subsequently glimpsed the transformation spirit vine, which filled him with immense joy. Such a third-tier spiritual herb is a rare treasure. Thus, he hastily returned to inform his elder brother, Gong Shi, of this discovery. Excellent, if the transformation spirit vine truly exists, you shall reap the rewards. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Gong Shi's eyes. Should he acquire this transformation spirit vine and have their father summon an alchemist from the imperial capital to refine it into a potion, his cultivation would ascend to new heights. Thank you, elder brother, thank you. Gong Ming eagerly nodded, ingratiating himself. Enough, lead me there at once, Gong Shi urged impatiently. Gong Ming nodded, guiding Gong Shi deeper into the desolate mountain range. Fortune truly smiles upon those who wait. Ren Fan, hidden behind the tree, chuckled quietly as he stealthily followed the two. Step by step, they soon reached the edge of the depths of the desolate mountain range. Not there yet, Gong Shi halted, frowning. We are already at the periphery of the depths. If we venture further, we will be delving into the heart of the desolate mountain range. He dared not proceed. For within lurked formidable beasts comparable to martial masters. Even Ren Fan, trailing at a distance, furrowed his brow. While he could contend with 8th-tier martialists, before a martial master, he felt like an insignificant insect. Rest assured, elder brother, it is just ahead, Gong Ming chuckled, approaching what appeared to be a thicket, pulling aside the foliage to reveal the entrance of a cave. Not bad, quite clever, Gong Shi remarked, nodding in approval. With his elder brother's praise, Gong Ming's eyes sparkled as he led Gong Shi into the cave. Meanwhile, Ren Fan wore a mysterious smile as he followed suit. In the blink of an eye, they arrived inside the cave. The air was thick with the foul stench of decaying flesh, reminiscent of a lair belonging to some beast. Yet, the most striking feature was the blue vine suspended from the cave ceiling, measuring several meters in length. That blue vine was the transformation spirit vine Ren Fan had sought. It is indeed the transformation spirit vine, Gong Shi exclaimed, gazing at the vine, bursting into laughter as he lunged forward to grasp it. In the shadows, Ren Fan was taken aback, instinctively preparing to ACT that moment. An extraordinary phenomenon erupted. A sudden screech echoed, and from the essence transforming creature emerged a dark silhouette, hurtling towards Gong Shi. Gong Shi's heart raced. Yet as a 4th-tier warrior, his reflexes were swift. With a mere tremor of his hand, he repelled the shadow, landing on the ground. It was a black rock spider. As Gong Shi descended, he cast a glance at the dark figure he had just sent flying, his brow furrowing in concern. Even Ren Fan could not help but feel the same, for the black rock spider was indeed a formidable beast, rivaling the red-whiskered scaled serpent. Moreover, its venom was even more potent than that of the serpent. A severe bite could spell doom for any warrior beneath the rank of master. Damn it, how could it be this creature? Gong Shi clearly recognized the peril posed by the black rock spider. Fear not, brother. I am prepared, came Gong Ming's voice as he approached. As he spoke, he produced a blood-soaked chicken leg, and in an instant, the spider's 8 glistening eyes fixated on him, filled with greed. Stone chicken meat. Splendid. Gong Shi's heart leaped with joy upon seeing the morsel in Gong Ming's hand. The stone chicken was the black rock spider's favored delicacy, and he understood Gong Ming's intent. Even Ren Fan had to concede that Gong Ming had devised a clever stratagem, using the venom-laden stone chicken to lure the spider. Could not resist its favorite food and quickly devoured it in a few bites. Moments later, a sizzling sound resonated within the spider, followed by a wretched scream as it gradually dissolved into a pool of blood. Gong Shi's eyes sparkled. With a swift motion, he lunged towards the essence-transforming creature. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air. A long sword pierced through Gong Shi's chest, blood gushing forth. Slowly, Gong Shi turned to behold his assailant. His lips parted as if to utter something, yet no words escaped. His head drooped, and he succumbed to death. Chapter 40. The Demon Sword. The unforeseen turn of events caused Ren Fan to halt abruptly. His gaze fixed on the lifeless Gong Shi. Disbelief etched across his visage, for it was none other. Gong Ming was taken aback for a moment, but upon recognizing that the newcomer was Ren Fan, a look of disdain instantly spread across his face. Gong Ming, you are truly ruthless. Even your own brother has fallen by your hand, Ren Fan jested, glancing at the corpse of Gong Shi. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, this worthless fool. Since that is the case, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you on behalf of that old wretch, Ren Zhe. Gong Ming retorted coldly as he fixed his gaze on Ren Fan. Gong Ming sneered icily. What? Ren Fan gasped, shock coursing through him. He had not anticipated that Ren Zhe would conspire with the Gong and He families. Did this not place his father in grave peril? Well, I've divulged enough. Now you can die, Gong Ming scoffed, his figure suddenly lunging towards Ren Fan. His cultivation was formidable, a powerful 8th-tier warrior. Ren Fan instinctively took a step back, and at that very instant, the iron block in his pocket seemed to surge with an eagerness to escape. Lowering his gaze reflexively, he was astonished to see the block shoot forth, presenting itself before him. In a daze, Ren Fan watched as the iron block hurtled towards him. He sensed danger and instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. In that fleeting moment, Ren Fan felt his spiritual energy being forcibly drawn away. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the iron block shimmering with a dazzling brilliance, akin to a diamond, which emanated from his own spiritual energy. Before Ren Fan could react, the block transformed instantaneously into a broken sword. Stunned for a moment, Ren Fan noticed Gong Ming hastily raising his sword to strike. With narrowed eyes, Ren Fan swung his own weapon towards Gong Ming just as the latter was about to land a blow. Is this truly the power of that so-called waste? Wasn't he only 0.5 years ago? Such impossible feats abound, Ren Fan retorted, his feet propelling him forward as he charged at Gong Ming, the broken sword raised high, ready to strike down. Arrogant, Gong Ming hissed, channeling his spiritual energy into the sword in his grasp. A brilliant, tangible sword aura erupted forth. Humph, Ren Fan scoffed, his martial body in motion, amplifying the force in his hands. With a decisive blow, he shattered the sword energy, continuing unabated as he struck Gong Ming's left arm, severing it completely. Blood spurted forth as Gong Ming let out buzzing. At that moment, the broken sword in his hand let out a thunderous roar, breaking free from his grasp and plunging into the corpse of Gong Ming. Subsequently, much to Ren Fan's astonishment, it drained the life essence from Gong Ming's body, reducing it to a mere husk, and then soared towards the corpse of Gong Shi, where it siphoned away his vitality as well. After draining Gong Shi's lifeblood, the broken sword transformed back into a chunk of iron and flew into Ren Fan's hand. What is happening? Staring at the iron piece in his hand, Ren Fan found himself momentarily at a loss. Young one, in the future, make sure to feed it with fresh blood, Lin Xinhua remarked as he emerged. Feed it fresh blood? Ren Fan gazed at Lin Xinhua, perplexed. Isn't this akin to a bloodthirsty sword? Young one, this entity holds great significance for you. If you can locate its missing fragment, it will undoubtedly aid you in achieving great endeavors. Lin Xinhua continued. Aid me in achieving great endeavors? Could it be is this also a divine artifact? Ren Fan exclaimed in surprise. Well aware of Lin Xinhua's grand ambitions, you will understand in due time. Lin Xinhua seemingly wished to say no more, shaking his head before vanishing into slumber. Alas, this item has fallen into your hands. It seems to be fate. His lament echoed softly before fading away. His words caused Ren Fan to furrow his brow. Did Lin Xinhua truly seek him out because of his innate martial physique? Never mind. Such matters are beyond my contemplation. I must first help my father weather this tribulation. After a moment's thought, Ren Fan shook his head. He retrieved the Xiantian Ding and cast all the necessary spiritual herbs for the Shattering Spirit Pill into it. The Shattering Spirit Pill, a 3rd-tier elixir, required more spiritual power than the Xiantian Ding could sustain, necessitating that he infuse it with his own energy. The spiritual power within him surged wildly, pouring into the Xiantian Ding, which immediately began to hum. Commencing the refinement of the Shattering Spirit Pill. As time slowly passed, Ren Fan's complexion grew increasingly pale. Just as his spiritual energy was about to be depleted, a buzzing sound announced the emergence of 3 Shattering Spirit Pills. Damn, it's fortunate I've broken through to the 7th rank. Otherwise, I would have been drained once more. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ren Fan stowed the Shattering Spirit Pills away. With the highest echelon being the legendary Divine Tier Alchemist. Achieving the status of an alchemist is even more challenging than reaching the rank of a warrior, requiring not only extraordinary control over spiritual herbs, but also mastery of a fire-based martial technique, such as Ren Fan's Phoenix Fire. An alchemist with unique flames will significantly enhance both the success rate and quality of their elixirs. Ren Fan had not anticipated that he would become an alchemist so easily. And a 2nd-tier one at that. There are no 2nd-tier alchemists in Yunyue City. The Gong family, the He family. None of you possess anyone at the Grand Martial Master level, do you? Ren Fan chuckled, increasingly satisfied as he gazed at the 3 Shattering Spirit Pills in his hand. It is not merely the matter of 3 shattered spirit pills, but rather the presence of 3 formidable Grand Martial Masters. With the Xiantian Ding retracted, Ren Fan made his way homeward. It was high time for the century-old landscape of Yunyue City to undergo transformation. In the blink of an eye, Ren Fan returned home, where he found Ren Zhe still awake, engrossed in his studies within the study room. Father, Ren Fan approached quietly, calling out softly. Fan has returned. What has happened to you? Ren Zhe closed his book and looked up at Ren Fan, his brow furrowing involuntarily upon noticing the blood and grime that adorned him. I went to the wilderness mountain range for training. Ren Fan scratched his head, then produced the refined, shattered spirit pill from his bosom. Gazing at Ren Zhe, he continued, Father, look at what this is. Ren Zhe furrowed his brows as he leaned in for a closer look, but when he discerned the contents of the jade vial, his heart jolted violently and his body trembled uncontrollably. Shattered. Spirit pill. Ren Zhe stammered. In his quest to break through to the Grand Martial Master level, he had perused countless texts, among which the shattered spirit pill was mentioned most frequently. With the consumption of such a pill, a 9th-tier martial artist could instantly ascend a level to become a Grand Martial Master, and remarkably, without any adverse effects. Yet, this pill was exceedingly difficult to concoct. Few within the entire Aoyun Empire possessed the ability to create it. He never imagined that Ren Fan could actually procure a shattered spirit pill. How could he not be astonished? Fanner, did you truly concoct this? Ren Zhe gazed at Ren Fan in disbelief. Ren Fan smiled and nodded affirmatively. This, although he had already anticipated the answer, Ren Zhe still could not help but be shaken, retreating a couple of steps. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Ren Zhe laughed uncontrollably. In Yunyue City, aside from the city lord, the 9th-tier martial artist was the most powerful entity. Should he successfully ascend to Grand Martial Master, the hierarchy among the 4 great families of Yunyue City would be utterly overturned. Now, with Ren Fan's remarkable ability to concoct shattered spirit pills, how could the Ren family not thrive? What are you laughing about at this late hour? Do you want to disturb other sleep? At that moment, Sun Yuxiao emerged, reproaching Ren Zhe with a knowing look. Oh dear, son, what has happened to you? However, upon seeing Ren Fan covered in blood and grime, she rushed over, inspecting him with concern. Ren Fan felt a warmth in his heart, and his eyes grew misty as he replied, Mother, I'm fine. I merely went out to train. His voice slightly choked. You child, if something were to happen to you, how would your mother live? You are forbidden from going again. Sun Yuxiao admonished, though her eyes brimmed with affection. Understood, Mother, Ren Fan replied with a smile. Well, the fledgling must eventually spread its wings. If he does not learn to fly, how can he find his footing in the sky? Ren Zhe interjected from the side, effectively silencing Sun Yuxiao with a roll of her eyes. What were you just laughing about? Surely you do not think you can break through to Grand Martial Master? Sun Yuxiao questioned Ren Zhe. Hee, of course, Ren Zhe chuckled, casting a glance at Ren Fan, his eyes filled with admiration. You've grown bold, haven't you? Trying to deceive me. Do you truly believe I cannot see through your realm? Sun Yuxiao shot Ren Zhe a glare, tugging at his ear in reprimand. Although she emerged from the Holy Martial Academy, after marrying Ren Zhe, she ceased her cultivation, resulting in a continuous decline in her own abilities. Now, despite having fallen to the status of an ordinary person, her formidable innate spiritual perception still allows her to discern Ren Zhe's realm. Oh dear, have some consideration for me. Our son is watching. Ren Zhe remarked. However, Sun Yuxiao was relentless. Mother, father did not deceive you. Look, what is this? Ren Fan grinned, presenting the shattered spirit pill before Sun Yuxiao. What is this? Sun Yuxiao took it and examined it closely, her eyes widening in astonishment. The shattered spirit pill. Indeed, it is the shattered spirit pill, and it was refined by Fanner, Ren Zhe declared proudly from the side, as if he were the one who had concocted it. What? Fanner refined this? Sun Yuxiao exclaimed in disbelief. Although the shattered spirit pill is a 3rd-tier elixir, even most 3rd-tier alchemists struggle to produce it, and it poses challenges even for 4th-tier alchemists. She turned her gaze towards Ren Fan. You too. Our son is growing up. Be mindful. Ren Zhe interjected from the side. So what if he is growing up? Does that mean he is no longer my son? Sun Yuxiao retorted, warming Ren Fan's heart once more. All right, father, you should focus on breaking through to the Grand Martial Master. Our Ren family is in trouble, Ren Fan said as he approached. Son, what trouble? Sun Yuxiao interjected. Subsequently, Ren Fan conveyed the information he had received from Gong Ming to Ren Zhe. How audacious. They have even allied with the Gong and He families. Ren Zhe's heart surged with anger upon hearing this, and Sun Yuxiao's face was also filled with rage. They had not anticipated that Ren Zhe would dare to collude with such dangerous entities. The Ren family would face annihilation as well. Father, there is no need to rush. We can turn the tables on them, Ren Fan urged, smiling. Turn the tables? Ren Zhe frowned at him. How could you be so foolish? Sun Yuxia chimed in, her eyes filled with pride as she looked at Ren Fan. What my son means is to let them come. With the shattered spirit pill, you can break through to Grand Martial Master. At that time, not only could he eliminate the toxic presence of Ren Zhe, but he could also eradicate the He and Gong families. However, Father, just to be safe, we should prepare more, Ren Fan added with a smile. What preparations? Ren Zhe instinctively inquired. Are there not 3 shattered spirit pills here? Ren Fan replied. Upon hearing this, the eyes of both Ren Zhe and Sun Yuxia lit up. Indeed, 3 shattered spirit pills could fulfill the aspirations of countless individuals seeking breakthroughs. However, apart from myself, there are no other 9th-tier martial masters in Yunyue City, and the current cultivation level of the Grand Elder remains undetermined, as he often drifts from place to place. Hee, mother, look at this, Ren Fan said with a mysterious smile, as he pulled out a pill from his bosom. Chapter 42. Seeking help. This is, Sun Yuxia took it, and, upon closer inspection, could not help but exclaim, the broken mirror pill. Even Ren Zhe's eyes lit up. The broken mirror pill is also an extremely difficult to refine 3rd-tier pill, its effects akin to that of the shattered spirit pill, allowing those below the Grand Martial Master realm to unconditionally elevate their level by 1 tier. Excellent. How splendid. Heaven is favoring the Ren family, Ren Zhe exclaimed joyfully. With this broken mirror pill, if Sun Yuxia consumes it, she may very well advance to the martial artist realm. Father, mother, you should first break through before seeking the city lord's assistance. I fear he may harbor suspicions, Ren Fan suggested. The city lord holds immense prestige in Yunyue City, and with his elevated realm, he would likely be difficult to control. However, if Ren Zhe were to break through to the Grand Martial Master realm, he might exert a deterrent influence. Very well, Ren Zhe replied, placing the broken mirror pill into a pouch, saying, I shall enter seclusion with your mother for 3 days. During this time, you must not leave the Ren family gates and should focus on solidifying your training at home. Hearing this, Ren Fan nodded, watching the retreating figures of his parents. In those 3 days, once Ren Zhe and Sun Yuxia entered their room, there was no further sound from them. Ren Fan dutifully placed their meals at the door each day while he immersed himself in the study of sword techniques. After all, although he had bested Gong Ming in their recent confrontation, he had clearly discerned the lack of finesse in his swordsmanship, at times even resorting to aimless flailing. Now, with this broken sword, it was time to hone his skills. Although he still remained unaware of the sword's origins, Ren Fan pondered. He reached out to gently caress the fractured part of the sword, wondering where its other half might be. 3 days later. At last, success. Sun Yuxia emerged from the room alongside Ren Zhe, and just as Ren Fan passed by the door, he looked up to see the joyful faces of Sun Yuxia and Ren Zhe. Ren Zhe's demeanor had transformed completely. No longer merely exuding the aura of a 9th-tier martial master, he had successfully broken through to the 1st tier of the Grand Martial Master realm. Officially stepping into that exalted domain, Sun Yuxia gazed up at the blue sky, unable to suppress a sigh of familiarity. Ren Zhe, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh heartily, proclaiming that better days were yet to come. With that, he raised his arms to embrace Sun Yuxia, who felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks, eventually lowering her head. Father, mother, what should we do next? Ren Zhe, upon hearing this, released his embrace and stepped in front of Ren Fan, stating, Now we know nothing of your current situation. What is your realm? Are you truly an alchemist? If so, what tier of alchemist are you? We remain in the dark, so let us first seek out the city lord. Hua Kuanxing, of Yunyue City. As Ren Fan heard these words, he could not help but reminisce about 5 years ago when he was still the esteemed young master of the Ren family. Renowned for his prodigious talents. At that time, it seemed he had crossed paths with Hua Kuanxing on several occasions. He wondered what the latter's demeanor might be now. After pondering this, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. The family competition was fast approaching, and the day before the contest coincided with the Mid-Autumn Festival. Alas, it appeared that this Mid-Autumn Festival would not be spent in tranquility. With a heavy sigh, Ren Zhe lamented. Seeing this, Sun Yuxia's eyes betrayed no hint of sorrow or concern. She had previously stated that in order to contend with the He and Gong families, it was indeed impractical for the Ren family to confront 2 powerful clans alone. Lord Hua, who cherished talent, would certainly not agree to our request for assistance against the He and Gong families unless we brought Fan along. Given his status as an alchemist, perhaps Lord Hua would be inclined to lend us his support. Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe could not help but gaze up at Ren Fan, who returned the look with confidence, raising his right fist to his left chest and proclaiming loudly, "Trust me, father." Observing this, Ren Zhe could only nod in agreement, stating, 3 days remain. The family competition is in 3 days. The day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We shall rest today and seek out Lord Hua tomorrow to present our talent. Thus, a day passed that on the following day, Brother Ren, a bright voice called out, "Hey, where is your family headed?" Early in the morning, Lin Xinhua cheerfully approached, noticing that Ren Fan's family was packing up their belongings as though preparing to move. Lin Xinhua, what brings you here?" Ren Fan was taken aback upon seeing her, for since that day, his feelings for Lin Xinhua had transformed. Lin Xinhua, upon hearing her name called, paused for a moment in surprise. Then playfully whispered, "I missed you at her words." Ren Fan instinctively leaned back and placed his hand gently atop Lin Xinhua's head, saying, "Enough of that, we have matters to attend to today, so you should head back quickly. Otherwise, if your sister finds out, it will lead to trouble." Pouting, Lin Xinhua replied, "You promised me you wouldn't hide anything. Ren Fan, tell me where you are going, and I will leave immediately." Ren Fan rubbed his forehead in exasperation and finally conceded. "We are going to seek out Lord Hua." "Lord Hua? Why are you looking for him?" Lin Xinhua inquired, puzzled. "It's important." Lin Xinhua, please refrain from asking further. Once we resolve our affairs, you will understand everything. Fanner, let us go. At that moment, Ren Zhe's voice echoed from within the room. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan nudged Lin Xinhua, urging her, "You must return quickly. We are about to depart though, and remember, do not venture out on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival." "Why? There will be danger." Ren Fan could not elaborate further, so he hoisted his bundle and declared, "We are leaving. Take care." What was meant to be a simple farewell became laden with unspoken complexities. Upon hearing his parting words, Lin Xinhua realized that matters were far from straightforward. She ultimately nodded, feigning departure before hiding in the brush, watching the movements of Ren Zhe and the others as she stealthily followed. Ah, how formidable a woman in love can be. Upon witnessing Ren Zhe and his companions boarding a carriage, they hastily departed, with Lin Xinhua closely following behind. The journey remained uneventful until they reached the residence of Hua Kunqing, where they disembarked. Lin Xinhua exited the carriage, glanced around, and proceeded into the house. Why was there no one stationed at the entrance? Ren Fan lifted his gaze to the somewhat dilapidated entrance and couldn't help but question whether this truly was the abode of the city lord of Yunyue City. As it appeared so different from his expectations, Ren Zhe also surveyed the surroundings and ultimately remarked, "Let us enter and investigate further." In response, Ren Fan nodded and turned to see Sun Yuxia, who seemed lost in thought. Noticing this, Ren Fan furrowed his brow, pondering why his mother had not accompanied them. Upon hearing his thoughts, Sun Yuxiao abruptly lifted her head and met Ren Fan's puzzled expression. After a moment's hesitation, she smiled and said, "You all go ahead. I will wait in the carriage. My purpose for coming this time was merely to assist you in gathering some belongings. Hurry along now." Chapter 43. The test. Ren Fan nodded in agreement and entered alongside his father, while Lin Xinhua, taking advantage of Sun Yuxia's distraction, stealthily slipped inside as well. Once inside, Ren Fan and Ren Zhe were momentarily blinded by the chaotic leaves before them, which brushed away to reveal a somewhat worn-down dwelling. Upon seeing this, Ren Fan's expression shifted to one of complexity. Was this truly the residence of the city lord? Ren Zhe, too, began to doubt his own sight, rubbing his eyes and glancing around before finally nodding and leading Ren Fan further in. Ahem! Just as Ren Fan and Ren Zhe prepared to push the door open, a sudden cloud of dust engulfed them, prompting Ren Fan to stifle several sneezes while Ren Zhe turned his head away. "Who is it?" Ren Fan suddenly shouted, and from the shadowy interior emerged a figure clad in white, seemingly an elderly man. Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe squinted his eyes to get a better look. As the figure gradually became clearer, a menacing aura encroaching upon Ren Fan and Ren Zhe, that a sense of foreboding washed over Ren Fan, urging him to step back, while Ren Zhe's expression grew increasingly joyful as the old man's features became more distinct. "Hua Qingzhu!" Ren Zhe exclaimed with delight. The old man appeared to have heard this, pausing momentarily before emerging from the darkness, sunlight gradually illuminating his visage. Upon seeing the elder, Ren Fan's gaze froze in astonishment. Why did this face seem so familiar? "Hua Qingzhu," Ren Zhe shouted, but the old man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that, no need." The deep timbre of his voice resonated in Ren Fan's ears, and it was only when the old man stood directly before him that Ren Fan truly recognized him. "It's you," Ren Fan gasped, and upon hearing this, the elder turned his head leisurely, displaying a sense of familiarity as if he had anticipated Ren Fan's arrival. Ren Fan stared into the elder's gray eyes. Momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the situation, Ren Zhe inquired, "Ren Fan, do you know Hua Qingzhu?" Ren Zhe observed the state of the two individuals before him and could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan abruptly lifted his head, exclaiming, well, I suppose that it could be considered so." Hua Qingzhu gazed at Ren Zhe and Ren Fan, bursting in a hearty laughter. "What is this? Has your second-grade elixir been sold? Why do you appear so abashed?" "City Lord, I beg your pardon," Ren Fan retorted in response to Hua Qingzhu's jest. Hua Qingzhu stroked his white beard and remarked, "Fear not, as long as you have not sold it. Ren Zhe, what brings you and your son to seek me today?" "I have come to request your assessment of Ren Fan, specifically regarding his cultivation level and whether he possesses the aptitude of an alchemist," Ren Zhe stammered as he answered Hua Qingzhu's inquiry. Hua Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he grasped Ren Fan's wrist, murmuring to himself, "I have long wished to conduct this test." Confused, Ren Fan was pulled along by Hua Qingzhu and turned to notice Ren Zhe struggling to keep pace. Marveling at Hua Qingzhu's swiftness, "This is the place." Hua Qingzhu abruptly halted before a relatively cleaner room compared to the others. For some unknown reason, Ren Fan's spiritual energy surged forth uncontrollably, and Ren Zhe was similarly affected. Ren Fan glanced down at his body, bewildered. "What is happening? Why is my spiritual energy erupting uncontrollably?" However, Hua Qingzhu disregarded Ren Fan's question, turning his gaze to Ren Zhe in astonishment. "You have actually broken through to the Grand Martial Master level?" A smile spread across Ren Zhe's face as he nodded, responding, "Is this situation due to that object?" Hua Qingzhu waved his hand, frowning. "Do not refer to it as an object, should that term be overheard. We would find ourselves in dire straits. This. Ren Zhe fell silent, nodding in acknowledgement, and Hua Qingzhu led Ren Fan inside. Once inside, Hua Qingzhu suddenly clasped his hands together, and a blue-white luminous orb materialized, radiating a myriad of divine visages, occasionally resonating with a deep, bell-like sound. "What is this?" Ren Fan felt the palpable power emanating from the orb. Ren Zhe stepped back slightly, chuckling softly. "Old Hua, how long has it been since you last summoned this?" Hua Qingzhu snorted dismissively, turning his head away. "Humph, what do you mean by how long it has been? It is merely that no prodigy has warranted its use until now." Seeing Ren Fan reach the 7th rank as a warrior at the tender age of 17 certainly calls for the unveiling of this treasure, no matter the cost. Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe's eyes widened in surprise. "The 7th rank? Is it truly the 7th rank?" Hua Qingzhu sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Did you not notice the earlier surge of spiritual energy?" Never mind. The test is of utmost importance now." Ren Zhe nodded vigorously. Hua Qingzhu beckoned to Ren Fan. "Come here. Place your hand upon it." After which, he stepped aside, revealing the luminous orb to Hua Qingzhu's words. Ren Fan approached the orb, which seemed to react to his presence, flashing brightly for a brief moment. Startled, Ren Fan withdrew his outstretched hand, turning anxiously to Hua Qingzhu for reassurance. Hua Qingzhu cast a glance at the luminous sphere with a hint of concern. Could there be a malfunction? That would be improbable, as it is a treasure of Yunyue City with a history spanning several centuries. Contemplating this, Hua Qingzhu leisurely stepped forward, guiding Ren Fan's hand towards the sphere. Ren Fan appeared somewhat reluctant. After all, he had no understanding of what this object was. Although he trusted that Hua Qingzhu would not harm him, caution was still advisable. "Fear not, child. This is the prized Ling Wang of Yunyue City. It can only be utilized by those with inherent potential or extraordinary abilities. Given that you have already ascended to the 7th rank of warrior at the tender age of 17, we must ascertain the extent of your potential. Worry not." Upon uttering these words, Hua Qingzhu was reminded of the commotion surrounding Ren Fan's birth, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Reluctantly, Ren Fan placed his hand upon the sphere. The moment he did so, a powerful surge of energy ensnared his hand like a binding rope, and an array of magnified divine visages suddenly materialized beneath his palm. Startled, Ren Fan realized that. In that instant, his spiritual power was being drawn in by the Ling Huang. Chapter 44. Dual Attributes of Ice and Fire. After a brief hesitation, Ren Fan finally committed his hand to the sphere. City Lord, what is going on? This never occurred during my own testing. Huoquanxing offered no response, only watching as Ren Fan struggled to free his hand. City Lord, Father, save me, help me. Ren Fan cried out helplessly. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Ren Zhe moved forward to assist Ren Fan. But just as he was about to place his hand on the Ling Huang, a formidable force surged towards his mind, instantly repelling him. Stunned by the scene, Ren Zhe was left without support from Huoquanxing. What was to be done? Should he simply observe as his son had his spiritual energy inexplicably drained? Ren Fan gritted his teeth in agony, acutely aware of the continuous extraction of his energy, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Yet, the Ling Huang showed no signs of relinquishing its hold on him. Until in a moment of sheer exhaustion that teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Ren Fan suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a piercing scream that a plume of white gas surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, darting towards Ren Fan's dantian and saturating his entire being. Accompanying this was the shrill cry of a divine presence, and in an instant, the entire room was enveloped in an inexplicable aura of terror. Only when that force had fully infused him did Ren Fan cease his cries. Ren Zhe stood in stunned silence, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, while Huoquanxing's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet, the event was not over. Huoquanxing interjected suddenly. Just as Ren Zhe was preparing to rise, he turned to Huoquanxing, a look of confusion etched on his face. What? Ren Zhe was about to inquire further, but Huoquanxing abruptly continued. You'd best remain seated for now, and no sooner had he uttered this than a formidable wave of energy swept across the room, forcefully slamming the already rising Ren Zhe back to the ground. At that moment, the lightning slowly released its grip on Ren Fan's hand, revealing a formless gas. It's done, Huoquanxing remarked, striding leisurely towards Ren Fan, dazed from the fall. Ren Zhe gradually regained his composure and hurried to assist Huoquanxing in lifting the utterly weakened Ren Fan. So, Mayor Hua, what exactly transpired? Ren Zhe inquired, his heart tightening at the sight of Ren Fan's haggard visage, as he lifted his gaze to the solemn Huoquanxing. Huoquanxing suddenly flicked his wide sleeves, and a brilliant golden light burst forth. In that fleeting moment, the room illuminated as if it were midday, dazzling Ren Zhe to the point that he could scarcely keep his eyes open. This is fire attribute. But wait, could it also be ice? Huoquanxing exclaimed with palpable excitement. Ren Zhe remained perplexed. What could Mayor Hua possibly mean? While it was true that Ren Fan possessed fire attributes, the origin of the ice remained a mystery. Huoquanxing swiftly approached, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the shimmering red and blue phoenix. His hands trembled involuntarily. Mayor Hua, what on earth has happened? Ren Zhe gently laid Ren Fan on the ground and, rising, moved closer to Huoquanxing. He observed the phoenix, which bore a pattern reminiscent of the bagua, yet the colors were split into vibrant red and azure blue. Within the crimson zone, grotesque and fiery specters collided against the walls, while in the blue area sat a petite girl, her skin and hair a striking blue-white, clasping her hands serenely at the center. Interspersed within this colorful tableau was a faint emerald green, emanating an extraordinarily soothing aura. Ren Zhe furrowed his brow, pondering the significance of this scene. What does this mean? In response, Huoquanxing stroked his white beard thoughtfully and explained. The red represents the fire attribute, while the blue signifies ice for the touch of emerald green. It symbolizes his prowess as an alchemist. But what, then, does this mean for Ren Fan now? Ren Zhe glanced at the unabashed smile on Huoquanxing's face, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Suddenly, Huoquanxing burst into laughter, turning to a dusty bookshelf and retrieving a tome. He flipped it open and remarked, as for warriors, there are a total of 8 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, and lightning. Yet, Ren Fan's recent test revealed 2 beams of light, particularly that flash of golden radiance, which remains quite enigmatic. Thus, it is still uncertain to which attribute Ren Fan truly belongs. Ren Zhe nodded thoughtfully and inquired, is Ren Fan truly an alchemist? Huoquanxing, upon hearing this, could not help but respond with exasperation. Of course. However, Ren Fan's alchemical skills are still rather unrefined. He is of the fire attribute, which certainly serves as a tremendous boon to his alchemical training. What is his current level as an alchemist? Ren Zhe asked excitedly. After a moment's contemplation, Huaquanqing lifted his gaze and declared, "He is a second-grade alchemist." Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe felt a surge of excitement, but could not suppress his skepticism. Yet he has already managed to concoct third-grade elixirs. How do you explain that? Third grade? Huaquanqing exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ren Zhe merely nodded in response. How many? Ren Zhe pondered briefly. Not many, perhaps 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Huaquanqing appeared to be struck by a profound shock, swaying slightly before finally steadying himself with Ren Zhe's support. Ren Fan opened his eyes to a blurred world. Unable to discern anything clearly, that a wave of fear washed over him. Yet his body remained immobile, his head helplessly turning from side to side, the voices of Ren Zhe and Huaquanqing sounding exceedingly distant. Suddenly, a golden dragon roared into view, unnoticed by Ren Zhe and Huaquanqing, while only Ren Fan could see that the magnificent creature was advancing towards him. Chapter 45. The Golden Dragon Appears. A dragon. A dragon. Ren Fan gazed at the golden dragon, its entire body radiating a golden glow, flames flickering from its mouth, and its eyes filled with ferocity. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure closed in around him. Rendering him motionless, he widened his eyes in shock, witnessing his father and Huaquanqing engaged in lively conversation, while he himself was subjected to such suffocating force. For the first time, he felt a complete sense of helplessness enveloping him. No, this dragon. It seems to hesitate. Ren Fan observed the golden dragon circling above, occasionally lunging towards him, only to retreat. As time passed, the fear and helplessness within him began to dissipate, replaced by confusion. Ultimately, the golden dragon appeared to make a resolute decision. Twisting its head to fixate on Ren Fan, a sudden sense of foreboding surged within him. In the very next moment, the golden dragon let out a thunderous roar and charged directly towards Ren Fan's dantian. A piercing scream erupted, jolting Ren Zhe and Huaquanqing back to the reality of Ren Fan, who lay collapsed beside them. They turned to see him enveloped in golden lightning, a glimmer of gold gradually manifesting at his dantian. Ren Fan cried out in agony, his abdomen involuntarily rising, his entire form taking on a terrifying visage, as the once clearly defined black and white of his eyes was suddenly obscured by a surge of golden light. At long last, Ren Fan's anguished cries gradually faded, replaced by the sight of him gasping, shaking his head in torment, saliva trickling from his mouth, as the sensation of tearing began to engulf his brain and spread throughout his entire body. Witnessing this, Ren Zhe's eyes widened in alarm, and he rushed over in haste. But the moment his hand made contact with Ren Fan's body, the menacing visage of a golden dragon suddenly emerged, its gaze seemingly warning Ren Zhe to retreat. However, Ren Zhe merely shook his head, gritting his teeth in determination, and began to channel the lightning. In no time, his hands were stained with blood, some of his finger joints protruding grotesquely. Old Hua, hurry! Come save him! Fanner cannot endure another torment. Upon hearing this, Huaquanqing abruptly grasped the gravity of the situation and hurried forward to assist. Yet, as he approached, he too caught sight of the golden dragon's face. Unlike before, this time, it was enraged. Ren Zhe, release him at once, or calamity will befall us. Realizing the complexity of the matter, Huaquanqing swiftly reached out to pull Ren Zhe away. But how could a father so deeply concerned for his son easily relinquish his struggle? Startling Huaquanqing. What is this? It turned out that Ren Fan was thrashing about, attempting to use the Xiantian Ding for internal repair, but just as he felt his meridians nearing restoration, the sensation of tearing surged once more. Finally, unable to hold back, Ren Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Observing this, Ren Zhe was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly rose, murmuring, Kunlun absolute. In an instant, a fierce gale swept through the room. Seeing this, Huaquanqing quickly interjected. Swirling towards the golden lightning enveloping Ren Fan's body, a series of piercing sounds erupted throughout the house. Lin Xinhua, who had just approached the adjacent room, heard the commotion and felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What was transpiring inside? Within the room, Ren Zhe exerted every ounce of his strength, yet the golden lightning showed no signs of relenting. Suddenly, he felt a surge of spiritual energy being injected into his body. Turning his gaze, he saw Huaquanqing raising his hand, channeling energy into him. Don't think I'm aiding you. I simply refuse to let such a talent go to waste. Ren Zhe nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to focus his own energy. In a brief moment, A cracking sound resonated. The golden lightning began to show signs of fracturing. Ren Jinshan's heart soared with joy, poised to exert further effort when, all at once, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire house. Deafening in its intensity, Ren Jinshan froze, hearing an exceedingly ancient voice declare, "I have just awakened. Do not disturb me. Mere mortals, begone." Before Ren Jinshan and Huakunsing could react, a violent gust of wind struck them, forcibly ejecting them from the room. Outside, Lin Xinhua quickly rushed forward to assist Ren Jinshan. "Uncle Ren, what transpired inside? How did you end up being ejected?" Ren Jinshan raised his hand to cover his heart, while Huakunsing, remaining relatively composed, hurriedly came forward to support him. Once Ren Jinshan was assisted to his feet, he rushed to the doorway, only to be repelled by a sudden surge of internal force. As a man, he could no longer contain his tears. Fanner. Ren Jinshan could not help but shout, while Huakunsing, feeling helpless, crouched down and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, murmuring, "It will be all right. It will be all right." Though he spoke these words, his own heart was tumultuous with complexity. How could it possibly be all right, especially after that voice, which sounded anything but ordinary? What on earth was it? A resurrection? Was it seeking to possess Ren Fan's body? The thought made Huakunsing's gaze involuntarily drift toward the doorway. Could it truly be so? As he pondered, he looked down at the heartbroken Ren Jinshan, his brow furrowing in concern that he could not reveal such thoughts. If he did, Ren Jinshan would undoubtedly rush in, potentially endangering his own life and that of the Ren family. Lost in these troubling thoughts, he opted for silence. Lin Xinhua, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of anxiety in her heart and abruptly turned to the door, fearing the worst for Ren Fan. "Who are you? Oh, the second daughter of the Lin family?" Huakunsing raised his eyes to see the flustered Lin Xinhua, his brow furrowing in inquiry. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinhua nodded, rushing forward with urgency. "What on earth happened inside? Where is Ren Fan?" In response, Huakunsing also turned to the door, finally lowering his head in resignation. "Who knows? You should leave. Do not linger here. On what grounds? I am Ren Fan's betrothed. Why should I not wait here?" Perhaps overwhelmed by her worries, Lin Xinhua's voice escalated in volume. Huakunsing, taken aback, could not help but retort, "Just because you are a woman, women are good for nothing but weeping and wailing. You cannot offer any real assistance." Chapter 46. The Awakening of the Dragon Pearl. Just because you are a woman, women are good for nothing but weeping and wailing. Besides, did Ren Fan truly send you here, given your state in arriving? It seems you have sneaked in. Huakunsing's aggressive demeanor left Lin Xinhua, already anxious, with no room for rebuttal. Ultimately, she could only extend her hand and declare, "A city lord, and yet you discriminate against women." As they all sank into their shared concerns, inside the room, Ren Fan struggled in agony, raising his eyes to find the space empty, his heart jolting in surprise. Suddenly, a deep, resonant chime of a great bell filled his mind. In an instant, Ren Fan collapsed once more, unable to rise. "Though you have been chosen by this generation's master to reconstruct the temple, I must remind you that my assistance was contingent upon your personal capabilities. If your body cannot accept or even accommodate my power, then I shall take the Dragon Pearl with me, or even destroy it. After all, a weakling offers no reason for me to hesitate." A deep, resonant voice, imbued with the weight of ages, suddenly echoed. Ren Fan, upon hearing it, abruptly opened his eyes, yet at that moment, a sensation of tearing surged within his heart. It elderling the voice did not resound again, but instead relentlessly increased the weight upon Ren Fan's meridians and dantian, each increment of burden serving as a formidable trial for him. Unable to suppress himself, Ren Fan let out a roar, blood uncontrollably spilling from his 7 orifices. "This is merely 1/3 of my inherent power. Upon entering your dantian, you have become like this. What would happen if I were to infuse all my strength into your dantian?" Before Ren Fan could respond, waves of overwhelming power surged into his body. His mind buzzed, enveloped in a green luminescence. Initially, the torrent of energy flooding in was abruptly halted, causing Ren Fan to feel as though the force within him quivered momentarily. Then, the aged voice resounded again. "Young one, this Xiantian Ding is actually willing to acknowledge you as its master." Upon hearing this, the sensation of tearing within Ren Fan vanished, replaced by an unparalleled sense of comfort. Startled, he attempted to lift his hand. "I can move." Ren Fan gazed at his hand in astonishment, when the ancient voice reverberated once more, stating, "It appears that the Xiantian Ding is protecting its master. If I were to force my way in again, I might not survive. Ren Fan was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. The Xiantian Ding, is it truly that formidable? Indeed, the Xiantian Ding is an ancient artifact. Even as the guardian of the Dragon Pearl, I cannot contend with it. Furthermore, I sense that within your body, there exists not only the Xiantian Ding, but also an ever-growing force. Ren Fan was momentarily stunned, ultimately opting for silence. The elder did not press further, saying, I am called Tian Lao, the 13th guardian of the Dragon Clan. Since the day you fell from the cliff, I have been safeguarding the Dragon Pearl, though I have remained in slumber. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan looked up at the void and inquired, was that white-haired old man from that day? You? Yes. Ren Fan was about to ask more, but the elder interjected, it seems today I cannot forcefully impart my power. Yet this also indicates that your current abilities are not exceptionally formidable. Ren Fan nodded, glancing down at his hands. He remarked, I now feel a sense of rebirth. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Lao responded with a hint of pride. Of course. This is the purest form of dragon energy. Its purity rivals that of those so-called spirit springs or Ganoderma, and is significantly superior. Does that imply dragon energy can elevate one's realm? Unable to contain his curiosity, Ren Fan inquired. Upon hearing this, Tian Lao fell into contemplative silence. Certainly. However, just as the moment I infused the dragon qi into you, it merely restructured your very essence. As for ascension, that remains a distant prospect. Ren Fan nodded in acknowledgement. And suddenly, the old man spoke again. I sense a distinct aura within your being, not celestial energy, but demonic. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of the term demon. But I have never engaged with anything pertaining to demons. Very well, I shall seek a refuge within your body to mend your meridians, perhaps as a means to atone for my earlier recklessness. Ren Fan was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Lin Xinhua also resided within him. He hesitated to speak, ultimately nodding in agreement, struggling to sit up and placing his hands upon his knees, closing his eyes to cultivate his energy. Streams of dragon qi gently caressed Ren Fan's meridians, initiating their restoration, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation and comfort enveloping him. Meanwhile, outside, Ren Zhe and Huakuanxing remained patiently waiting, entirely unaware of the events unfolding within the room. The broken sword. Just as the healing reached its climax, the image of that shattered blade suddenly emerged in Ren Fan's mind. Upon hearing this, the old man gradually withdrew the dragon qi, inquiring, what broken sword? Ren Fan lifted his gaze towards the void, stating, that was the one Ling Lao instructed me to procure. Regarding the demonic essence you mentioned earlier, I suspect it may be connected to that. How so? Before Ren Fan could finish, the old man pressed further. Ling Lao informed me that the broken sword requires human blood to nurture it. He also mentioned that I would undoubtedly need it in the future. Requires human blood for nurturing. The old man's curiosity was piqued, as he mused aloud. There are many divine artifacts that require human blood for sustenance. It should not be that extraordinary. No. Typical divine artifacts may consume merely a bowl or half a bowl of blood, usually exhibiting some restraint. However, this broken sword is different. Ren Fan, with a hint of concern, lowered his gaze to the bloodstains on his attire. The old man pondered for a moment before asking, have you already utilized that broken sword? Upon hearing this, Ren Fan nodded, replying, just 3 days prior, I engaged in combat with an individual. That person met their demise at my hands, and the broken sword then seemed to act uncontrollably, rapidly absorbing the essence of their blood, until they were left as nothing more than a desiccated corpse. That I inquired with Ling Lao, but he had fallen into slumber. Chapter 47. The History of Sword Forging. I asked Ling Lao, but he had already succumbed to sleep. Ren Fan said with some hesitation. The old man, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment before querying, I must admit, I am quite curious. Who is this Ling Lao you speak of? Ren Fan was taken aback, raising his head abruptly. Ling Tianzhong. Ling Tianzhong. You mean to say Ling Tianzhong? Ren Fan nodded, fully aware of the inevitable reaction. Indeed, the old man subsequently fell silent. Ren Fan, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Old man? Old man? Are you still there? Young one. I simply wish to inquire, does Ling Tianzhong also dwell within your body? Ren Fan nodded, responding with resignation. He has resided within for over 2 months now. The old man lapsed into silence once more. Ren Fan, rendered speechless, rose to his feet. I find myself unable to explain how he came to understand me, but since you, dear elder, choose to dwell within my body, It would be wise to behave. With that, Ren Fan strode towards the bookshelf, where the tomes appeared to bear the weight of years. That as he lowered his gaze, he spotted a book with a crimson cover. Frowning slightly, he picked it up just as Ren Zhe, Huo and Lin Xinhua rushed in. For reasons unknown, a sense of guilt washed over Ren Fan, and instinctively, he concealed the book behind him. Fanner, you're all right, Ren Zhe exclaimed, his heart swelling with emotion upon seeing Ren Fan standing unscathed. He immediately rushed over and enveloped Ren Fan in a warm embrace. Startled, Ren Fan quickly tucked the book into the hem of his garment. Narrowly avoiding detection, with a hint of embarrassment, he tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, Father, I'm fine now. Could you perhaps let go? Upon hearing this, Ren Zhe realized his actions had been somewhat abrupt. He glanced at Huo and shook his head. I really don't know. When I awoke, my body had healed, but as for what happened in between, I truly have no idea. However, Lin Xinhua, why did you come? I told you to go home. Lin Xinhua bit her lip, ultimately turning her head away. It's because I was worried about you. How could you even ask? Do you have any idea how serious your expression was at that moment? Coupled with the circumstances we just faced, I was genuinely frightened but scared. Hearing this, Ren Fan stepped forward and embraced Lin Xinhua, whispering, Thank you to that moment. Sun Yuxiao hurriedly entered, and upon witnessing the scene, she gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. Ren Zhe approached her, and upon noticing him, Sun Yuxiao broke into a radiant smile, preparing to speak, only to be abruptly embraced by Ren Zhe. Sun Yuxiao was momentarily taken aback, glancing up at Huo who merely shook his head and offered a knowing smile. As dusk fell, Ren Fan and the others took their leave from Huo's residence. We are grateful for your assistance, Lord Hua. Let us meet again on another day. Ren Zhe bowed at the door. Sun Yuxiao suddenly recalled something and rushed forward, elbowing Ren Zhe playfully. While I may not know what transpired in the room, surely you addressed the matters concerning the He and Gong families? At her words, Ren Zhe felt a tremor of unease, glancing at Huo, who was preparing to bid them farewell, then turning to the carriage where Ren Fan and Lin Xinhua sat. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Upon seeing this, Sun Yuxiao let out a breath of relief, smiled at Huo, and boarded the carriage. Huo gazed at her departing figure before turning his attention back to Ren Zhe. Until we meet again, the Sacred Martial Academy will commence its enrollment in just over a month. At that time, I firmly believe that based on Ren Fan's extraordinary talent and potential, he shall be admitted. Huo momentarily found himself bewildered, yet refrained from inquiring further, maintaining a smile as he observed the crowd gradually disperse. What could he mean by not far off? Huo pondered, gazing at the retreating silhouette of the carriage with a sense of curiosity. Miss Lin, we shall escort you to this point. And will not accompany you further, Ren Zhe declared, halting the carriage at the entrance of the Lin residence. Lin Xinhua cast a lingering glance at Ren Fan, who, noticing her gaze, nodded slightly, prompting her to depart. Upon returning to the Ren family estate, Sun Yuxiao finally spoke up. So, my dear Fanner, are you truly an alchemist? What is your level of cultivation? What transpired within? Why did you take so long to emerge? In an instant, Sun Yuxiao bombarded him with a flurry of questions, resembling a child with 1,000 queries. Ren Zhe, rubbing his forehead, replied, Would it be acceptable if we first enjoyed a cup of tea before I elaborate? Ah, your hands. What has happened? Sun Yuxiao exclaimed, noticing that Ren Zhe's knuckles were smeared with a hint of flesh, the sight of which was enough to instill a sense of dread. Just then, Ren Fan happened upon the scene and, bewildered, exclaimed, Did I cause this? Ren Zhe, maintaining his composure, shook his head and reassured, No, it was not you. Fanner, do not worry. Please, go inside. I am just a bit weary and wish to rest for a while. After a moment's hesitation, Ren Fan clenched his fist and stepped into the house, though he frequently glanced back, concern etched upon his face as he observed Ren Zhe. Ren Zhe continued to watch him, and upon hearing her insistence, Ren Zhe sighed deeply and gently nudged her towards the interior of the estate. I have told you. Let us enjoy a cup of tea, and then I shall regale you with the details. Inside Ren Fan's room, he opened the door and immediately retrieved the book, The History of Sword Forging. He mused, glancing at the title on the cover before opening it. The first page spoke of the ancient methods and origins of sword forging, emphasizing that forging must align with the celestial cycles, with spring and autumn being the most favorable seasons. The heat of summer and the chill of winter adversely affect the materials, particularly the fifth lunar month. commonly known as the toxic month, which accumulates various poisonous vapors, while July, deemed the ghost month, embodies malevolent energies, making it unsuitable for forging swords that symbolize justice. Beyond the seasonal prohibitions, it also noted that one must choose the most auspicious time according to their zodiac. Since Ren Fan was born under the sign of the dragon, the day and hour of Chun were ideal for forging, thus allowing for the creation of a flawless sword amidst the harmonious alignment of the three dragons. Having read this, Ren Fan could not help but flip through the pages further. Chapter 48. The Flame Soul Infinite Spirit Sword. The forging of a sword must be attuned to the celestial timing. With spring and autumn deemed the most auspicious seasons, the sweltering heat of summer and the biting cold of winter adversely affect the materials, particularly in the fifth lunar month, colloquially known as the month of poisons, which accumulates various toxic vapors. Moreover, the seventh month, recognized as the month of ghosts, embodies the essence of malevolence. Thus, it is ill-fitted for creating a sword that symbolizes righteousness. Beyond the seasonal taboos, there exists an optimal time dictated by the sun. For one born under the sign of the dragon, with the dragon's earthly branch being Qin. Hence, the sword must be forged on a day and hour of Qin, in harmony with the three dragons. To achieve a flawless masterpiece both mentally and materially, A.S. Ren Fan perused the text. He could not restrain himself from flipping further back. The Tangxian sword, when being forged, caused the Qi Jin mountain to split open, revealing tin ore. The Ria River also ran dry, exposing copper deposits. The rain god summoned torrential rains, while the thunder god operated the bellows, and the dragon bore the furnace. The heavenly emperor supplied coal. And through the arduous efforts of the master smith Oyezi, who possessed profound knowledge of celestial mechanics, 5 extraordinary swords, including the Yuchong and Zhanlu, were ultimately crafted. In ancient times, the creation of such a sword necessitated cataclysms and divine intervention. As Ren Fan continued reading, a furrow formed on his brow. Was there truly no explanation regarding this broken sword, or were there no historical accounts of a complete sword shattering? Deep in thought, he resumed his flipping through the pages. A page with a reddish hue caught his eye, and upon turning it, he found the handwriting chaotic and a script he had never encountered before. Momentarily taken aback, he was roused from his reverie by the voice of Tian Lao, causing him to startle, recalling that teasing him did not require any rest. This is an ancient script exclusive to the divine realm, a language few can comprehend today. Ren Fan, intrigued, could not help but raise his hand to gently sift through the paper, asking, "Does Tian Lao know what is inscribed here?" "Why should I tell you?" Ren Fan was taken aback by the old man's obstinacy. He finally sighed in resignation, "Because you reside within my body. And moreover, the previous lord of the divine hall also dwells within me, that if you refuse to enlighten me, I could simply wait for Ling Lao to awaken and inquire then, perhaps even report you for good measure. 2 birds with 1 stone. Wouldn't you agree?" Ren Fan was oblivious to the expression Tian Lao bore upon hearing his words, but he imagined it must have been quite entertaining. Chuckling softly, he soon heard Tian Lao's sigh. "What a crafty lad. How did the hall master end up choosing you?" Alas, in response. Ren Fan chuckled a couple of times before hearing Tian Lao declare, "I shall now translate the words inscribed here for you. Be sure to take notes, for I have no intention of repeating myself." Upon hearing this, Ren Fan eagerly nodded, positioning himself before the candle holder, retrieving his writing tools to prepare for recording. Moments later, he heard Tian Lao clear his throat twice, stating, "The Flame Soul Infinite Spirit Sword possesses the ability to behead dozens with a single strike. Its blade gleams red, and the hilt is fashioned from human bone and gold. This extraordinary artifact, forged from the dedication of 300 valiant warriors over nearly a century, was crafted during the months of May and July, precisely as the gates of the underworld were opened and the Flame Emperor made his sudden appearance. To create this sword, countless blacksmiths responded to the call, many of whom ventured forth never to return. Historical records indicate that upon hearing this, the Flame Emperor was filled with wrath and personally sought to reclaim the sword. However, unbeknownst to him, the sword possessed immense power. During the epic clash between humans and demons, the human emperor wielded this sword to repel the Flame Emperor, yet the weapon, having endured excessive strain, shattered into 2 halves, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Ren Fan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. So, could it be that this is the demon's sword? Indeed, just as Ren Fan uttered these words, Tian Lao interjected. "Are you aware of the nature of the Flame Emperor? He is the sovereign of the underworld, the protector of the demon realm, and the shard of demon crystal Within him harbors an unfathomable amount of resentment and wandering souls. Should this be used to forge a weapon, that weapon would undoubtedly be one of formidable might. However, such a weapon would require the lifeblood of thousands to sustain it. Ren Fan shuddered at these words. So could my broken sword indeed be the very one that lost half of itself? The Flame Soul Infinite Spirit Sword. It remains uncertain. For now, let us see it in person before discussing anything further. Ren Fan nodded and approached the wardrobe, retrieving the iron chunk hidden at the very bottom of his clothing. Placing it before him on the table. Upon closer inspection, it appeared rather ordinary and unremarkable. When did it transform into a broken sword? Tian Lao remarked, and Ren Fan contemplated, saying, during the battle, it appeared inexplicably. But at that moment, it absorbed my spiritual energy, which led to its sudden transformation into a broken sword. Tian Lao pondered for a moment and suggested, could it be that by offering it your spiritual energy? Joining his hands in prayer, his eyes closed. In an instant, a surge of white spiritual energy erupted, swirling around Ren Fan's hands, eager to be unleashed. Ha! With a powerful shout, Ren Fan directed the energy toward the iron chunk, leaving Ren Fan in a state of confusion. What could have gone wrong? The last time, it was able to revert to a broken sword. Before Ren Fan could finish his thoughts, Tian Lao's voice suddenly called out. Wait, Ren Fan, go to that book. I believe I have overlooked a detail. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan approached the table, noticing a line of exceedingly small text nestled within the pages that would have easily gone unnoticed. Flipping to that page, he discerned 4 characters inscribed, drawn from the sheath, witness blood. Just as Ren Fan pondered the meaning of those words, Tian Lao's voice resonated once again, causing Ren Fan to startle and turn his gaze back toward the iron chunk. Thus, it can be inferred that the current concealment of its true form is due to the absence of consumable human blood. Upon hearing this, Tian Lao remarked, if we are to interpret it through those words, then indeed, that is the case. However, has Ling Tianzhong truly urged you to protect it with greater diligence? Ren Fan nodded in affirmation, stating, Elder Ling also instructed me to nourish it further when I intended to inquire more. Elder Ling succumbed to slumber. This occurrence was also by chance. Upon finishing his words, Ren Fan observed Tian Lao fall into silence, which lingered for a moment before he spoke again. For the time being, let it remain within the confines of the room. Do not take it outside. If, on any day, this spiritual sword were to spiral out of control, it would spell disaster. On hearing this, Ren Fan nodded, placing both the tome and the spiritual sword together before reclining on his bed. Alas, tomorrow shall undoubtedly herald a calamity. Ren Fan gazed at the wall, letting out a sigh, while at that moment, Tian Lao became taciturn, and Ren Fan, devoid of curiosity, closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 49. Re-entering the Monster Beast Mountains. Chapter 50. The mantid catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits a third-tier magic core, is a requisite for a third-grade elixir. Specifically the spirit-nourishing pill, one of its primary ingredients. Ren Fan had already gathered all other necessary materials. He merely lacked a third-tier magic core. In the diminutive Yunyue City, second-tier magic cores are seldom available for sale, let alone third-tier ones. Even if someone possessed one, it is highly unlikely they would part with it. The rarity of third-tier magic cores stems from the fact that third-tier magical beasts are akin to martial masters among humans. Once a magical beast evolves to the third tier, it reaches its pinnacle of strength, equivalent to a ninth-tier martial master among humans. Thus, in Yunyue City, who would dare to covet such formidable creatures? The inherent strength of magical beasts typically surpasses that of their human counterparts at the same level, which further dissuades anyone from risking their lives to hunt third-tier magical beasts. Ren Fan, currently merely a seventh-tier warrior, finds himself eager yet powerless. He is resolute in acquiring the spirit-nourishing pill. While the innate martial physique is indeed formidable, ascending 3 tiers within a month proves to be a daunting task. As one progresses in their training, the challenge intensifies. Even if the possibility of such a rapid advancement exists, the presence of unpredictable factors renders it uncertain. In his pursuit of admission to the Sacred Martial Academy, Ren Fan cannot afford any instability. The spirit-nourishing pill assures him of a foolproof strategy, as it can facilitate a martial master's ascension by 3 tiers, thus becoming a trivial matter for him as a warrior. He possesses no prior bottlenecks in his martial cultivation. Provided his spiritual energy is ample, he can elevate his prowess without concern for his meridians, especially since they have been tempered by dragon energy. This pack of lightning wolves, braving such peril to hunt the blazing lion, likely signifies that the Wolf King is on the verge of a breakthrough, necessitating a third-tier magic core, which compels them to pursue the injured Blazing Lion relentlessly. The night is eerily tranquil. Within the territory of the Blazing Lion, no other magical beast roam, thus silencing their roars. A third-tier magical beast undoubtedly reigns supreme at the periphery of the Monster Beast Mountains. The prolonged comfort has lulled the Blazing Lion into a false sense of security, leading it to naively assume that no other beasts would dare encroach upon its domain, leaving it oblivious to the multitude of lightning wolves lying in ambush around it. Tonight marks the night of the full moon, a time when the prevails most heavily during the month. The Blaze Lion, a creature of fire, finds its strength significantly curtailed on such a night, barely able to unleash more than half of its potential, and now, injured, it may struggle to even muster that. The lightning wolves bide their time, as does Ren Fan, both anticipating the perfect moment. Suddenly, several black crows caw, flying past the luminous full moon as if tolling a bell. At this moment, the Blaze Lion, encircled by the lightning wolves, emits a series of barely audible low growls. Ren Fan comprehends that the time has come. Abruptly, the Wolf King lets out a long howl, shattering the tranquility of the night. Glowing emerald eyes appear around the Blaze Lion, which, if it were still oblivious to the unfolding events, would not have survived this long. The Blaze Lion rises, its deep growl resonating with immense fury. A third-tier beast possesses its own dignity, particularly in a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Perhaps fueled by rage, the Blaze Lion emits 2 jets of white steam from its nostrils, clearly visible in the night, a warning to the lower-tier beasts. Yet, the pack of lightning wolves shows no sign of retreat. They move in unison, slowly closing in on the Blaze Lion. Unable to endure the mounting pressure any longer, the Blaze Lion unleashes a tremendous roar, nearly causing Ren Fan to tumble from his perch in the trees. Pinning it beneath its massive form, its gaping maw clamping down on its neck. In an instant, this once rare second-tier beast among the pack is slain. Yet, at that very moment, the remaining lightning wolves launch their counterattack. Pouncing on the Blaze Lion from various angles, those attacking from the front are seized by the Blaze Lion's jaws, while those striking from behind are met with its whip-like tail, which cleaves open their bellies, spilling entrails in a gruesome display. As the wolves, the Lightning Wolf King soared through the air, singularly focused on sinking its fangs into the throat of the Blazing Lion. Utterly oblivious to Ren Fan, who leaped from above, in the fleeting moment it clamped down on the Blazing Lion's neck, the enchanted sword severed its head. Consequently, the Blazing Lion's trachea was torn asunder, leaving it gasping for breath, while the Lightning Wolf King lay decapitated, irrevocably lifeless. The remaining lightning wolves suffered catastrophic losses, with only a solitary second-tier wolf left, posing no threat to Ren Fan. Ultimately, beasts are beasts. Bereft of their leader, the pack of lightning wolves scattered in disarray, leaving Ren Fan alone beside the fallen Blazing Lion. A sense of triumph bubbled within Ren Fan. His luck was indeed fortuitous, for he had encountered a fire attribute third-tier magical beast, which would greatly aid in the absorption of its essence post-refinement. All the magical abilities stem from the core of the beast, and the Blazing Lion was no exception. Its fire attribute resided predominantly within its magic core, which Ren Fan could utilize to elevate the level of his Phoenix Fire, achieving a dual benefit. After skinning the Blazing Lion and extracting its magic core, Ren Fan stored the carcass within his storage ring. A third-tier magical beast's body could fetch around 50 gold in the markets of Yunyue City, and its bones, renowned for their durability, were ideal for weapon crafting. With these tasks accomplished, he commenced his alchemical endeavors, seeking out a secluded cave where he confirmed no magical beasts resided before beginning his work. Chapter 51, Golden Arm Ape. The Xiantian cauldron materialized within the cave, its radiant jade light suffusing the entire cavern with a verdant glow, as if the cave were an exquisite artifact carved from precious jade. The Xiantian cauldron rotated gracefully in midair. Ren Fan first introduced a critical ingredient, the spirit-infusing grass, essential for the concoction of the spirit-infusing pill. The crafting of third-tier elixirs was far from the simplicity of first- or second-tier potions. The process was intricate and required meticulous precision, demanding a formidable level of spiritual awareness to navigate the nuanced steps. The power of spiritual awareness is innate, often referred to as the talent for alchemy. The greater the strength of one's spiritual awareness, the more refined the execution of delicate procedures, resulting in superior quality elixirs. Thus, one's spiritual prowess directly correlates to their alchemical aptitude. However, the physical body, through postnatal cultivation, can actively enhance its spiritual awareness, which is inherently superior to that of the average individual and capable of continual growth. Should those dreamers yearning to become alchemists learn of this, they might harbor deep envy towards Ren Fan. Indeed, the higher the grade of the elixir, the more intricate and complex the operations required, which accounts for the scarcity of high-tier alchemists. As the spirit-infusing grass melted into a medicinal slurry under the embrace of phoenix fire, Ren Fan introduced the second ingredient. Yet, while refining the second ingredient, he had to allocate a portion of the fire to sustain the already liquefied spirit-infusing grass, ensuring it did not solidify. Each subsequent primary ingredient added must maintain the state of the previously refined components, while auxiliary ingredients could be introduced all at once the primary ingredients were fully liquefied. The subsequent step is undoubtedly the most arduous and pivotal one, which entails the amalgamation of all the meticulously refined medicinal materials. This fusion transcends mere blending of medicinal liquids. The true essence lies in the integration of their properties. This process demands that the alchemist employs their spiritual awareness to perceive the enigmatic and elusive characteristics of the herbs, and then combines them in a precise sequence at an appropriate temperature. Essentially, this stage is akin to a gamble, as the properties of a particular herb do not always manifest consistently. They may appear sporadically, requiring the alchemist to exercise discernment. Should fortune favor the endeavor, and the properties are fully revealed, the success rate of the alchemical process would undoubtedly multiply. Conversely, if luck is unkind, even the absence of a single herb's properties could significantly diminish the likelihood of success. When the properties remain concealed, it necessitates a formidable spiritual awareness and extensive experience in alchemy from the practitioner. An accomplished alchemist possessing these two attributes can accurately gauge the herb properties even when they are not overtly apparent, thereby achieving a successful amalgamation. Ren Fan's fortune was notably favorable. During this alchemical venture, the materials were not as demanding as those required for high-grade elixirs or specialized concoctions, resulting in the properties being predominantly evident. With Ren Fan's capabilities, he was confident that, given a modicum of time, he could successfully merge all the ingredients. After a half-hour had elapsed, a resonant hum echoed, and a fragrant aroma wafted from the Xiantian cauldron. Slowly, Ren Fan opened his eyes and rubbed them. This alchemical process had drained a substantial amount of his spiritual energy. Upon inspecting the Xiantian cauldron, he was met with the sight of a single spirit-nourishing pill. Although it was of the highest quality, Ren Fan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as the yield of his previous attempts at crafting third-tier elixirs had been superior. If this sentiment were to reach the ears of third-tier alchemists, they would undoubtedly pursue him with fervor. The spirit-nourishing pill is regarded as one of the finest among third-tier elixirs, and seasoned third-tier alchemists would revel in joy for several days upon successfully concocting one. Suddenly, heavy footfalls echoed from outside the cave, prompting Ren Fan to act without delay. He swiftly concealed the Xiantian cauldron and stowed the elixir within his storage ring. Having completed these preparations, he leaped to the cave's entrance. The first sight to greet Ren Fan was an enormous golden-furred arm. Upon seeing this golden appendage, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Without needing to look further, he deduced the identity of the newcomer. It could only be the immensely strong golden arm ape. The golden arm ape, a third-tier magical beast, possesses extraordinary strength and agility, standing out among its peers. Even the similarly ranked blaze lion would avoid confrontation with it. The golden arm ape is exceptionally sensitive to scents, and its presence here was likely drawn by the alluring fragrance of the spirit-nourishing pill. Ren Fan regretted his oversight countless times. He lamented his lack of experience for failing to implement measures to contain the dispersal of the elixir's fragrance. In a moment of desperation, Ren Fan retrieved the spirit-nourishing pill from his storage ring and waved it in front of the golden arm ape, whose enormous eyes tracked the movement of his hand with rapt attention. After shaking it a few times, Ren Fan opened his mouth and carelessly tossed the precious third-grade elixir, the Yunling Dan, into his mouth. Not only did he throw it in, but he also chewed it as if it were a candy, crunching it with abandon. Typically, when consuming elixirs, one would swallow them whole and gradually refine the medicinal power within, maximizing absorption. Ren Fan's method, however, would cause much of the elixir's potency to dissipate in his oral cavity. To describe such a manner of consumption as wasteful would be an understatement. Ren Fan was aware of this fact. His unconventional approach stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, due to his unique constitution. Any part of his postnatal martial body could effortlessly absorb medicinal energy, rendering wastage a non-issue. Secondly, he intended to provoke the golden arm ape in terms of combat prowess. The golden arm ape was nearly perfect. Challenging it in strength, speed, or agility would be unwise. Every entity possesses its strengths and weaknesses, and the golden arm ape's flaw lay in its notoriously irritable temperament. Ren Fan aimed to exploit this trait to gain precious time for his escape. The golden arm ape erupted in rage. It pounded its massive golden arms against its chest, producing a thunderous sound, and after beating its chest, it struck the ground with its fists, causing tremors that resonated for miles. The smaller magical beasts and animals scattered in fright. Simultaneously, the golden arm ape emitted a harsh screech, seemingly taunting Ren Fan. Chapter 52. Ascending 3 levels. Martial Master Ren Fan glanced around, seeking advantageous terrain. But the cave was perched on a cliff, offering little more than a few vines hanging from the rock face. The thought of escaping by climbing the vines quickly evaporated, despite its massive size. The golden arm ape was still an ape, and Ren Fan would likely perish before he even realized it. Fortunately, the ape was now enraged and incapable of rational thought, presenting a glimmer of hope. Ren Fan continued to survey the surroundings. Beneath the cliff lay a deep spring. Although the golden arm ape belonged to the primate family, it could not swim, and perhaps this deep spring could be utilized. Yet, Ren Fan's current strength paled in comparison to that of the golden arm ape. Though the cave entrance was not far from the spring, the ape's speed was sufficient to intercept him mid-air before he could hit the water. How he wished he were already a martial master. At the very least, he would stand a chance of avoiding capture before plunging into the water. He sighed, gazing at the drifting clouds above. Ren Fan pondered various strategies, but ultimately, escaping the terror of the golden arm ape's speed seemed implausible. Well, if it had come to this, he would gamble everything today, he muttered to himself. Considering that the entrance of the cave was relatively small, if the golden arm ape attempted to force its way in, it would need to smash the surrounding rock walls, a task far from easy. Even if it could accomplish this, it would require a considerable amount of time. As Ren Fan now felt his meridians swelling, he was acutely aware that this phenomenon was attributable to the effect of the spirit-nourishing elixir. He had begun to sense the faint signs of a breakthrough. Seemingly intent on forcibly enlarging the cave's opening, the cacophony outside was deafening. Yet Ren Fan remained unfazed, as steady as a rock. However, beads of sweat, akin to pearls, dripped from his forehead, attesting to the arduousness of his current plight. After all, Ren Fan was attempting to ascend 3 levels at once, necessitating an immense quantity of spiritual energy. Most crucially, the spiritual energy required to shatter the barrier of a martial master was exorbitantly high. To breach that threshold, one needed to gradually push through, bit by bit. Though Ren Fan had no bottleneck prior to reaching martial sovereign, the absence of a bottleneck did not imply that he could bypass the tribulations of breaking through barriers. Each elevation to a higher tier demanded its own suffering. As the sound of the golden arm ape's excavation drew nearer, Ren Fan found himself writhing on the ground in agony, uttering deep, beast-like groans. His facial muscles contorted in distress. Meanwhile, turmoil brewed within him, as torrents of spiritual energy surged through his meridians, cleansing his bones. His meridians expanded continuously, akin to a rubber band being forcibly stretched, a torment one could scarcely fathom. Approximately half an hour later, Ren Fan gradually regained his composure, his aura now far more formidable than before, dozens of times more so. He mused inwardly. Indeed, this was a qualitative breakthrough. He had now attained the status of a first-level martial master. Upon raising his gaze, he noted that one of the golden arm ape's massive golden hands had reached into the cave, groping about, its golden fur brushing against Ren Fan's own hair, yet it could not encroach any closer. Seeing this, Ren Fan dared not hesitate any longer. With a swift motion, he retreated several steps. This breakthrough had not only elevated him to a first-level martial master, but had also enhanced his phoenix fire to the low tier of the profound grade. Profound-grade martial techniques were something he had previously never dared to dream of. The entirety of Yunyue City likely housed no more than 5 such techniques. You beast, Ren Fan thought. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes, it is time for me to test the might of my low-tier profound-grade phoenix fire. A blaze of crimson light suddenly manifested in the air, transforming instantaneously into a fiery phoenix, its wings flapping as it surged toward the still groping golden hand. As the first spark made contact with the golden fur, the entire cave was instantly illuminated by the conflagration. The flames rapidly engulfing the golden arm ape's arm in the blink of an eye. The golden arm ape, now in pain, shrieked in agony, its golden spiritual energy spilling forth, forming a protective shield around the rest of its body in a desperate attempt to contain the blaze. Yet, when the ethereal shield encountered the flames, it melted away with the swiftness of snow under the sun, revealing the sheer dominance of the phoenix fire, observing the futility of the spiritual barrier. The golden-armored ape, albeit reluctantly, resolved to extinguish the flames using water, plunging headlong into the pool beneath the cliff. Even the most formidable phoenix fire could not sustain itself in water, after a hissing sound. The inferno was finally quelled, allowing Ren Fan to seize the moment and flee the scene. Ren Fan dared not pause for even a heartbeat, fearing the golden-armored ape might pursue him, in his panic. He stumbled deep into the heart of the Beast Mountain Range, a region teeming with third-tier magical beasts, which coincidentally aligned with his own ascension to the rank of a martial artist. Although third-tier magical beasts possess strength equivalent to that of a ninth-tier martial artist, their combat prowess hinged not merely on spiritual power, but rather on innate talent. Some beasts exhibited ferocious talents, rendering them formidable in battle, while others with lesser gifts could barely harness the strength of their ninth-tier status, achieving only a third or fourth-tier performance. Thus, over the course of a month, Ren Fan honed his skills through combat with various magical beasts, some of which possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans. Engaging in a battle of wits and brawn with them brought him as swiftly as a month passed, though he had not achieved further breakthroughs. Ren Fan could have continued to advance in strength, yet he deliberately restrained himself, opting for a strategy of gradual accumulation, fully aware that haste often leads to setbacks. With the enrollment period for the Holy Martial Academy approaching in mere days, it was time to settle accounts with the He family, the Gong family, and Ren Zhe. Atop a mountain peak in the Beast Mountain Range, Ren Fan stood for a prolonged moment, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Ren Fan discerned that the two adversaries might have sensed his peculiarities, intentionally engaging him in this manner to wear him down. Nevertheless, Ren Fan was resolute not to grant them this opportunity. He launched a frenzied assault, but the two skilled martial artists evaded him, avoiding direct confrontation. The others commenced their battles as well, with Ren Zhe single-handedly facing the clan leaders He and Gong, gaining the upper hand. It was merely a matter of time before he would triumph over them. The two great martial artists confronting Ren Fan appeared remarkably at ease, for he had yet to master the full extent of his powers, allowing many of his strikes to be effortlessly dodged. One elder among the martial artists turned to his companion, saying, "Old Mo, those two inept fools are unlikely to best Ren Zhe. You keep him occupied while I assist in eliminating Ren Zhe. Go ahead, old Lin. Do you doubt my presence here?" Old Mo waved his hand dismissively, clearly underestimating Ren Fan. Ren Fan silently berated himself, blaming his own inadequacy for failing to swiftly eliminate the two adversaries. Had he possessed greater prowess, the elder of the Xianling sect, known as Old Lin, would not have been able to depart so effortlessly. With this in mind, he resolved to eradicate the immediate threat. Ren Fan called out with his consciousness, "Tian Lao, is there a way to swiftly dispose of this old wretch before me?" A voice echoed in his mind, affirming that there was indeed a means, though it would require temporarily borrowing his body. After a moment of hesitation, Ren Fan acquiesced, trusting in the process. He relinquished his tightly coiled sea of consciousness, allowing Tian Lao's spirit to enter and seize control of his form. Upon the entrance of Tian Lao's spirit, Ren Fan felt his strength surge dramatically. He was now at least at the 5th tier of a grand martial master, while he remained aware. His body was under the dominion of Tian Lao, a circumstance he accepted, as he could not wield this overwhelming power on his own. Old Mo sensed the shift in Ren Fan's aura. The spiritual energy enveloping Ren Fan's form was intricate, interwoven with hues of gold and white, a formidable amalgamation that Old Mo recognized as a force not easily contended with. His expression grew grave as he struggled to regain his composure. Once more, he raised his sword, this time without the previous casualness. The veins on his aged hands bulged, and the surrounding spiritual energy became tempestuous. With a flourish of his sword, a large, gray-feathered bird formed from spiritual energy materialized before him. "Boy, strength that does not belong to you is ultimately not your own. Today, I shall let you experience the might of Xian-tier martial techniques." As his words fell, the gray energy bird transformed into a streak of gray light, hurtling towards Ren Fan. "Xian-tier martial techniques, you say?" A voice, aged and resonant, emanated from Ren Fan's lips, though it was not his own. It was Tian Lao's voice. This subtlety went unnoticed by the onlookers, who beheld Old Mo unleashing his full force through Xian-tier martial arts. As the attack approached, Ren Fan extended his hand, and gently made contact, causing the fierce gray spiritual energy bird to disintegrate in an instant. Such a striking display halted the fierce combatants, all of whom were eager to witness whether the once promising genius of the Ren family, the 12-year-old warrior, had truly returned, and to what heights he had ascended. A glint of disdain flickered in Ren Fan's eyes as he swiftly closed the distance to old Mo before the elder could react. Ren Fan seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The once mighty Grand Martial Master now flailed helplessly like a lifeless creature, legs thrashing and emitting ghastly sounds from his constricted throat. "Speak. What shall be done with him?" Tian Lao communicated through their shared consciousness. Ren Fan responded in kind. The faintest of sounds may elude the ears of an ordinary person, yet to Lao Lin, they resonate like thunder. "Humph. Since you have arrived, you might as well perish." Ren Fan soared into the air, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and in an instant, he positioned himself behind Lao Lin, ready to strike. However, Lao Lin's reflexes proved remarkably swift. He spun around in a heartbeat, his fists colliding with Ren Fan's, thwarting the punch aimed at his back. Though the impact echoed with the sound of shattering bones, Ren Fan offered Lao Lin no respite, his fist striking like the wind, delivering a relentless barrage upon Lao Lin's injured arm. The arm was battered and bloodied, yet Ren Fan's fist showed no signs of abating, continuing to pummel until a significant bulge formed on Lao Lin's back. With incredulity etched upon his protruding eyes, Lao Lin stared at Ren Fan, unable to fathom or accept that two esteemed elders of the Xianling sect, two formidable martial masters, could meet their demise in such a remote locale as Yunyue City. Just as his obscured sight faded entirely, Ren Fan succumbed to unconsciousness. For the formidable martial master Ren Zhe, the remaining individuals posed no challenge. Within a single day, the heads of the He and Gong families were successively slain. Once among the four great families of Yunyue City, these two clans had all but evaporated. The innocent had fled, and Ren Zhe refrained from pursuit, honoring his son Ren Fan's wishes. The landscape of Yunyue City had undergone a radical transformation. The so-called four great families had been reduced to just two, the large family, naturally, being the Ren clan, while the remaining smaller family was the Lin clan. On the bustling streets of Yunyue City, pedestrians chatted and laughed, blissfully unaware that, just a wall away, esteemed guests had arrived at the Lord's Manor. In the drawing room of the manor, aside from the city lord, Hua Kuansheng, sat two elderly gentlemen. Although Hua Kuansheng occupied the position of honor, he respectfully inquired of the two elders, Masters Qing Feng and Qing Yang, "Are there any new regulations for this year's admissions at the Sacred Martial Academy?" These two elders were indeed the mentors of the Sacred Martial Academy, tasked with overseeing the admissions for Yunyue City. The sole criterion for acceptance at the academy was the recruitment of prodigies. Chapter 55. The family competition. 3 days prior, the cataclysmic battle in Yunyue City sent shockwaves throughout the region. In that clash, Ren Fan shone brilliantly, though the methods he employed remain a mystery. The fact is that he had slain two martial masters, outside of the city lord. Only Ren Zhe, Ren Fan's father, and a martial master himself, represented the Ren family, a rank which is decidedly rare within the proud Aoyun Empire. Hence, the magnitude of the stir caused by Ren Fan's actions in slaying two martial masters is readily apparent. The Ren family's grand competition was poised to commence, with the line of Ren Zhenhui being expelled from the family, and Ren Zhenhui himself having been gruesomely dismembered by Ren Fan on the spot. The breakthrough of the Phoenix Fire has simultaneously led to the advancement of the Dragon Essence Scripture. However, during Ren Fan's battle against the two formidable masters of the Xianling sect, he did not rely on his own power. Instead, he forcefully harnessed the energy of the Dragon Pearl and invoked the strength of the Ancient Elder, which nearly cost him his life in the aftermath of the fierce conflict. Fortunately, the timely awakening of the Ancient Elders saved him from the brink of death. The annual family competition has finally commenced. With all members of the Ren family gathering in the square, several esteemed elders of the family, along with the head of the family, Ren Zhe, are seated below the martial arts platform. The long-standing tradition of the Ren family involves assessing the disciples through this very competition. Ren Fan, like the other disciples, stands at the center of the square, poised for battle. On the martial arts platform, the various disciples of the Ren family are fighting with all their might. Although their abilities are indeed limited, their performances are nothing short of spectacular. The current generation of Ren family disciples possesses solid foundations, including Ren Zhe, who has been incapacitated by Ren Fan, but still boasts remarkable talent at last. The officiant on the platform calls out Ren Fan's name. His opponent is a young man named Ren Dong, who is a year younger than Ren Fan and, at 16, has a rather introverted personality, yet possesses commendable strength as a ninth-tier martial artist. As the two take their positions on the platform, Ren Dong respectfully bows to Ren Fan and says, "Brother Ren Fan, I know I am not your match, but I will not concede nor cower that I hope you will offer me guidance." Ren Fan nods in acknowledgement. Previously unfamiliar with Ren Dong, he now perceives him as a promising talent worth nurturing, who could undoubtedly become a pillar of the Ren family in the future. With a swift motion, Ren Dong dashes forward, leaving several afterimages in his wake, and simultaneously strikes with both fists, launching a powerful blow aimed at Ren Fan's chest. With a slight smile, Ren Fan stands his ground. Just as Ren Dong's fist is about to make contact with his chest, Ren Fan effortlessly raises his left hand, gently deflecting the punch, due to the excessive force exerted. Ren Dong stumbles past Ren Fan, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. The speed and force of that punch were commendable, Ren Fan remarks, but your timing was slightly off. Had the final exertion of your strength been delayed just a moment longer, I would have found it quite challenging to respond that he remains rooted in place, not having moved an inch. The spectators below are left in awe, their mouths agape in admiration, showering Ren Fan with praise in front of Ren Zhe, extolling his exceptional talents and predicting that he will undoubtedly become a pillar of the empire. As parents, who wouldn't relish hearing such accolades about their children? Although Ren Zhe knows that the compliments may be somewhat exaggerated, he cannot help but smile broadly. The young women of the Ren family, of a similar age to Ren Fan, blush with admiration, their gazes filled with unmasked affection, upon the martial arts stage. Although Ren Dong's offensive was effortlessly neutralized by Ren Fan's nonchalant demeanor, and he was subjected to Ren Fan's pointed remarks, he displayed no signs of anger. Instead, his countenance radiated a sense of satisfaction, as if lost in contemplation, pondering whether Ren Fan's earlier assertions held any truth. After a moment, a look of enlightenment crossed his face. Thus, Ren Fan, while engaging in matches with the disciples of the Ren family, remained rooted in place, never once moving. With each exchange, he articulated the deficiencies in his opponent's techniques and proposed methods for improvement. As Ren Fan was in the midst of instructing him on the inadequacies of his techniques, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at the Ren household, led by the city lord, Huakuanxing, accompanied by two elderly gentlemen and a contingent of young individuals. "Ha, esteemed head of the Ren family. Has come uninvited. I hope you can forgive me." Huakuanxing's hearty laughter echoed at the entrance. Clear for all to hear. Ren Zhe, leading the members of the Ren family, hastily stood to receive them, clasping his hands in greeting with a broad smile. "Your words are too kind, City Lord. It is our honor to have you here. Please, come in." With that, he gestured for everyone to part and make way. Ren Zhe, of course, noted the two elderly figures accompanying Huakuanxing, sensing their unfathomable strength, undoubtedly surpassing his own. Yet, out of courtesy, he refrained from inquiring further. Once everyone was seated, Huakuanxing took the initiative to introduce the guests. Ren Clan Patriarch. These two are the esteemed mentors from the Yunyue Academy, Qingfeng and Qingyang. Ren Zhe, having speculated countless times about the origins of these two elders, was utterly astounded to discover their significant status at the Yunyue Academy. He promptly rose and deeply bowed to the two mentors. "Honored mentors, I apologize for my inadequate reception." Mentor Qingyang smiled gently. "There is no need for such formalities, Ren Clan Patriarch. Please continue with what you were doing earlier. I have heard much about your family's recent endeavors in Yunyue City, and I am particularly intrigued by your son." Ren Fan, Ren Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gaining the attention of a mentor from the Yunyue Academy was a dream cherished by countless young aspirants. He immediately called out to Ren Fan. "Fanner, come forth and present yourself to the esteemed mentor." Ren Fan strolled over from a distance, respectfully greeting the two mentors before standing still, devoid of any trepidation towards them, as admission to the Yunyue Academy ultimately depended on one's strength. He recognized the futility of any pretense. However, he refrained from offending the mentors, knowing that the final decision lay with them. Ren Fan was not particularly eager to attend the Yunyue Academy, but driven by a promise made long ago. He was determined to repay Lon 100-fold for the humiliation endured. Chapter 56. Who is the country bumpkin? Excellent. Unpretentious and composed. Such young individuals are a rarity nowadays, and I admire that. Elder Chi Feng suddenly showered Ren Fan with praise upon meeting him. Ren Zhe, beaming widely, responded, "Your flattery is too much indeed. Behind the seats of the two mentors, a few young individuals murmured softly. Indeed, a grave misjudgment. Merely a country bumpkin, someone who has never seen the world. The two mentors and Ren Zhe, possessing formidable strength, naturally heard their voices. However, Ren Zhe deemed it inappropriate to confront these juniors over such trivial matters. Especially with both mentors present. To chastise them would seem somewhat meddlesome. Thus, he could only feign ignorance and continue to wear a smile. Mentors Qingyang and Qingfeng's expressions grew increasingly stern, just as they were about to scold the young ones. He was a student of Mentor Qifeng, named Gonghua, and he distinguished himself among his peers due to his innate talent. Gonghua tilted his head, narrowing his eyes disdainfully at Ren Fan. Your father, your entire family, what of it? Not satisfied? Ren Fan chuckled coldly, shaking his head. Thinking to himself how numerous the lowly individuals in this world were, he bore no grudge against this person, yet he had the audacity to insult him. Worse still, he had insulted his innocent father, who was his Achilles heel. Why had this person dared to touch upon that sensitive issue? It was truly exasperating, as he had initially no intention of retaliating. Impudent! Hurry up and apologize to the head of the Ren family and Ren Fan. Mentor Qifeng commanded angrily. Gonghua remained dismissive, muttering in an unwilling tone, Head of the Ren family, my apologies. Mentor Qingfeng's displeasure deepened. He had instructed Gonghua to apologize to both Ren Fan and Ren Zhe, yet Gonghua only addressed Ren Zhe, and in such a manner did he think that, as the young master of Wulingzong, he could disregard his words. Just as he was about to reprimand him further, Ren Fan interjected calmly. Mentor Qingfeng, it is unnecessary that I am keen to witness just how remarkable the disciples of Yunyue Academy truly are, and see what grounds he has to label others as country bumpkins. Gonghua's small eyes squinted into a narrow slit, a glimmer of mockery flitting through his gaze. Just based on you. This left Mentor Qingfeng in a difficult position. After all, Gonghua had been studying at the academy for a year and was indeed exceptional among third-tier martial artists. Even capable of besting some fourth-tier martial artists. To pit him against Ren Fan might leave the Ren family in a predicament. The people of Yunyue Academy generally believed that Ren Fan had only just begun his journey as a martial artist, perhaps even lacking the consolidation of his strength, making him no match for Gonghua. Even Ren Zhe, who had witnessed Ren Fan slay two grand martial artists, felt a twinge of concern. After all, that had been with the aid of external forces. Shall we? Patriarch Ren, what do you think? Mentor Qingfeng turned to Ren Zhe, acknowledging that while his strength surpassed Ren Zhe's, this was indeed the Ren family's domain, and today was the most significant family competition of the year for them. Thus he sought Ren Zhe's opinion. I, Ren Zhe, found myself somewhat indecisive, burdened by a measure of concern. At that moment, Lord Hor rose and approached my side, placing a reassuring hand upon my shoulder. My dear brother Ren, he began, children must inevitably grow. They cannot remain forever sheltered beneath your wings. With so many of us gathered here today, you need not worry. Nothing untoward shall transpire. Reluctantly, I nodded in agreement. Gonghua, however, wore an expression of disdain as he strode past Ren Fan, forcefully colliding with his shoulder as if to assert dominance, before making his way directly to the martial stage. Ren Fan, his face devoid of emotion, followed suit onto the stage, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. That a scoundrel remains a scoundrel. Do not harbor illusions of soaring like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Your fate, as a mere bumpkin, has already been decreed by the heavens. You shall be trampled upon for all eternity. Gonghua's voice was scarcely above a whisper, audible only to him and Ren Fan. A flicker of disdain crossed Ren Fan's eyes. He had no desire to engage in needless banter with such a person, that he knew that once he subdued Gonghua, all would become clear. With a swift stride, he crossed the distance, channeling his strength into his waist, as spiritual energy flowed through his meridians into his arms. His hands transformed from fists to palms, and in a few quick steps, he surged towards Gonghua, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his chest. Gonghua retreated swiftly, and in the instant of impact, his palm, imbued with white spiritual energy, met Ren Fan's fist. The collision released an imperceptible wave of spiritual energy, causing both combatants to stagger back a step. Ren Fan maintained a composed demeanor, while Gonghua inwardly lamented his own carelessness. His arms ached from the encounter. It felt as though his palm had struck an iron plate. The overwhelming recoil, leaving him somewhat dazed. Ren Fan's physical prowess was evidently beyond Gonghua's capabilities. The two exchanged blows in a series of intricate maneuvers, each strike and counterstrike executed with finesse. Yet, Now wary of Ren Fan's strength, Gong Hua sought to avoid direct confrontation, evading the pitfalls he had previously encountered. However, this was not the outcome Gong Hua desired. He aimed to swiftly dispatch Ren Fan. Boy, but you have yet to witness the wonders of Xian-level martial techniques. Allow me to enlighten you, country bumpkin. As soon as the words left his lips, Gong Hua swiftly formed hand seals and called out. Poison vine technique. Instantly, his arms became ensnared by a layer of eerie green vines, adorned with barbed, toxic thorns. A cold smile crept across Gong Hua's face as he advanced once more. Vines, are they? Ren Fan scoffed inwardly. Summoning his own fiery resolve, Phoenix Fire, a burst of crimson flames erupted in midair, transforming into a myriad of sparks that swiftly descended upon the vines encircling Gong Hua's arms. The flames consumed the vines with remarkable ease, and in mere moments, Gong Hua's arms had been reduced to 2 fiery torches. Ah, the piercing wails echoed with a grotesque resonance, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Observing the writhing figure of Gong Hua, Ren Fan did not relent. He leapt forward, delivering a brutal kick to Gong Hua's abdomen. Another heart-wrenching scream erupted, causing Gong Hua to curl up like a shrimp in agony. Ren Fan extended his foot, forcefully pressing Gong Hua's head into the ground, grinding it into the dust beneath. Gazing at the dust-covered face of Gong Hua, now devoid of any semblance of spirit, he coldly inquired, "Who is the country bumpkin?" They had been informed that just 3 months ago, Ren Fan was merely a third-tier martial artist. Huakunxing had merely mentioned that Ren Fan possessed exceptional talent in alchemy, which was the true purpose of their visit. As long as he exhibited a strong aptitude for alchemy, the Sacred Martial Academy would undoubtedly find a way to elevate his prowess. Both mentors fixed their gazes upon Huakunxing, their eyes reflecting a clear sense of inquiry. Huakunxing was aware of Ren Fan's commendable cultivation talent, possessing both ice and fire attributes. His potential could not be subpar. However, he had never anticipated that Ren Fan would so swiftly ascend from a third-tier martial artist to a first-tier martial master. This was beyond the realm of reason. Ren Zhe observed that Ren Fan had genuinely become enraged. He was acutely aware of his son's disposition. Ren Fan had developed a murderous intent. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the martial stage, pushing Ren Fan aside, as strands of spiritual energy surged forth from his hands, extinguishing the flames engulfing Gong Hua. Fanner, how could you be so reckless? Ren Zhe chastised coldly, glancing at Ren Fan, who stood aside. In truth, Ren Zhe had no intention of betraying his own son. He too wished for Ren Fan to emerge victorious in this duel. His heart brimmed with joy, though he could not allow this sentiment to surface. He needed to perform, for Gong Hua was a disciple of the Sacred Martial Academy, hailing from one of the 4 great sects of the imperial capital, the Martial Spirit sect, and held a status comparable to that of Yulan. Thus, this dramatic confrontation concluded, leaving both mentors and City Lord Hua in awe of Ren Fan's strength. Even the remaining disciples of the Sacred Martial Academy regarded Ren Fan with admiration. Mentors, might I inquire if my son Ren Fan has caught your discerning eyes? Ren Zhe harbored hopes for his son's admission into the Sacred Martial Academy, aspiring for him to achieve greatness and secure a place for the Ren family within the proud Yun Empire. Mentor Qingfeng maintained an impassive demeanor, his expression grave as he observed Gong Hua, who was being carried away by several disciples of the Sacred Martial Academy. Gong Hua was nearly entirely burned, particularly his arms. Even if healed, the meridians in his arms would likely be incapable of enduring the flow of spiritual energy, rendering them virtually useless. Ren Zhe was equally cognizant of Gong Hua's injuries. Shaking his head at the sight of the severely wounded Gong Hua, he leaned closer to Ren Zhe and whispered, "Brother Ren, this lad is the young master of the martial spirit sect. Given that Ren Fan has so grievously injured him, should the Sacred Martial Academy wish to recruit Ren Fan, it would find itself in a precarious position. Although the Sacred Domain Academy does not fear the martial spirit sect, there is no need to offend them over a mere Ren Fan." Ren Zhe smiled, a sardonic laughter escaping his lips, as if mocking both himself and the Holy Martial Academy. The 2 mentors understood the turmoil within Ren Zhe. In truth, they held a deep affection for Ren Fan. However, as mere junior instructors in the academy, they were ill-equipped to withstand the wrath of the martial spirit sect. Lord Hua and the 2 mentors gradually made their way toward the gates. Aware that opportunities were slipping away, and it seemed that Ren Fan would never again have the chance to enter the Holy Martial Academy, in fact, The Ren family should not be preoccupied with how Ren Fan might gain admission to the Holy Martial Academy. Rather, they ought to contemplate how to endure the fury of the martial spirit sect. Brother Ren Fan, Brother Ren Fan. A sweet, melodious voice of a young girl echoed from afar. Ren Fan recognized it immediately as Lin Xinhua, who was approaching once more. As Lord was party encountered Lin Xinhua, the two mentors inadvertently cast a glance in her direction, and at that very moment, both mentors gasped in astonishment. Since the establishment of the academy, every mentor had been required to wear a special jade pendant, which would illuminate upon the appearance of an individual possessing the ice heart jade bone physique. Yet, for so many years, the pendants had remained dormant. Today, however, as Lin Xinhua passed by, the pendants of both mentors shone simultaneously. What is it, mentors? Lord Hua inquired, puzzled. The ice heart jade bone physique? It must be. No, it certainly is. The mentor's cryptic conversation left Hua Kuanxing utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Lin Xinhua paid them no mind. Her gaze was solely fixed on Ren Fan. She had heard that Ren Fan might be selected by the Holy Martial Academy today, and she had come specifically to see her brother. The cold had flushed her cheeks a rosy hue, and a sweet smile naturally graced her lips. Each time she encountered Ren Fan, an inexplicable excitement bubbled within her. Suddenly, the two mentors turned and retraced their steps toward the Ren family, leaving Lord Hua and several students in a state of confusion as they followed along, bewildered. At that moment, Lin Xinhua was holding Ren Fan's hand, pouting adorably. Upon hearing that Ren Fan would not be attending the Holy Martial Academy, her face blossomed with joy. This meant her brother could stay with her, and although they often did not see each other, even the rare occasions when they met brought her immense satisfaction. Young lady, wait, the two mentors called breathlessly from behind. Upon hearing this, Ren Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He was deeply dissatisfied with the Holy Martial Academy's decision and no longer felt the same yearning for it as before. Fixing his gaze on the two mentors, he coldly remarked, "Might I inquire why you have returned?" The mentors, understanding the anger simmering within Ren Fan, bore no resentment. The calm Wind mentor, in a composed manner, said, "Ren Fan, this young girl possesses the exceedingly rare ice heart jade bone physique. Should she accompany us to the Holy Martial Academy for cultivation, her future prospects are boundless." Ren Fan was taken aback. He was well aware of the significance of the ice heart jade bone physique, but had never anticipated that the porcelain doll like Lin Xinhua would possess such extraordinary talent. Yet, he could not help but wonder how her innate abilities compared to his own acquired martial physique. Ren Fan would certainly not allow a moment of impulse to jeopardize Lin Xinhua's future. The moment Master Qifeng spoke, he had already made his decision. He had no doubt about Master Qifeng's words. Given his stature, there was no reason for him to deceive Ren Fan. No, I refuse to go with you. You just abandoned Brother Ren Fan. You are all wicked people. I will only listen to Brother Ren Fan. Lin Xinhua pouted, her small hands tugging playfully at Ren Fan's right hand. Upon hearing her words, the two mentors turned to Ren Fan, noticing his silence. They assumed he was unwilling to let Lin Xinhua go for his own selfish reasons. Master Qingyang's opinion of Ren Fan instantly diminished. Yet, for the sake of the ice heart jade bone physique, he coldly stated, "Rest assured, as long as you can persuade Lin Xinhua to return with us to the Holy Martial Academy, I can guarantee that the martial spirit sect will not trouble you." Initially, Ren Fan harbored no particular thoughts, but upon hearing Master Qingyang's words, his eyes lit up. Why not seize such an opportunity? Since it has been spoken, I trust that the two esteemed mentors will not go back on their word. You. Master Qingyang's breath grew heavy with indignation, the white strands of his beard bristling in agitation. However, Lin Xinhua persisted, now directly clinging to Ren Fan's arm. She declared in a petulant tone, "Humph, wherever Brother Ren Fan is, I shall be there too. I refuse to go alone to that Holy Martial Academy." Ren Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking to himself that this little girl was far too audacious. Under the bright daylight, she dared to act in such a manner towards him. Though he considered himself thick-skinned, he was now somewhat troubled. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, "Xinhua, this is a splendid opportunity to bring glory to our family. If you go with them, you will become formidable in the future, and everyone in the Aoyan Empire will fear you. Then, you will be able to protect Brother Ren Fan. Please be sensible." "Humph, I will not go. I want to be with you. Wherever you are, I shall be." This, Ren Fan awkwardly rubbed his nose, utterly at a loss for how to handle the situation. Her stubbornness was astonishing. He had never noticed it before. Master Qingyang's eyes widened in disbelief, his teeth clenched, as if he were grappling with a difficult decision. Finally, he sighed, flung his hand dismissively, and coldly proclaimed, "Very well. I shall grant you one more condition. Allow Ren Fan to enter the Holy Martial Academy." What? Ren Fan felt helpless. Such a turn of events was beyond his expectation. He had said nothing. Then if Brother Ren Fan is going, I shall go too. Lin Xinhua lifted her head, gazing intently at Ren Fan's face. Awaiting his decision. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Ren Fan, who remained silent, causing the two mentors to feel an urge to exasperatedly strike him down. Both Ren Jianchen and Lord Hua also watched Ren Fan anxiously. Uncertain of what choice he would ultimately make, Ren Fan was acutely aware that, given his current capabilities, he was utterly incapable of contending with a colossal entity like the Wuling sect. Moreover, if he aspired to enhance his prowess and ascend to greater heights, the Shengwu Academy indeed represented an excellent option, especially since it offered free cultivation resources. It would be unwise to pass up such an opportunity. Gradually lifting his head, Ren Fan nodded slightly and declared, "All right, I shall go." A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of everyone present for various reasons, while the two mentors regarded Ren Fan as if he were a coveted treasure and coldly instructed him. "Since you have consented, gather your belongings and prepare to depart at once." The journey to Yunyue City was predicated on the attainment of the Ice Heart Jade Bone physique, a coveted asset the Shengwu Academy had yearned for over the course of several centuries, thus rendering the need for further recruitment unnecessary. 3 days later, Ren Fan accompanied the two mentors to the Shengwu Academy. Despite its illustrious reputation, the academy was situated in a rather remote location. Ren Fan and his companions traveled relentlessly, day and night, and even so, it took them 3 full days to arrive. Nestled within a vast basin flanked by 3 towering mountains, the Shengwu Academy occupied only a fraction of the basin's expansive area. Less than 1%, despite its considerable size. Surrounding the academy was a lush and dense primordial forest, which served as a natural barrier. This forest was teeming with magical beasts, many of which possessed formidable strength. It was rumored that even 6th-tier magical beasts roamed within its depths. While the Shengwu Academy was the mightiest force in the basin, other factions also held sway, with Fengyu being the most renowned among them. "Wow, this gate is enormous. Just how vast must the courtyard be?" exclaimed Lin Xinhua, a young girl, as the group approached the grand entrance of the Shengwu Academy. The students of the academy, overhearing her words, could not suppress their disdainful smirks, inwardly dismissing her as a country bumpkin. Upon entering the academy, Ren Fan and Lin Xinhua parted ways. At Lin Xinhua's fervent insistence, the academy reluctantly allocated Ren Fan an independent courtyard. The 3 days flew by in a blur, during which Ren Fan dedicated himself to rigorous training, diligently studying the Dragon Marrow Sutra. To his astonishment, he discovered that by slightly drawing a thread of dragon chi from the dragon pearl and infusing it into the meridian pathways of the Dragon Marrow Sutra, the previously tranquil spiritual energy would become tempestuous, erupting violently in the air. With Ren Fan's current strength, he estimated that this explosive power could severely injure even a 4th or 5th-tier martial artist. However, utilizing the Dragon Marrow Sutra in this manner would inevitably inflict some degree of damage to his own meridians. Although his acquired martial body, alongside the influence of the High Tian and the remarkable efficacy of the Dragon Marrow Sutra, would allow for a swift recovery, combat was often a matter of fleeting moments. Who would afford him that luxury? This represented one of the drawbacks of his method. Feeling somewhat bored from his solitary training in the courtyard, Ren Fan decided to venture outside, particularly eager to explore the primordial forest on the academy's periphery in search of a 3rd-tier magical beast. He was in need of a beast core from such a creature to concoct a boundary-breaking pill. Once outside the academy, Ren Fan swiftly vanished into the forest's edge. The atmosphere within the forest was thick with humidity and exuded an ancient aura. Along his path, Ren Fan encountered numerous magical beasts. But alas, none were of the 3rd tier. Only 1st and 2nd-tier beasts appeared before him. Upon an ancient tree, Ren Fan strained his ears, attempting to discern the sounds that might lead him to the whereabouts of a 3rd-tier magical beast. Unexpectedly, he caught the faint, intermittent voices of people conversing. Driven by curiosity, Ren Fan followed the sounds, ultimately finding himself atop a venerable tree, from where he could clearly observe the unfolding events beneath another ancient tree. "Yi Zixuan, yield to me. I assure you, I will take full responsibility," exclaimed Lu Qingyang. "Pa, you treacherous beast in human guise. How could I ever trust you again?" retorted Yi Zixuan. "Zixuan, you mustn't say that. my feelings for you are genuine. Though I must admit, I aspire to be the son-in-law of the vice president. Who in the academy wouldn't desire such a position? Below the ancient tree, a group of men surrounded a young lady clad in a flowing purple gown. Seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, Ren Fan could not catch every word, but he discerned that the girl was indeed named Yunyue City and that these men harbored ill intentions toward her. Since he had stumbled upon this scene, he could not turn a blind eye. With determination, Ren Fan leaped down from the ancient tree and approached the group. That moment, Yunyue City's gown had already been torn by Lin Xinhua. Fully aware that in the depths of this primordial forest, few would come to her aid, save for the lurking magical beasts, tears of sorrow streamed down her cheeks as the reality of losing her purity to such a wretched individual dawned upon her. Ren Fan bellowed, "Stop it." Lin Xinhua and his band of cronies were momentarily taken aback, wondering who this wild man was. Yet, upon closer inspection of Ren Fan's attire, which did not bear the insignia of the St. Martial Academy, Lin Xinhua realized that this boy was not affiliated with the academy. Therefore, he felt emboldened that Yunyue City, whose flickering hope had nearly extinguished, reignited upon seeing Ren Fan standing boldly, albeit as a first-tier martial artist. Seemingly oblivious to the danger surrounding him, Yunyue City yearned to call out to Ren Fan to flee and alert the St. Martial Academy, believing that if he escaped, Lin Xinhua would not dare to harm her. However, Ren Fan's next words plunged her back into despair. That he shouted again, "Release that girl, and let me handle this." Lin Xinhua paused his actions, slowly rising to face Ren Fan, flanked by his entourage. "Who do you think you are, you fool? Do you really believe you can pursue the vice president's daughter? You must be dreaming." Lin Xinhua's followers erupted into raucous laughter. Ren Fan was secretly astonished. For this beautiful young lady turned out to be the granddaughter of the vice dean. How audacious this group of individuals was. Should their actions come to light, they would face the wrath of thunder. Nevertheless, Ren Fan maintained a facade of calm, smiled, and remarked, "As for me, I am the foremost talent from a tribe nearby. That if you doubt my prowess, would you dare to engage me in a one-on-one duel? The victor shall claim this young lady as their prize. What do you say?" "Puffed. Who do you think you are to challenge our Lugo? You truly know not what you speak," came the retorts from Lin Xinhua's entourage. Lin Xinhua, however, raised his hand to silence them, then turned to Ren Fan with a smile, saying, "Stop. I am quite curious to see what abilities this fellow possesses." Ren Fan's strength had nearly reached a breakthrough before arriving at the Sacred Martial Academy. And after 3 days of rigorous training there, he had ascended to the second tier of martial master. Lin Xinhua, a fourth-tier martial master, was quite a notable figure in the outer sect of the academy. With scarcely any rivals among his peers, naturally, he looked down upon Ren Fan, who was 2 tiers beneath him. "Very well, let us fight." Before Ren Fan's words had fully settled, his body surged forward, aiming to catch Lin Xinhua off guard. Lin Xinhua waved his hand to signal his followers to step back, remaining unperturbed in the face of Ren Fan's rapid approach. Ren Fan had no intention of holding back. To do so against an opponent 2 tiers above him would be tantamount to suicide. With a surge of warmth in his palm, a small golden dragon, measuring about 10 feet in length, burst forth from his hand. The roaring golden dragon sliced through the air, generating a fierce wind as it lunged straight for Lin Xinhua's chest. Its speed leaving Lin Xinhua no time to evade. That a twinge of regret flickered in Lin Xinhua's heart. He had underestimated this young man. Observing the power of his martial technique, it was evident that it possessed at least the prowess of the profound tier. Should it land, it would undoubtedly cause significant injury. "Do you think you are the only one capable of profound tier martial techniques?" Lin Xinhua scoffed, swiftly executing a hand seal. The moment his fingers halted, a massive ice shield, measuring about 10 feet in length and width, materialized before him. Boom! The golden dragon collided with the profound ice shield, producing a thunderous explosion. The golden dragon disintegrated into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the ether, while the ice shield shattered into fragments before slowly dissipating. Remarkably, Lin Xinhua emerged unscathed. Ren Fan felt a surge of unease. Having launched a surprise attack, Lin Xinhua had effortlessly countered, making the situation all the more daunting. Well, you certainly possess some skill. This is becoming quite interesting." Lin Xinhua raised an eyebrow and spoke nonchalantly, though his tone lacked any semblance of respect for his opponent. Tinged instead with a hint of mockery, Ren Fan discreetly scanned his surroundings for any potential advantages, but found none. It appeared he would have to resort to his final technique. With determination, he leaped into action, springing off a nearby ancient tree, utilizing its rebound force to propel himself to greater heights. "Do you think I will always let you make the first move?" Lin Xinhua let out a cold snort. Stamping his foot with equal force, the tip of his foot lightly tapped against the trunk beside him, tracing a graceful arc as he propelled himself skyward. Ren Fan, wielding a long sword, found that its blade was only half tangible, the other half composed of ethereal spiritual energy, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The sword, enveloped in faint crimson energy, quivered slightly, emitting a low hum as if it were on the verge of slipping from his grasp. With a swift motion, Ren Fan danced the sword through the air, drawing a luminous arc that cleaved through the void, fiercely striking towards Lin Xinhua. "Humph!" Lin Xinhua scoffed, spreading his arms wide, instantly enveloped by a delicate mist. With a soft utterance, he commanded, "Xian Bing Spike." In an instant, countless ice shards erupted from the hazy fog, nearly saturating the space before Ren Fan. The blood-red sword light, reminiscent of a long rainbow, remained largely unaffected by the ice, merely slowed in its descent, yet it continued its relentless trajectory towards Lin Xinhua. Lin Xinhua's expression soured as he cursed inwardly. This wretched brat possessed an array of techniques. Faced with the oncoming blood-red sword light, he could discern the formidable spiritual energy contained within, compelling him to evade rather than confront directly. He sidestepped just in time, feeling the rush of the crimson blade brush past him, leaving a few strands of hair scattered in the air. Astonished and frustrated, Lin Xinhua resolved to quickly subdue this impudent youth. As he turned to initiate his full assault, a familiar sight unfolded before him. A golden dragon surged forth, echoing its previous appearance. Yet, Lin Xinhua sensed an unsettling discrepancy in the air. Chapter 60. Flight for survival. Despite his unease, the golden dragon was upon him, leaving no room for contemplation, but he shouted once more, "Xian Bing Shield." The expansive ice shield reappeared. Boom! Another deafening sound resonated, yet this time, there was no stalemate. Following the thunderous impact, the golden dragon sent Lin Xinhua hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground. Thud! The earth was left with a deep crater, and Lin Xinhua lay within, disheveled and uncertain of his fate. "Lu Gu, are you all right?" His loyal subordinates rushed forward, concerned for his well-being. The uproar caused by Ren Fan and Lin Xinhua's battle had alarmed nearby magical beasts, some of which possessed considerable strength and were hastening towards their location, their footsteps echoing like the ominous tolling of a death knell. Ren Fan's last strike had drawn a trace of dragon energy from within the dragon pearl, mingling with the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. When the golden dragon collided with the Xianbing shield, it resulted in a rupture. Pain coursed through Ren Fan's veins like needles, akin to being sliced repeatedly by a knife. However, he could not dwell on his suffering. The savage beasts were approaching, and once they arrived, escape would be impossible. He dashed swiftly to the ancient tree, grabbing Yizishuan's arm to flee, but she remained motionless, her wide eyes gazing at him with a pitiful expression. "Run. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Ren Fan shouted in desperation. Yizishuan wore a look of deep grievance, exclaiming, "Why are you being so fierce? I have been struck by Lin Xinhua's dispersing spirit powder, and now there isn't a trace of spiritual energy within me. How can I possibly move?" Ren Fan, with a sigh of discontent, refrained from further discourse and promptly lifted Yizishuan into his arms, forcefully channeling his spiritual energy despite the excruciating pain coursing through his meridians as he fled. Lin Xinhua's subordinates, well aware of the formidable beasts lurking within the primordial forest, dared not linger and hastily carried the oblivious Lin Xinhua away, entirely unconcerned with Ren Fan and his companion. When confronted with the threat of death, who could afford to worry about anything else? Due to the agonizing torment in his meridians, Ren Fan's eyes reddened, as if he were succumbing to madness, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead, occasionally falling onto Yizishuan's delicate hands. Yizishuan blinked her large eyes, fixating on Ren Fan's resolute visage and the sweat that dripped from his brow, softly suggesting, "If you are tired, you may set me down." Ren Fan rolled his eyes, enduring the searing pain, gritting his teeth to utter a few words, "Be quiet." As he adjusted his hold on Yizishuan, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her smooth, fair skin, igniting a sudden surge of desire within him, and to his dismay, He found himself aroused at that moment. It dawned on him that Yi Zishuan was in a delicate state. Every shift in the atmosphere, including Ren Fan's own turmoil, did not escape Yi Zishuan's notice. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her back pressed against his rigid form, and overwhelmed by shyness, she buried her face deeply into his embrace. In their frantic escape, with no clear path in sight, Ren Fan sprinted with Yi Zishuan in his arms until they reached a desolate mountain. He hastily found a cave and gently placed Yi Zishuan upon a large stone within, shedding his outer garments and handing them to her, fearing he might struggle with the sight of her bare form. After the events of the previous night, Ren Fan sat quietly on the ground as the dragon's essence gradually coursed through his meridians, enveloping him in a radiant golden glow, intertwined with a faint crimson aura that flickered in and out of visibility. Yi Zishuan remained transfixed, her mind replaying the earlier scenes like a vivid loop, drifting into a reverie that alternated between mirth and bashfulness. Approximately half an hour later, Ren Fan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a heavy breath before rising to approach Yi Zishuan, noticing her in a state of blissful distraction. Surely, he must have witnessed her previous demeanor, but perhaps he remained unaware of the thoughts that had occupied her mind. Yes, that must be the case, she reassured herself internally. What do you mean, The day is waning, and the beasts in the primordial forest will soon stir. The journey back may not be safe. In my opinion, it would be wiser for us to wait until tomorrow to return. What do you think? Ren Fan suggested calmly. Yi Zishuan merely nodded gently, murmuring, "All right, I will follow your lead." Could she truly be this bashful? Moments ago, the fervent cries echoing through the forest belied any semblance of shyness, and Ren Fan shook his head as he exited the cave. Upon his return, he bore two diminutive magical beasts, the hair like two hu, along with several lotus leaves. True to form, he skillfully skinned the two hairs, placing them delicately upon the lotus leaves, adding a medley of spices. He then wrapped them securely, sealing them with clay before placing them in the fire to roast. When he eventually unveiled the clay and peeled back the lotus leaves, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, tantalizing the ravenous Yi Zishuan, whose stomach had been growling in anticipation, causing her to swallow several times. "This is for you." Ren Fan offered one of the roasted hairs to Yi Zishuan, and the two engaged in conversation as they savored their meal. "The food you prepare is truly delectable. You flatter me," Ren Fan replied modestly, scratching his head in slight embarrassment, appearing somewhat reserved. This was not his first experience sharing a meal with a girl in the cave. The last being with. The memory of that charming girl resurfaced in his mind, and as he touched the storage ring on his finger, Ren Fan silently vowed, "Wait for me. I shall surely visit Qingqiu." With countless individuals vying for her attention, yet here she was, making an effort to converse with the Stellard, who appeared to be merely humoring her. After finishing her meal, she wiped her greasy lips with her small hand and fixed her gaze upon Ren Fan. "Are you a student of the Sacred Martial Academy? I could say yes, or I could say no." Ren Fan replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the coveted title that many young people dreamt of. "Then what year are you in?" Unfazed by Ren Fan's aloof demeanor, Yi Zishuan continued her inquiries. Ren Fan glanced at her, exclaiming, "You really have so many questions." Before long, Yi Zishuan, carefree and oblivious, succumbed to sleep, her gentle snores punctuating the silence. Out of caution, Ren Fan refrained from sleeping, instead making his way to the cave entrance, gazing at the luminous moon ascending in the sky, lost in thoughts of that cave and the adorable nine-tailed fox. Unbeknownst to him, in the distant Qingqiu, a small nine-tailed fox was also gazing at the moonlight, pondering a certain individual. Chapter 61. Lu Sun. Throughout the night, Ren Fan immersed himself in cultivation. To others, his rapid progress and strength seemed nothing short of miraculous, even prompting his father, Ren Zhe, to speculate that Ren Fan's advancement stemmed from an abundance of elixirs. While such factors certainly played a role, the crux of his swift improvement lay in his unwavering diligence. Whenever he found a moment, he devoted himself tirelessly to his training. While others indulged in revelry and frivolity, he remained steadfast in his practice. While others succumbed to slumber, he continued to hone his skills. Indeed, he was relentless in his pursuit of mastery, firmly believing that diligence would ultimately be rewarded. As dawn broke, Yi Zishuan stirred from her slumber. Upon waking, she chose not to disturb Ren Fan's training but instead rested her chin in her hand, observing his efforts with earnestness. Suddenly, Ren Fan spoke softly. "Have you had your fill of watching?" Realizing he was aware of her gaze, Yi Zishuan felt her cheeks flush, internally chastising him. "Why, If he knew what was transpiring outside, had he not mentioned it, leaving her in such an awkward predicament? Since you are awake now, let us return, lest the vice dean grow concerned. Ren Fan spoke with an air of indifference. Yi Zishuan was not surprised. She had already come to the subjective conclusion that Ren Fan belonged to the Sacred Martial Academy. Ren Fan paid her no mind and continued forward. Although the primitive forest was eerie during the day, at least the presence of magical beasts was scarce, particularly the more formidable ones that typically ventured out only after dark to hunt. Before long, the two returned to the Sacred Martial Academy, where the senior students were bustling towards the White Tiger Hall, preparing for their daily morning classes. To eye in this throng of students, Ren Fan walked ahead, while Yi Zishuan, draped in an oversized gray garment that was clearly male attire, followed closely behind. Oh, look, isn't that Yi Zishuan? It seems so. Why is she dressed like that, trailing behind that guy? It appears something happened last night. Who is that fellow? So audacious. I fear those few might have a word or two for him. The crowd murmured, their voices not loud yet unmistakably lacking any attempt at concealment, allowing Ren Fan to hear their words distinctly. Ren Fan had no desire to engage with their gossip. As for the individuals they referred to, they were likely notable figures within the Sacred Martial Academy. Sighing, he turned to Yi Zishuan and lamented. Rescuing you has brought forth too much trouble. It's fine. If Lin Xinhua and Meng Yuhan dare to cause you trouble, I will deal with them. Yi Zishuan puffed up her cheeks, appearing quite indignant. While others might vie for attention by enduring beatings, this one seemed displeased. Ren Fan nodded casually. In truth, he was indifferent to these so-called geniuses, merely finding them somewhat bothersome. However, his time at the academy had been brief, and he was yet to comprehend the formidable reputation of Lin Xinhua and Meng Yuhan outside the academy's inner gates. As Ren Fan ambled along, he suddenly found a figure blocking his path. Remaining calm, he attempted to sidestep the individual, only to have them obstruct him once more. After several repeated attempts, Ren Fan could no longer contain his irritation and slowly lifted his gaze to regard the person before him. The individual was clad in a black and white robe, the standard attire of the Sacred Martial Academy, with a somewhat handsome countenance, albeit marked by a hint of arrogance. This person was quite renowned among the second-year students. Known as Lu Sun, possessing a strength equivalent to the third tier of martial masters, and was a peer of Gong Hua, both regarded as leading figures within their year, with his brow slightly furrowed. Lu Sun's voice resonated loudly, tinged with a hint of mockery, instantly attracting a multitude of onlookers. I have no idea what you are saying. Ren Fan, wishing to avoid trouble, endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Before Lu Sun could utter another word, the gathered crowd, reveling in the spectacle, began to jeer, urging him to confront our goddess. A smirk danced upon Lu Sun's lips as he remarked, you see, the public demands justice. He swallowed hard and declared, Zishuan, fret not. This rascal has wronged you, and I, Lu Sun, shall risk my life to avenge you today. Yi Zishuan's expression hardened as she stepped forward, prepared to admonish Lu Sun and clarify matters to the crowd. However, to her astonishment, Ren Fan extended his arm to block her, softly stating, these matters are best handled by men. With a sardonic smile, Ren Fan regarded Lu Sun, unwilling to engage in further idle chatter. He simply remarked, since you wish to display your prowess, allow me to witness just how capable you truly are. Although Lu Sun possessed considerable strength, he had long been accustomed to a life of privilege. Always surrounded by sycophants. No one dared speak to him in such a manner, especially not in front of so many witnesses. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward, channeling his spirit energy into his arm as his fist compressed the air, producing a thunderous crack. Ren Fan's prowess was clear to Lu Sun, who was aware that Ren Fan was a tier below him in strength, that he could easily overpower those of the same rank. And naturally, it would be even simpler to dominate someone weaker. Ren Fan did not evade. He too unleashed a punch, an unremarkable strike, yet the crimson spirit energy enveloping his fist carved a fiery arc through the air. Bang! The two formidable fists collided with tremendous force, creating a resounding crash. Ren Fan staggered back 3 steps, while Lu Sun only retreated half a step, though it appeared that Ren Fan had been bested. The reality was quite the opposite. His retreat was a strategic maneuver to dissipate the immense force emanating from Lu Sun's arm, while he could have endured the impact due to his formidable physique. Not wishing for anyone to witness the tremor of his right hand, Ren Fan could hardly contain his derisive laughter within. He fully understood Lu Sun's predicament. Engaging in a raw contest of strength was the least prudent choice. Not to mention his own rigorous training. Who among those of similar strength would dare to challenge him physically? He still had to attend the morning class, where Mentor Ning Su would be lecturing. For now, he would let Lu Sun off the hook. Consider it a stroke of good fortune. Just moments ago, in an attempt to save face, Lu Sun had only retreated half a step, yet his entire right arm now throbbed with discomfort. With some muscles already torn, should he continue to fight, he risked missing the opportunity to be selected for the new student trials, which promised a substantial contribution value. Indeed, what a turn of events. Today marks the lecture of Mentor Ningxiu. Let us hasten. Upon hearing the name of Mentor Ningxiu, a look of dread washed over the crowd, and in an instant, they dispersed in haste. You there, await me at the new student trial, Lu Sun declared menacingly before swiftly departing. Ren Fan chose to disregard the lingering presence of Yi Zixuan, opting not to accompany her any further, for remaining in her company would likely invite incessant troubles within the sacred martial academy. Thus, Ren Fan strode away alone, while Yi Zixuan, clad only in Ren Fan's outer garment, found herself unable to run swiftly without risking exposure. Watching Ren Fan's receding figure, she could only stamp her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "I had intended for my grandfather to promote you further, you insufferable Ren Fan. Do not harbor such hopes." Yi Zixuan pouted in place, venting her discontent. Returning to his courtyard, Ren Fan retrieved the Xiantian Ding and began the alchemical process. His medicinal supplies had dwindled significantly, and he had yet to replenish them. Seizing the moment, he resolved to concoct a batch, for Lu Sun's words hinted that the forthcoming new student trials would be particularly challenging. It was prudent to prepare an ample supply of elixirs, especially chi recovery pills. The Sacred Martial Academy sprawls over an immense expanse, yet there exists an area inaccessible to ordinary students, the Qingyuan. This enclave serves as the residence for the esteemed mentors and the academy's leadership. Deep within Qingyuan lies a tranquil courtyard, typically devoid of visitors. Even those in authority would not dare to trespass without explicit permission, for it is the abode of Vice Dean Yu Qishan. However, today, this courtyard was abuzz with activity, as a porcelain doll-like girl clamored to meet her Ren Fan brother. Even the normally unyielding Vice Dean found himself at a loss in her presence. Possessing the rare Ice Heart Jade Bone physique, she was a prodigy. The Vice Dean's wife merely exhibited a pseudo-Ice Heart Jade Bone constitution. 5 centuries prior, he had witnessed the Vice Dean's wife's formidable prowess, unleashing her wrath to encase 1,000 miles in ice. The Ice Heart Jade Bone physique is an embodiment of extreme cold, conducive to the cultivation of Inhan techniques and martial arts, allowing for rapid advancement in frigid environments. Should fortune favor her, even the ancient clans would tremble before her future might. Yet, it remains a mystery where the dean and his wife have wandered off to. Decades have passed without their return. Xinhua, rest assured, as long as Ren Fan secures a position among the top 10 in the new student trial, your grandfather will permit him to meet you. However, you must promise your grandfather to train in the ice domain, Yi Qingshan stated with resignation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinhua wiped her tears and nodded, her large, watery eyes blinking in agreement, in the blink of an eye. 5 days had elapsed. During this period, Ren Fan remained sequestered within his courtyard, diligently refining elixirs. As the spiritual energy of the Xiantian Ding had been expended, he was compelled to rely solely on his own resources. Alchemy demands not only formidable mental acuity, but also an abundant reservoir of spiritual energy, particularly for high-grade elixirs. The chi recovery pills he produced over these 5 days were not of the lowly grade he had previously concocted. This time, he crafted third-grade chi recovery pills. In moments of combat when spiritual energy is depleted, even a grand martial master could restore their energy instantaneously with a single pill, truly a treasure beyond measure. A life-saving elixir in critical times. Thus, alchemy is also a form of cultivation, where spiritual energy is perpetually depleted and replenished, embodying a process of refinement that is inherently more constrained than the gradual absorption of the world's spiritual essence. Just as Ren Fan completed his alchemical endeavor, a knock resonated at the door of his courtyard. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a notification regarding the upcoming trials for new students. Accompanied by a booklet detailing the rules and precautions for these trials, the trials for new students were set to take place in Qianlian the day after tomorrow. Returning to his chamber, Ren Fan meticulously perused the guidelines, only to realize that participants were required to accumulate contribution points during the trials. The final rankings would be determined by the quantity of contribution points earned. Higher placements would yield superior cultivation resources each month. Most enticingly, the top 3 contenders would be rewarded with a high-grade martial technique, a considerable temptation indeed. The last page of the booklet contained a specially crafted jade token, imbued with 100 contribution points as the initial allowance for each new student. Before long, the day of the trials arrived, and Ren Fan made his way to Qianliolin as instructed. Upon his arrival, he found throngs of individuals already gathered before the forest, each exuding vigor and confidence. Firmly believing in their potential for success, a cluster of people encircled certain individuals, clearly indicating that those at the center either possessed formidable strength or hailed from esteemed backgrounds. Among these, 8 circles stood out, undoubtedly comprising the most exceptional disciples from the 4 major sects of the imperial capital of Aoyuan and the 4 major sects of the imperial capital of Nanqing, a scene that recurs annually. And this year was no exception. The usually elusive vice dean also made an appearance that day, accompanied by several second-year students tasked with assisting in the assessment of the new students. In essence, this was a lucrative opportunity to seize contribution points from newcomers, while also having the liberty to torment any student deemed unsatisfactory, as long as they were not killed or severely injured. Many second-year seniors were keen to partake in the assessment of the new students. After a few remarks from Vice Dean Yi Qing-shan, the trials commenced at his command. The new students, Su Ren Fan, weaved through the Thousand Willow Forest, when suddenly, a cold arrow shot forth from behind. With a slight sidestep, Ren Fan effortlessly evaded the projectile. In that fleeting moment, he swiftly cast his gaze and pinpointed the enemy's location. Yet, before he could make a move, whoosh, 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 3 more arrows pierced the air with astonishing speed, nearly catching Ren Fan off guard. Not daring to underestimate the threat, he quickly summoned the spiritual energy within his dantian, letting out a long howl. Ren Fan unleashed another trio of phoenix fire strands from his palm, directing them towards the treetop he had previously identified. The 3 crimson beams streaked across the sky as he took flight, leaping nimbly from treetop to treetop, swiftly closing in on his target. The assailant was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Ren Fan's ability to locate him so rapidly. In a panic, he hastily loosed 3 more arrows to intercept. But Ren Fan's speed was unparalleled. As the arrows were released, the assailant felt a chill at his throat, only to find Ren Fan wielding a simple short sword, poised at his neck, the faint aura of cold emanating from the blade rendering his body momentarily rigid. "Hand it over," Ren Fan commanded, extending his hand. The man, sensing the gravity of his situation, complied without hesitation, swiftly producing a jade token and handing it over to Ren Fan. Upon receiving the token, Ren Fan inscribed a mark on his own, causing him to black out and tumble from the tree. Ren Fan did not linger, continuing his pursuit of magical beasts. The expanse of the Thousand Willow Forest was considerable, teeming with numerous magical creatures. However, the majority were of the first and second tiers, with few third-tier beasts, as the latter posed a significant threat to the lives of the trial participants. An excessive number of such creatures would inevitably lead to unfortunate casualties, creating complications for the Sacred Martial Academy. In a patch of wild grass, Ren Fan lay prostrate. Ren Fan uttered a complaint, yet his legs did not falter as he swiftly darted away. He firmly believed that the heavens would not deceive him. A 4th-tier magical beast was not to be trifled with, and with his current strength, he could be swatted down in an instant. After running several dozen miles, he finally came to a halt, gazing back towards the direction he had fled from, still plagued by trepidation. Not far from Ren Fan, hidden within the branches of a tree, were 5 individuals, one of whom was unmistakably Lu Xun. These individuals were all 3rd-tier martial masters, concealed there to ambush the newcomers passing by. "Brother Sun, look, there's a person over there. Should we go after him?" One of them inquired. "One person, forget it. It would require too much effort, and there's no substantial gain to be had," Lu Xun languidly responded while reclining against the tree trunk. However, upon catching sight of Ren Fan out of the corner of his eye, he abruptly sat upright. "Let us go, we shall crush him." What is going on? I don't understand." The other 4 were perplexed, as just moments ago Lu Xun had deemed it not worthwhile to pursue. Yet now he was animatedly charging after him. They shrugged their shoulders, acknowledging Lu Xun's prowess, and promptly followed suit. Ren Fan had yet to recover from his earlier panic when he heard the sound of rushing wind. Turning around, he found himself encircled by 5 figures. Lu Xun crossed his arms, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Ren Fan with a cold smirk. "Though, isn't this the newcomer who betted Yi Zishuan? What a coincidence." "What? The newcomer who has been the talk of the town for betting Yi Zishuan is him," one of Lu Xun's companions exclaimed, astonished. "Let us take him down. How dare he sleep with my goddess?" Another coldly remarked. The circle of five tightened, the five third-tier martial masters pressing in. Ren Fan remained unnaturally calm, fully aware of his own capabilities. He knew that facing one or two opponents might be manageable, but three would pose a significant challenge. And now, facing five, he had no chance of victory. The Dragon Pearl would elevate his strength to that of a second-tier Grand Martial Master for an hour. But afterwards, his meridians would be severely damaged and difficult to recover, leaving him truly cornered. The newcomer trial lasted 3 days. After calculating his options, Ren Fan resolved that retreat was the best course of action. Instinctively, he sidestepped, but Ren Fan seized the moment, deftly slipping out of the encirclement and sprinting back towards the direction from whence he had fled. "What is wrong with you?" one of them complained. The five of them, skilled in mobility techniques, were able to traverse the ground with remarkable speed using minimal spirit power, while Ren Fan had yet to learn any such techniques. To maintain distance. However, Ren Fan had his own intentions for running in this direction. He aimed to lead the wolves into the tiger's den, hoping to harness the power of the ice flame tiger to eradicate them all. After all, the two in question were none other than Lin Xinhua and Yulan. Lin Xinhua's strength was initially insufficient to reach the martial master realm before enrolling in the Sacred Martial Academy. Thus, she had allied herself with the Xianling sect, relying on the influence of the young sect master Yulan to achieve a tenuous breakthrough. Ren Fan, the waste from the Ren family, Yulan strolled leisurely, followed by a throng of admirers, with Lin Xinhua obediently at his side. Lin Xinhua shook her head. "After you left, he and his father caused quite an uproar in Yunyue City. Our two great families in Yunyue were annihilated by the Ren family, and now they dominate the city, while our Lin family exists under their shadow. So he has acquired some capital. No wonder he is so audacious, leaving his mark everywhere." A hint of disdain flickered in Yulan's gaze. Yet when he turned to Lin Xinhua beside him, that disdain swiftly morphed into lewdness. "Xinhua, fear not. Once I marry you, with the strength of my Xianling sect, securing a mere Yunyue City for your Lin family will be a trivial matter." Meanwhile, Ren Fan was relentlessly robbing others and leaving his name behind, inciting great displeasure among many. To put it plainly, Ren Fan had incurred the wrath of the masses, and several formidable newcomers were preparing to band together to teach him a lesson. However, just as the trial's concluding bell tolled, everyone was compelled to cease their actions and make their way towards the exit. Humph, this Ren Fan is fortunate. Otherwise, he'd be left searching for his teeth. This Ren Fan, I shall certainly enlist the help of my senior from the 3rd year to give him a lesson. I in the woods. Exclamations of contempt for Ren Fan echoed, with even someone nearby cursing him. Unfortunately, Ren Fan was right before their eyes, yet they could not recognize him. The Qianlu forest boasted 3 exits, each guarded by a mentor who checked the contribution values on the jade tokens and recorded them for subsequent rankings. Ning Xingyuan, 30,000 contribution points. Gasp. The crowd inhaled sharply. This individual possessed such a vast number of contribution points, surely securing a place in the top 10. Yulan, 130,000 contribution points. Just after Ning Xingyuan, a few others followed with contributions exceeding 10,000, the highest being 50,000. Yet, compared to Yulan, they paled significantly. This moment, the crowd nearly unanimously acknowledged Yulan as the undisputed first. Ren Fan did not refuse. Whether reported first or last, it bore no consequence. The voices of the instructors ceased momentarily, and as the crowd presumed all contributions had been disclosed and prepared to attend to their own affairs, a mentor's gentle voice broke the silence. Ren Fan, 200,000 contribution points. What? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. This Ren Fan must have taken the back door. Instantly, a cacophony of doubts erupted, and those who had initially intended to depart halted in their tracks. What? This lad actually possesses 200,000 contribution points. Absolutely impossible. Utterly inconceivable. Yulan exclaimed coldly, abruptly snapping shut the folding fan that had been swaying in her hand. Yet, this is indeed the reality. Particularly when it comes to the results being announced by this esteemed mentor, he could never falsify the outcomes. After all, he is Ning Su, renowned for his unyielding demeanor at the Sacred Martial Academy. To claim he is dishonest would be met with disbelief from all. 3 days later, the results of the freshman trials were unveiled, and without a shadow of a doubt, Ren Fan emerged as the first. With Yulan securing the second position, the gap between the first and second places was a staggering 70,000 contribution points, a phenomenon never before witnessed in the annals of the Sacred Martial Academy. The vast plaza of the academy was currently bustling with activity. At the center, on the Grand Martial Arts platform, the top 10 contenders stood tall, illuminated by the freshly risen sun, as if they were the chosen ones of destiny. Typically, those who shine brilliantly during the freshman trials at the Sacred Martial Academy tend to go far, often gaining entry into the inner court. The vice president had decided to personally attend today's ceremony, despite initially not planning to. However, upon hearing the results, his curiosity piqued, prompting him to witness the extraordinary individual that is Ren Fan. Notably, Xinhua had previously insisted, with tears and tantrums, to meet Ren Fan. And he had readily agreed, promising her that if Ren Fan made it into the top 10, he would grant her request. Yunyue City had initially thought that a mere country boy achieving a top 10 position amid such a gathering of prodigies would be akin to climbing the heavens. Yet, not only did Ren Fan secure a spot in the top 10, he claimed the first place. Following the customary praise for the top 10 students, rewards were distributed, with the top 3 receiving high-grade martial skills. A dream for many. The martial skills were allocated based on the students' cultivation attributes, and the academy was already aware of Ren Fan's attributes. However, the skill he received was unexpectedly a movement technique. The Thousand Shadow Step. Ren Fan was overjoyed. He had long aspired to acquire a movement technique, and the academy's gesture left him exceedingly satisfied. In addition to the high-grade martial skill, he was awarded a third-tier medicinal pill. The mirror-breaking pill, which caused the eyes of onlookers to widen in astonishment. Once the rewards were distributed, the gathering was essentially concluded, and the crowd dispersed. However, the vice president stealthily approached Ren Fan, discreetly instructing him to meet him at the Qingyuan the following day. Confused yet obedient, Ren Fan nodded, intending to hurry back to his quarters to thoroughly study the movement technique. As Ren Fan jogged towards his small courtyard, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of strangers, each one cracking their knuckles and eyeing him with ill intent as they slowly closed in. Ren Fan cast a cold glance around and spoke with an icy demeanor. "I wonder how I have offended you all, that you would choose to blockade me here." "Huh? Offended? Ren Fan, it is not you who has wronged us. Rather, it is I who have transgressed against you." A figure emerged from a corner, and upon closer inspection, Ren Fan's expression turned frosty. "You may not seek me out, but I will come looking for you." Ren Fan's tone remained calm, displaying no signs of panic despite the encirclement. "Oh, is that so? In that case, it seems I have stumbled into your line of fire. I must admit, I am somewhat frightened." As Yulan's words fell, a chorus of laughter erupted among the crowd. Ren Fan, however, paid no heed to their mockery. They were merely attempting to provoke him into acting first, so they could then swarm him, thus justifying their assault. Chapter 66. Sonic Wave Martial Arts, Seeking Collections. Ren Fan remained unfazed by their derision. Suddenly, a voice sliced through the air from the side, and a young man clad in white stepped forth. This individual possessed sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his visage resembling that of a jade figure. His lips seemingly painted with crimson, as if he had stepped out from a painting. Yet, the aura of spiritual power emanating from him commanded respect, disallowing any underestimation. 8th-tier martial master. By Ningjuan. Your prowess has advanced at an astonishing pace. By Ningjuan approached Ren Fan leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, and addressed Yulan with a casual disdain. "Yulan, I must admit, you truly are pathetic. After a mere year apart, the disparity between us has grown so vast. Do you not feel a sense of shame?" Not even a breath had passed. Even Ren Fan, standing mere feet away, failed to discern the speed of the attack. At that moment, a singular thought raced through the minds of all present. What terrifying speed! "What are you to speak to me so insolently?" Bai Ningjuan coldly remarked, casting a glance at the fallen individual. Yulan's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and purple. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Take him away." He gestured towards the fallen man and turned to leave. After walking a short distance, he abruptly halted, declaring, "By Ningjuan, do not revel in your triumph. Although I entered the Sacred Martial Academy a year later than you, I shall certainly enter the inner court before you. And you, country bumpkin, luck will not always favor you." Ren Fan remained silent, for he harbored no need for Bai Ningjuan's assistance. He felt no concern for Yulan's threats. Both he and Yulan were second-tier martial masters, and Ren Fan was confident he could best him within 30 exchanges as for the other first-tier martial masters who had come to assist. Ren Fan deemed them almost inconsequential. Once the crowd had dispersed, only Bai Ningjuan and Ren Fan remained. "Why help me?" Ren Fan's tone bore no trace of gratitude. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the young master of the Tianling sect." "Bai Ningjuan, why help me?" "Because I have a request of you." "Speak." Ren Fan's voice remained flat, as if he had anticipated this matter all along. Your journey is quite legendary. I have heard of it. And I wish to spar with you, suppressing my power to match yours. Bai Ningjuan revealed his intent. Why should I agree to that? Bai Ningjuan paused for a moment, for soon you would find yourself in grave trouble. Perhaps our encounter might prove beneficial to you. I am aware that you have offended Lin Xinhua, whose elder brother is not to be trifled with. He is indeed among the most formidable figures in the outer sect. A flicker of light subtly passed through Ren Fan's eyes, for he was cognizant of having crossed Lin Xinhua. This person was undoubtedly remarkable, and he surmised that Lu had not intended to harm him. Given his strength, there was no need for such circumspection. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Ren Fan finally raised his previously bowed head, confidence shimmering in his gaze. Though Ren Fan's courtyard was modest, it was ample enough to accommodate the two of them in a display of martial prowess. In the courtyard, Ren Fan and Bai Ningjuan stood opposite each other, with Bai Ningjuan fixing his gaze upon Ren Fan, proclaiming, I implore you to enlighten me. As his words fell, Bai Ningjuan slightly lifted his foot before bringing it down. The moment his foot struck the ground, a tempestuous surge of energy erupted from its center, sending countless shards of stone flying, infused with violent spiritual power directed towards Ren Fan. Humph! Ren Fan snorted disdainfully, his figure darting about like a butterfly flitting through flowers. His hands, as unyielding as iron, reached out repeatedly, and as his form eventually steadied, his palms opened slightly. Plop, plop. Dozens of pebbles tumbled from between Ren Fan's fingers. Bai Ningjuan blinked, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of admiration. Receive this next strike, Bai Ningjuan called out, his lips parting wide as his tongue began to tremble inexplicably, emitting visible sound waves from his mouth. Buzz. The moment the sound waves reached Ren Fan's ears, he suddenly felt as if his very mind were on the brink of shattering. His consciousness wavered, and the world around him became a blur. In his dazed state, Ren Fan caught sight of Bai Ningjuan hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Acting purely on instinct, Ren Fan attempted to twist his body to evade the impending attack. However, to an observer, his dodging seemed akin to the clumsy movements of a drunken man. Not only did he fail to evade, but he also inadvertently moved toward Bai Ningjuan's fist. Ren Fan cried out in agony as a sharp pain pierced his abdomen, jolting him from his stupor. Yet, his body was already beyond his control, soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground in an A.R.C.A. As he landed, Ren Fan swiftly struggled to rise. Bowing respectfully to him, may I inquire about the martial technique you just employed? It was so peculiar that it rendered defense nearly impossible. Bai Ningjuan smiled and replied, it is merely a superficial application of sound wave techniques. They are not insurmountable. It depends on how ruthless you are with yourself. Thank you for your guidance. I wonder. Ren Fan began to pose a question regarding his own circumstances, but Bai Ningjuan turned to leave. Pausing briefly at the courtyard's entrance without glancing back, he remarked coolly, I believe we can be friends. However, I have never associated with the mediocre. The inner courtyard shall be our first threshold. The inner courtyard. You say, I shall undoubtedly gain entry. Ren Fan gazed out at the door, speaking to himself. The modest chamber he occupied was currently in a state of disarray, strewn with shattered bird egg yolks. Over the course of 3 days, Ren Fan had crushed countless eggs. Over 100, in fact, immersing himself in relentless practice day and night. He had just returned from the academy's cafeteria, carrying a basket filled with fresh bird eggs. Chapter 67. The Enigmatic Pavilion, Seeking Collections. The 1,000-track step, when mastered to perfection, allows for a single step to leave behind a myriad of traces. This expression serves to illustrate the swiftness of one's speed and the gracefulness of one's movements. In the span of a month, aside from attending morning classes, Ren Fan hardly ventured outside, dedicating his days to alchemy in the courtyard and honing his 1,000-track step. The remainder of his time was consumed by the voracious consumption of medicinal pills. Coupled with his diligence, he had nearly mastered the high-grade mysterious technique of the 1,000-track step, though he had yet to reach the realm of a single step yielding 1,000 traces. Scratching his head, he mused that among those he truly knew at the Sacred Martial Academy, the only one he could consider a friend was Lin Xinhua. However, Lin Xinhua had already visited him not long ago. Summoned by the vice president to the Qingyuan, it was improbable that she would seek him out again. Upon opening the door, a figure bounded in before Ren Fan could react. Ren Fan, why do you train every day? But he had always managed to dismiss her under the pretense of training. This time, however, Ren Fan had intended to employ the same tactic, yet Yizishuan leaped to the side, exclaiming, Ren Fan, don't think you can deceive me any longer. Besides, I have something important to discuss with you this time. Ren Fan scoffed. You have something important? Humph. Why can't I have something important? She retorted that a new mission has been released at the enigmatic pavilion. With many intriguing tasks available, that don't you often complain about the monotony of relentless training? You could select a task from the enigmatic pavilion. Before she could finish her sentence, Ren Fan dashed out the door, saying, Thank you. I'm off to choose a task now, leaving Yi Zixuan looking utterly bewildered. Before long, Ren Fan arrived at the enigmatic pavilion, where numerous tasks awaited. The missions were categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with Heaven-level tasks being the most challenging, typically undertaken only by the top-tier individuals in the inner courtyard. As Ren Fan stepped into the enigmatic pavilion, he found a throng of people already selecting tasks. He maneuvered through the crowd and approached the task board to peruse the available missions. Yellow-level task: Eliminate the Notorious Thief, 9th-tier warrior by Luoxiong. Task reward: 100 contribution points. The tasks classified as Huang and Xian levels elicited little more than a fleeting glance from Ren Fan, who found them devoid of any challenge or opportunity for growth if he sought true training. It seemed that only tasks of the Earth level and above would suffice. He did not even bother to peruse the heavenly level tasks, which were scarce. They either involved the assassination of formidable opponents at the Doling level or the acquisition of a magic core from a 5th-tier magical beast. Ren Fan wished to survive a while longer. Thus he refrained from further contemplating those assignments. His gaze flitted across the task list until it finally settled upon an Earth-level task, which appeared to be the simplest among them. The task entailed aiding the injured 2nd-tier grand martial artist, Kong Yunze, in the Fengyu region, with a reward of 1,000 contribution points. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Fan extended his hand toward the task board. However, as his fingers brushed against it, a somewhat coarse hand descended upon his, gripping it firmly. Looking up, Ren Fan beheld a tall, burly man, who, despite his youth, sported a face full of stubble. Ren Fan scrutinized him and, with a slight furrow of his brow, calmly asserted, Sir, I laid claim to this task first. The man exerted more pressure on Ren Fan's hand, his grip tightening as he disdainfully retorted, A mere 3rd-tier martial artist dares to undertake an Earth-level task? I, Niu Hong, have been at the academy for quite some time and have yet to witness such audacity. This Niu Hong, with a formidable presence, was evidently a 6th-tier martial artist, his physique replete with muscular definition, suggesting he was a powerhouse. Ren Fan assessed the situation and, gripping the task board, effortlessly lifted it despite Niu Hong's brutish hold. As a senior, he ought to be more cognizant of the academy's rules. This task board was rightfully his. Oh, what if you claimed it first? You are not worthy to undertake an Earth-level task. Niu Hong's eyes widened with contempt as he coldly declared. Their altercation attracted the attention of onlookers, prompting an instructor from the Xuanji Pavilion to approach. The instructor parted the crowd and stood between Ren Fan and Niu Hong, inquiring, Are you two unaware that this is the Xuanji Pavilion's sacred ground? What is the cause of your dispute? Ren Fan respectfully relayed his account, stating, Esteemed instructor, I selected an Earth-level task from the task board, and as I placed my hand upon it, this senior Niu Hong insisted that it was his by virtue of having seen it first. As far as I know, the protocol of the Xuanji Pavilion stipulates that the first to claim the task is the rightful owner. I have never heard that the one who merely views it holds any claim. Niu Hong merely snorted dismissively, withholding further comment, and discreetly beckoned the instructor aside, seemingly slipping something into his hand. Upon their return, the instructor addressed Ren Fan, asking, Ren Fan, what year are you in? Perplexed by the inquiry, but replying truthfully. Ren Fan stated, I am in my 1st year. The instructor appeared momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained composure. To be a 1st-year student with the strength of a 3rd-tier martial artist is indeed commendable. However, this senior is already in his 4th year, and his capabilities surpass yours. It would be more fitting for him to undertake this task, that a 1st-year student accepting an Earth-level task may be somewhat inappropriate. Rather than expressing anger, Ren Fan smiled wryly and inquired of the mentor, Is it true that Shengwu Academy has a regulation prohibiting 1st-year students from undertaking Earth-level tasks? The mentor hesitated, his sharp gaze serving as a warning for Ren Fan to refrain from causing a commotion. However, Ren Fan remained undeterred, for he was not one to silently endure injustice. The years when his talent had seemingly vanished had taught him to bear much more than he was willing to today. Although Shengwu Academy operated on the principle of strength, it was not as blatantly ruthless as the outside world. Moreover, Ren Fan did not believe himself to be weaker than Niu Hong, despite the significant gap of 3 tiers. He was confident that he could still hold his ground. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out from beyond the doors of the Xuanji Pavilion. There is no such regulation. Who dares? The mentor began, but before he could finish, several mentors had previously crossed her and faced dire consequences. With an air of authority, Yi Zixuan waved her hand dismissively. Enough of this nonsense. I have no time to waste. Quickly tell me, whose task is this? As she spoke, her delicate hand rested on Ren Fan's shoulder. That, of course, it belongs to this student, Ren Fan. The mentor forced a smile, though internally he was tormented by his predicament. Little did he know that Ren Fan was acquainted with Yi Zixuan. Had he been aware, he would never have dared to provoke him, even if given 1,000 chances. Niu Hong, too, recognized Yi Zixuan and was reluctant to provoke her, but he felt a sense of reluctance. Even a wounded martial artist is beyond his capabilities. Yi Zixuan was taken aback that this brash individual dared to retort. Just as she was about to scold him, Ren Fan gently tugged at her sleeve, pulling her back. Be quiet. Let me handle this. To the astonishment of all present, the famed little enchantress, Yi Zixuan, obediently retreated behind Ren Fan, prompting curious speculation about their relationship. Taking a step forward, Ren Fan addressed Niu Hong. Are you implying that your strength is sufficient to undertake this task? Niu Hong's coarse voice boomed with derision. Isn't that obvious? Do we really need to discuss the vast disparity in our abilities? Oh, perhaps you have not heard of the concept of fighting above one's tier. Ren Fan feigned a dismissive smile, intentionally provoking Niu Hong. Niu Hong, upon observing Ren Fan's disdainful expression, was indeed incensed, his face flushed with indignation. I challenge you. Will you accept? Thus commenced one of the most significant challenges in the Academy's history, marked by an unprecedented age disparity. For the 4th-year students represented the pinnacle of the institution. Should they fail to gain entry into the inner court, they would be forced to return whence they came. All eyes converged upon Ren Fan, eager to witness whether this first-place newcomer possessed the mettle to accept the challenge, or if he was merely a blustered. In truth, they yearned to see Ren Fan take a beating. None held him in high regard, driven instead by envy, as they too had once been freshmen. Who among them would not be envious of the top spot? Very well, I accept. In the midst of the crowd's scrutiny, Ren Fan readily acquiesced, seemingly unconcerned with Niu Hong. Yet, how could he not be concerned? Niu Hong's strength surpassed his own by 3 tiers, while Ren Fan was not intimidated. He would not underestimate his opponent, especially one not to be taken lightly. Let us proceed to the training platform. Niu Hong, incensed by Ren Fan's demeanor, thought to himself, you truly are unaware of your own limitations. Soon, I shall demonstrate just how foolish you are. Upon arriving at the training arena, Niu Hong stomped his foot, shattering several stones beneath him, and, leveraging his strength, leapt heavily onto the platform, bellowing a challenge to assert his dominance. Ren Fan, with a slight smirk, merely tapped his foot lightly, gliding onto the platform with the grace of a swallow. Ren Fan, go for it. I believe you will undoubtedly prevail. Although at least 1,000 spectators gathered below the platform, only one, Yi Zixuan, cheered for Ren Fan, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Yulan had long since received word of the event and arrived with her entourage, including Lin Xinhua, while Bai Ningjuan, who had previously aided Ren Fan, also made an appearance, observing from a distance with arms crossed. Furthermore, a notable figure known throughout the outer gates had arrived, Zhang Bei, a 3rd-year student and admirer of Yi Zixuan. Zhang Bei had heard whispers of the rumors surrounding Ren Fan and Yi Zixuan, but had not found the opportunity to confront Ren Fan until now. Lacking a suitable pretext, today he had come specifically to gauge the prowess of this freshman trial champion, the object of Zixuan's affection. As the two stood firm on the platform, Ren Fan calmly declared, Senior, I invite you to make the first move. Arrogant fool, you shall come to regret this. Niu Hong roared, smashing his foot into the ground, unleashing a torrent of yellow spiritual energy into his right fist, which he propelled towards Ren Fan with remarkable speed. His massive fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, descended ominously towards Ren Fan's head. With a scoff, Ren Fan gathered all his spiritual energy into his right fist in that fleeting moment. Fiery red energy flickered around his body, radiating a searing wave of heat as he retaliated with a powerful punch. The fists of both combatants collided fiercely in midair, sending ripples of energy cascading outward in layers. Suddenly, a resounding impact echoed, causing both individuals to stagger backward as they regained their footing. Onlookers beheld before Ren Fan a deep chasm, while his right arm hung limply, blood continuously dripping from it in contrast. Before Niu Hong lay a similarly profound ravine, yet his complexion appeared considerably better than Ren Fan's, his arms slightly bent, presenting an image that belied any injury. The moment Ren Fan chose to confront Niu Hong head-on, the crowd began to murmur their prayers on his behalf, for even those unfamiliar with Niu Hong could discern from a mere glance that he was an exceptionally formidable physical contender. While Ren Fan, by comparison, seemed frail and weak, hardly a match for Niu Hong. However, after this bout, the spectators began to regard Ren Fan with newfound respect. After all, despite the vast disparity in strength, his performance was commendable. Lin Xinhua, standing beside Yulan, gazed at Ren Fan on the stage, suddenly merging his image with that of the figure who had rescued her that fateful night. However, she quickly dismissed the notion. No, it could not possibly be him. Chapter 69. Niu Hong's surrender. Within Niu Hong's heart, a tempest raged. Following their clash, he realized that Ren Fan's physical strength and power were not in the slightest inferior to his own. If Ren Fan relied on such pills to engage him in a war of attrition, time would inevitably favor his opponent. After consuming a third-tier chi replenishing pill, Ren Fan's once depleted energy reservoir was instantaneously replenished. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the necklace around his neck emitted a dim glow, and the injuries on his arm healed almost instantaneously, restoring him to a condition akin to that of when he first took to the stage. Niu Hong's brow furrowed as he stomped his foot upon the ground, propelling himself into the air. His dark spiritual energy surged forth from his body, and he bellowed, 100 shadows breaking army fist. In an instant, his robust arms unleashed a flurry of punches, the sound of compressed air reverberating with each strike. With every punch thrown, a massive black spiritual energy fist materialized in the air. Moments later, the sky darkened, nearly obscured by the multitude of black fists. Go! Niu Hong shouted once more, as the countless spiritual energy fists descended upon Ren Fan like a collapsing sky. Each of those black fists, akin to cannonballs, bore down on Ren Fan's position, producing thunderous crashes. The martial arts platform, under such relentless assault, had already been reduced to ruins, billowing clouds of smoke obscuring Ren Fan's figure. Had he perished? I am unsure. Perhaps he has perished. With such a frenzied assault, he is undoubtedly beyond recognition. Run, Ren Fan. Gazing at the ruins, tears continuously welled in Yi Zixuan's beautiful eyes. Bai Ningjuan also exhibited a look of concern. Just moments ago, Niu Hong's strike, had it been directed at him, would have been no easy feat to withstand. Even if he managed to endure it, he would surely sustain severe injuries as the dust gradually settled. The first thing that appeared before the crowd was a large cauldron of deep green hue. Following that, a delicate visage enveloped in flames of crimson spiritual energy slowly emerged into view. Though dust clung to the face, it did little to diminish the audience's fascination. They watched as he gradually stored the cauldron in his storage ring and stepped forth from the debris. This person was none other than Ren Fan. Did you enjoy the fight? Ren Fan's icy voice resonated softly. In that moment, every mouth gaped in astonishment, including Jiang Bai's. Just moments ago, the tearful Yi Zixuan now broke into laughter. He could not fathom it. His previous attack had once defeated a grand martial artist by surprise. How could a mere third-tier opponent withstand such force? He muttered to himself, impossible, impossible, I refuse to believe. Yet, Ren Fan drew closer, declaring loudly, if you enjoyed the fight, now it's my turn. What do you say? As the words left his lips, his feet traced several arcs, and his figure became a blur. What astonishing speed, such remarkable agility. In an instant, praises erupted, while Jiang Bai, who had previously dismissed the Ren family, now bore a serious expression, murmuring, is this the Thousand Shadows step? How can this be possible? Bai Ningjuan. Was it true, as her sister claimed, that she had been mistaken? On stage, Ren Fan's figure had entirely transformed into a shadow of black, and Niu Hong, reliant on brute strength, found himself utterly at a loss. Unable to grasp Ren Fan, several times he attempted to seize Ren Fan with explosive force, only for Ren Fan to exploit the fleeting moment of weakness following Niu Hong's surge of power to deliver a resounding lesson. The pain radiating throughout his body drove Niu Hong to the brink of madness, as Ren Fan's fists, like a tempest, rained down upon him, eroding the last vestiges of his sanity. Yet, no matter how frantic his efforts, he could not grasp even a single hair from Ren Fan. I concede, Niohong's hoarse voice suddenly rang out to at that moment. Ren Fan also ceased his assault, his body slowly descending as he regarded Niohong, whose head was swollen and unrecognizable, and calmly inquired, "Is my strength sufficient?" "Enough, enough. I concede. I concede." Niohong hurriedly replied a few words, covering his face as he departed, utterly lacking the face to remain there any longer. Her face flushed. The onlookers were even more taken aback. When had they ever seen someone dare to touch the head of this little witch? And moreover, she did not protest, but instead blushed and bowed her head. "Thank you." Ren Fan smiled faintly. Although this little girl could be rather bothersome, he discovered over the days spent together that she was quite a decent person, regardless of what others called her. Witch or otherwise, she had been good to him. Just moments ago, when he was pummeled into the ruins by countless black energy fists, he was acutely aware of the situation outside and truly understood her sincerity towards him. "Come, let us return, and I shall treat you to something delicious." Without waiting for a response, Ren Fan clasped Yi Zixuan's hand and stood up to leave at that moment. Bai Ningjuan, emboldened, followed closely behind them, calling out, "Hey, Ren Fan, what delicious treats do you have? Count me in." Ren Fan chuckled and shook his head, recognizing that Bai Ningjuan was a friend worth having. Upon arriving at Ren Fan's courtyard, he carefully closed the door and entered the room, producing a third-tier qi replenishing pill before them. "Here, you can each take one. Come to me again when you've used them up." Bai Ningjuan and Yi Zixuan exchanged astonished glances, their surprise evident in their eyes. "Where did you get so many pills, especially third-tier ones, and the rarest among them, the qi replenishing pills?" Chapter 70, Encountering Mountain Bandits, Seeking Collections, Chapter 71. Journey to Fengyu. The voice of the heavenly elder echoed once more. "Silly boy, do not put away the Xiantian cauldron. Take advantage of its suppression to sprinkle your blood upon those 3 flying knives. They shall belong to you." Ren Fan nodded, applying slight pressure between his teeth. Causing his blood essence to surge forth, he spat out a mouthful, which fell upon the 3 flying knives. In just a moment, Ren Fan felt an almost imperceptible connection forming between himself and the knives. Once he had stored the Xiantian cauldron away, he willed the 3 flying knives to levitate. "What is happening?" Lin Xinhua looked utterly dejected. Ever since Ren Fan had produced that large cauldron, he felt his connection to the 3 knives had severed. By the time Ren Fan put the cauldron away, the knives had completely disobeyed him. "Go!" Ren Fan commanded sharply, and the 3 azure beams of light instantly sliced through the air. Lin Xinhua, devoid of a magic sword or the Xiantian cauldron, found his feeble weapon shattered by the flying knives, and he himself was pierced through the throat, meeting his demise. The remaining minions were easily dispatched by Ren Fan, who allowed his magic sword to taste blood before he grew disinterested in pursuing the rest. As the heavens pondered deeply, a voice emerged, resonant and deliberate. "In this world, weapons are classified into various ranks. The most commonplace of these are known as iron weapons, while above them lie spiritual weapons, rendering them exceedingly rare. Between these divine artifacts and the top-tier spiritual weapons of heavenly grade reside the pseudo-artifacts. Although they do not rival true divine artifacts, they surpass the top-tier spiritual weapons significantly, possessing their own spirit and the ability to execute autonomous attacks. The flying dagger you encountered earlier was endowed with a remarkably mature spirit, which is why it compelled you so." After gaining some understanding, Ren Fan realized that spiritual weapons of heavenly grade and above possess their own spirits, enabling them to launch independent assaults. His own Xiantian Ding also harbored a spirit, yet his own strength was insufficient to awaken it. Although Kong Yunze was injured, if a grand martial artist were present, his visit would be in vain, and could even jeopardize his own safety. Moreover, the inexplicable demise of numerous students from the Holy Martial Academy in that vicinity hinted at deeper mysteries. Thus, Ren Fan chose not to rush to Black Cloud Mountain. Instead, he ventured to Feng City, the most prosperous and information-rich locale in the entire Feng domain. Feng City serves as the political and economic nucleus of the Feng domain. Contrary to appearances, Feng City is not solely dominated by these 3 powers. Many hidden masters seldom reveal themselves, yet once the balance between factions is disrupted, they emerge to restore order. Towering above the city gates is a colossal stone-carved visage of a fearsome beast. While such tidings may occasionally be embellished, they are often quite reliable. On the 2nd floor of the fragrant pavilion, a table by the window was laid with a sumptuous feast, where Ren Fan leisurely sat, feigning indulgence in his drink while eavesdropping on the conversations of nearby patrons. Though the other tables were filled, the bustling atmosphere was not as populated as he had envisioned. After listening for a while, suddenly, A cacophony erupted from downstairs. A group of young individuals appeared to be embroiled in a heated dispute with the tavern's proprietor. Before long, the clamor drew nearer to the second floor, and shortly thereafter. Do you not comprehend? The young man, dressed in a casually draped azure robe, exuded an air of reckless abandon. In truth, his martial prowess barely reached the level of a martial artist, and judging by his age. He appeared to be around 18 or 19. The few companions trailing behind him were of similar strength. Wang, the proprietor, wore an expression of distress. Young Master Zhao, the elderly gentleman, just mentioned that a customer has occupied the last available seat. Since they have already arrived, am I to evict them? That would not be good for business. I care not for your so-called business ethics. Speak quickly. Who is the fool who has taken my seat? The individual referred to as Young Master Zhao bellowed. Young Master Zhao. Look, it is that person. Wang pointed toward the table where Ren Fan was seated. Very well. You may leave. Young Master Zhao remarked casually as he approached Ren Fan's table. Naturally, Ren Fan had overheard their exchange, but it was only when this so-called Young Master Zhao stood before him that he furrowed his brow slightly. Young Master Zhao, with the woman still in his left arm, slammed his right hand forcefully on Ren Fan's table, causing food and drink to scatter. Is it you who has occupied this young master's table? Since I am in a good mood, you may depart swiftly. Ren Fan slowly raised his head, fixing his cold gaze upon Young Master Zhao. This is a tavern. The first to arrive claims the seat. I occupied this table first, and I am halfway through my meal. How has it become yours? Moreover, you have just overturned my food and drink. I expect you to compensate for the entire table. Young Master Zhao seemed to find Ren Fan's words utterly ludicrous, feigning astonishment as he turned towards his followers. What did he just say? What do you mean by compensation? My hearing has been rather poor lately. Do repeat it for me. Young Master Zhao, he is requesting that you compensate for the table. One of his companions responded. Oh, is that so? Young Master Zhao suddenly overturned Ren Fan's table, spilling the food and drink across the floor. He then stepped forward, trampling the scattered dishes beneath his feet, and addressed Ren Fan. Now, I am displeased. Clean up the mess you made, and I shall allow you to leave today. Otherwise, you may leave your life here. The choice is yours. Chapter 72. The Feng Domain. Zhao Clan, seeking collection. Almost all the patrons upstairs had ceased their meals, some seated while others stood, observing the commotion involving Ren Fan. As the focal point of this altercation, Ren Fan's brow was tightly knitted. Rising slowly from his seat, he fixed a steely gaze upon the so-called Young Master Zhao and remarked coolly, "It appears you possess great confidence in the power that lies behind you." Ha ha ha. Indeed I do. Young Master Zhao dismissed Ren Fan entirely. Ren Fan nodded slightly, and instead of the anger that should have been etched upon his countenance, a gentle smile graced his lips. Those familiar with Ren Fan understood that such an expression was only displayed when he was exceedingly furious. However, he refrained from taking action, recognizing that it was prudent to avoid trouble in this realm of Fengyu, where hidden talents abounded. Provoking a powerful faction here could lead to dire consequences, and even the Academy would find it difficult to intervene on his behalf. Moreover, if he truly incited the wrath of such formidable forces, whether he could walk out unscathed remained a question. Clenching his fists tightly, Ren Fan continuously reminded himself of the purpose of his visit. Nevertheless, he remained rooted in place. What more do you desire? Young Master Zhao slowly turned around, his hand viciously squeezing the chest of the woman beside him, only ceasing when her breath became ragged. Wasn't I clear enough earlier? Lick the food off the floor clean before you leave, or you shall leave your life here. The glimmer of coldness in Ren Fan's eyes intensified, for he had already tolerated enough that day. Since the so-called Young Master Zhao was intent on courting death, he would oblige him. In a sudden eruption of fury, Ren Fan sprang into action. At such a close distance, employing the Thousand Shadow Step. He flashed forward with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the first-tier martial artist could barely react before Ren Fan's hand had already seized Young Master Zhao by the neck. In another heartbeat, Ren Fan had propelled him toward the window, speaking coolly, "Your surname is Zhao. Therefore, your background likely ties to the Zhao family, one of the three major factions in Fengyu. Am I correct? But what of it? I fear not death. Dou." Confronted with Ren Fan's sudden aggression, they were rendered powerless. In an instant, Ren Fan had leaped from the window, dragging Young Master Zhao into the street below, swiftly vanishing into the throng. Within the Zhao family hall, the patriarch, Zhao Shanhua, was in a furious uproar. "What? You worthless fools! I summoned you to accompany Xianjun for his protection, and yet he has been captured while you returned empty-handed. The few individuals accompanying young Master Zhao, including the woman, were now trembling on the ground, too fearful to utter a word. Bring them out and have them chopped up for the beasts, as Zhao Shanque decided the fate of these individuals. His expression remained impassive. He was long desensitized to the act of killing. The pleas of those doomed were of no consequence, and once they were dragged away, Zhao Shanque leaned back against his throne, his eyes narrowing. Who would have thought that someone in this venue would dare to lay hands on my son, and a mere martial artist at that? Truly, they overestimate their own capabilities. After a moment of self-reflection, he suddenly bellowed, "Summon the 8 great kings." As his command echoed, the entrance was not graced by the usual lackeys, but by a middle-aged man sporting a goatee, who entered the hall with a deliberate gait, slowly uttering, "Patriarch, you mustn't." Upon seeing this individual, Zhao Shanque's languid demeanor vanished entirely. He sprang to his feet, descending from his platform to assist the man. The master of the house pondered, "This matter appears to be far from simple. Anyone who ventures into the Feng domain would surely refrain from provoking our Zhao family lightly. That I suspect there are hidden currents at play. That I propose that we do not directly deploy the 8 great warriors. Instead, let us first send some esteemed martial artists to probe the depths of the situation." The middle-aged man spoke with an air of calm. Zhao Shanque was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle, what about your son?" The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly and reassured him, "Do not worry. They did not terminate Xianjun on the spot, but rather abducted him. Until they achieve their goals, they will not harm him. You need not fret. I shall oversee everything." However, several hundred miles away in a mountain overlooking Feng City, Zhao Xianjun found himself in a predicament that starkly contrasted with the old man's words. Ren Fan had bound Zhao Xianjun tightly and was preparing to cast him into an abyss. The Zhao family's elite had long since mobilized and were now racing towards Ren Fan's escape route. "In that case, let you meet your demise." With that, he kicked Zhao Xianjun forcefully in the back, disregarding his pleas for mercy, leaving only the echoes of Zhao Xianjun's cries as he plummeted into the void. At this moment, Ren Fan tidied the grass beneath him and concealed himself behind a massive rock, suppressing his aura. If anyone were to pass by this stone, it would undoubtedly serve as the perfect ambush point. You must have heard that tremendous sound. At the foot of the mountain, 3 first-tier martial artists exchanged glances. Was that the young master's voice? It must be. Hurry, let us go see. They hastened down the mountain. And upon reaching the foot, they were met only with a gruesome mass of flesh and Zhao Xianjuan's torn garments. What? How did the young master die? Who could have done this? The eldest among them, a white-bearded elder, was taken aback. With Zhao Xianjun dead, they knew there would be dire consequences upon their return. Capturing the true culprit was their only hope of alleviating their guilt. Yang Gongfeng, what should we do? The other 2 looked at the elder, who was now beside himself with panic. Recalling Zhao Shanque's wrath made them tremble uncontrollably. Yang Gongfeng, though advanced in age, maintained a level head. "Here is the plan, Zhou Gongfeng. You gather the young master's remains, while son Gongfeng and I will hasten to the mountaintop to pursue the assailant. He likely has fled far." After nodding in agreement, from Ren Fan's perspective, 2 figures gradually emerged in his line of sight, an elder and a middle-aged man, who were none other than Yang Gongfeng and Sun Gongfeng. Upon reaching the summit, they did not dare to pause. Tirelessly searching the area, the 2 split up, having received word prior that the one who had abducted the young master was a 3rd-tier martial artist. They believed such an opponent posed no real threat. Thus they searched independently. Chapter 73. 1 against 2, seeking support. Ren Fan quietly concealed himself behind the massive rock, holding his breath and concentrating as he awaited the approaching footsteps that at last. He heard footsteps drawing near, but they were hurried and oblivious to the peril lurking behind the boulder. The 3 counterfeit divine flying daggers had long been poised in Ren Fan's hands. As Sun Gongfeng turned his head, the 3 azure daggers had already embedded themselves into his throat, leaving him no time to utter even a scream. However, a peculiar connection seemed to exist among the 3 Gongfengs. As soon as Sun Gongfeng fell, a silver arc of spiritual energy descended from the sky, followed closely by the rapid approach of the white-haired Yang Gongfeng. "You wretched scoundrel, not only have you slain the young master of the Zhao family, but you have also killed one of our Gongfengs. Such crimes are utterly unforgivable." The old man bellowed, unleashing another silver arc of light. Ren Fan executed the 1,000 traces step, his form transforming into a shadowy blur, evading the 2 arcs of silver energy that sliced through the air in vain. While dodging, he hurled the 3 azure daggers into the air, directing them towards 3 vulnerable spots on Yang Gongfeng's defense. Yang Gongfeng was taken aback. He He had never witnessed such exquisite flying dagger technique, capable of sending 3 daggers in different directions simultaneously. Unbeknownst to him, these daggers were counterfeit divine artifacts, now endowed with a spirit that allowed for autonomous attack. Without a moment's hesitation, relying on years of experience, Yang Gongfeng rolled 3 times, narrowly avoiding the dagger's direct strike, though he still bore a superficial wound. Just as Yang Gongfeng regained his footing, still shaken, the 3 daggers were upon him once more. After their initial encounter, he understood the extraordinary nature of these daggers and dared not let his guard down, focusing all his attention on them. Meanwhile, Ren Fan had already surged forward, his demonic sword racing towards Yang Gongfeng's heart. Only as the sword neared did Yang Gongfeng react, managing to evade the lethal blow to his heart, though the sword embedded itself in his right arm. What he did not anticipate was the sword's thirst for blood. The moment it pierced, his right arm withered. A seasoned veteran of the Feng domain, Yang Gongfeng was ruthless with himself, with a surge of spiritual energy. He grasped his right arm, and with a scream, he forcibly severed it. That moment, Zhou Gongfeng finally arrived at the mountaintop. The first scene that greeted him was Yang Gongfeng's moment of dismemberment. Dropping the burden that contained Zhao Xinjuan's corpse, Zhou Gongfeng brandished a blood-red spear and charged at Ren Fan. Ren Fan, sensing the shift, commanded the 3 flying daggers to target Zhou Gongfeng's vital points. Zhou Gongfeng, beware of the flying daggers, Yang Gongfeng shouted urgently, pivoting to unleash a flurry of rapid kicks. Though wounded, as a first-tier Grand Martial Master, his strength was formidable, compelling Ren Fan to evade the tempestuous onslaught of kicks. Zhou Gongfeng initially dismissed the 3 flying daggers as inconsequential, yet it was only upon their actual flight that he recognized their formidable prowess. His spear, a serendipitous acquisition of a mid-tier mysterious-grade spiritual weapon, usually served him well in battle. However, during this encounter, a mere clash with the daggers inflicted a profound groove upon the spear's shaft. With each subsequent collision, the indentation deepened further. By the 5th strike, the once mighty spear lay shattered. It dawned on Zhou Gongfeng that these flying daggers vastly surpassed his weapon in lethality. Yet, he had no time for contemplation, for the daggers were mercilessly relentless, offering him no respite. As the last attack subsided, another swiftly followed, targeting him with malicious precision, rendering his defense a frantic struggle, especially with his weapon now in ruins. Meanwhile, Ren Fan found himself locked in combat with Yang Gongfeng. Despite his injuries, Yang Gongfeng fought with unwavering ferocity. To Ren Fan's astonishment, he struggled to gain the upper hand against the severely wounded Yang Gongfeng, marveling at the extraordinary resilience of a first-tier grand martial artist. Nevertheless, Ren Fan remained unperturbed, for Yang Gongfeng was equally at a standstill against him. With a plethora of third-tier energy replenishing pills stored within his ring, he felt no fear of attrition. Thus, leveraging the advantages of flying daggers and elixirs, Ren Fan managed to hold his ground against the 2 first-tier grand martial artists in a deadlock. As time slipped away, Ren Fan remained vibrant and full of energy, exhibiting no signs of depletion. Yang Gongfeng, noticing this, recognized that Ren Fan had consumed several energy-replenishing pills, igniting a twinge of jealousy within him. Initially, he had planned to exhaust Ren Fan with his superior spiritual energy, but now, in an instant, he bellowed, "Silver Dragon Crescent Slash!" A silver crescent of spiritual energy cleaved through the air towards Ren Fan, shattering the rocky terrain in its wake, sending shockwaves across the space. Sensing the overwhelming energy fluctuations, Ren Fan understood that this first-tier grand martial artist's full-force strike was no trifling matter, rendering his own techniques inadequate for a counter. Thus, an obsidian green cauldron materialized before him, serving as a shield. With a resonant cry, Ren Fan felt a surge of blood and qi within his chest. The Xiantian cauldron absorbed all the spiritual damage, yet the residual force from the clash with Yang Gongfeng's technique was still enough to leave him reeling. In Yang Gongfeng's eyes, Ren Fan appeared engulfed by the explosive silver light, a smirk of triumph curling upon his lips. "You foolish boy, you're not quite ready to challenge me," he laughed heartily. However, as the silver light dissipated, Ren Fan emerged unscathed, a smile gracing his face. "Old fool, is your spiritual energy spent? You, how is this possible?" Yang Gongfeng retreated in disbelief, as Ren Fan had astutely observed. That last strike had nearly drained him of all his spiritual energy. "Now, it's my turn." Ren Fan, naturally, did not show any mercy. Gripping the magical sword tightly, his figure flickered past, a splash of fresh blood erupted, and Yang Gongfeng lay lifeless. Chapter 74. The transformation of the martial body upon witnessing Yang Gongfeng's demise. Zhou Gongfeng's mind was thrown into chaos. Devoid of any fighting spirit, he turned to flee, but 3 flying daggers were not to be trifled with, encircling him completely. Ren Fan soared forward, the Tianma sword in his hand moving erratically, up and down, left and right. With the combined assault of the flying daggers and Ren Fan's dual strikes, Zhou Gongfeng, having lost all will to fight, stood no chance. After more than a dozen exchanges, he was pierced in the forehead by a sword from the Ren family. "I owe you my gratitude," Ren Fan exclaimed, kissing one of the flying daggers. I don't even know your name. From now on, I shall call you Qi Feng." As Ren Fan took a couple of steps forward, he suddenly felt a pang of pressure in his dantian. He quickly sat down, cross-legged. At that moment, spiritual energy surged wildly through his meridians, akin to a river on the verge of overflowing. Could it be that another breakthrough was upon him? Suppressing his astonishment, Ren Fan meticulously guided the chaotic influx of spiritual energy into his body. At this moment, his dantian resembled a basin filled to the brim. Though it was full, the water continued to pour in, causing excess energy to spill over and frantically collide within his meridians. Ren Fan howled in agony, the pain emanating from his dantian nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Suddenly, he heard a cracking sound from within his body. Alarmed, he focused inward to his dantian, only to discover a fine crack had formed on its once smooth surface. Damn it! Ren Fan cursed silently, unaware of the reason behind this internal upheaval. The dantian was the foundation of cultivation. Nor to witness the sneering faces of the vile. With desperation, Ren Fan endeavored to mobilize the long-sway scripture to mend the fissure in his dantian. Yet there was no progress. He attempted to use the necklace around his neck for repair. "Simply accept it with composure." The long-absent voice of Ling Tianzhong resounded once more, followed by the voice of Tian Lao. "Old fellow, you have finally awakened." Ling Tianzhong exclaimed in surprise. "Heavens, it's you. I didn't even notice." Thus, the 2 elders began to converse jovially within Ren Fan's body, oblivious to the torment he was enduring. The rupture of his dantian, coupled with the increasing influx of external spiritual energy, intensified the agony to a level akin to being skinned alive. Ren Fan's throat convulsed, emitting a discordant sound, as beads of sweat the size of pearls cascaded from his forehead, his face contorted in excruciating pain, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Ren Fan suddenly let out a loud cry, and within him, a faint cracking sound echoed once more. At that moment, the agony that had plagued Ren Fan dissipated entirely. He turned his inward gaze to his dantian, only to discover that it had vanished, replaced by an ethereal figure resembling a miniature version of himself. If magnified for closer inspection, the tiny being's features mirrored Ren Fan's own, yet its entire form was devoid of color, transparent to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Puzzled, Ren Fan inquired of the 2 elderly figures conversing within him. "Esteemed sirs, what has become of my dantian? Are you foolish? This is merely the first stage. The transformation of Dan into a being. Now, when you wield your spiritual power, this little figure within you will mimic your every movement, effectively doubling the potency of your energy," replied Ling Tianzhong slowly. Ren Fan could hardly believe it. He decided to test this newfound capability by employing the yellow-rank superior martial technique, the Mighty Mountain Fist, a technique he had scarcely utilized since learning it. He unleashed a powerful punch, and a fist of earthy yellow spiritual energy struck fiercely against the mountainside, causing the rocks to shatter as though an earthquake had erupted. Yet, what astonished Ren Fan even more was the realization that the energy he had just unleashed was of an earthy hue. An acquired martial body lacks a singular attribute, yet encompasses countless variations. The attribute of the martial technique you employ is the one that manifests. It is akin to a mirror. Whatever color light you cast upon it will be reflected back. Ling Tianzhong's voice resonated once more. Ren Fan paused, intending to pose another question, but Ling Tianzhong interrupted. "Do not inquire further. I must return to my slumber. Should you have queries, direct them to old Tian." Once dawned, it allows you to alter your appearance at will, even confounding the keenest eyes of a martial sovereign. Old Tian's voice resonated softly before fading into silence once more. Ren Fan retrieved the 1,000-change mask from the storage ring. Initially, although the city seemed chaotic, the crowds were relatively relaxed. However, upon his second arrival, a palpable tension enveloped Feng City, with posters emblazoned with Ren Fan's likeness plastered throughout, accompanied by bounties that promised a reward of 10,000 gold coins and a superior-grade profound martial technique to anyone who could capture him and deliver him to the Zhao family. In a bustling tea house, Ren Fan sat casually, awaiting the arrival of the tea served by the young attendant. As the attendant presented the beverage, Ren Fan discreetly slipped a gold ingot into his hand, eliciting a beaming smile from the young man. Seizing the moment, Ren Fan inquired, "Pray tell, do you know if there are any purveyors of information around here?" "Esteemed guest, you have indeed asked the right person. Money is not an issue." With that, he pressed another gold ingot into the attendant's palm, urging, "Quickly, do tell me where I might find this informant." The attendant's face blossomed with joy. There was no reason to withhold the information. "Fear not, esteemed guest. This individual frequents our humble establishment daily around noon for 3 cups of tea. It should be nearly time now." No sooner had the attendant finished speaking than a middle-aged man clad in black, with a sallow complexion, entered the tea house that he ambled in, casually selecting a table before sitting down firmly. "Young man, the usual." The attendant nudged Ren Fan. "What a coincidence. Just as we were speaking of him, he has arrived. He is known here as the peddler of knowledge." Ren Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Once the attendant departed, he rose and approached the table where the peddler of knowledge sat, slowly taking a seat opposite him. "May I inquire if you're indeed the peddler of knowledge? Could this individual be mute? If so, how could he possibly sell information?" Despite his curiosity, Ren Fan refrained from questioning further, understanding that many gifted individuals possess idiosyncrasies. Disrupting such peculiarities could hinder any future assistance they might offer. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned with 3 large bowls of tea. The man showed no inclination to savor the beverage. Gulping down all 3 bowls in quick succession, he then gestured towards the outside, indicating something to Ren Fan, before rising and turning to leave. Ren Fan followed closely behind until they reached a secluded and modest alleyway. It was there that the man finally spoke. "Brothers, come forth." At his commanding call, 5 or 6 dozen individuals emerged in an instant, prompting Ren Fan to instinctively tighten his fists, surveying his surroundings with caution. The abilities of these beggars were no trifling matter. They were all martial artists of the 7th rank or higher, with 2 formidable grandmasters among them. Observing Ren Fan's wary demeanor, the peddler of knowledge chuckled. "There's no need to be alarmed. My friend, we act this way out of concern that you might take our information without payment and simply depart, or worse, eliminate us to silence any witnesses." Ren Fan nodded in understanding. Their approach was indeed justifiable. After all, those in the business of information often tread upon treacherous grounds, potentially uncovering matters best left undisclosed. "I seek comprehensive intelligence regarding Kong Yunze and his faction," Ren Fan stated calmly. The beggar known as Bai Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Yet it was indeed Kong Yunze of Black Cloud Mountain. "Precisely," Ren Fan replied candidly. Bai Xiao nodded and commanded someone to present a piece of intelligence to Ren Fan, declaring that it contained all he knew. "However, I advise you to refrain from provoking this individual. Just a few days ago, a master of the 5th rank in martial arts sought information about Kong Yunze from us, only to later learn that he has met his demise." Ren Fan clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the warning, but I must undertake this journey." With that, he paid and took his leave. Black Cloud Mountain is but a minor spur amidst the vast mountain ranges in the eastern part of Fengyu, surrounded by a level plain. While the plain may not be extensive, it is home to several small cities, thus contributing to the wealth of Black Cloud Mountain, which has made it a coveted territory among various factions. At the foot of the mountain, a group was reluctantly transporting ordinary carts laden with goods up the slopes. Adopting the guise of a hunter, Ren Fan chanced upon them on the mountain path. The individuals, seeing Ren Fan obstructing their path, displayed increasing impatience. One stepped forward and shoved Ren Fan, exclaiming, "You wretched hunter, step aside. You're delaying the transport time for Lord Kong as provisions. Are you prepared to face his wrath?" Ren Fan remained unfazed, scratching his head and producing several gold ingots from his breast pocket, which he placed in the hands of the transporters, feigning a simple demeanor as he said, "These are the treasures my ancestors bequeathed to me. Today, I offer them to you, and I kindly ask you to escort me to Lord Kong's stronghold. It is my heartfelt wish." Upon seeing the gold, the transporters softened their stance. All right. We understand that a country bumpkin like you hasn't seen much of the world. Once we arrive, just don't wander about aimlessly. Stick with the convoy and observe. If you stray into the wrong place and Lord Kong takes offense, we'll be the ones to suffer." Ren Fan smiled amiably and agreed, following behind the convoy and assisting with the carts. After a few hours, they finally arrived at the entrance of the stronghold. The entrance was constructed like a towering city gate. For Ren Fan, it was of little concern. After undergoing thorough inspection at the entrance, Ren Fan and the others were granted entry. Upon stepping through the grand gates, they found themselves in a bustling enclave. Upon reaching the granary, Ren Fan seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretext of a brief respite from the grain transport team. Stealthily, he made his way to the rear of a patrol unit. Incapacitating the last soldier and donning his uniform, he further transformed his appearance with a changing mask, seamlessly blending in as he trailed behind the patrol. Thus, after a day of shadowing the patrol through the Black Cloud stronghold, Ren Fan had thoroughly familiarized himself with every corner of the fortress. He had also discerned the location of Kong Yunza's secluded domain, though he had not ventured inside. This knowledge would greatly facilitate his actions later that night. Ren Fan's intentions were to circumvent the notice of the stronghold's other inhabitants, discreetly eliminating Kong Yunza. Should he rouse the attention of the others, despite his considerable skills, navigating an unfamiliar terrain could prove perilous, potentially leading to his own demise. In the grand hall of the Black Cloud stronghold, Kong Yunza sat imposing upon his throne, his gaze fierce and predatory as he fixated on the individuals kneeling before him. Coldly, he declared, "Today, I have just begun to recover from my injuries, having recently emerged from seclusion, that I have been informed by my strategist that Qing Shantown dares to withhold tribute, emboldened by the emergence of a ninth-tier martial artist. Indeed, the individual in question bears the surname Jin, given name Jiang Yuan. His prowess has reached the ninth tier, and he has long exploited his strength to frequently shortchange us on supplies. Now, upon learning of your injuries, inform the strategist to mobilize the troops. I shall personally lead the army to attack Qing Shantown. It seems that in the absence of action, they have forgotten the extent of my capabilities." As Kong Yunza rose from his seat, his voice boomed, startling those below who were already as jittery as startled birds. Following his command, messengers were dispatched. The sky had darkened, and while launching an assault at night was indeed questionable. The denizens of the Black Cloud stronghold were bandits, notorious for their nocturnal raids and unsavory deeds. Ren Fan, who had been lurking in the guise of a patrolling soldier, overheard the impending assault on Qingshan Town. Aimed at punishing the ninth-tier martial artist, Jin Jiang Yuan, his heart leapt with joy. This was a fortuitous opportunity. He had been pondering how to take action, and now the moment had arrived. Kong Yunza's injuries were likely still not fully healed, and his audacity to confront Jiang Yuan was likely bolstered solely by his overwhelming power. After a thorough analysis, Ren Fan resolved to follow along that night, seeking a suitable moment to eliminate Kong Yunza. Success seemed attainable. Once Kong Yunza was eliminated, the remaining individuals would merely be a disorganized rabble. The city gates of Qingshan Town posed no challenge for Ren Fan. In a mere flash, he arrived at Jin Zhengyuan's residence. Recognizing such a rare opportunity, he promptly informed the other oppressed towns, intending to unite against the Black Cloud stronghold. The towns were not far apart, and upon hearing the news, they hurried to Qingshan Town to discuss strategies. With Ren Fan participating in the deliberations, Ren Fan addressed the assembly, saying, "Esteemed elders, you may place your trust in me. I am a disciple of the Holy Martial Academy. Due to the unfortunate demise of many of our disciples in the territories governed by the Black Wind Mountain, I have been assigned a special mission to take the head of that old villain, Kong Yunza. This is an official task token from the Holy Martial Academy, which cannot be forged. Please, have a look." After presenting the task token for their inspection, they felt reassured. Jin Zhengyuan spoke. "Shall we then gather the forces of our 4 towns in a united front to resist the army of that scoundrel Kong Yunza?" "I concur," another replied. "Indeed, we must act swiftly. Let us assemble in Qingshan Town." The crowd chimed in, discussing the plan. Yet, Ren Fan inwardly shook his head, contemplating. "Esteemed elders, although our numbers are considerable, they lack refinement. Engaging in direct combat may not yield an advantage. Rather than waiting here to be struck, I propose we take the initiative and set an ambush. Once they suffer significant casualties, we can strike, making our task much easier." Upon hearing his words, the assembly unanimously agreed and selected the optimal ambush site at Huyuko. The terrain at Huyuko featured steep cliffs on both sides, with only a narrow pathway in between. An ambush here would surely inflict heavy losses upon the enemy. The towns, driven by fear, poised to strike once the rolling logs and stones were unleashed. Around the third watch of the night, distant flickers of light appeared, and shortly thereafter, the army of the Black Cloud stronghold emerged before them. Led by Kong Yunze himself, the troops marched with a reckless confidence, displaying no semblance of a battle-ready force. Upon reaching Huyu, they hesitated not a moment and advanced straight in, utterly dismissing the notion that the so-called commoners would dare to ambush them. As half of the army entered, Ren Fan bellowed. Now, suddenly, flames erupted from both sides of the cliffs, followed by the ominous sound of tumbling stones, and soon, the air was filled with the chilling cries of the wounded below. Kong Yunze was taken aback, and with a swift glance, he discerned that the situation was amiss. With a mighty flourish of his large blade, he prioritized his own escape, disregarding the others. Ren Fan pointed down the mountain, exclaiming, "Look quickly, that wielder of the great sword is none other than Kong Yunze. You four possess formidable strength. Let us together hurl some rolling logs and thunderstones at him, even if we cannot slay him. We may provoke his old wounds, making it considerably easier for us to engage him later." The four nodded in agreement, and under Ren Fan's lead, a massive boulder was cast downwards. The stone, infused with spiritual energy, plummeted from such a height that upon impact, its force rivaled that of a full-powered strike from a 9th-tier martial artist. The remaining four followed suit, and as Kong Yunze, who was initially fleeing, suddenly noticed a boulder hurtling towards him from above, he dared not hesitate. With a flick of his blade, he deflected the boulder aside. However, its power exceeded his expectations, and in a moment of carelessness, the wound on his chest burst open anew. Before he could respond, another boulder descended with great force. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Kong Yunze swung his blade once more to block it. As one hoof of his steed crossed the threshold, Kong Yunze was secretly rejoicing when Ren Fan, alongside Jin Jiayuan and another town chief named Qian Xiangtian, formed a line at the exit. With a swing of his blade, he coldly declared, "So it is you too. How bold you are to ambush me, Kong Yunze. Today, I shall send you to meet the king of hell." Ren Fan, however, raised a hand and said, Hold on, Kong Yunze, do you still remain so arrogant? Do you truly think we cannot see that your old wounds have resurfaced? Continuing this fight will only be detrimental to you. Who is this nameless brat?" Enveloping it in a pale yellow aura of spiritual energy, leaping forward, he aimed a fierce strike at Jin Jianyuan. Jin Jianyuan, not daring to be careless, had his long spear at the ready, infused with spiritual energy and glowing with a blood-red radiance. Engaging fiercely in combat, true to his reputation as a local bandit leader, his swordplay was masterful, and he deftly transformed peril into safety on several occasions, even managing to injure both Qian Xiangtian and Jin Jianyuan. Instead, it was Kong Yunze, who initially held disdain for the third-tier martial artist Ren Fan, that found himself constantly at a disadvantage due to Ren Fan's relentless pursuit. Nevertheless, Ren Fan had not mastered any notable sword techniques. While he could contend with Kong Yunze in terms of skill, he was far from being a match when it came to the finesse of swordplay. The wound on Kong Yunze's body was bleeding profusely, and he felt as though each time Ren Fan's short blade drew near to his weapon's shaft, the blood from his injury flowed even more heavily, as if it were being siphoned away. At first, he dismissed it as mere illusion, but after several encounters, he was convinced of its reality, realizing that he could not afford to delay any longer. Should his old injury fully resurface, it would spell his doom. Kong Yunze discreetly circulated his spiritual energy within. The originally pale yellow blade suddenly radiated a brilliant yellow light. Seizing the moment, he executed a series of powerful swings with his large sword, culminating in a forceful slash that produced a deafening buzz, manifesting as 3 radiant arcs of blade light that swept through the air, kicking up countless grains of sand and stones, accompanied by faint explosive sounds, should one attempt to withstand such an attack. Upon witnessing the soaring blade light that reached several zhang in height, resembling the moon descending upon the mortal realm, they momentarily lost their composure. Ren Fan shook his head slightly, realizing that these two were unreliable, seemed almost inconsequential. Yet, upon contact, they instantaneously dissipated into nothingness, causing the 3 flying knives to plummet to the ground. The power of the artifact stemmed from the user's spiritual energy, and with that last strike, Ren Fan's own energy was expended, leaving the flying knives devoid of support as they fell, their brilliance dimmed. Most astonished was Kong Yunze. He had unleashed his ultimate technique, one that had once caught even a 5th-tier grand martial artist off guard and led to their demise. Yet it was met head-on by a mere 3rd-tier martial artist. Suppressing his surprise, he understood that now was not the time for contemplation. He swiftly turned, gripping his large sword, and fled. Ren Fan carelessly shoved a third-tier energy-replenishing pill into his mouth. While the demon sword in his hand faintly emanated a sanguine glow, seemingly yearning for Kong Yun's blood, did he think this was his home, able to come and go as he pleased? As he sensed the rapidly diminishing distance between himself and Ren Fan, anxiety crept into his heart. He called out desperately, "Young friend, do not pursue. We bear no grudge against one another. Why must you act thus? If you spare me, I shall willingly offer my lifetime savings. No grudge," Ren Fan scoffed. "What enmity do you share with the Sacred Martial Academy?" At the mention of the Sacred Martial Academy, Kong Yun's body stiffened. Yet, he found it perplexing that Ren Fan's every strike was exceedingly cunning and ruthless, bearing the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, far removed from the delicate and ineffectual individuals he had previously encountered. Kong Yunza understood that explanations would be futile. The enmity between himself and the Holy Martial Academy could not be articulated merely with words. With a surge of determination, he abruptly turned, fixing a cold glare upon Ren Fan. "You insolent brat, since you insist on pressing me, I shall make it so that even in death, you shall pay the price." With that proclamation, Kong Yunza discarded his great blade, tore open his garments. Revealing his chest. To Ren Fan's astonishment, he discovered a grievous wound that cleaved across his abdomen, from which blood gushed forth incessantly. A fierce glint flashed in Kong Yun's eyes as he placed his hands upon the wound and, with a sudden tug, he tore it open even further, managing to suppress any cries of agony. His entrails spilled forth, enveloping him in a crimson haze. Suddenly, Kong Yunza laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha." He then bellowed, "Blood-sealing technique. Samsara of the underworld." At the very moment his voice echoed, a simultaneous voice resonated within Ren Fan's mind, urging, "Ren Fan, quickly summon the Xiantian cauldron and place yourself beneath it." Ren Fan dared not hesitate. However, as he produced the Xiantian cauldron, the space surrounding him transformed into a dismal grade. He hastily attempted to channel his spiritual power to secure himself beneath the cauldron, only to realize that he could not summon even the slightest trace of energy. Instantly, from the once ethereal gray expanse, countless blood crystal blades descended violently from above. With no time for further hesitation, Ren Fan dove beneath the Xiantian cauldron. Yet, while it successfully blocked the onslaught from above, it could not shield him from the blades that pierced in at angles. Thud, thud, thud. Without any spiritual energy to defend him, even the venerable Tian Lao was powerless to assist, leaving him to endure the piercing of those blood crystal blades into his body. Compelling him to draw a sharp breath, as he cautiously turned his head, he found his body riddled with gaping wounds. However, thanks to the protective necklace around his neck, these wounds were healing at a sluggish pace. Ren Fan lay there, utterly still. Any motion would provoke excruciating pain. At that moment, a feeble voice echoed in his mind. "Ren Fan, to save you, I have expended a considerable amount of my life essence. I must now focus on recuperation and may not be able to assist you further." Ren Fan inquired with his consciousness. "Tian Lao, what transpired earlier? Why was I unable to harness my spiritual power?" Commonly referred to as a forbidden art, such arts are invariably cruel, often exacting a toll of either lifespan or life itself. In this instance, Kong Yunja sacrificed his own life to invoke this forbidden technique, briefly sealing off a portion of space. Within this confined realm, you were rendered incapable of wielding spiritual power, while simultaneously facing assaults from blood blades forged from his own flesh. Ordinarily, once this forbidden technique is activated, the victim is doomed to perish. Yet fortune smiled upon you, as you had me and the Xiantian Ding to safeguard your life. Ren Fan nodded in acknowledgement, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. For the scene he had just witnessed felt akin to the apocalypse. Shortly thereafter, Tian Lao succumbed to slumber, leaving Ren Fan to repose in silence, patiently awaiting the restoration of his necklace as dawn broke. The group collectively shuddered in sympathy for Ren Fan's harrowing ordeal. Within the opulent confines of the Jin residence in Qingshan Town, Ren Fan lay upon a lavish bed, having been carried here by Jin Jingyuan's subordinates. He had been resting for approximately 3 days, and his injuries had nearly healed. Sitting up, Ren Fan summoned Jin Jingyuan, clarified his identity, and requested the head of Kong Yunja, preparing to take his leave. Despite Jin Jingyuan's repeated entreaties for Ren Fan to linger a few more days, Ren Fan, preoccupied with his own matters, declined to stay any longer and departed from Qingshan Town under their watchful gaze. "I demand a thorough inquiry within 3 days. Otherwise, those tasked with the investigation shall accompany my son in death," Zhao Shanqua's rage was palpable, his voice resonating with madness. Ren Fan soon ventured into the depths of the primordial forest. His insistence on undertaking this terrestrial-level mission was driven by another motive: the impending inter-academy competition in 3 months. The academy mandated that first-year students must independently complete a terrestrial-level task to qualify for participation in the event. As Ren Fan traversed normally, he abruptly halted, sensing the presence of 3 individuals who materialized around him, encircling him in the center. These 3 appeared to be relatively young, likely fellow students from the academy. Ren Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I see. Before I meet my demise, I truly wish to ascertain who harbors the desire for my death. Yulan, the esteemed leader of the Yu clan, you must be aware. Upon our return to the sect, we could ascend to the status of elders, which would indeed be a most advantageous outcome. The man in the blood-red robe chuckled. The figure clad in black addressed the red-robed individual. Jiang Shixiao, why waste words on him? Let us swiftly resolve this matter. I yearn to return and embrace my beloved. Very well, since Li Shidi can hardly contain himself. Lu Shidi, let us proceed together. Jiang Shixiao emphasized the final syllable, signaling their intent to engage. The 3, unarmed, relied on their superior cultivation to dismiss Ren Fan entirely, each employing their individual strengths. Jiang Shixiao excelled in speed, attempting to withstand Ren Fan's front with sheer velocity. Li Shidi specialized in hand techniques, his fists coalescing as a chilling, pale blue spiritual energy emanated from him, revealing him to be a practitioner of ice attributes. Lu Shidi was adept in leg techniques, unleashing a powerful kick from a distance, enveloped in earthy-toned spiritual energy in the face of their onslaught. Ren Fan remained composed. To be frank, none of these 3 were on par with the formidable Niu Hong he had bested at the academy. During his journey through Fengyu, he had vanquished 4 Grand Martial Masters, and had indeed engaged in real combat with them. The trifling 5th-tier martial masters before him were hardly worthy of his consideration, rendering their attacks completely futile. Even Jiang Shixiao, who prided himself on his swiftness, found his efforts effortlessly countered by Ren Fan. A frost settled upon Jiang Shixiang's countenance, while the expressions of the other 2 were equally grim. It appeared they had been toyed with. 3 individuals, each 2 levels above Ren Fan, had simultaneously struck, yet failed so easily to connect. Should their fellow disciples witness this, how could they maintain their standing at the Sacred Martial Academy? Fearing that a protracted standoff might yield unforeseen complications, thus, the 3 gathered together, weaving intricate hand seals. Ren Fan let out a cold chuckle. Since they sought a quick resolution, he would not be remiss in his response. He had once perused ancient texts that stated 2 different attributes of spiritual energy cannot be simultaneously harnessed. However, legendary figures of yore had managed to unleash martial techniques of contrasting attributes simultaneously, albeit requiring immense mental acuity and precise balance between the 2 forces. The martial technique unleashed in this manner, due to the balance between 2 distinct attributes of spiritual energy, would inevitably be compromised by the rapidity of its motion post-release. Once this equilibrium is disrupted, the force of the ensuing collision becomes incalculable. Ren Fan is acutely aware that his physique can adeptly handle any attribute, and at present, he possesses martial skills of 2 specific attributes, one being fire, represented by the phoenix fire and the dragon's essence, and the other being earth, exemplified by a superior yellow-tier technique he had previously mastered, the fierce mountain fist. Previous battles had been so intense that Ren Fan had consistently resorted to his signature skills. A flicker of flame gradually emerged, growing larger until it transformed into a lengthy fire dragon. In stark contrast, Ren Fan's right hand harnessed the raw power of the fierce mountain fist. A colossal, yellow-hued spiritual fist shadow materialized. Eventually, Ren Fan cautiously brought his hands together, fully aware of the formidable power at his disposal. However, should he fail to maintain balance, the consequences could be dire. The trio before him employed a combined martial technique from the Xianling sect, wherein their collective strength, once fused, would multiply exponentially, equating to 6 individuals' worth of power. A single strike from 6 5th-tier martial artists converging would be a force even a grand martial artist would hesitate to confront head-on. Upon completing their intricate hand seals, the 6 hands collided with tremendous force, causing the ancient trees of the primordial forest to tremble beneath the strain. Several surrounding ancient trees erupted violently from the center, crashing to the ground. Almost instantaneously, a massive, square-shaped imprint emerged from their 6 hands, its dimensions exceeding 10 zhang in both length and width. In unison, the 3 warriors unleashed a thunderous command. Go! The colossal imprint hurtled through the air. A gargantuan spiritual fist erupted forth, imbued with fiery red and hints of earthy yellow. Perhaps due to the collision of these two energies within the fist, it emitted a violent explosion in midair. The imprint collided with the giant fist, leading the four combatants to first experience a moment of eerie silence, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Ren Fan, having anticipated this, had already retreated several dozen zhang away. Thus, when the deafening roar and explosive shockwave reverberated through the air, they had no time to evade the impending danger and were instantly reduced to ashes within the mushroom cloud. The nearby magical beasts in the primordial forest believed some divine calamity had befallen them, scattering in a frenzy to escape, with even some fifth-tier magical beasts joining in the panic. From a distance, Ren Fan struggled to quell the tumultuous emotions within him, scarcely able to believe that such a commotion was the result of his own actions. Soon, shadows began to flicker from various directions. Curiosity, a powerful force, urged people to uncover the source of the disturbance. As Ren Fan stepped on a branch, he swiftly vanished into the depths of the jungle. Typically, the academy buzzed with energy in the afternoons, as classes were generally held in the morning, allowing most students to emerge and engage in sparring at the arena or for groups of male students to pursue female classmates. The group Ren Fan stumbled upon was no exception, though they were somewhat unique, as they seemed to be fawning over the leading female student among them. Lu Ruji, you look truly stunning today. Indeed, I can only imagine how many male students have fallen for you today. Haha, I suspect those wretched boys are dreaming of engaging in scandalous activities with Lu Ruji, the one receiving such extravagant praise. Lu Ro swayed her slender waist with a serpentine grace, accentuating her curvaceous form, and stifled a giggle behind her hand, unable to conceal the allure that emanated from her very being. With a playful flick of her silk scarf, she exclaimed, "Oh, you are all incorrigible. Must you speak such nonsense? You're making me blush." At that moment, Ren Fan had just stepped through the entrance, overhearing the flirtatious banter that the female students rarely displayed in front of outsiders. However, he paid little heed to their antics. No matter how alluring they appeared, they held no relevance to him. Just as he intended to sidestep them, Lu Ro extended her arm, blocking his path. Ren Fan lifted his previously bowed head slightly and regarded the striking female student with a calm demeanor. "Sisters, it seems this fellow overheard our playful banter, that I fear he might spread rumors. And if he does, our reputations could suffer." Chapter 80. The Crisp Slap. Chapter 81. The Song of Ice and Snow. Lu Ro covered her face. "Scram! All of you!" Lu Ro shot a glance at the onlookers nearby, venting her pent-up fury upon them. Although those bystanders were filled with indignation, they held Lu Qingfeng in high regard, compelling them to turn and leave. Soon, only Lu Ro and her followers remained. One flamboyant woman swayed her hips, stepping forward. "Sister Lu, that Yi Zixuan is truly unreasonable. How dare she treat you that way? We should find a time to deal with her." Lu Ro waved her hand dismissively. "Cousin Qifeng has informed me that in this academy, Yi Zixuan is the one person we must never offend. If we cross her, not only will we find it difficult to survive in the academy, but it may also spell trouble for us throughout the entire Xuanqiang continent." The woman raised an eyebrow, secretly astonished by the substantial influence wielded by the vice principal of the Shengwu Academy. "Then what shall we do?" Lu Ro concealed her face, Ren Fan's visage resurfacing in her mind that it was all that insufferable brat's fault. Had it not been for him, none of this would have transpired. "Our main focus now is to target that little rascal. Sisters, make sure to inform your men that any capable ones should be brought in to teach him a lesson. Tomorrow afternoon, at the arena. I intend to make him pay." The women nodded in unison. Ren Fan and Yi Zixuan arrived at Ren Fan's small courtyard, sitting on the steps at the entrance. Ren Fan asked casually, "Why were you so impulsive? That woman clearly has connections. You've provoked her, and it might make life difficult for you." Yi Zixuan pouted. "Provoked her? She should be worried about provoking me. If she crosses me, her days will surely be miserable. I've long found her displeasing and have wanted to teach her a lesson. I simply hadn't found the right opportunity until today. That I'm not doing this for you." Ren Fan shook his head. All right, I understand." He nearly forgot that this girl's connections were the strongest in the entire academy. Who would dare to offend the vice principal's beloved granddaughter? After a bit more idle chatter, he sent her off and proceeded to the Xuanji Pavilion to submit a task. The Phoenix Fire and the Dragon Marrow Sutra were both of the low-grade Xian tier. Although they could be upgraded, achieving a breakthrough in a short time seemed implausible. Recently, Ren Fan sensed he had offended far too many individuals. often facing opponents significantly stronger than himself. Relying solely on his current martial techniques to confront those of superior strength would surely put him at a disadvantage. Moreover, he dared not casually employ the fusion technique of the two elemental energies. Ren Fan had long been enamored with the terrestrial-grade martial art. However, its exorbitant price rendered him unable to acquire it. Even with his substantial contribution value of 1 million, he devised a scheme at the Xuanji Pavilion, concocting a rationale to sell some elixirs, which ultimately allowed him to amass a total of 120,000 contribution points. Upon arriving at the Library of Tomes, Ren Fan did not hesitate and made his way directly to the third floor. There, he encountered a solitary bookshelf housing no more than 30 volumes, each a terrestrial-grade martial technique. Due to the prolonged absence of visitors, a thick layer of dust had settled over the collection. Ren Fan brushed away the dust, meticulously searching through the volumes until his gaze settled upon a particular tome. The dust upon it the thickest of all, he gently wiped it clean. Several neat, yet weathered characters emerged. Ice Soul, Snow Ceiling Song. This book seemed to have remained untouched for an extended period. Yet, inexplicably, a profound connection resonated between Ren Fan and this martial art. Although he had not actively sought it out, his attention naturally gravitated towards it, accompanied by an innate feeling that this technique was destined to be his. With determination, Ren Fan grasped the tome and noted its ice attribute. Without further hesitation, he examined the label, discovering it to be of inferior terrestrial grade. At the threshold sat an elderly man dozing off. When Ren Fan presented the tome before him, the old man's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with life. "Are you certain you wish to acquire this martial technique?" he inquired. "Absolutely." Ren Fan nodded affirmatively, his conviction unwavering. The old man's countenance brightened at Ren Fan's response. He rose and bowed thrice towards the east, proclaiming, "Ice Sovereign, your legacy continues. A fated one has arrived." With that, he collected 1 million contribution points from Ren Fan, returning the remaining 20,000, refusing to accept any further compensation. Ren Fan, uninterested in the peculiarities of the old man, utilized the surplus to purchase some alchemical materials before returning to his modest courtyard. Seated in his chamber, Ren Fan gradually opened the martial tome. The first page bore no inscriptions, save for a single name, Nangongyang. The subsequent page commenced the main text, revealing that this martial technique comprised 2 volumes. He then gently closed his eyes, immersing himself in the realms described within the technique. Unbeknownst to him, he suddenly found himself enveloped in a world of ice and snow in this frigid expanse. Amidst the endless white, only a solitary crimson sun hung in the sky. Though dazzling, this sun offered no warmth, and Ren Fan felt only the penetrating chill that coursed through his very bones. At last, amidst this world of ice and snow, something else emerged, the wind. Subsequently, towering figures of monstrous beasts appeared upon the snowy plains, their malevolent aura wafting around them. Even from a considerable distance, Ren Fan could still perceive the overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from those creatures. A gust of frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, swept through, instantly transforming those 8th and 9th tier beasts into ice sculptures. Then, from the heavens descended a man clad in white, who appeared utterly harmonious within the snowy landscape. As if he were a part of the very snow itself, he extended a finger and lightly tapped the ice sculptures, causing the colossal figures to shatter into countless fragments. Chapter 82. Lu Chi Feng comes knocking. Ren Fan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, vanishing into the sea of white that moment. Ren Fan abruptly awakened from this illusion, realizing he was alone in the room once more, devoid of ancient beasts and the formidable celestial presence. The only difference was that the temperature within the room had noticeably dropped, with even the steaming cup of tea on the table beside him having solidified into a block of ice. Hurriedly, Ren Fan turned his attention inward and discovered a transformation within himself. The miniature figure within his dantian, which mirrored his own likeness, had shifted from its original colorless state to a deep blue, resembling an ice sculpture. Suddenly, that miniature being opened its eyes, a cold light emanating from them, and the temperature in the room seemed to plummet further, following the cultivation route of the ice soul snow ceiling technique. Disintegrating into dust, Ren Fan marveled at this phenomenon. He realized he had successfully attained the first realm of the ice soul snow ceiling technique, the ice of the snowy plains. After familiarizing himself with it a few more times, he became increasingly aware of the technique's potency. His earlier unintentional release had scattered the ice ceiling power, but if all his strength could be concentrated, the force would be truly unfathomable. Ren Fan had previously sensed the might of 2nd and even 3rd tier grand martial artists, and he felt that, with his current prowess. A single application of this technique could likely obliterate even a third-tier grand martial artist in an instant. However, the consumption of spiritual energy was alarmingly daunting. After just one use, his internal energy was entirely depleted. Clearly, this technique could not be wielded lightly. Even if used, it could not be executed at full strength. Should he exhaust his energy completely, even with a third-tier energy replenishing pill, recovering would still require a span of several breaths. During those precious moments, Ren Fan would be rendered nearly powerless. Nonetheless, with careful control over his energy expenditure. Now a fifth-rank martial master at the tender age of 18, a pinnacle many could scarcely hope to reach in a lifetime. Ren Fan's father, having devoted his life to cultivation, would have remained merely a ninth-rank martial master had it not been for Ren Fan's assistance. As Ren Fan emerged from his seclusion and opened the door, he was met by a throng of individuals, both male and female, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. Upon seeing Ren Fan, they seemed to exhale in relief. As if freed from some burden, they had been dispatched by Lu Qifeng. Ever since Lu Rou received a slap from Yi Zixuan, she had dared not harbor resentment towards her, opting instead to direct all her animosity towards Ren Fan. Lu Rou had eagerly whispered her grievances into Lu Qingfeng's ear, inciting his wrath. The last incident involving Ren Fan and Lu Qingyang, Lu Qingfeng's younger brother, had already caused a stir. Lu Qingfeng had intended to address that minor issue at a later time. But learning that Ren Fan had once again wronged his woman was intolerable. Enraged, he sent several waves of people to summon Ren Fan. Yet due to Yi Zixuan's protective presence, they dared not intrude forcefully, leaving them to await Ren Fan's emergence. The foremost individual, upon seeing Ren Fan step out, coldly remarked, "Ren Fan, our esteemed Lu Qingfeng invites you to the arena for a discussion, that we shall go now." With that, the group departed. Ren Fan shook his head. He had gleaned some information about Lu Qingfeng from Yi Zixuan, recognizing him as a formidable figure in the outer sect. However, feeling emboldened by his recent breakthrough, he welcomed the opportunity for a sparring match. Thus, he swiftly made his way to the arena. Upon his arrival, the arena buzzed with activity, its vastness reminiscent of a coliseum, filled with spectators eager to witness the rare confrontation between the renowned Lu Qingfeng and Ren Fan. To her side was a figure clad in a deep blue robe, a long blade strapped to his back, his long hair cascading untamed. His mere presence exuded an aura of sharpness, as if he were a blade himself. "I am Ren Fan. I know you," Lu Qifeng replied nonchalantly. He deliberately raised his voice when stating his own name, as if taking pride in its resonance. At that moment, Yi Zixuan, the girl, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Whoever does so will incur my wrath." Rushing to Ren Fan's side, the breathless girl tugged at his sleeve, whispering urgently in his ear, "Ren Fan, we must leave quickly. This person is not to be trifled with." His machismo rendered him reluctant to retreat with Yi Zixuan's assistance, especially as he felt a flicker of anticipation towards Lu Qifeng as a worthy adversary. Why Yi Zixuan fell silent, despite her youth. A smirk gracing his lips. "It seems you are not as cowardly as the rumors suggest. You mentioned that men's affairs ought to be settled among men. Thus, let us resolve this here in the arena." With that intent, he gestured for the others to step back, stating that their battle should not inadvertently harm bystanders, lest some meddlesome individuals become unruly. As he spoke, Ren Fan cast a glance at Lu Rou. Chapter 83. Battle with Bai Fei. Ren Fan's veiled barb nearly incited Lu Rou to explode with indignation. Yet her companion Lu Qingfeng appeared more composed. He extended an arm to intercept Lu Rou, dismissing her with a scoff. "I beg your pardon, but please do not compare yourself to me. I fear it might tarnish my reputation. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Lu Gu, allow me to teach him a lesson." A man clad in black athletic gear stepped forward from behind Lu Qifeng, eager to volunteer. His name was Bai Fei, quite renowned within the outer sect, his reputation rivaling that of Bai Ningjuan. Having long attained the rank of an 8th-stage martial master, he had few equals among his peers, aside from Bai Ningjuan and a handful of others. Lu Qifeng nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with Bai Fei's initiative. Ren Fan gently ruffled her hair. "Do not worry. I never engage in endeavors without certainty. Be obedient and head to the stands." Ultimately, Yi Zixuan could not defy Ren Fan's wishes and nodded obediently. "All right, I'll go, but if the situation turns dire, you mustn't blame me for intervening." Ren Fan nodded slightly, watching Yi Zixuan depart. Afterward, he slowly turned his gaze to Bai Fei, whose spiritual energy was already spilling forth from his body. A gray aura swirling around him languidly, as if he could no longer contain his impatience. Lu Gu instructed me to conclude this swiftly. Do not blame Bai Fei for lacking courtesy. With this solitary declaration, Bai Fei's form suddenly surged into motion, his speed dazzlingly swift, weaving left and right as he advanced. His fingers, slightly curled mid-run, allowed the gray energy to flow gently through the gaps, enveloping all 10 digits. Ren Fan scoffed lightly, his fiery red spiritual energy instantaneously enveloping his entire being. Eschewing any flourish, he refrained from employing his signature technique, the Thousand Shadows step that in his eyes, Bai Fei's speed, which had astonished onlookers, appeared trivial. With a slight forward lunge, the previously crimson energy abruptly shifted to a sandy hue, and he unleashed a direct punch, seemingly intent on a head-on confrontation with Bai Fei. Bai Fei's renown stemmed from his speed and his iron claws, the entirety of his prowess residing in those formidable appendages. Indeed, they struck fear into the hearts of many, having once shattered an opponent's low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon and plunged directly into the adversary's heart. The hardness of Bai Fei's hands was nearly on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing his in slight measure. Their unreserved clash had left both their knuckles bearing significant injuries. The necklace around his neck began to emit a soft glow, a warm current flowing from it, accompanied by a tingling sensation in his right hand, as his wounds rapidly healed. This recovery had been anticipated by Ren Fan, who merely paused for a fleeting moment. Having danced upon the precipice of life and death on numerous occasions, he possessed an astute sense for seizing opportunities. The slight push against the ground propelled him forward, executing the Thousand Shadows step. Ren Fan had caught up with the flustered Bai Fei. Feeling a sense of humiliation, Bai Fei realized that his attempt for a quick resolution had not only failed, but had nearly led to his own ambush by Ren Fan. A tempest of anger surged within him as he coldly remarked, "Kid, don't think you can take advantage." As his words fell, a radiant light erupted from his hands, signaling the summoning of all his spiritual energy for one final confrontation with Ren Fan. Ren Fan remained silent. As both individuals were masters of speed, their close-quarters combat was a dazzling spectacle. With their figures intertwining in a blur, observers could only perceive two shadows entangled, and although they fought purely with their bodies. Although his strength was inferior to Bai Fei's, the outcome was still uncertain. As he watched the fierce battle unfold, Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly and cast a cold glance at Lu Ro, seated beside him. Is this what you referred to as a fifth-tier martial artist? Is this the so-called street clown you mentioned? Is this what you call poor footwork? Cousin, silence. Your lies have brought me great embarrassment today. If you continue to speak such falsehoods, do not expect my assistance in the future. Lu Qingfeng's voice was sharp, and Lu Ro dared not respond, lowering her head in silence, her resentment towards Ren Fan deepening. The battle finally reached its conclusion, with Ren Fan decisively overwhelming Bai Fei in both agility and technique. Unable to endure the humiliation, Bai Fei conceded and retreated to Lu Qingfeng's side in defeat. Impressive. You have indeed defeated Bai Fei, Ren Fan replied with a calm smile. It was merely luck. Lu Qingfeng raised an eyebrow slightly. In my world, there is no such thing as luck. Winning is winning. Yet as an opponent, he fell short of Ren Fan's expectations, who yearned for a true challenge. Lu Qingfeng's expression stiffened. I can assure you, the chasm between Bai Fei and myself is as vast as heaven and earth. If you believe that defeating Bai Fei qualifies you to stand against me, you are gravely mistaken. However, since you are so arrogant, I have a duty to assist the Academy's mentors in teaching you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Do you even have the right? Ren Fan felt a surge of anger. The term discipline was traditionally reserved for elders to address their juniors. To hear such words exchanged among peers was nothing short of an affront to one's elders. And this was precisely Ren Fan's bottom line. Lu Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he barked a sharp command to those behind him. Withdraw at once. He turned to Ren Fan, his voice laced with icy disdain. Since that is the case, let us dispense with idle chatter and engage in battle. Ren Fan sneered, his garments billowing without wind, as crimson spiritual energy enveloped him, forming a delicate yet formidable shield of power. Lu Qingfeng, equally proud, scowled darkly and coldly retorted, very well, let me show you your true self. Suddenly, his tousled hair lifted as a vibrant green spiritual energy surged forth from his being, giving the impression that he might explode with the ferocity of his power at any moment. As he slowly raised his head, his eyes transformed entirely into a malevolent green, making him appear as though he had emerged from the depths of hell. Ha! Lu Qingfeng, for the sake of a harlot. You have stooped so low. You, who share my renown, should find such behavior utterly disgraceful. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance of the arena, drawing the attention of the crowd. It was Jiang Bei. With a booming shout, Jiang Bei prompted both Ren Fan and Lu Qingfeng to cease their actions. Lu Qingfeng's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Bei, incredulous that this reclusive madman had also emerged. I trust your appearance is not merely to mock me. Indeed, Jiang Bei affirmed. The Vice Dean has instructed me to inform everyone that due to unforeseen circumstances, this year's intersect competition shall commence earlier than anticipated. Given the large gathering today, I suggest you communicate this among yourselves to spare me the trouble of seeking each of you individually. Furthermore, Lu Qingfeng, should you wish to engage in combat, the intersect competition in 3 days will provide you the perfect stage to display your prowess. His thoughts were solely occupied by the upcoming intersect competition. After a brief farewell to Yi Zixuan, he returned to the library pavilion, using his meager 12,000 contribution points to acquire a high-grade Xian-level sword technique. For 3 consecutive days, Ren Fan remained confined within his abode, fervently engrossed in the study of a martial arts manual known as the Fire Thunder Blade technique. During this period, he abstained from food, drink, and slumber, driven by his formidable talent and perceptive abilities, complemented by the guidance of Tian Lao by his side. By the end of the 3rd day, Ren Fan had completely mastered the intricacies of the Fire Thunder Blade technique. On the 4th day, Ren Fan finally stepped out of his modest courtyard, for today marked the inaugural day of the prestigious Inner Gate competition. Upon arriving at the square, he found it teeming with spectators. Although most of them lacked the qualifications to participate, they were nonetheless drawn to witness the grandeur of the Sacred Martial Academy's annual event. Navigating through the throngs, Ren Fan reached the forefront, where a towering martial arts platform stood at the center of the square. That a mentor was announcing the list of individuals eligible for the Inner Gate competition. Certain names, once uttered, elicited a fervent response from the crowd, such as the 4 prodigies of the Outer Gate: Lu Qingfeng, Jiang Bei, Shi Minyu, and Tong Xian. Each mention of these names sparked a chorus of cheers, with only 50 slots available for admission into the Inner Gate each year. The initial round was straightforward. Competitors would engage in battle through a randomized draw. Victors would advance to the 2nd round, while the defeated would face immediate elimination. This encapsulated the brutal nature of the Inner Gate competition. A single defeat meant the end of the road. In the 1st round, Ren Fan drew as his opponent a 5th-tier martial artist named Ning Haichuan, who had garnered some renown within the Outer Gate. Ning had heard of Ren Fan and harbored a sense of disdain for him, as those who once boasted of their own prowess had shifted their admiration to the newcomer. The 1st round consisted of 25 battle platforms operating simultaneously. With 250 pairs of fighters, the structure allowed for the competition to conclude swiftly. As the battle between Ren Fan and Ning Haichuan commenced, it became apparent that Ning was a swordsman. While competitors customarily introduced themselves upon ascending the stage, adhering to an unspoken rule, Ren Fan announced his name, only to be met with Ning's disregard, who immediately launched an assault. Ning was determined to showcase his superiority. A wielder of weapons typically possesses a corresponding rhythm and speed. Otherwise, their efforts amount to mere showmanship. True to form, Ning Haichuan's agility was indeed impressive. Ren Fan, however, wielded nothing but an ordinary short dagger. And in an instant, their weapons clashed. Ning Haichuan had initially presumed Ren Fan to be a mere pretender, especially since he had heard that Ren Fan's victories were primarily attributed to brute strength and swiftness. Now, armed as he was, Ning Haichuan believed Ren Fan would stand no chance. Yet, upon their initial contact, a sense of alarm surged within Ning Haichuan. The force emanating from Ren Fan's dagger was formidable. Ren Fan, possessing an abundance of combat experience, instantly discerned Ning Haichuan's intentions. That a cold smirk crossed his mind as he feigned ignorance, allowing Ning Haichuan to proceed with his strategy, all the while thrusting forward. For the inexperienced Ning Haichuan, witnessing such an apparent opening in Ren Fan's defense brought him unwarranted delight, and he harbored no doubt that this was a trap set by Ren Fan. With determination, he aimed his sword at Ren Fan's ribs. In the blink of an eye, Ren Fan's dagger pierced forth at an astonishingly concealed angle, just as Ning Haichuan's sword was about to graze his clothing. The dagger struck at the very heart of Ning Haichuan, but Ren Fan, showing mercy, merely grazed his flesh, sparing his life. With his life now in jeopardy, Ning Haichuan had no thought of countering Ren Fan. He leaped back to the edge of the training platform, fully aware that it was Ren Fan's mercy that had saved him. At this moment, Ning Haichuan was completely convinced, while the esteemed judge of the duel, far surpassing that of Ning Haichuan. As they descended from the platform, Master Ning Su called Ren Fan over, offering valuable insights regarding the moment of his strike, greatly benefiting Ren Fan. Meanwhile, the vice president, Yi Qingshan, had been discreetly observing Ren Fan, surprised by how cleanly he concluded his first bout. In another arena, Lu Qingfeng watched Ren Fan's battle with an imperceptible shadow of concern crossing his face. Ren Fan's capabilities exceeded his expectations. In Lu Qingfeng's estimation, if this continued, Ren Fan might even secure a place among the top 50, thus gaining entry into the inner sanctum, a feat that had not occurred at the Holy Martial Academy in 60 years. The last first-year student to achieve such a distinction was now the renowned emperor of the Aoyan Empire, the illustrious Tianwu Emperor. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly linked Ren Fan to such a legendary figure. Lu Qifeng shook his head in disbelief, pondering, how could this be? Yet, as his thoughts shifted, a scheme began to form in his mind. The initial round of combat concluded swiftly, leading the participants of the second round to draw lots. His prowess second only to the four prodigies. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was assuredly on the path to entering the inner courtyard. This individual was named Dong Kuwu. Tong Xn glanced at Dong Kuwu's draw and smiled faintly, remarking, Kue Wu, it appears your lot is not particularly favorable this time. It is said that your adversary, Ren Fan, is currently in excellent form, having recently soundly defeated by Fei 3 days prior. His strength should not be underestimated. Dong Kue Wu, a lean figure with dark skin and a voice tinged with hoarseness yet quick in delivery, felt a flicker of discontent at his elder brother Tong Xion's assessment. However, he understood that his brother's words were meant to caution him against underestimating his opponent. Thus, Dong Kuwu refrained from retorting, simply responding, rest assured, brother, Kuwu will exercise caution. Beside Ren Fan, Yi Zishuan chattered incessantly, meticulously analyzing the opponent once more. Although Ren Fan found it difficult to absorb her insights, he recognized that Dong Kuwu was indeed no ordinary adversary. Tong Xian, squinting and dozing, harbored no concerns about his own battle, as those who encountered him had simply forfeited without contest. Yet, his eyes fluttered open slightly, a glint of cunning flashing within as an aura approached. Ha ha ha, brother Tong Xian, it has been some time since we last met that I have heard that your strength has significantly improved. Lu Qingfeng sauntered over to Tong Xian's side. Tong Xian sat up from his seat. Regarding the newcomer without preamble, Lu Qifeng, speak plainly. If you have something to say, do so. Otherwise, be on your way. Lu Qifeng was taken aback by Tong Xian's audacity, yet knowing he required assistance, he suppressed his indignation, mentally cataloging the slight while maintaining a broad smile. Very well, I shall be direct. Brother Tong Xian, you must have heard of the discord between Ren Fan and myself. This time, your esteemed General Dong Kue Wu has the fortune to face Ren Fan. Just as Tong Xian was about to retort, Lu Qifeng produced a third-grade qi restoration pill, hesitating momentarily before reluctantly handing it to Tong Xian. The latter's face instantly broke into a radiant smile. Such a treasure was rare and coveted. Thus, with no further negotiation, the two parties reached an accord. However, once Lu Qingfeng departed, Tong Xian turned to Dong Kuwu, instructing, Kuwu, fight as you see fit. Disregard that fool. The second round of combat commenced promptly, as the age-old adage goes. Revealing the age-old adage of shared joy and sorrow, the four prodigies were undeniably formidable. Yet this year also introduced a plethora of remarkable talents, with several dark horses emerging from the fray. Bai Ningjuan, well informed as always, had learned of the transaction between Tong Xian and Lu Qingfeng and promptly sought out Ren Fan to relay the information. However, Ren Fan, with a dismissive wave of his hand, Dong Kue Wu scrutinized Ren Fan carefully before bowing and introducing himself. I am Dong Kue Wu. Ren Fan, came Ren Fan's nonchalant reply. As soon as Ren Fan's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. After a brief pause, Dong Kuwu began to advance towards Ren Fan, his entire being shrouded in a grayish-white aura of spiritual energy. Waves of malevolent energy emanated from him, a presence that would undoubtedly cause the legs of any ordinary contestant to tremble, as it was the essence of a person who had endured countless slaughters. Before stepping onto the stage, Ren Fan had gathered ample information about his opponent from Bai Ningjuan. Dong Kuwu was a subordinate of Tong Xian. Yet, despite his mental preparations, he was taken aback by the sheer ferocity of his malevolent aura. Dong Kue Wu advanced slowly, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The grayish-white energy symbolized speed. Yet he opted for a measured approach, perplexing both the onlookers and Ren Fan. Ren Fan remained still, allowing his spiritual energy to flow steadily from his dantian, following the route of the Thousand Shadows step as he prepared to counter with stillness. Faced with such an opponent, even Ren Fan dared not act recklessly, aware that any misstep could lead to his downfall. Suddenly, Dong Kuei-wu, who had been advancing slowly, abruptly accelerated in a straight line, crossing several yards in the blink of an eye. With the preparation of his earlier technique, Qian Zongbu, a multitude of afterimages flickered beneath his feet in an instant. Yet, even with such agility, Ren Fan could only hear a sharp crack, followed by a searing pain radiating from his shoulder. The two adversaries came to a halt once more, their positions exchanged. Dong Ku stood with his back to Ren Fan, while Ren Fan faced him directly, albeit with a visage remarkably pale that in just one exchange. Ren Fan's shoulder blade had been fractured by his opponent's strike. Had it not been for the protective barrier of spiritual energy, his arm might have been rendered useless. Ren Fan, Yi Zixuan exclaimed from the sidelines, her voice laced with alarm. Humph, you vile blackguard. If you dare to harm my brother Ren Fan, I shall not let this go. Beside her, Yi Qishan scoffed and reprimanded. Zixuan, cease your foolishness. This is the inter-sect grand competition, not a mere game, grandfather. Yi Zixuan implored, her large, glistening eyes fixated upon Yi Qishan as she tugged at his arm, seeking his support. All right, I truly cannot contend with you. Rest assured, Ren Fan will face no mortal peril. Indeed. Yi Zixuan nodded in satisfaction, confident in her grandfather's prowess. Since he had assured her, she believed there would be no issue. On the stage, Dong Ku slowly turned his body, casting a frigid gaze upon Ren Fan. Is this truly your strength? Ren Fan offered no reply. The necklace around his neck began to emit a faint glow, signaling the rapid healing of his shoulder wound. Concurrently, the spiritual energy within him surged forth. And a knife, glimmering with a blood-red hue, materialized abruptly in his grasp. Feeling that his shoulder had nearly mended, Ren Fan lightly tapped his foot against the ground, his form transforming into a blurred afterimage, from which a long, blood-red streak was drawn forth. Humph, overestimating yourself. Dong Kuei-wu snorted, brandishing a gleaming large knife that shot towards Ren Fan with even greater velocity. Clang, a crisp and resonant sound of metal colliding echoed. As the fiery red and ashen white energies enveloped the two combatants, swirling incessantly, the two remained locked in a stalemate for several breaths, but without any warning, they suddenly separated. However, their disengagement was fleeting, as they soon re-engaged, this time eschewing the previous impasse in favor of a rapid exchange of techniques, showcasing the intricacies and swiftness of their movements. Yet, to the average observer, the duel was a mere blur. But at that moment, Tong Xian shouted, Kuei-wu, follow up with my Zaiwu's Hong Yuanyang axe. As he spoke, he tossed a pair of exquisitely crafted axes, radiating a golden light, into the fray. Zaiwu's Hong Yuanyang axe. This is unfair. However, Yi Qingshan solemnly remarked, the Academy's regulations do not prohibit the use of spiritual artifacts. Possessing such treasures is indeed a skill. Yi Zixuan pouted, crossing her arms and turning away. Stinky grandpa. It's unfair. I won't talk to you anymore. Chapter 87. Demon Star, Shiman Night Rain. Yi Qingshan shook his head in resignation, patiently explaining, my dear Zixuan, my intentions are solely for Ren Fan's benefit. It is through such experiences that he will grow stronger. Do you wish for him to become a sheltered flower in a greenhouse? Only then did Yi Zixuan turn her head, shaking it vigorously. I don't want that. Precisely. Besides, Ren Fan's capabilities extend far beyond what meets the eye. What if on the stage, Ren Fan's expression was grave? Just moments ago, Dong Kuei-wu wielded a mere ordinary ice blade, which could not withstand the burden of Ren Fan's inferior artifact, ultimately shattering under the strain. Seizing the moment, Ren Fan managed to inflict some minor injuries on Dong Kuei. Yet, an inferior artifact remains just that. Even a shattered divine weapon cannot stand against an intact low-grade spiritual artifact in direct confrontation. Nevertheless, Ren Fan had no intention of revealing his trump card prematurely. Some aspects should only be utilized at the opportune moment for maximum effect. The fiery aura flickered and danced across the surface of the demonic sword. Perhaps provoked by the challenge posed by the low-grade spiritual artifact, Ren Fan felt his dignity insulted, and the malevolent energy emanating from the sword intensified, thrumming ominously in his grip, almost beyond his control, leaving a brilliant golden arc in their wake. The sound of the axes slicing through the atmosphere possessed an enchanting, almost magical quality, igniting an impulse to surrender among onlookers. Ren Fan bit his tongue to maintain clarity, and with a sweeping arc of golden light, it carved a trench over half a foot wide into the surface. However, With one axe missing its target, Dong Kuwu adeptly shifted his momentum, re-aiming the dual axes at Ren Fan once more. Two radiant arcs of axe light surged forward, scattering countless stone fragments, prompting many spectators near the training platform to retreat hastily. However, at the very moment when Dong Kuwu made his move, Ren Fan's eyes brightened. And he inwardly thought, the opportunity has finally arrived. As Ren Fan, in a state of disarray, hurled forth a green beam of light that sliced through the void. It swiftly collided with the two golden axe-like rays. Just as the two forces were on the verge of colliding, the green light suddenly split into three, with two of them crashing into the golden rays. To the astonishment of all present. Heading straight for Dong Kuwu, who had just executed his technique and was preparing to retract his axes, caught off guard, Dong Kuwu, having exhausted his strength with no reserves left, instinctively summoned a surge of power to cross his axes in defense. However, the green light seemed to possess a will of its own, slightly altering its trajectory and slipping through the narrow space between the axes. Witnessing this, a thought flashed through Dong Kuwu's mind. My life is forfeit. Yet, the flying dagger, having passed through the gap, came to a halt, suspended ominously before his forehead, making no further advance. The once boisterous audience fell into a collective silence, as if they had silently reached an unspoken agreement. Rendering the scene eerily still, after several breaths, a chorus of admiration and astonishment erupted, filling the air. The so-called erudite mentors and Yi Qingshan were momentarily stunned, their minds racing with myriad thoughts. If these three flying daggers were not celestial-grade spiritual artifacts, then Ren Fan's mastery of spiritual control had reached a terrifying level. Should this be the case, the inner sect's old fire would surely vie to take him as a disciple, for such remarkable control could undoubtedly yield an exceptional alchemist. From an external perspective, one could only discern the expansive fabric, with the occasional gust of wind lifting a corner of the sleeve, revealing a pair of exceedingly pale hands, so pale that ghastly would not be an exaggeration. Beneath the black robe, a pair of unusual purple eyes flickered with an enigmatic light. This individual was none other than Yunyue, the most mysterious and reclusive of the four prodigies from the outer sect, causing the exquisite chair made of golden silk nanmu to disintegrate into fine powder. What a waste of space, such a squander of a third-grade chi replenishing pill. Meanwhile, Tong Xine, along with Dong Kuwu, approached Ren Fan to express their gratitude for his mercifulness. Ren Fan found these two genuine individuals quite likable and disregarded the matters brought up by Ningyuan. He intended to cultivate a friendship with them. Use them up and come find me again. The two individuals stood in stunned silence, for it was indeed a third-grade chi-boosting elixir, a treasure so precious even in the eyes of their mentor. Yet, Ren Fan, as if handling mere candy, casually offered them a generous handful. I aspire to establish a faction. Should you be interested, you are welcome to join me. By the way, I am an alchemist, so this third-grade elixir holds little significance for me. As Ren Fan turned to depart, he remarked nonchalantly, sensing that the time was ripe to initiate the formation of a faction, a nascent temple of sorts. However, he deemed it unwise to name it a temple, for such ostentation might attract undue attention, especially from those privy to the secrets of the upper echelons, potentially inviting unnecessary troubles. Just as Ren Fan had taken his leave, a mysterious shadow abruptly materialized before him. And a raspy voice echoed, I am Yunyue, and I find you quite intriguing. Would you care to engage in a conversation? Chapter 88, Confrontation with Lu Qifeng. Yunyue? Ren Fan felt a flicker of curiosity. This name had reached his ears before. Yunyue was one of the four prodigies of the outer sect, his strength rivaling that of Lu Qifeng, if not surpassing it. Oh, you find me interesting. Despite Ren Fan's composed nature, he had never encountered such violet eyes. Instinctively taking 2 steps back, regaining his composure, he inquired hastily, are you human or demon? At that moment, a voice resonated in Ren Fan's mind. Old Tion's voice. So it is a member of the Purple Eye clan. Can it be that such beings still exist in this world? Were they not thought to have vanished 500 years ago? Old Tion abruptly ceased his discourse. What? Ren Fan asked, curiosity piqued. Nothing of consequence. Particularly their striking violet eyes. With that, old Tion's voice faded into silence once more. Yet, externally, Ren Fan exhibited no signs of unease as Yunyue's raspy voice emerged. I am undoubtedly human. Very well, let us converse. Thus, the two retreated to a secluded corner, engaged in a hushed exchange, ultimately seemingly reaching some accord, with Yunyue agreeing to join Ren Fan's burgeoning faction. At the martial arts platform, during the third round of battles, Ren Fan drew an opponent of equal rank. The individual, having witnessed Ren Fan's previous duels, lacked the courage to face him and promptly forfeited. Consequently, Ren Fan advanced smoothly to the fourth round. This round, however, was not determined by drawing lots but rather through a collective melee, a combat format never before witnessed. This year, the Academy's higher-ups sought to implement changes, resulting in such an unprecedented scenario. Originally, there were 125 individuals. The objective was to eliminate 13 contenders, with the remaining 50 securing their place in the inner courtyard. Those 50 would then continue to spar, determining their ranks, a distinction that would prove advantageous upon entering the inner sanctum. The four prodigies naturally advanced to the fourth round, and upon hearing the rules, Lu Qingfeng felt a surge of joy. He had long wished to personally teach Ren Fan a lesson, but had harbored concerns about not encountering him. If fate had denied them a meeting, his desire for retribution would remain unfulfilled. Furthermore, Ren Fan's displayed prowess suggested he might very well breach the top 50, thereby gaining access to the inner sect, a prospect Lu Qingfeng found most displeasing. The fourth round commenced swiftly under the proclamation of Vice Dean Yu Qingshan. Many students began to form alliances, as even before stepping onto the platform, they had already banded together. For such camaraderie would offer a strategic advantage in battle. On the stage, Ren Fan too had his allies. Bai Ningyuan would undoubtedly stand by his side, and Tong Xin, having received numerous pills from Ren Fan, alongside his three brothers who had also entered the fourth round. Lu Qifeng fought his way through the throng, advancing steadily towards Ren Fan's group. It was not long before the two factions finally clashed. Lu Qingfeng's face turned ashen as he confronted Ren Fan. Then you are unworthy of your current reputation. To strength is often a reflection of one's character. Humph, Ren Fan, I did not expect you to be so silver-tongued. However, I can assure you that our enmity extends far beyond this. I have no desire to elaborate further. Are you bold enough to face me in a duel, man-to-man? Lu Qifeng said coldly, casting a glance at Tong Xin, the source of his apprehension. Very well. To everyone's astonishment, the usually composed Ren Fan exhibited an impulsive demeanor. Tong Xin tugged at Ren Fan's sleeve, cautioning, Ren Fan, you are no match for him. Leave this to me. Do not act recklessly. Brother Tong Xin, do I appear to be an impulsive individual? Ren Fan's retort left Tong Xin momentarily speechless. He patted Tong Xin on the shoulder, reassuring him, rest easy, Brother Tong Xin. I shall not act without absolute confidence. The vibrant crimson energy surged within him. His feet executed the 1,000 traces step with fervor, and with a flick of his left palm, a brilliant flame erupted forth, unlike other flames that flicker and scatter. After a brief silence, an invisible sound wave emanated, its power akin to a cataclysmic explosion of spiritual energy. Those of lesser strength around him dropped to their knees, clutching their heads and roaring in agony. Ren Fan pondered while not pausing his assault, launching a barrage of massive, earth-toned energy punches, barely managing to withstand Lu Qingfeng's initial onslaught. Lu Qifeng let out a cold laugh. Impressive, you managed to withstand my shattering sky chant. But next, I shall not hold back. Let us expedite this battle. Gradually, he unsheathed a silver-long knife from behind him, the blade humming ominously as a chilling gleam danced across its edge, the biting cold palpable even from a distance. And his mastery of the Heavenly King blade was nothing short of extraordinary. Compared to his blade technique, his sound wave skills were merely insignificant. Was the moment of truth finally upon them? Ren Fan, the true trial is just beginning. We shall see if you can endure this first challenge. Yu Qingshan muttered to himself. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. They had long heard of Lu Qingfeng's possession of a top-grade mystical spirit weapon, the Heavenly King blade, yet he had wielded it only once, during his battle with Jiang Bei, which had lasted 500 rounds without a victor, ultimately ending in a truce. Few had witnessed that encounter. And now, they were finally to behold Lu Qifeng wielding the Heavenly King blade, their excitement palpable. The others on the martial stage had ceased their battles, retreating to clear a vast space for Ren Fan and Lu Qifeng. Remember, when I wield the Heavenly King blade, it is not due to your overwhelming strength that I am compelled to use it, but rather my desire to swiftly conclude this. Lu Qingfeng's calm voice resonated once more. Ren Fan's expression remained stoic. If Lu Qifeng believed that such words could sustain his absurd hypocrisy, then let him continue. Lu Qingfeng's demeanor turned icy, seeking death, with a swift rotation of the Heavenly King blade in hand. At the moment of contact between the sword and the blade, Ren Fan felt as though he had been struck by electricity. His entire body trembled violently, a sweet taste flooded his throat, and a torrent of fresh blood erupted forth. His body seemed to be struck by an unseen force, causing him to stagger back and leave a deep gouge on the hard floor. Half kneeling on the ground, Ren Fan's hair was a disheveled mess under the violent surge of spiritual energy, while on the other side, Lu Qifeng stood proudly, firmly gripping his long knife. A gentle breeze tousled his flowing hair, revealing a countenance that was still quite handsome. I told you so. How could a mere first-year newcomer like Ren Fan possibly compete with the renowned Lin Xinhua wielding the Heavenly King's blade? Indeed, it was nothing short of a farce, unable to withstand even a single strike. What a pitiful display! Various voices of criticism erupted from the audience, reveling in his misfortune. Talents are often subjects of envy. And in the case of an underdog like Ren Fan, they had grown accustomed to the high status of the four great talents. Yet, most could not tolerate someone younger surpassing them in prowess. Such is the nature of humanity, a reflection of mundane thinking. As Ren Fan's disheveled appearance caught the eye of Yin Xinhua, her voice quivered with emotion, though she dared not speak too loudly. Fearing to disturb him, Tong Xin furrowed his brow, anxiety etched upon his face. He understood Lin Xinhua all too well. If he did not eliminate Ren Fan, he would not relent. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Yunyue. Yet the power seems rather lacking. Such a fine technique misused. Who taught you these swordsmanship skills? If words are all you have, then perish. Lin Xinhua's voice suddenly escalated, his spiritual energy surging violently. As it coursed through the silver Heavenly King's blade, it transformed into a shimmering silver arc. Yet he did not halt. His body became a whirlwind, unleashing a torrent of silver blade flashes. Heavenly slash! Lin Xinhua bellowed. The silver arcs did not strike directly, but instead morphed into multiple whirlwinds, spiraling toward Ren Fan. Although they appeared as mere gusts, the edges were lined with razor-sharp blades. A mere brush would spell death or injury. As the whirlwind swept through, they uprooted countless stone slabs, the ferocity of the aura prompting the surrounding combatants to leap down from the platform. This was no time to preserve one's ranking. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Even a first-tier Grand Martial Master would likely be torn to shreds if they faced that head-on, exclaimed Mentor Ning Su, seated beside Yu Qishan, astonishment evident in his tone. Yu Qishan shook his head. Even a second-tier Grand Martial Master would find it equally daunting. I never imagined this young man had grown so formidable in silence. Some who have trained in the inner sect for a year might not stand a chance against him. Grandfather, will Ren Fan be in danger? Yi Zishuan asked anxiously. Yu Qishan shook his head, saying, "Oh, my dear child, I have misjudged Lin Xinhua's strength. Alas, it seems Ren Fan's fate is grim and defeat is inevitable. However, do not worry. Your grandfather shall ensure his safety." As he spoke, Yu Qishan recalled Lin Xinhua, who harbored a fondness for Ren Fan that rivaled that of his own granddaughter. Before departing, she had insisted that he protect Ren Fan at all costs, should any misfortune befall Ren Fan. None noticed Ren Fan's slender hands weaving intricate and esoteric spiritual seals. The formation of these seals appeared to drain an immense amount of spiritual and mental energy, just as he felt his strength waning. Some began to shiver, attributing the sudden chill to a change in the weather, failing to connect it with Ren Fan's actions. Beside Yu Qishan stood a modestly dressed old man, whose eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. When observers finally recognized that the winds had ceased their advance, a melodious song resonated through the air, as if echoing from the mists of antiquity. The song filled the atmosphere. A layer of ice began to spread from Ren Fan's center, encasing everything in its path in frost. The overcast sky commenced to snow, transforming the entire arena into a realm of winter wonder. Yi Qingshan's lips parted slightly, yet no words emerged in that moment. The gazes of all present shifted dramatically. They could hardly comprehend how the situation had so suddenly reversed. Under Lin Xinhua's most formidable attack, even some instructors would retreat in fear, yet Ren Fan had withstood it. And in such an astonishing manner, emerging from the gaps of the frozen gales, Ren Fan stepped forth slowly, his complexion pale but his stride resolute, as he advanced toward Lin Xinhua, who was desperately resisting with his spiritual force. In such a snowy landscape, it seems less like a battle. If Lin Xinhua were to be replaced by a woman, it would resemble a romantic encounter. The ice, under the sustenance of the snow, incessantly launched attacks against Lin Xinhua, whose eyes burned crimson as he coldly gazed at Ren Fan, advancing towards him. Naturally, he would not concede to someone 4 ranks below him in strength. He doubted the longevity of Ren Fan's techniques. Little did he know, the Ice Soul Snow Sealing Song was merely a state, one that would persist once summoned. The tremendous consumption of spiritual energy left Lin Xinhua drenched in sweat, even as a 9th-tier martial artist. His abundant energy would eventually wane. At last, in a moment of struggle, he found himself encased within a block of ice, his visage contorted in rage. It was then that an uncanny scene unfolded. The snowfall ceased. Ren Fan, no! Yu Qishan bellowed, finally springing into action. As his voice echoed, his body swiftly descended beside Ren Fan, his speed leaving the onlookers in astonishment as they pondered when they might attain such a level of prowess. Yu Qingshan grasped Ren Fan's hand, and with a wave of his mighty arm, a golden stream of spiritual energy cascaded from his sleeve. This golden energy shimmered like sunlight after a snowfall, melting the ice and snow in its wake. The blade-like gusts that followed the thaw were effortlessly obliterated by the ripples of golden energy. Ren Fan turned to Yu Qingshan. Weisstein, this is a competition. I am aware, but both you and Lu Qifeng are prodigies. I cannot afford to lose either of you. Moreover, the internal competition is merely a contest among our academy's disciples. It need not escalate to lethal violence. Even if it involves two extraordinary talents, Yu Qingshan elucidated. Ren Fan scoffed. Oh, is that so? Then why did I not see you intervene when I was in peril just now? Yu Qingshan chuckled, shaking his head. Unfazed by Ren Fan's demeanor, he understood the youthful exuberance of the young man, thus opted for a tolerant approach, patiently explaining, because at that moment, when the temperature plummeted, that old man informed me that you had taken control of the Ice Soul Snow Ceiling song. I understand. I may have to withdraw from the upcoming battle. With his arms hanging low, Ren Fan descended from the martial arts platform, while Lu Qifeng was likewise carried off by others from the academy. Although the subsequent matches continued to be captivating, they paled in comparison to the previous battle between Ren Fan and Lu Qifeng, rendering the later contests rather lackluster, while the final showdown among Jiangbei, with a cultivation speed that was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Yu Qingshan, Lu Qifeng had also recuperated significantly, though memories of that day still haunted him. Today, the top 50 from the inner court competition were summoned by Yu Qingshan to the same expansive plaza, suggesting they were not to be underestimated. Chapter 91. Disturbance. The flying magical beast transported the 50 students for an entire day, finally descending at dusk in the heart of a forest. Led by Yu Qingshan, the group journeyed for another 2 hours until, under the cover of darkness, they halted beside a row of seemingly ordinary trees while Yu Qingshan summoned his spiritual energy, and Yi Buji recited an incantation, causing a grand door to materialize before them. Following Yu Qingshan's instructions, the 50 students stepped through the folding door. Upon entering, a wave of dizziness overcame them, and when they regained consciousness, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar world. The weary students paid no heed to his departure, collapsing into slumber as soon as they reached their quarters. Ren Fan did not feel particularly fatigued, but even if he did, he never succumbed to sleep. He had always preferred cultivation as a substitute for rest. In fact, cultivation could be deemed a higher form of repose, allowing the body's functions to rejuvenate more effectively. Yet, this conscious form of cultivation often felt monotonous. However, upon exiting, a figure leapt into his path. Brother Ren Fan, you're up quite early. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the girl Yi Zixuan. Hadn't she skipped the inner gate competition? Yet, upon reflection of her status, Ren Fan exclaimed, who on earth is occupying a villa that should belong to our leader? It must be those new students who arrived last night. I wonder which one it is, came the murmurs from the crowd. As discussion swirled around them, Ren Fan and Yi Zixuan stepped forward, facing the throng that obstructed the entrance. Please make way. I need to return, Ren Fan said softly. The crowd turned to him, their expressions far from welcoming. Since Yi Zixuan had just arrived at the inner court, the inhabitants were unfamiliar with her, seeing only a young lad and a troublesome girl. Most of the onlookers were several years older than Ren Fan. Displaying little fear towards the second-tier martial artist before him. He was fully aware that with the Qifeng in hand, he could effortlessly resolve the situation. However, the Qifeng was a closely guarded secret of his, and he was generally reluctant to unveil it. The bald man chuckled and remarked, impressive for someone so young to gain entry into the inner sect. Yet, the inner sect is not akin to the outer one. It is a realm where hidden talents abound, governed by its own set of rules. Ren Fan's patience began to wear thin. This individual was exceedingly bothersome. The regulations of the inner sect had little bearing on him. As for the academy's foundational rules, he had long since mastered them. His tone turned frosty as he addressed the man. My good sir, I have no desire to learn of your rules, that I have matters to attend to. So kindly do not squander my time. With that, Ren Fan took hold of Yi Zixuan's hand and proceeded inward. The bald man and his subordinates slightly shifted, once again obstructing Ren Fan and Yi Zixuan's path, evidently intent on ending his life in one blow. Ren Fan, however, was not one to hold back. Despite his initial reluctance to employ the Qifeng, he could no longer tolerate such aggression. With a swift motion, he unleashed 3 streaks of azure light. the razor-sharp flying daggers effortlessly severing Hu Yuan's ears before one plunged into his eye. The punch that had been raised in midair fell limp as Hu Yuan collapsed to the ground. However, scarcely had the first wave departed when the second arrived, and now we are facing the seventh wave. Our brothers have scarcely any contribution points left. If we surrender them all, how shall we survive within the inner sect? A chill ran through Ren Fan's heart, and he thought to himself that an opportunity had arisen. While in the outer sect, he had already conceived the nascent idea of establishing a divine hall, yet had lacked the opportunity to realize it. This moment, however, was perfect for consolidating loyalty, especially since these individuals were all selected talents from the outer sect, with them as the foundation of his divine hall. If so, step forward, defeat me, Xiang Huatian, and you shall be exempt from paying the protection fee. Just as Xiang Huatian's voice fell, another voice rang out from behind him. That's not enough. If you lose, not only will you forfeit the protection fee, but you must also surrender all your contribution points and leave this place. At this, both sides turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, and there appeared Ren Fan and Tong Xin. Soaring through the air, the crowd rejoiced upon seeing Ren Fan. In their hearts, they understood that he was the champion of the recent inter-sect competition, possessing unmatched strength. With Ren Fan's arrival, they felt a sense of reassurance wash over them. Xiang Huatian's expression darkened, a chilling arrogance emanating from him, as he dared to show such blatant disrespect towards the members of the Tiger Sha gang. Did he seek to court death? Disrespect? Why should we show you any reverence? Who do you think you are, a mere sycophant, daring to pontificate before us, the talented? How utterly misguided. Ren Fan, positioned at the forefront of the newcomers, spoke coldly. His words echoed the sentiments of nearly all the new arrivals. In seeing Ren Fan's boldness, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame for their earlier behavior. Now that Ren Fan had stepped forward to defend them, it would be utterly spineless if they remained silent. Thus, at that moment, all the newcomers lifted their heads and squared their shoulders. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Excellent. Xiang Huatian sneered through gritted teeth, yet a flicker of apprehension crossed his mind. Their group, including himself, numbered only 7, while there were 49 newcomers present. If a conflict truly erupted, they would be at a disadvantage, possibly facing severe repercussions. Xiang Huatian fixed his gaze on Ren Fan, who had roused the spirits of the crowd, and coldly inquired, "Are you bold enough to engage me in single combat? If you agree to my previous terms, we will comply. Do not utter any nonsense about seeking reinforcements afterwards. We fear no consequences. Moreover, should a fight ensue, do you genuinely believe you will return unscathed? I, Ren Fan, assure you that each of you will leave a limb behind." Ren Fan reciprocated Xiang Huatian's hostility, his unvarnished words causing a twitch in Xiang Huatian's expression. Ultimately, however, Xiang Huatian acquiesced to Ren Fan's terms, propped himself up with an iron rod, and managed to land in a precarious bridge position, stabilizing himself just barely. However, at that very moment, 3 gleaming knives flew from Ren Fan's hand, effortlessly slicing through Xiang Huatian's flesh, severing 2 major veins in his thighs and 1 in his arm. With a pained scream, Xiang Huatian collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his left arm and both legs, struggling to lift his head. He gazed at Ren Fan with disbelief and fury, unable to fathom how Ren Fan's strength had breached his spiritual shield, and why a mere 8th-tier martial artist could react with such swiftness. Thus, they begrudgingly surrendered their contributions to Ren Fan. After completing this transaction, Xiang Huatian was carried by his subordinates towards the exit. Suddenly, Ren Fan bellowed, "Halt." The members of the Tiger Shale gang immediately froze in their tracks. With an indifferent expression, Ren Fan sneered, "Have you forgotten your promise? You should roll out, not walk out." The faces of the Tiger Shale gang members darkened, their gazes toward Ren Fan tinged with hostility. "Kid, do not push your luck. Leave some room for future encounters." Xiang Huatian, gritting his teeth against the pain and the intense fury, felt his facial muscles contort grotesquely due to the agony of his severed meridians. Leave some room? What a joke. When you forcibly demanded the contributions of these newcomers, exploiting their last vestiges of survival, did you ever consider leaving them a lifeline? Since you have acted, you must bear the consequences. You did not leave others a lifeline. What right do you have to demand one in return? And what of future encounters? Who wishes to meet you again? Ren Fan scoffed mockingly at Xiang Huatian's words. Momentarily rendered speechless by Ren Fan's retort, Xiang Huatian found himself at a loss for words, though others harbored the desire to speak, in the face of their formidable leader, who could easily vanquish them. With that, he and his subordinates tumbled out through the entrance of the new student dormitory and a roar of cheers erupted in the courtyard as the members of the Tiger Shab gang rolled out. If they continued in such a fragmented state, they would inevitably suffer losses in the future. The assembly agreed with Ren Fan's assessment, acknowledging the truth in his words. Yo Hong, despite having been bested by Ren Fan, was a straightforward man who believed in reciprocity. He approached Ren Fan and inquired, "What do you propose we do?" Indeed, what course of action should they take? The others began to murmur among themselves. We, unencumbered by fear, stand to gain an advantage. The Tiger Shab gang, despite their might, surely faces competition within their ranks. Should they wage war against us, their rivals will take advantage of their distraction. That I contend that forming a gang is the most effective course of action. I trust your reception will not be particularly warm. Following Ren Fan's words, the crowd expressed their unanimous support for the establishment of a gang. Once consensus was reached, Tong Xian stepped forward, stating, "Now that we have decided." And Jiang Bei was entrusted as the temple's chief administrator, overseeing all affairs of the Rising Sun Temple. Once everything was settled, the new members relocated from the freshman dormitory to Ren Fan's expansive villa. The addition of over 40 individuals posed no significant impact on the vast estate, as their presence occupied less than 1/20th of the total area. Thus, the headquarters of the temple, which would leave its mark on the continent of renowned towns. Expressing disbelief at the formation of a new gang, which, even if established, would likely face suppression in the future. Chapter 94. The Turmoil of the Cultivation Tower, Part 1. The inner gate of the Sacred Martial Academy reached its current state due to the presence of a spiritual eye. Similarly, the Earth's veins produce spiritual energy, which disperses through the surface of the land and through special natural caves that lead deep into the Earth's core. These caves serve as additional sources of spiritual energy. Following this arrangement, a cultivation tower was constructed at the spiritual eye, designed to extend underground, resembling an inverted tower. Ren Fan, being well aware of the tower's fame within the inner gate, understood that accessing the cultivation tower required a substantial amount of contribution points. The first level, the uppermost floor, demanded 100 contribution points for a single day's cultivation, with each subsequent level requiring double that amount. Such costs were exorbitant for ordinary academies. During his time in the outer gate, crafting them had become a trivial endeavor. After concocting a batch of second-tier elixirs, he proceeded to refine a limited number of third-tier potions. However, rather than allowing the members of the Rising Sun Temple to use these elixirs, with the successful sales of these potions, Ren Fan found himself in a more comfortable financial position, amassing a personal contribution value exceeding 100,000. Consequently, after delegating the affairs of the Rising Sun Temple to Tong Xian and the other two, suddenly, the crowd began to stir. Was that not Yin Hongling, the stunning beauty? Stop staring. No amount of looking will change your fate. Indeed, how could someone of her caliber, ranked 36th on the heavenly list, ever take notice of you? Hearing the commotion, Ren Fan turned to see a striking woman clad in a form-fitting red dress, exuding an alluring presence. Yet, her demeanor was entirely composed, displaying the grace of a refined lady. This woman was none other than the renowned beauty and expert, Yin Hongling, who held the 36th position on the intersex heavenly list. Ren Fan cast only a cursory glance before turning away, but Yin Hongling approached him directly, stopping at his side, with a gentle smile. She remarked, "You seem quite unfamiliar, little brother. Given your youthful appearance, you must be a newcomer." Ren Fan politely nodded, remaining composed in the face of this unexpected attention, unlike many other men who would have been flustered at the sight of Yin Hongling. In truth, he held no genuine interest in her, a feeling that was sincere and not feigned, though it appeared otherwise to those observing. Yin Hongling gazed at the cultivation tower, bathed in morning light, and commented, "Little brother, is this your first time entering the cultivation tower?" Feeling slightly uncomfortable with the term little brother, Ren Fan responded candidly, "Yes, I am Ren Fan, senior sister. You may simply call me by my name. I will assist you in navigating them." At that moment, the crowd began to stir once more, this time the focus being a man clad in a pristine white attire, his flowing hair elegantly gathered at the back of his head. In his hand, he wielded a folding fan that opened and closed with a flourish, and his eyes sparkled with an enigmatic brilliance. This individual was none other than the 35th on the heavenly rankings. And upon hearing that she was to enter the cultivation tower for seclusion, he had come specifically to see her. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback to witness the usually stoic Yin Hongling engaging in light-hearted banter with a young man. "Do not overstep your bounds," Yin Hongling stated coolly, her gaze never wavering. Lung Haoyun's expression darkened as he cast a resentful glance at Ren Fan's back, his eyes clouded with malice. In his view, moreover, The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him were comparable to those of Yin Hongling, indicating their strengths were likely on par, given that Yin Hongling was a formidable figure ranked 36th. Thus, he restrained himself slightly. Very well. Yin Hongling's brow furrowed slightly. Are you not going to take this opportunity to display your masculinity before me? Ren Fan looked at her with feigned innocence. Why should I showcase my masculinity to you? You. Yin Hongling stamped her foot in frustration. Ever since her body matured, men had always gazed at her with insatiable desire, yet none had ever acted as Ren Fan did. Long Haoyun smirked, thinking to himself, at least you recognize your place. He then turned to Yin Hongling. Hongling, how can a man like this provide you with any sense of security? Look at me. I am the one who can offer you true safety. At that moment, the doors of the cultivation tower swung open. Yin Hongling disregarded Long Haoyun entirely and, with a light leap, made her way towards the tower. Long Haoyun's expression darkened as he shot a cold glance at Ren Fan. Would you still dare to utter those words? Shaking his head, Ren Fan hastened towards the training tower, for today's events had once again profoundly impressed upon him the paramount importance of strength. The first floor of the training tower was situated at ground level, and although it was merely the initial tier, the concentration of spiritual energy there was at least double that of the outside world. Upon reaching the third floor, Ren Fan was immediately struck by the overwhelming pressure, a consequence of the dense spiritual energy. In such confined space, the richer the spiritual energy, the greater the pressure. It was well known that ordinary martial masters would struggle to even stand upright in the third layer, where only second-stage grand martial masters trained. In truth, even Ren Fan found it exceedingly challenging to maintain his balance. His legs trembled incessantly as he stood there, unlike the first two floors. Stood empty. Under the immense pressure, Ren Fan did not dwell on this anomaly. He entered the room and closed the door behind him, commencing his training. Although the grand doors of the training tower opened and closed daily, those in seclusion within were not affected. Even when the tower was closed, practitioners could continue their focused training. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, half a month had elapsed, thanks to the advantages of his innate martial physique, resulting in a direct advancement to the first-stage Grand Martial Master within just half a month. Crossing the threshold to become a first-stage Grand Martial Master is a formidable challenge, with many apprentices requiring at least 6 months to achieve this milestone, and some even taking a year. On the 16th day of his seclusion, Ren Fan continued his diligent practice, unaware that outside the cultivation room, she possessed a certain charm. You lot, go and break down the door for me, she commanded, gesturing at the men behind her. Upon hearing her words, they wasted no time and approached the stone door of the training room. And onlookers gathered at the threshold, observing Ren Fan. Fixing his gaze on the men before him, he spoke coldly. Was it you who attacked the door of my training room? Before the men could respond, his voice icy, your training room. What a farce. Has the academy truly designated this room solely for your use? If you are to provide a valid reason, then perhaps I shall listen, but if this flimsy excuse is all you have, then I, Ren Fan, must impart some lessons in humility to you. The woman in black scoffed. What? You wish to teach me a lesson in humility? Her surprise was palpable, and she exhibited considerable disdain for Ren Fan's words. The others present regarded Ren Fan with incredulity. Aside from his brother, it was unlikely anyone in the inner sect would dare speak to her in such a manner. Her brother was a renowned master. There was no retreat. Moreover, the fault lay with her. Even if she had backing, he would not be at a disadvantage in terms of reason. Yu Jiangying had never faced such humiliation before, throughout her life. He exuded an effortless elegance, his complexion a pale shade reminiscent of illness. He was a third-tier martial artist, and as he stepped forward, he softly addressed Jiang Yinger, saying, Miss Yinger, allow me to handle this scoundrel. There is no need for you to intervene further. The appearance of this man caused an uproar among the onlookers. Why? Because his prowess as a third-tier martial artist was formidable. He had previously defeated a fourth-tier martial artist, making him unrivaled among his peers, with even ordinary third-tier martial artists unable to match him. Within the inner sect, rankings among students existed beyond the lofty heavenly ranking. There was also the earth ranking. But Yunnan showed no courtesy. After finishing his words with Jiang Yinger, he immediately launched an attack, neglecting to exchange a single word with Ren Fan. The distance of several paces was almost disregarded by him, causing the entire training tower to tremble, albeit without inflicting any damage. What an insolent individual! Ren Fan thought disdainfully of the sudden aggressor and coldly remarked, Insolent, perhaps you have yet to acclimate to the inner sect. Here, strength dictates everything. Yunnan sneered, lightly tapping his toes against the ground, propelling himself into the air once more. Unbeknownst to Ren Fan, he had drawn a gleaming dagger from behind, its blade shimmering with a hidden green light. Sensed the potential trick and instinctively redirected the trajectory of his attack, aiming for Ren Fan's rib instead. What a remarkable maneuver! The crowd erupted in applause for Yunnan's aerial pivot. For what appeared to be a simple act required an extraordinary level of precision. The dagger plunged deeply into Ren Fan's body, yet the individual himself sensed an unsettling discrepancy, for he felt none of the peculiar sensation associated with a blade piercing flesh. Instead, it felt as though the entire dagger had vanished into thin air. And even the scent of roasting meat wafted through the AI at Yunnan's gaze towards Ren Fan was filled with venomous resentment. His right hand was gone, and the moment he made contact with Ren Fan's body. Were you not quite imposing just a moment ago? Did you not seek to make a name for yourself? Yunnan, drenched in sweat, instinctively recoiled, feeling the oppressive aura of murder emanating from Ren Fan. In a state of panic, he stammered, "What do you intend to do? It is forbidden to kill indiscriminately within the academy. Stop." At that moment, a mentor soared into the scene, placing himself between Ren Fan and Yunnan while casting a cold glare at both. Thus, this person intervened on her behalf, resulting in his injury. Ren Fan articulated his case with clarity and logic. The mentor turned to glance at Jiang Ying'er, whom he also recognized, and he was aware of the unspoken rules governing this training room. However, due to Jiang Xuantong's influence, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. Nodding in acknowledgement, the mentor declared, "Given this, both parties are at fault. Each shall be fined 1,000 contribution points. Now, disperse. Should there be any further transgressions?" And the matter was resolved. Ren Fan, having observed the mentor's glance towards Jiang Ying'er, understood the mentor's predicament, for the mentor's strength was but that of a martial spirit, while the third on the heavenly rankings likely possessed similar capabilities. He casually paid 1,000 contribution points and exited the cultivation tower. Having reached this point, he lacked the inclination to continue his training, and it had been half a month since he last returned to the temple. He wondered how the temple was faring now. Ren Fan's breakthrough in strength had also catalyzed an advancement in his Phoenix Fire, which had now ascended to a superior level of Xian rank. As the Phoenix Fire evolved, its hue had shifted to a resplendent gold. Upon returning to the temple, Ren Fan was taken aback to find the entrance eerily desolate, devoid of any comings or goings. Puzzled, he ventured into the courtyard and made his way to the main hall. There, he found Tong Xen pacing anxiously, his brow furrowed and his expression grim. "Tong Xen, what troubles you?" Ren Fan called from the entrance. "What has happened? Why do you appear so troubled?" "Ah, Ren Fan, you cannot imagine," Tong Xen began. "On the third day after your departure, members of the Tiger Fiend gang arrived, demanding retribution for their own. They came with more than 30 individuals." Tong Xen spoke slowly, his voice tinged with despair. "What?" Ren Fan exclaimed in outrage. "The Tiger Fiend gang dares to bully my temple. I, Ren Fan, shall not let this stand." His fury erupted, echoing throughout the temple. Surrounding the courtyard were their henchmen, ready to violently assault anyone from the temple who dared to step outside. In fact, as Ren Fan had entered, he was already being watched, within the headquarters of the Tiger Fiend gang. A figure clad in blue robes sat regally at the center of the hall. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, reporting, "Boss, someone from the temple has entered." "Very well, you may leave," replied the man seated at the center. None other than the gang's leader, Deng Hongdo. He turned to the 4 individuals flanking him and inquired, "What are your thoughts on who this intruder might be?" After a brief silence, one of the 4, a man in dark attire, rose and spoke, "Boss, for the past few days, the Rising Sun Temple has been under our watch. No one has been able to leave, so the only possibility of someone entering is that it must be the temple's master." Noting their renewed vigor, markedly improved from their previous state, and couldn't help but sneer. "So, you are the infamous Ren Fan. I must admit, you've got some backbone. Upon your return, your flock of sickly lambs has suddenly regained their spirit." "Are you a dog?" Ren Fan replied, his eyes narrowing as he uttered the words with an unanticipated directness. This unexpected retort caught everyone off guard. Zhao Wanlu chuckled, tightening his grip on the sword's handle. "It has been years since anyone dared to insult me. I find this sentiment rather unpleasant." "Unpleasant, you say? Does my temple relish being bullied? Today, regardless of who you are, since you have the audacity to perpetrate such acts against us, you shall face dire consequences that I intend to make you, and those blind to the truth, understand that the Rising Sun Temple is no mere pushover. Ren Fan's fervent declaration ignited a fire within the temple's members. He would have found it utterly impossible to evade with such finesse. Ren Fan, too, felt a tinge of astonishment. The individual's speed appeared rather peculiar, for such swiftness was not characteristic of a third-tier martial artist. He altered the trajectory of the demon's sword, transforming his previously aggressive strikes into a long and flowing motion, deftly engaging with the fleeting blade shadows. Clang, clang, the continuous contact between sword and knife ignited fierce sparks, with each collision releasing immense spiritual energy. However, with every encounter, Ren Fan found himself retreating a step, and after several clashes, he had been forced back against the wall. With no further retreat possible, Ren Fan stomped his foot down decisively. To onlookers, it appeared he was attempting to halt his backward momentum, a notion shared by Zhao Wanglu, who transformed his slicing attack into a thrust. Should Ren Fan truly manage to stop his retreat, the ensuing thrust would prove difficult for him to counter. Yet, Ren Fan was acutely aware of this dynamic. His earlier retreat had been a deliberate feint, although the stones beneath him had shattered with a loud crack. It was merely an illusion crafted with his spiritual power to create the semblance of a force stop. In reality, his steps had never lingered at the sight of the broken stones. Pushing off slightly, he used the momentum to glide forward, aiming the demon's sword directly at Zhao Wanglu's throat. Zhao Wanglu, having been oblivious to Ren Fan's ruse, found himself unable to retract his blade in time as the attack unfolded. Thus, he summoned forth the energy from the miniature figure within his dantian, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that formed another invisible gust at the tip of his sword. Zhao Wanglu felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Unyielding, Zhao Wanglu retaliated with his own sword radiance, and the air was filled with the sound of ding, ding, as their attacks collided, producing blinding white light that illuminated the surroundings. As the brilliance faded, Ren Fan attempted to strike again, only to find Zhao Wanglu already grasping the broadsword in his hands, their gazes locked, cold and resolute. Zhao Wanglu no longer held the initial contempt he had for Ren Fan, had it not been for Ren Fan's myriad of skills. Unsure of the events unfolding, while only a select few seemed to grasp the situation, however, the familiar aura heightened Ren Fan's vigilance, reminding him of a near-fatal encounter with such a so-called secret technique in the Feng domain. Yet today, Zhao Wanglu's secret arts appeared far less bloody and potent than Kong Yunzi's, that he merely offered his blood as a sacrifice, igniting a portion of it to enhance his strength temporarily. Blood Shadow Tsunami Kill. Zhao Wanglu's arm trembled violently, and the energy at the blade's edge surged forth like a long dormant flood. Unleashed. 10 towering sword lights, each over a yard high, slashed across the ground, their whistling wind carving deep furrows as they passed. The earth beneath them was torn as if plowed by an ox, scattering fragments of stone to either side, and prompting the crowd to retreat in alarm. The trajectory of the 10 sword lights was peculiar, seemingly sealing off all of Ren Fan's escape routes. Yet, in that moment, Ren Fan performed an even more astonishing feat. A massive, earthy-hued spiritual fist materialized in his left hand, while a flicker of golden flame danced in his right. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he combined the two forces. What is he planning? Is the Hall Master attempting to self-destruct? Ignoring the surrounding voices, Ren Fan concentrated all his energy into his hands. Drawing from his prior experience, this fusion of two elemental spiritual powers proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. The surface of the earthy spiritual fist in his right hand ignited with golden flames. Go, he commanded, with a gentle wave of his right hand.